Chapter 1. Get Lost. With his eyes tightly shut, Chinyu executed a powerful kick, sending the woman who had been pressing down on him flying. Ah! The woman clutched her abdomen, wincing in pain as she sank to the ground. Upon hearing her anguished cry, Chinyu abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He instinctively felt his body, only to be caught off guard. What is happening? Wasn't I crushed to death by that group of scoundrels? It wasn't until he heard the woman's curses that he regained his composure. As he sat up and clearly saw the woman's features, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this Jiang Shuer, the one who had played tricks on him before the apocalypse? Chinyu glanced down at his attire, noting the classic yellow battle robe he wore. He hastily pulled out his phone to check the time. July 10th, 2036, 11:57 a.m. In an instant, Chinyu understood. He had been reborn. Moreover, he had returned to a mere 3 minutes before the onset of the apocalypse. He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What could be accomplished in just a few minutes? While Chinyu pondered this conundrum, Jiang Shuer, who had fallen to the ground, stood up and stormed towards him, fuming. "You filthy delivery boy, how dare you kick me?" Chinyu couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Shuer closely. At that moment, she was clad in a black lace nightgown, generously exposing her fair skin. With a disdainful snort, Chinyu replied, laced with sarcasm, "Sister, your trick is far too obvious first. You feign injury to lure me into delivering the food inside, then you pretend to be unable to walk, asking me to place the food by your bedside finally. You take advantage of my distraction to fall into my embrace, if I'm not mistaken. Your friends have been lurking outside, haven't they? Only a fool would fall for such a petty ruse." Of course, in his previous life, Chinyu had been that very fool. Jiang Shuer, taken aback by his words, was clearly surprised. How'd this guy know everything? However, she quickly regained her composure, approaching Chinyu and leaning her delicate face closer to his. "Little brother, what will knowing do for you? Once I claim you assaulted me, who will believe your side of the story? You wouldn't want to find yourself embroiled in a lawsuit at such a young age, would you?" As she spoke, Jiang Shuer had already torn a portion of her nightgown away. To her surprise, Chinyu exhibited no sign of panic. Chinyu cast a cold glance at Jiang Shuer and said, "The people outside have already turned into zombies. Your cries are in vain. Furthermore, should you choose to open the door, they will tear you to shreds." Jiang Shuer could not help but glance at the monitor once more. Outside the door, several figures, drenched in blood with eyes wide open and bloodshot, clawed desperately at the iron gate. Their appearance was eerily reminiscent of the zombies portrayed in films. Swallowing hard, Jiang Shuer declared, "Even if it costs me my life, I will never open that door." Chinyu nodded and strode into the kitchen. Of course, he was not seeking food within, for he had learned in his previous life that the kitchen boasted not even a refrigerator, let alone any provisions. The only useful item inside was a kitchen knife. He secured the knife to his belt and exited the kitchen. Upon noticing the knife at Chinyu's waist, Jiang Shuer, filled with trepidation, asked, "What do you need that knife for?" "For self-defense," Chinyu replied, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Shuer, unable to suppress his critique. "By the way, how is it that you lack even a refrigerator?" Jiang Shuer's face flushed as she weakly replied, "We don't usually reside here. We only come when we want to deceive someone." "This certainly complicates matters," Chinyu sighed, then approached the dining table and lifted a takeout bag. Jiang Shuer gasped and shouted, "Hey, that takeout was mine." Beside him stood a young man, leaning against the wall with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of affluence typical of a wealthy heir. Faintly, one could glimpse the edge of a tattoo peeking from beneath his sleeves. He was none other than Li Sheng, the heir of the prestigious Li family. His presence here was due to an agreement with the Jian family to orchestrate a marriage that would undermine the Yi family. "Brother Jian, it seems you've encountered a setback," Li Sheng remarked with a cold smile, his tone laced with mockery. Jian Longwei had initially intended to explain the situation and persuade Jian Ting to marry into the Li family. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he found himself unceremoniously ejected from the room for speaking ill of Yichun. In response, Jian Longwei chuckled heartily, concealing his embarrassment, and explained, "Brotherly, while both our families consented to the union, we have yet to secure my younger sister's agreement. Thus, this matter cannot be rushed. I require some time to persuade her. Indeed, as he stated, Jian Longwei's family was still deliberating over the prophecy from a few days prior. Ascribed to the so-called Master Zeng, a renowned oracle in China with an unassailable reputation for predicting significant events. Recently, he had foretold an impending apocalypse, asserting that the only means of survival would be through tattoos. This prophecy circulated solely among the upper echelons of China and the elite families, remaining unknown to the general populace. In light of such declarations, skepticism arose, with many questioning the validity of Master Zeng's predictions. After all, could a mere tattoo truly ensure survival in the face of an apocalypse? It seemed utterly implausible, akin to claiming that a novice could become the first overall pick in the NBA draft. Jian Longwei, noticing the tattoo peeking from Li Sheng's arm, mused, "It appears your family holds this belief with utmost conviction. Otherwise, why would you have adorned yourself with tattoos, considering your aversion to them?" The Jian family was still in the throes of discussing the prophecy. Yet Li Sheng had already embraced the idea, having inked 2 tattoos, sufficient evidence of the Li family's unwavering faith in Master Zeng's foresight. For individuals of their stature, tattoos were viewed as the mark of ruffians. Beneath their dignity, and even if concealed, they represented an affront. Better safe than sorry. The Li family's success hinges on our cautious and methodical approach. Since today, as discussions have unraveled, I shall take my leave, and we can reconvene another time. Li Sheng replied curtly, unwilling to prolong the conversation, having discerned the Jian family's indecision both regarding the marriage and Master Zeng's prophecy. As Li Sheng departed, Jian Longwei was left in a daze, his brow furrowed as he contemplated a decision that contradicted his ancestral values. He resolved to secretly obtain a tattoo, bringing his sister Jian Ting along for the journey. Meanwhile, within Yi Chen's opulent villa, a pivotal figure in the tattoo industry was ushered into his office by Wang Chao. The man was covered in an array of tattoos, showcasing various creatures, English phrases, and botanical designs, a living embodiment of artistic expression. This was none other than the taboo tattoo artist, Master Diao, whom Yi Chen had hired for an extravagant sum of 100 million. Master Diao, you have finally arrived? Yi Chen exclaimed with palpable joy, eager to engage with the very individual upon whom his aspirations depended. Mr. Yi, you have summoned me with great expense. Which 11 tattoos shall we begin with? Master Diao inquired, having placed his briefcase down. For someone of his stature in the tattoo realm, once the request was articulated, he could execute it without delay, his efficiency rivaling that of a cafeteria worker. Without further ado, Yi Chen's demeanor shifted from elation to seriousness. I wish to have 11 taboo tattoos, an eye of heaven on my forehead, a Zhu Long on my left neck, a Qiongqi on my right neck, a severed-headed Xingtian on my chest, a king of hell on my left hand, and a Qiyu on my right hand on my left arm. I desire a vigilant Guangong, and on my right arm, Yin Yang evil monk that Y left leg will bear Neza stirring the seas. While my right leg will feature the legendary general by Q. Yi Chen concluded his request. Master Jiao stood before him, eyes wide with astonishment, even breaking into a light sweat. Truth be told, even after years of being dubbed the taboo tattoo artist, he had never encountered a client with such audacious demands. 11 tattoos, all of which were taboo and flouted industry norms. Mr. Yi, I can certainly fulfill your request for these 11 tattoos. But I must ask if you are prepared to bear the weight of such choices, Master Jiao cautioned, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Those in the tattoo profession often held onto a thread of superstition. Yi Chen, unwavering, waved his hand with a confident smile. Fear not. If it becomes too burdensome, I shall use a coffin lid to bear the weight. Your sole focus should be on executing these tattoos flawlessly. Acknowledging Yi Chen's resolve, Master Diao nodded and gestured for him to enter the bedroom where the tattooing would commence. However, just as he was about to retrieve his equipment, Yi Chen abruptly halted him, exclaiming, "Wait! The essential tattoo materials have yet to arrive." Materials? Master Jiao was momentarily taken aback, for his briefcase contained all the necessary tattoo tools. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in black, a member of the 108 death servants, who entered carrying another square briefcase. "Brother, I brought the supplies," the servant said, neatly placing the case on the table before swiftly exiting the room. At that moment, both Master Diao and Wang Chao's gazes were fixated on the briefcase. Their curiosity piqued. What could possibly be inside? With Yi Chen's nod of approval, Wang Chao carefully opened the briefcase, revealing an oval-shaped, transparent vial containing a crimson liquid that seemed to pulsate with a lifeless hue. This was the blood Yi Chen had meticulously gathered, a product of his speculations from before his journey across dimensions. A spontaneous decision. Mr. Yi, is this the crucial material you mentioned? Master Diao asked, eyeing the vial with an inkling of understanding regarding Yi Chen's intentions. Indeed, Yi Chen affirmed. Master Diao, I kindly ask you to utilize this blood for my tattoos. Yi Chen, with an unwavering demeanor, spoke calmly. Once confirmed, Master Diao hastily retreated 2 steps, internally exclaiming that the Yi Chen before him resembled a werewolf, more formidable than even the most ruthless of men. It was one thing to have 11 forbidden tattoos, but the thought of using blood for the inking was audacious. Moreover, it was evident that this blood came from some sort of animal. After a brief silence, Master Diao could no longer contain his curiosity and pointed at the glass vial, inquiring, Mr. Yi, might you enlighten this old man as to the nature of this blood? What blood? You ask, revealing it might shock you further. Yet, adhering to his role as an enlightener, Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle and began to narrate the origin of the blood. It was not merely the blood of a single creature. Rather, it was the blood of 11 distinct animals, each corresponding to one of his 11 forbidden tattoos. This blood was a fusion of the golden-ringed snake, white tiger, peacock, alligator turtle, azure ox, elk, black bear, wretched wolf, dog beast, wild boar, and orca, 11 animals entwined into one. Blood from 11 different creatures. Good heavens! Mr. Yi, you have truly opened my eyes, Master Diao exclaimed, swallowing hard and giving Yi Chen a thumbs-up in affirmation of his choice. In his eyes, Yi Chen's actions were akin to a calf masquerading as an electric motor. Extraordinarily impressive. In the next moment, Yi Chen and Master Diao, accompanied by a suitcase and a vial of blood, entered the bedroom to commence the intricate process of inking the 11 forbidden tattoos. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 hours had elapsed, turning the outside sky into a canvas of night. Finally, the bedroom door swung open. Master Diao emerged, supporting himself against the wall, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted, as though on the brink of collapse. Master Diao, how did it go? Wang Chao swiftly assisted him. Concern etched on his face. Although the inking of tattoos posed no life-threatening danger, the use of blood from 11 animals was indeed a daunting task. Even Wang Chao, known for his toughness, could not help but be moved, fearing that Yi Chen might struggle to endure the pain inflicted upon him. Fortunately, after catching his breath, Master Diao reassured him not to worry. Adopting the tone of a post-operative physician, he declared, I have not disgraced my duty. At last, I have completed the tattoos for Mr. Yi. Each is a masterpiece of my lifetime. They're simply exquisite, worthy of competing for first place in any contest. He collapsed onto the nearby sofa, continuously wiping the sweat from his neck with a handkerchief, then looked at Yi Chen, who had risen to stand at the bedroom door, clad only in undergarments, his body a canvas adorned with 11 forbidden tattoos, truly a walking work of art. Under the illumination, the tattoos on Yi Chen's body were perfectly showcased before their eyes. The third eye upon his forehead appeared vividly alive, with a blood knife of Shura subtly etched at its center. The candle dragon on the left side of his neck half opened its solitary eye, while the Qiongqi on the right side leaped into the air. His chest bore the headless Xing Tian, with its breasts as eyes, navel as mouth, wielding a battle axe in one hand and a shield in the other, glaring fiercely ahead on his back. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin exhibited 9 black dragons with gaping maws, seemingly ready to soar forth, as if the coffin lid was about to open. The back of his left hand displayed Yama, one hand holding the judge's pen, the other the book of life and death, soul snatching and spirit reaping. The back of his right hand bore Chiyu, one hand clutching a divine weapon, the other a bloodied blade, exuding a terrifying aura. His left arm showcased the eye-opening Guangong, mouth agape, with a green dragon crescent blade entwined in thunder, a spiraling green dragon seemingly preparing to leap into the sky. The right arm depicted the yin-yang evil monk, embodying duality, one side benevolent as a living deity, the other fierce with a visage reminiscent of a wrathful Vajra on his left leg. Neza battled the sea, grasping a white dragon by the throat, extracting half of its tendons while on his right leg. The god of death by Chi plunged dual blades into a lake of blood, littered with skeletal remains. Anyone who beheld such tattoos would be left utterly astounded, immobilized by their grandeur. Master Diao. Thank you. It is no wonder you are renowned as the master of forbidden tattoos. These 11 designs are rendered with such lifelike precision. I am thoroughly satisfied. Wai Ichan exhaled, lowering his gaze to inspect the still reddened patterns upon his body, revealing a contented smile. Unlike Master Diao, who was covered in tattoos of varying types and ferocity, Yi Chen's designs were each of superior quality. Clearly, any one of Yi Chen's tattoos would overshadow the entirety of Master Diao's collection, each being an exemplary forbidden tattoo. Once the calamity commenced, the powers awakened from their tattoos would bring about transformative changes. As long as M.Y.E is satisfied, then I have no further concerns that if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. I need to recuperate for a while. Master Diao gulped, dragging his weary frame as he prepared to depart. Despite the remuneration being a staggering sum, the exertion had drained him more than a night of relentless labor. However, just as he was about to rise, Yi Chen swiftly approached, grasping his hand, startling Master Diao. With narrowed eyes and an expression that seemed innocuous, Yi Chen smiled. Master Diao, there's no need to rush off. While you have completed my tattoos, my bodyguards and 108 assassins are still awaiting your artistry. What? You must be jesting. 108 individuals along with your bodyguards? Master Diao exclaimed, raising his hand in refusal. That is far too many. I simply do not possess the energy for such an undertaking. The thought of inking so many people was more daunting than a factory assembly line, and he resolutely refused to comply. While attempting to politely decline, Master Diao summoned all his strength, preparing to break free from the confines of the villa. Yet in the next moment, a pair of tattooed hands entered his line of sight. Master Diao, rest assured I will not burden you indefinitely. You merely need to finish their tattoos within a month. Moreover, they will not be as extensive as mine. Each individual will only receive 2 or 3. As Yi Chen pressed Master Diao back down, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of a cunning tiger, for it is said that one does not strike a smiling face. Furthermore, Yi Chen was not one to withhold payment. Even the most obstinate of circumstances would not merit a direct refusal. Given the current situation, Master Diao realized there was no escape from this predicament. He could only acquiesce. After careful consideration, he reluctantly nodded, conceding, very well, I shall agree to your request, Mr. Yi, but the compensation must be increased. This is a continuous physical endeavor. How could I possibly manage without an increase? Hearing this, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. An increase, that posed no difficulty. As long as he could keep Master Diao on board, offering additional funds was hardly a problem. Agreed, Master Diao. I will ensure that 10 billion is transferred to your account by tomorrow morning. During this time, I would appreciate your presence in the villa to ink tattoos for my brothers. That I will send you the details of what each person will receive by tomorrow. Yi Chen gently patted his shoulder and spoke. Immediately thereafter, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Chao, who instantly comprehended the unspoken command to arrange for Master Diao's accommodation and sustenance during this period. Although this was the official narrative. In truth, Yi Chen harbored a lingering fear that Master Diao might reconsider and abscond. It was imperative to secure him first. Without further hesitation, Wang Chao approached Master Diao, carefully supporting the frail figure with one hand while lifting the tattoo kit with the other. He leisurely exited Yi Chen's office. Once they departed, the composed Yi Chen could no longer maintain his facade. He collapsed onto the floor, clawing at his body with his nails. The pain, it was excruciating. The lingering agony from the 11 tattoos felt akin to experiencing flesh being carved away. Had it not been for the need to uphold his dignity, he would have begun yelping in agony the moment he stepped out of the bedroom. Damn it! Had he known, he would have resorted to some anesthetic. Why did he have to be so prideful? The pain was unbearable. After rolling around on the ground for a while, the intensity of the pain finally began to subside. After a considerable wait, he He regained his composure, trembling as he leaned against the desk and settled into a chair. I could see that moment. He could no longer afford to dwell on the residual pain. For a pressing matter loomed. Money that he needed to transfer 1 billion to Master Yao the following morning to cover the costs of everyone's tattoos. Yet, following Yi Chun's extravagant spending spree, his account balance was dismally low, cleaner than his own face. Not to mention 1 billion. Not even a mere 10,000 could he muster. Who would have thought that money would become a source of concern for him? Yi Chun forced a wry smile and shook his head as the heir to one of the 4 great families. Money was merely a string of digits before him. Yet now, he found himself troubled over 1 billion. Fortunately, after a brief contemplation, he devised a mutually beneficial solution that would not only resolve the funding shortfall, but also pave the way for the creation of another super tattoo artist. Without delay, he retrieved his phone, located the number labeled Dad in his contacts, and dialed without hesitation. "Hello, Dad. Are you free right now? I have something important to discuss with you." As soon as the call connected, Yi Chin wasted no time and directly requested his father to come to his office on the other end of the line. His father merely responded with an before hanging up. Before long, Yiling Tian, now clad in casual attire, arrived at the door of Yi Chin's office. Upon opening the door and seeing Yi Chin clad only in his underwear, he couldn't help but exclaim, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. "Who are you? How did you end up in Chen's office dressed like that?" Yiling Tian inquired, perplexed. His immediate instinct was to wonder from which corner this individual had emerged, finding himself in his son's office. When had their security measures become so lax? It was no surprise he failed to recognize Yi Chun, with Yi Chin's back facing him and dressed only in underwear. There was no way to connect this peculiar figure with his son. Moreover, Yi Chun was adorned with 11 taboo tattoos, making it impossible for Yiling Tian to identify him solely by his silhouette. After all, who could have anticipated that in a mere span of 10 hours, his son would transform into someone resembling a street punk on a motorbike? Upon hearing the question, Yi Chun slowly turned around, revealing his exquisite visage. Only then did Yiling Tian realize that the stranger before him was, in fact, his own son Chin'er. "How could you have so many tattoos?" Yiling Tian stammered. "Dad, you're just in time. Come here. I was just about to discuss this with you." Yi Chun took the initiative to pull Yiling Tian to the desk and pressed him into a chair. Just as he was about to begin his persuasive spiel, Yiling Tian, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Son, are you aware of old Zhang's prophecy? It seems you have come to believe in its authenticity." "What old Zhang? What prophecy?" Yi Chun was utterly baffled by his father's words. Completely at a loss, the calamity in his previous life had arrived without warning. There had been no prophecy whatsoever. How could a so-called prophet named Old Zhang suddenly surface? What was going on? Could it be that his memories were skewed? Or had his transmigration triggered a chain reaction that conjured this character into existence? However, his keen intellect, boasting a staggering IQ of 250, quickly sensed something amiss. He feigned agreement, inquiring about his father's perspective, all the while seeking to extract the details. Yiling Tian, believing Yi Chun was preparing him, succinctly recounted the prophecy and the current stance of the Yi family's upper echelons, which remained skeptical without making any definitive decisions. "Dad, I think you need to express your stance to the family's leadership. After all, you are the head of the household. If disaster truly strikes, the Yi family may cease to exist." Yi Chun stated, his deep-set eyes fixed on Yiling Tian, speaking calmly. Now that matters had escalated to this point, he felt no need to conceal anything further. Using the prophecy to brainwash Yiling Tian and bring the Yi family aboard. Yi Chun's words, coupled with the shock of his 11 taboo tattoos, caused Yiling Tian to hesitate momentarily. Well, truthfully, he was torn. Although he genuinely believed in old Zhang's prophecy, convincing the stubborn elders of the family was no simple task. This posed a significant obstacle. Yet Yi Chun's subsequent straightforward remarks illuminated Yiling Tian's mind like a flash of clarity. "Dad, why overthink it? It's just a tattoo. Having it on your body won't bring any harm. That if the prophecy does come to pass, wouldn't we emerge as the ultimate victors? Besides, if you're truly concerned about your status, can't you just wear a suit to cover the tattoos? Is it really that hard to decide? Indeed, it's merely a tattoo. Even if the prophecy is incorrect, there is no loss. What is there to hesitate about? With this reminder, Yiling Tian slapped his forehead, finally grasping the entirety of the situation. Seizing the moment, Yichen urged Wang Chao to bring Master Diao back, who had just settled down, to carve 4 tattoos for Yiling Tian. Mr. De Yi, you really want to let an old man rest, will you? What tattoos do you need me to carve? Just say the word. Master Diao, now seated on the sofa, took a sip of tea, seemingly resigned to his fate. Having already boarded this proverbial ship, Wai Yi-chan calmly approached him, explaining, Master Diao, there has been an unforeseen situation. Please tattoo 4 designs for my father on his left arm, the black and white impermanence, on the right arm, the 2 generals of gain and loss, on his chest, the black dragon of heaven, and on his back, the black tiger of the mountains. While these 4 tattoos may not rival the 11 taboo tattoos adorning me, they are certainly of the highest caliber and will pose no issue on my father. 4 hours later, the bedroom door swung open, and Yiling Tian emerged, bare-chested. It's done. Excellent. These 4 tattoos are a resounding success. Yi-chan gazed at the 4 tattoos on his body, each radiating a crimson glow that a smile once again graced his face as he scrutinized them closely. The black dragon on his chest and the black tiger on his back, both with gaping maws, seemed poised for a roar and a fierce battle. The black and white impermanence on his left arm, with its wide-open mouth, long tongue, and sharp fangs, intertwined in a manner reminiscent of the Tai Chi Baba. Among them, the white impermanence, depicted in an upward motion, wore a white hat symbolizing wealth, holding a mourning staff in one hand and a capture order in the other. Meanwhile, the black impermanence below donned a black hat representing peace, shaking a soul-calling flag in one hand while dragging a soul-catching lock with the other on his right arm. The 2 generals of loss and gain, crowned with yin and yang and standing upon the bagua, presented a terrifying visage with their green faces and sharp fangs. The green-faced general of loss brandished a ghostly blade, glaring fiercely, while the red-faced general of gain waved a dark flag, standing resolutely. The 4 ebony tattoos on Yiling Tian's skin contrasted strikingly with the vibrant red sheen and tight textures, testament to Master Diao's unparalleled skill as a forbidden tattoo artist. As the scene shifted to the bedside, Master Diao collapsed from exhaustion the moment he finished the tattooing, utterly drained of spirit. Wang Chao assisted Master Diao back to rest, instructing that once he awoke, they could arrange for the tattoos. If we push him any further, he might very well meet his end. Yichen remarked. Understood, boss. Wang Chao nodded, summoning a fellow brother from the death servants to help carry the unconscious Master Diao away. Once they departed, Yichen rubbed his hands together and approached Yiling Tian with a mischievous grin, inquiring, Father, how do you feel? Aren't these 4 tattoos stunning? Stunning. Can beauty be eaten? Yiling Tian retorted. However, he conceded, these tattoos do possess a certain allure, appearing quite lifelike. As the head of the Yi family, he showed little interest in the aesthetic appeal of the tattoos, yet he found himself somewhat impressed by Master Diao's craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan flashed a toothy grin, revealing his true self. Since you approve, then, Father, it's time to settle the bill. These 4 tattoos are worth 10 billion. Would you prefer cash or a transfer? He extended his hand, embodying the persona of a shameless merchant. What? 10 billion for 4 tattoos. Yiling Tian's mouth dropped open in shock, wide enough to fit an apple. You little rascal, daring to swindle your father? No wonder you were so eager to get tattooed. Realizing his son's intentions, Yiling Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he was powerless to retaliate, for this was his own flesh and blood. Moreover, he had unwittingly dug his own grave. I'll concede this time. Learn something good from this. Don't just rely on me for your schemes. Without hesitation, Yiling Tian pulled out his phone and transferred 10 billion to Yi-chun's account, not using the excuse of the family's 500 billion to make him chip in. After completing this transaction, he dressed and offered a few words of advice to Yi-chun before departing the room. The financial matter regarding the tattoos was resolved, and now it was time to focus on the shelter, hoping to complete it within a month. Dressed in his pajamas, Yi-chun gazed at the full moon hanging in the sky outside. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, one of the preparations for the impending catastrophe had been accomplished, alleviating a portion of the burden that had weighed upon his heart, with a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Yi-chan donned a tailored suit and settled into the back seat of a Lamborghini alongside Wang Chao as they made their way to the abandoned nuclear missile base. This desolate site spanned 100,000 hectares, resembling an egg embedded underground with but a single exit. That moment, a fleet of 8-wheeled trucks busily transported various alloy materials, as well as an array of fruits, vegetables, and meats, into the base. The only thing absent was live animals, for storing them would be akin to inviting disaster when the catastrophe struck. "Brother, look, I've arranged all the construction for the shelter and doubled the workforce. We should be able to finish it within a month." Wang Chao indicated towards the nearly completed 10,000-volt electric fence and the towering walls capable of isolating all forms of life. Yet Yi-chan understood this would only serve as a temporary measure. As the impending disaster approached, continual reinforcement would be necessary. After all, this was merely a defense against the initial wave of mutated beasts that would emerge post-catastrophe. Relying solely on the shelter constructed with a few hundred billion would be utterly unrealistic, given that Lord-level and Beast King-level creatures would soon appear, perhaps even a Beast Emperor. Thus, they needed the shelter, built with 100 billion, to buy themselves time for development. Well done, Wang Chao. However, we must hasten the pace. The sooner the construction is completed, the sooner I can rest easy, Yi-chan said, patting him on the shoulder with a serious tone. After last night's revelations from Yiling Tian, he now understood that all of Yi-chan's actions were in preparation for the foretold global disaster. It was only right. By the way, brother, is that prophecy about the disaster true? Wang Chao couldn't help but ask. Why Yi-chan refrained from elaborating, replying, "Let us focus on completing the shelter first. As for the disaster, you'll find out in due time." They proceeded to inspect the perimeter of the shelter, and seeing no flaws and a satisfactory pace of construction, Yi-chan and Wang Chao returned to the Rolls-Royce for their journey back to the villa. However, after driving for half an hour and rounding a building, they were confronted by a blockade of luxury sports cars parked outside a peculiar tattoo shop, effectively obstructing half the street. "Brother, the road is blocked." Wang Chao, at the wheel, pressed the brakes and pulled the Rolls-Royce to the side. Hearing this, Yi-chan, leaning back in his seat, opened his sleepy eyes and peered out through the windshield that a group of bodyguards in suits and sunglasses emerged from sports cars, swiftly forming a square perimeter. And the next moment, one of the bodyguards, finding no anomalies around, approached the center of the nearest sports car and bent down to open the door. "Young master, young miss, you may exit the vehicle." Yes, soon as the door swung open, a man and a woman stepped out, both clad in attire worth hundreds of thousands, unmistakably the offspring of affluent families. With a mere glance, Yi-chan recognized the two blocking the road. That Jianting? Wasn't she imprisoned by her family? How could she be here with her brother? At the entrance of the tattoo parlor, Jian Longwei stood with his younger sister Jianting, cautiously surveying their surroundings. This outing for a tattoo was clandestine, undertaken without the knowledge of the family elders, and compounded by the fact that he had smuggled his restricted sister out. Should they be discovered, a severe reprimand would undoubtedly ensue. That moment, Jianting caught sight of the tattoo shop before them and furrowed her brow. "Brother, why have you brought me here? Wasn't had said that I was to assist you with something?" Her inquiry was, in fact, a fabrication concocted by Jian Longwei to allure her out. He had spun this tale, knowing she would never have agreed to accompany him had he disclosed the truth about getting a tattoo. It's actually that I want to get a tattoo, and you could also get a couple of beautiful designs," Jian Longwei awkwardly explained. Such nonsensical reasoning could only emanate from him. Upon hearing this, Jianting refrained from questioning his sudden desire for a tattoo. Instead, she coldly replied, "Brother, if you wish to get a tattoo, then go ahead. I do not want one. I dislike tattoos. Oh, tattoos. This is a disaster." Jian Longwei's hopes were dashed, just as he was at a loss for words. Preparing to concoct another excuse, a sharp reprimand from a nearby bodyguard caught his attention. "Halt! What are you doing?" A bodyguard, visibly tense, addressed the approaching pair. With his warning, the other bodyguards immediately formed a protective perimeter, swiftly enclosing Jianting and her brother within their ranks. The two individuals they were blocking were none other than Yi-chan and Wang Chao, who had just alighted from their vehicle. Jianting, Do you still remember me? Yi Chen halted a few meters away, calling out to the bewildered Jian Ting. The mention of her name sent her heart racing. That voice was unmistakable. Through the gaps in the bodyguards, she discerned Yi Chen's features. Despite the tattoos adorning his neck, she recognized him instantly. Why Yi Chen Ge? It really is you. I finally see you. Jian Ting exclaimed, her joy palpable. In her world, nothing could compare to the happiness of encountering Yi Chen at that moment. Just as she prepared to break free and approach him, Jian Longwei grasped her arm, his expression turning icy. Sister, maintain your composure. Do not forget we are here secretly. Though not a reprimand, the underlying threat in his words restrained Jian Ting, leaving her to watch Yi Chen from where she stood. Disappointment etched on her face. Sensing Jian Longwei's animosity, Yi Chen made no move closer. Instead, he gestured toward the street. Your vehicles are blocking the road. Kindly clear a passage I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Jian Longwei signaled to one of the bodyguards to create a path for Yi Chen. He had no desire to clash with him, especially given their families were bitter rivals. And he was already in a precarious situation, having brought along his sister, who was supposed to be under house arrest. In a short while, 3 sports cars shifted backward, successfully creating a passageway. Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded and said, "Thank you." He then returned to his vehicle, which soon revved to life, with Wang Chao slowly maneuvering the Rolls-Royce past Jian Ting and her brother at that moment. As Yi Chen glanced back at the tattoo shop, a thought struck him, and he quickly rolled down his window. Jian Ting, I suggest you get a tattoo of a ghost princess and a phoenix in Nirvana. They are quite stunning. He flashed a grin, and the tattoos of Zhu Long and Xiongqi on his neck seemed to dance in harmony with his skin. That moment, Jian Ting finally noticed Yi Chen's tattoos. As the vehicle drifted further away, Jian Longwei exhaled in relief, glad to have concluded his encounter with Yi Chen. Sister, it's getting late. We cannot linger here too long. Since you do not wish to get a tattoo, you can wait for me outside. I'll be quick. Jian Longwei spoke earnestly. Time was of the essence, and given Jian Ting's stubborn nature, once she set her mind against something, there was no persuading her. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, Jian Ting lifted the hem of her garment, shedding her earlier cold demeanor, and smiled. Brother, who said I wouldn't get one? Let us go in now. I want a ghost princess and a phoenix of Nirvana. Her declaration left Jian Longwei speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. Well, let us head inside. Then it was remarkable that despite his lengthy efforts to dissuade her, it took only Yi Chen's words to sway her. Indeed, in the presence of someone she admired, no one else seemed to have any influence. As storm clouds gathered, the calm before the tempest was palpable. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Chen surveyed the serene Shanghai. Aware of the elite families lurking in the shadows, believing in prophecy, and had prepared accordingly. However, as a traveler from another world, he had already secured the advantages of timing, location, and support, in terms of preparation. None could rival him. Wang Chao, I have a list of tattoos on my computer. Once Master Yao awakens, present it to him. I have recorded the tattoos for each of you, Yi Chen calmly instructed, pointing to the illuminated screen of the computer on his desk. The tattoos on the list were each a taboo masterpiece, perfectly suited for Wang Chao and the 108 Deadpools, drawn from his memories of a past life. When calamity struck, those who awakened their tattoos would undoubtedly stand at the forefront of global super tattooists. Rest assured, big brother. The brothers and I will not hold you back. Wang Chao affirmed with a nod. Yi Chen then yawned, gesturing for Wang Chao to leave the office with the computer. After inspecting the shelter, he began to feel fatigued and needed to catch up on sleep in his bedroom. Time flew by. In a month, the shelter, costing Yi Chen 500 billion, was finally completed within the deadline. On the final night before the impending disaster, Yi Chen gathered Wang Chao and all the Deadpools together. At this moment, they were all adorned with tattoos. Wang Chao had etched 4 top-tier designs, while each of the 108 Deadpools bore the tattoos Yi Chen had arranged for them. With each having at least 2 brothers, it's time to pack your belongings. Inform all family members and your friends to join me at the shelter. If they choose not to come, do not force them. Time waits for no one. You have 10 hours to prepare. We will depart by car tomorrow morning. Yi Chen swiftly conveyed his orders. Yes, the group responded in unison. Their voices echoed. the operation to relocate due to the disaster officially commenced. Within the Yi family's conference room, a group of wrinkled elders relentlessly pressured Yi Lingtian, who sat before them, that a month had passed since Yi Chun had misappropriated the 500 billion, and not a single repayment had been seen. Even as the family head, Yi Lingtian could no longer endure the mounting pressure. The gathering of elders was, in essence, a direct confrontation with him and his son. Despite their blood ties in the face of money, familial bonds seemed trivial. Elders, could you grant me a bit more time? I believe Chinair had compelling reasons for reallocating that 500 billion. Perhaps it is in preparation for the prophecy foretold by elders, granting our Yi family a glimmer of hope, Yi Lingtian explained. Although he had not inquired about Yi Chun for the past month, he sensed, through their conversation that evening and the intricacies of the tattoo, that Yi Chun was undoubtedly preparing for the impending calamity foretold by the prophecy. Yet, as soon as his words escaped his lips, they provoked a derisive retort from one of the clan elders, who remarked, "Master, could it be that you wish to use the prophecy as a faade to obscure Yi Chen's financial irresponsibility? Even we, the old guard, have not expressed our opinions, yet you expect a mere junior to possess such discernment. Even if he truly believes in the prophecy, where have the 500 billion gone? What countermeasures have been taken?" A barrage of probing questions left Yi Lingtian feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to rub his forehead to alleviate the mounting pressure. It seemed that unless he accounted for the whereabouts of the 500 billion today, this group of ancient relics would not relent. Just then, a short-clad death servant knocked thrice before pushing the door open and striding in. He was Zhao Hu, the foremost warrior under the dynasty. "Esteemed elders and master, the young master has sent me to inform you to prepare your belongings. At dawn, we shall head to the refuge," he stated coldly. The Qilin tattoo etched upon his arm was conspicuously displayed before all. A refuge? Could it be that Yi Chun is indeed readying himself for the prophecy? An elder murmured in astonishment. I could see that moment. The beleaguered Yi Lingtian, upon hearing Zhao Hu's words, instantly regained his composure. "Esteemed elders, what have I said? Chener is not the type to squander recklessly. He is merely acting with the family's interests in mind by discreetly reallocating funds." With a sense of triumph, Yi Lingtian rose to lead the others towards the refuge. "We must not delay. Elders, let us set forth at once. Perhaps the apocalyptic events foretold by the prophecy are upon us." Despite the lingering skepticism of a few elders regarding the prophecy, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, every significant event predicted by elders had thus far come to pass without error. Moreover, the die had been cast. Yi Chun had already constructed the refuge and had dispatched a death servant to inform them of their relocation. Continuing to debate would serve no purpose. "Let us go," proclaimed the elder Yi Xian, stepping forward to act as a mediator, issuing orders to the other elders. With his intervention, even those who harbored resentment were compelled to comply. Subsequently, not just them, but the entire Yi family mobilized, creating a wave reminiscent of a migration. The following morning, at the entrance of the refuge, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction as he observed vehicles filled with Yi family members driving in. "Everyone, make haste. The calamity will commence just after midnight. A fierce battle awaits us," he called out. 108 death servants maintaining order turned to acknowledge him. "Yes, elder brother." At that moment, a Maserati veered off from the procession and parked aside. Soon after, the proud Yi Lingtian emerged from the vehicle, exuding an air of nonchalance. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Yi Chun directing operations at the entrance to Chener. "You've done well that you've secretly acquired this place and managed to construct it within a month." Yi Lingtian exclaimed, a fist playfully thumping Yi Chen's chest in admiration. He bore an expression of a proud father witnessing his son's achievements. Yi Chen grinned, replying, "Father, just wait. Tonight, you shall be impressed once more. Not for any other reason, but once the clock strikes 12, the tattoos will awaken, and you will understand just how extraordinary the 4 tattoos I had you engrave truly are. Is that so? I shall look forward to it." Yi Lingtian replied with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. The two then stood side by side, orchestrating the remaining members of the Yi family as they drove into the refuge. A rough estimate revealed there were over 5,000 individuals, not including the various servants and bodyguards. It was indeed a monumental undertaking. Soon enough, time ticked by, and as the clock approached 11:59 p.m., only 1 minute remained before the calamity would begin. Dynasty, prepare the brothers. Once the tattoos awaken, maintain vigilance at the entrance. Although the defenses are robust and fortified with electric fencing, we must remain cautious of any otherworldly beasts breaching our perimeter. Yi Chun instructed. The gathered death servants arranged themselves in formation, with every 4 men securing a designated position, steadfastly guarding the entrance of the refuge. That moment, even Yi Ling Tian, glancing at the ticking hands of his watch, felt his breath quicken. They were all awaiting the final moment. The mechanical ticking of the clock resonated, each tick marking the passage of a second. In the final 10 seconds, the hour and minute hands converged, both pointing resolutely at 12 o'clock. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the earth, akin to an earthquake, yet devoid of violent tremors. The earth trembles. The calamity had commenced. As Yi Chen's voice faded, the sky transformed into a blood-red hue, and rain began to pour, blood rain. This marked the second phase of the calamity following the earth's tremor. The heavens weep. The final and third phase would involve the global transformation of flora and fauna, including the awakening of tattoos. Indeed, in the next moment, the 11 forbidden tattoos adorning Yi Chen's body emitted a blinding crimson light. It hurt so much. Yi Chen collapsed to the ground, every tattoo searing with an unbearable heat. A burning sensation akin to a brand, striking at his very soul. Not just him. Yi Ling Tian, Dynasty, and the 108 death servants shared in the agony of the tattoo awakening. Brother, this awakening is excruciating. It's more painful than having my flesh cut. Dynasty groaned on the ground, the veins on his forehead bulging, indicating he was at the brink of unbearable pain. That moment of suffering. All living creatures across the globe underwent a cataclysmic transformation simultaneously. Once harmless animals, their eyes now a fierce crimson, roared with thunderous intensity, transforming into otherworldly beasts. Their sizes swelled, and bloodlust became the norm. Terrifyingly, many of these newly transformed beasts exhibited traces of human intelligence. In a certain mountain range, roar. A beast king-level black dragon soared into the air, its deafening roar reverberating through the skies, with an overwhelming presence befitting a beast king. It commanded the allegiance of all beasts within the mountain range. This scenario unfolded in numerous locations worldwide. Meanwhile, in urban areas, crocodiles and Tibetan mastiffs that had transformed into otherworldly beasts wreaked havoc across towns, slaughtering defenseless civilians. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the rapid transformation of the beasts, left the military unprepared, leading them to succumb to the onslaught. Help! Someone! Please save me! A middle-aged man, bloodied and leaning against a storefront in the bustling metropolis, cried out that he had been bitten by a canine-like beast, but, fortunately, survived against the odds, dragging his weary body. He crawled for more than 10 minutes before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, left with no choice but to call for help from a stationary position. At that moment, the beast that had assailed him, a canine-like creature, followed the scent of blood and approached. The low growls grew increasingly nearer. Suddenly, the beast leaped into the middle of the road, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man. Inching closer with each step, blood dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth. In the next instant, the creature opened its jaws wide, and the man seemed to sense that his end was nigh. Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes. Yet after a few seconds, he felt no pain whatsoever. Even the beast's roar ceased abruptly. What is happening? The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes to find that the creature, which had moments ago intended to devour him, now lay with its head smoothly cleaved in two, dead on the spot. Standing beside the beast's lifeless head was a woman clad in form-fitting armor. With a face reminiscent of a ghostly princess, her green skin and sharp fangs revealed her true nature. It was Jian Ting, awakened by her tattoos. That moment, dressed in the ghostly princess armor and wielding dual blades. She turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle, do you still have strength left? Hurry, flee for your life. I can only assist you this far." The power granted by her tattoo awakening was still something she struggled to fully grasp. and she had only dispatched a mere ordinary beast. Should she encounter a swarm, she would be powerless. Moreover, her intervention had been incidental. She could not ensure the middle-aged man's safety indefinitely. The city was teeming with people, and her solitary strength was clearly insufficient, especially since the Jin family was also embroiled in dire straits. Fortunately, the Li family had made prior preparations, allowing Jianting to seek reinforcements, the nuclear bomb base. It was not far from here. She hoped it was still timely. "Brother, you must hold on. Wait for me to bring back help." Jianting calculated the distance, channeling all her energy into the ghostly princess armor as she rushed towards the nuclear bomb base. The reinforcements she referred to were none other than Yichun. Thankfully, it was Li Sheng who had come to their aid, that discreetly discovered that Master Diao had been residing in the Yi family for nearly a month. He then learned of the tattoos he had carved for Yichun and others, as well as for 108 death servants. Thus, he placed his hopes upon Yichun, attempting to prompt Jianting to seek assistance. After all, the Jin and Li families were far too numerous. Even though they had awakened some super tattooists, survival was akin to climbing to the heavens. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the refuge, Yichun shook his head. Groggily rising from the ground, an unparalleled force was accumulating within him. Akin to a long-dormant volcano on the verge of eruption, it felt similar to his previous life, but now his strength exceeded that of his past by 100-fold. Yichun caressed his tattoo, sensing the familiar power of the super tattoo through its intricate patterns. The it was a forbidden super tattoo unique to him, consisting of 11 distinct forms. Chiyu armor, with a low roar from Yichun. A layer of pitch-black armor instantly enveloped his entire body. Twin horns adorned his head, and his fangs were bared, resembling the visage of Chiyu as depicted in his tattoo. Immediately after, Yichun shed the Chiyu armor and summoned his focus. Exclaiming, "Yama armor," the Yama tattoo on the back of his left hand radiated a fierce light, and soon a suit of Yama armor clad his form. The air around him constricted suddenly, and the armor exuded a chilling aura, exuding an eerie presence. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the Chiyu armor, the only distinction being that the helm took on the visage of Yama, making it easily distinguishable. Boom! God of Death armor. As the words fell, the tattoo of the God of Death by Chi on his right leg coalesced into a terrifying force that enveloped him entirely. Instantly, he donned a fresh suit of God of Death armor. A torrent of bloodlight surged skyward, and even while standing still, the palpable killing intent emanating from him was enough to instill fear in the hearts of those around. He resembled a true god of slaughter. Neza armor. A brand new super tattoo power awakened, replacing the previous God of Death super tattoo, transforming into a Neza armor. The cold flames blazed fiercely upon the armor, and this time, external weapons manifested. The fiery wheels beneath his feet spun with extraordinary vigor. The Qian Kun ring hung at his waist, and a red tassel spear pointed straight towards the heavens. The 3 altars of the sea god had descended upon the mortal realm. Guangong armor. With a resounding crash, the Neza armor disintegrated, and the super tattoo power of the closed-eyed Guangong awakened. Once again, he donned a suit of armor equipped with external weapons. However, this time, only one weapon accompanied it, a blade with serrated edges that emitted a chilling gleam, the Qinglong Yinyuan knife. The azure dragon coiled upon the knife's back transformed into a living creature, ready to detach and engage in battle independently. It appeared as if the martial saint himself had descended. Xingtian armor. Almost instinctively, Yichun sought to harness the super tattoo power of the war god, Xingtian, on his chest. However, the moment he uttered those 4 words, a force that threatened to explode from within him pushed him back several meters. Damn it! The power of this war god, Xingtian tattoo, was far too terrifying. With his current strength, he was unable to wield it. He clutched his chest, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Next, the tattoo of the 9 dragons coffin on his back reacted similarly, causing blood to seep from his orifices as he instinctively abandoned the impulse to use it. These 2 forbidden super tattoos were beyond his current capabilities. Fortunately, he did not lose heart. Immediately, he focused on the evil monk tattoo on his right arm and once more summoned the super tattoo power. Evil monk armor. With a swift motion, the gold and black intertwined evil monk armor adhered to Yichun's body at lightning speed. The beads on his chest armor reflected a radiant glow. The visage manifested upon the helm was that of a wrathful golden-eyed demon, juxtaposed with the serene countenance of a benevolent deity. Boom! Zhu Long armor. As the summoning voice echoed, a creature with a human face and serpent body leaped forth from the tattoo on his left neck, with a single eye gleaming like a gem. It was the Zhu Long. The tattoo animated the Zhu Long, which soared into the air before diving down towards Yi Chen, a T coiled around his waist, and with it, a crimson armor rapidly formed upon him, adorned with a distinct single eye at the center of the helm. The patterns were clear. This was a unique form of beast super tattoo within the realm of forbidden tattoos. Beastification. It could manifest a super tattoo beast identical to the beast tattoo to aid the wearer in combat. Qiongqi armor. The tattoo on his right neck blazed with heat, revealing a creature resembling a long-headed tiger with dragon horns and wings. IT roared into the sky, and the resounding beastly roar awakened a super tattoo power within Yichun, forming a suit of armor as dark as ink. The helm bore the likeness of Qiongqi. Unlike all other armors, the Qiongqi armor featured sharp wings on its back for flight. As the Qiongqi hovered in the air, it swiftly descended as Yi Chen donned the armor, landing fiercely beside him and scanning the surroundings with fierce eyes. As for the final Tianyin tattoo, though it did not grant him a new armor, it bestowed upon him a terrifyingly powerful Shura Bloodblade, a weapon of unparalleled, forbidden ferocity. What a marvelous power, truly exhilarating. Draped in the formidable armor of Qiongqi, Yi Chen felt a surge of energy emanating from the 11 tattoos etched upon his skin. This was the result of his previous ritual involving the blood of 11 different beasts. As the tattoos awakened, they bestowed upon his physical form the latent advantages of the 11 animal transformations. At this moment, Yi Chen, even without employing the power of the super tattoos, could stand toe-to-toe with ordinary aberrant beasts. Meanwhile, Yiling Tian slowly rose to his feet, subtly channeling the power of the super tattoos, which rapidly manifested as dark golden dragon scales adorning his body, culminating in the formation of a black dragon battle armor. Is this the effect brought forth by the tattoos after the calamity? Indeed, the prophecy holds true. The tattoos are the key to survival. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his veins, Yiling Tian erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that the exorbitant craftsmanship fee of 1 billion was well worth it. Not just him, but the entire dynasty, lined up in formation alongside 108 brothers of the Death Servants, had emerged from the agonizing awakening of their tattoos, fully harnessing their power and donning the super tattoo battle armors. Such formidable strength. I feel as though I could pierce the heavens. With a mighty roar, the dynasty unleashed a powerful punch that compressed the surrounding air into a resonant hum, creating a sizable crater in the ground beneath. His body bore 4 top-tier tattoos, all of which were beast-themed: Tao Tai, Tao Wu, Zhuyin, and Garuda. The armor he donned was a manifestation of the Garuda super tattoo, intricately carved upon his left arm. Just like Yi Chen's Qiongqi armor, it boasted a pair of wings that extended behind him. Suspended in the air behind him was a beastly manifestation of Garuda, incessantly flapping its wings and emitting low, resonant calls. The remaining 108 death servants were similarly adorned. Each one bore a unique super tattoo armor, yet all were of the highest caliber. This was all thanks to Yi Chen's foresight in laying a solid foundation in advance. At that moment, the ground trembled and a towering dust storm erupted in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony of ear-piercing roars. Oh, whoa! Ag! It appeared that a horde was advancing towards their refuge. Observing this, Yi Chen activated the wings of his Qiongqi armor and soared into the sky. Following this, with a mere thought, he activated his celestial I super tattoo. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of super tattoo power erupted from Yi Chen's forehead, projecting through the armor and forming a bizarre blood-red eye in midair. Let me see what aberrant beasts lie in wait. Celestial Eye, activate. As his words echoed, the eerie blood eye snapped open, emitting a hellish red light that illuminated the swirling dust storm ahead. Almost instantaneously, the hidden aberrant beasts became visible, as if ensnared by a revealing mirror to first-tier beasts. Rock leopard, flame lizard, crimson blood yak, rift horse, and second-tier beasts. Cowtail demon wolf. as Yichun recognized the ranks and names of the approaching beasts. He noted that, although they were merely first to second-tier creatures, they posed a significant challenge for those who had only just awakened their tattoo powers or possessed relatively weaker super tattoo abilities. The sheer number of these creatures had already coalesced into a small-scale beast tide, totaling over 1,000 brothers. He called, "Focus your attention. These aberrant beasts seem to be drawn by scent and are advancing towards us. They are concealed within the dust storm. Let us strike them down together." Yi Chen's voice thundered with authority. He would not let this opportunity to hone his skills against aberrant beasts slip away. It was the perfect chance for everyone to genuinely experience the might of their armors. Upon hearing his words, the blood within them ignited, and they swiftly assumed battle stances. The swirling dust storm approached with astonishing speed. Now only 500 meters away from Yi Chen and his comrades, at this moment. Even without the aid of Yi Chen's celestial eye super tattoo, the aberrant beasts lurking within the storm became visible to the naked eye. Now, Yi Chen called out, "Brothers, unleash your fury." Summoning the Shura Bloodblade, he bellowed with fervor. In the next instant, he propelled himself into the throng of aberrant beasts, the Qiongqi armor surging with power. In a single encounter, he swiftly dispatched 10 second-tier beasts, each blow severing their heads with practiced ease, more proficient than any executioner. The beastly Qiongqi that accompanied him mirrored his ferocity, tearing through the ranks to slay 5 second-tier beasts of its own. This was the terrifying might of the forbidden super tattoos. Slaying low-tier aberrant beasts felt as effortless as butchering chickens or sheep. Observing this scene, Wang Chao, clad in Gerudo armor, leapt onto the back of the beastly Garuda, then followed in Yi Chen's wake, charging into the first-tier beast group concealed within the dust storm. As he charged, he shouted to his fellow death servants, "Brothers, our elder brother is leading the charge. We cannot lag behind. Come, let us slay these beasts and eradicate these vermin." With the actions of these two, a resounding whoosh echoed as the 108 death servants simultaneously activated their super tattoo armors, launching themselves towards a small cluster of aberrant beasts before them. Kill. Within the dust storm, the sounds of armor crashing against beasts, the slicing of super tattoo weapons, the roars of beastly transformations, and the death cries of the aberrant creatures melded together, creating a unique symphony of slaughter. Before long, the dust storm dissipated, revealing a blood-soaked battlefield, with the bodies of aberrant beasts strewn about in disarray. Yi Chen and his companions stood amidst the carnage, adorned in their super tattoo armors, proudly displaying their hard-won victories. "Not bad," Yi Chen mused, nodding in satisfaction at their first foray into hunting aberrant beasts, though they were still acclimating to the distribution of power within their armors. Their performance was commendable. Originally, these aberrant beasts had sought to feast upon their flesh and blood, only to find themselves repurposed as practice material. What a remarkable reversal of fortune. One could only say that these creatures had drawn the short straw. Their luck worse than winning the lottery, for they had unwittingly targeted Yi Chen, who bore 11 forbidden super tattoos, along with 108 death servants, all of whom were top-tier awakened super tattoo wielders. "Elder brother, this is hardly satisfying. These aberrant beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. I feel as though I haven't had my fill of slaughter," Wang Chao exclaimed, soaring to Yi Chen's side atop the beastly Garuda, waving his hand in excitement. Having just grasped the power of the super tattoos, he reveled in the thrill of slaying the aberrant beasts, his spirit ablaze with exhilaration, unlike Yi Chen, who remained composed. At that moment, Yiling Tian, having shed his helmet, approached Yi Chen. He clapped a hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and remarked, "Chener, your bold gamble has paid off," although no one in the family had tattoos beforehand. "With so many death servants and the top-tier super tattoos we bear, I can confidently say that our Yi family will reach unprecedented heights, becoming the foremost family in China." His gaze was not merely confined to the foremost of the 4 great families of the Magic City. As the contemporary head of the Yi family, having awakened the super tattoo, he was determined to leverage the momentum of the catastrophe to lead the Yi family to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the 500 billion he had embezzled was already but a distant memory in Yi Lingtian's mind. He felt an impulse to mock those short-sighted elders of the clan, who not only failed to prepare for the prophecy, but also pressured him for explanations and justifications. Their lack of faith in Yi Chen almost plunged the entire Yi family into a pit of despair. Now that the catastrophe had begun, no one could hinder them. Yi Chen responded unabashedly and continued, "So, what do you think, Father? This tattoo was not carved in vain, was it? Just wait until you try out the 2 super tattoos on your arms. They will surely bring unexpected surprises." Unexpected surprises? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow in confusion. Earlier, he had only utilized the Black Dragon battle armor to slay the alien beast, without switching to the dual-arm super tattoos. Yet he had observed the super tattoos of others. Aside from their ability to beastify and don battle armor, it seemed to offer little distinction. Nevertheless, Yi Lingtian heeded Yi Chen's words, focusing his mind to activate the black and white impermanence tattoo on his left arm. The chilling snow-white impermanence battle armor swiftly enveloped him, fitting snugly to his form. As expected, the helmet bore the visage of white impermanence, its fearsome countenance complemented by a battle armor tongue, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition. Furthermore, this battle armor was accompanied by 2 weapons, a morning staff and an arrest order, both manifesting in their battle armor forms. With a shift in thought, the pitch-black impermanence battle armor replaced the previous white impermanence battle armor. It too bore the likeness of the black impermanence helmet, accompanied by 2 external weapons, a soul-recalling banner and a soul-reaping lock. Under the glow of bloodlight, they appeared particularly terrifying, like the harbingers of death preparing to seize the souls of the deceased and escort them to the underworld. Chen'er, this black and white impermanence tattoo, seems to offer nothing extraordinary aside from the ability to summon 2 battle armors. Yi Lingtian mused, examining the black impermanence battle armor adorning him, trying to discern any unique qualities. Yet, he found none. It bore little difference from a non-beastifying battle armor. Observing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he leisurely replied, "Father, why not try overlapping these 2 battle armors?" Overlap? Is that even possible? Yi Lingtian was taken aback. He then activated the black and white impermanence tattoo, simultaneously calling upon both the black impermanence and white impermanence battle armors. Armor fusion, at his command, a resonating hum echoed. As a sudden flash of snow white appeared on the originally jet black armor, and black and white stripes began to intertwine, unleashing a dazzling array of patterns. Thus, through this process of overlapping fusion, Yi Lingtian's armor transformed into a fearsome black and white ensemble. His power surged exponentially, akin to the solution of a quadratic equation. The intensity of his aura, easily distinguishable from that of others, was a tier above the armors worn by the rest. Save for Yi Chen, whose 11 tattoos were all forbidden tattoos, incomparable in might. What terrifying power! Is this the sensation of 1 + 1 equating to 2? The black and white impermanence tattoo indeed holds surprises. Yi Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. His son had not deceived him. He had indeed devised 2 special tattoos. Almost instinctively, he thought of the augmentation and reduction tattoo on his right arm, which surely mirrored the black and white impermanence tattoo. It could undoubtedly summon 2 battle armors and fuse them to create a new armor with doubled combat power. At that moment, Wang Chao, who had been observing the fusion of armors, shed his own armor and approached Yi Lingtian, his face alight with envy and fascination. "Head, your armor looks magnificent." As he praised, he continued, "Let me try as well and see what my armor fuses into." The next instant, he activated the Taodai tattoo and Garuda tattoo. Merging their super tattoo powers, the beastified forms of Garuda and Taodai collided mid-air. "Armor fusion," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, mere seconds later, the 2 manifested armors repelled each other like opposite magnetic poles, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The intense sensation of electric shock coursed through him, causing him excruciating pain, far worse than during his awakening. What is happening? It hurts so much. Wang Chao twisted his face in agony, as the beastified Garuda and Taotai in midair also emitted wails of despair. In a swift reaction, Yi Chen, sensing the turmoil, activated the Qiongqi battle armor and delivered a punch to Wang Chao's chest. The blow forced Wang Chao out of the fusion stance, leaving him half kneeling on the ground. Gasping for air, appearing somewhat listless. "Brother, what on earth is happening? Why can the head fuse armors while I experience this?" Wang Chao queried, bewildered. Not only he, but Yiling Tian and the 108 death warriors nearby wore expressions of confusion. Upon hearing his question, Yi Chun shed his armor and explained, "The two tattoos you possess are special tattoos. The two sets of armor summoned are of the same origin, allowing them to overlap. Although your tattoos are also top tier, the armors they summon are not of the same origin. Hence the repulsion to this revelation." The crowd immediately understood. Though their tattoos were all top tier, they ultimately paled in comparison to Yi Lingtian's dual tattoos. This made perfect sense. After all, as Yi Chen's father, it was reasonable for him to possess some advantages. Then, Yi Chen shifted the conversation, moving to assist Wang Chao, offering words of comfort. "Oh, not worry. The super tattoo powers you have awakened still belong to the first stage. Once developed to the second stage and special skills are awakened, you'll be able to overlap armors." This statement instantly invigorated Wang Chao, akin to a timely downpour in a parched land. Ever since awakening his tattoos, he had been consumed by the desire for greater strength. He yearned to grow stronger, to stand by Yi Chun's side in this post-catastrophe world, clearing away any foes and obstacles. "Brother, how can we develop the armor to the second stage? Is there something we need?" Wang Chao queried, his questions flowing forth in response. Yi Chen nodded, gesturing toward the carcass of an alien beast nearby. "The materials needed to develop the armor are over there." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to where he pointed. It was a second-tier alien beast, the bull-tailed demon wolf. That moment, a purple diamond crystal core floated above its carcass, radiating a brilliant glow. This was the alien beast crystal core, which could not only be used to nourish beastified super tattoo beasts, but could also absorb its energy to enhance armors. The chance of forming a beast core after slaying an alien beast of the 1st to 4th tier was minimal. Only those of the 5th tier or higher guaranteed 100% acquisition of a beast core upon defeat. As Yi Chen stepped forward to pick up the purple beast core, he calmly shared his knowledge with the crowd. His adept narration made everyone feel as if he were a seasoned expert who had played through a game 300 times. When it came to the calamity, there was seemingly nothing he did not know. Subsequently, prompted by Yi Chen's reminders, the crowd began to survey the corpses of the exotic beasts surrounding them. "Here, S1. Ha ha. Here, S another. A blue beast crystal core. I have one as well." Among the thousands of beast carcasses, aside from the one Yi Chen had pointed out, they managed to collect merely 3 beast crystal cores, all of which were of the 1st tier. It appeared that the probability of obtaining crystal cores from lower-tier beasts was lamentably low, akin to drawing a coveted crystal in a game. To acquire one had to amass a substantial quantity. Most importantly, this was merely the first step in enhancing the beast core armor, which was divided into 3 distinct phases. In the first phase, those who could armorize and bore beast tattoos would gain an additional beast form. The second phase allowed for the awakening of special skills, enabling individuals with 2 or more super tattoos to merge their armors. The third phase permitted the manifestation of super tattoos, fully summoning the true forms of the tattoos for combat. Each of these phases was further subdivided into 3 levels, evenly distributed from 1 to 9. The number of beast cores required would increase with each level, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Particularly for those who possessed top-tier super tattoos, the number of necessary beast cores was simply unimaginable. "Alas, this is far too few," Wang Chao lamented, glancing at the 4 collected beast cores. It seemed evident that they needed to slay higher-tier exotic beasts to gather a sufficient quantity of cores. Yi Chen smiled broadly, just as he was about to offer words of comfort. A ghostly figure sprinted from a distance. In mere moments, wherever this spectral figure passed, a trace of lingering shadow remained, reminiscent of a phantom. As the distance closed, the crowd finally recognized the newcomer, a super tattooist clad in battle armor. The unmistakable ghost princess armor belonged to none other than Jian Ting, who had come seeking Yi Chen Gij. "I finally found you." Upon reaching Yi Chen, Jian Ting, without a moment to catch her breath, shed her ghost princess armor and enveloped him in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Yiling Tian, as a father, cleared his throat and whistled as he stepped aside, his heart brimming with joy. Wang Chao, understanding the situation, lowered his head and discreetly signaled to the other death servants to retreat several dozen meters, creating space and time for the two to reconnect. Avoiding the role of an unwelcome third party, it's all right that you've successfully awakened your tattoo, and you can adeptly utilize your armor. That is quite impressive. Yi Chen gently patted her back, offering comfort in her ear. Only he could be so tender. Had it been any other man, he would have likely been met with a fierce reprimand. Upon hearing his words of praise, Jianting was reminded of her family's peril and quickly released her embrace. Wiping her tears as she implored, "Yichang Gij, please save my kin. Few in my family bear tattoos, and with the city now swarming with exotic beasts, I had no choice but to seek your help. You foresaw this crisis and prepared in advance. You must assist me and my people." Without hesitation, Yi Chan stroked her head and reassured her, "Rest assured, Jianting Mei, I will not stand idly by while others suffer. Moreover, Mo Du is my homeland. I will not permit these beasts to wreak havoc." His words resonated with a sense of righteousness, elevating the atmosphere around them that Wei Chun had already intended to act. After all, the calamity had only just begun, and it was imperative not to allow the exotic beasts to gain the upper hand, should the city suffer extensive damage and the death toll rise excessively. The ascent of the Yi family to prominence would lose its significance. Just envision, if nearly everyone perished, who would there be to impress? Only ghosts. Taking a moment to consider, Yi Chen activated his super tattoo and donned the Qiangqi armor. With a powerful flap of his wings, he mounted the beastified super tattoo beast, Qiangqi, and called out to the crowd, "Father, you and the 36 death servants will remain here to guard the entrance of the refuge. We must ensure the safety of our family. As for the rest, join me as we head to the city center to rescue people and clear out all the exotic beasts within Mo Du." Meanwhile, in the heart of Mo Du, various exotic beasts with blood-red eyes mercilessly slaughtered humans. Roar! A tiger-like beast let out a deafening roar before it lunged, devouring a despondent man before in the next instant. A chilling gleam surged forth as a sharp claw tore through the beast's flesh, severing its head. Following closely was a man clad in azure armor, wiping down his long blade as he stood atop the corpse of the beast. "That's the 150th. This is dire. The beasts are converging here. Why hasn't T-support arrived yet?" As he shed his armor, revealing a youthful face, deep-seated concern etched itself across his features. This individual was none other than Li Sheng, the heir of the Li family. As he spoke, several figures adorned in battle armor appeared atop nearby skyscrapers, numbering in the thousands. Most of these individuals were members of the Li family. With only a handful being vassals or protective servants, one must concede that the Li family had indeed prepared well in advance for the prophecy. However, their knowledge was limited to tattoos, lacking broader understanding. Consequently, 95% of them bore only mundane designs, with very few possessing top-tier tattoos. Thus, the super tattoo powers they awakened struggled even against first-tier exotic beasts. "Young master, we have managed to hold our ground for the time being. But the situation is grim. The scouts report that exotic beasts are beginning to gather around us, seemingly targeting our position," a family member adorned in wolf-pattern armor shouted from several meters away. Beside him, the beastified wolf, bloodied from battle, dripped crimson, hinting at its injuries. The powers awakened from lower-tier tattoos were far too feeble to engage in combat against multiple foes. "Damn it!" Li Sheng clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground, exclaiming, "With our 1,000-strong force, we can barely fend off the exotic beast. I wonder how many people Yi Chun has with him. I hope he brings along 1,000 or 2,000. That should suffice to cover our family's retreat to the refuge." He remained oblivious to the true nature of the calamity. Merely relying on the prophecy encapsulated in the tattoos did not establish a foothold of advantage. That moment, Li Sheng's thoughts were consumed with wondering how many individuals Yi Chun had prepared to support them, especially given that Master Jiao had reportedly carved over 100 death servant tattoos. He believed there must be a considerable number of vassals and family members who had also been tattooed. Thus, his estimate of 1,000 or 2,000 was rather conservative. After all, someone who had allocated 500 billion to construct a refuge surely had more than 100 individuals bearing tattoos. Suddenly, a flash of purple-white lightning streaked across the ominous sky without warning, capturing everyone's attention. As they looked up, a shadow of an exotic beast loomed within the clouds, heightening the collective fear in their hearts. What a terrifying aura! This oppressive feeling is suffocating. The young family member who had awakened the wolf-patterned armor clutched his chest, feeling as if his very bloodline was being suppressed. The tremors emanating from the depths of his soul signified the arrival of a formidable foe. It appears that a beast king is present. Aisheng furrowed his brow as he spoke. The intricate tattoos adorning his arms were the only top-tier tattoos among those present. One depicted a glass dragon, while the other illustrated a ghostly warrior. Although he was not oppressed by the aura of the strange beast in the clouds, a sense of unease began to creep in. Would he be capable of slaying this creature? Moreover, he remained uncertain whether other hidden beasts lurked nearby. The sheer number of beasts gathering around him heightened his apprehension. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Yet, in order to protect his unawakened kin, he could not falter. He had to grit his teeth and fight. In the next moment, shadows shifted within the clouds, and bolts of thunder erupted, striking down towards the ground. The cacophony of thunder, akin to divine retribution, obliterated numerous skyscrapers within the city. The suffocating force elicited sharp intakes of breath. Undoubtedly, this was a fourth-tier Lord-level beast, capable of wielding terrifying thunderous power and soaring through the skies. 3 resounding roars echoed across the heavens as the beast gradually revealed its form. A creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion. Adorned with magnificent wings. It was the fourth-tier beast, the purple-winged dragon lion. The moment the purple-winged dragon lion manifested, 5 third-tier advanced beasts, the thunder lions, also appeared. The previously vacant ground now teemed with countless first and second-tier beasts, numbering no less than 10,000. Almost a tenth of the magical city's beasts. Oh no! With such a multitude of beasts, we are doomed. There is no way we can win. I should retreat and flee. I do not wish to perish here. In the corner, a super tattooist clad in ordinary battle armor felt a surge of fear and began to reconsider his position. Originally an ordinary citizen, he had managed to survive the cataclysm, thanks to the tattoos he had carved during his youthful days. After a frantic escape, he found himself at Li Sheng's stronghold and temporarily joined the resistance against the predatory beasts. Faced with an inevitable death, he pondered why he should remain here to perish. The ones he needed to protect were the members of the Li and Jin families, which had no bearing on him. Get lost, Li Sheng thundered upon hearing the coward's words. While I have yet to change my mind, leave quickly. If I ever see you being chased by beasts again, I will not save you, nor will I shelter you. As soon as his words fell, the timid super tattooist hastily activated his battle armor and fled down a side street. He was not alone. A dozen other temporary super tattooists also chose to escape at that moment. Even if there was a chance of encountering higher-tier beasts, it was better than waiting here to die. Their retreat incited the fury of the fourth-tier Lord-level beast. The purple-winged dragon lion, had already awakened a portion of its intelligence and would not allow a single human to escape under its watch. Roar! The piercing roar of the beast resounded once more. But this time it was markedly different. Clearly, it was a command for attack. In the next moment, tens of thousands of beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, charging toward them. The overwhelming shadows of beasts, coupled with their thunderous roars, heralded the onset of a great battle. The fourth-tier Lord-level beast, the purple-winged dragon lion, led the 5 third-tier thunder lions, soaring above to observe the conflict below. Clad in ghostly warrior armor, Li Sheng wielded the battle-armored initial ghostly blade as he charged to the forefront. In a matter of breaths, he dispatched 3 second-tier beasts. He then shifted his focus, targeting other beasts, all of which were second-tier. The higher-tier beasts in the sky remained inactive, so the immediate threats on the ground were the second-tier beasts. An awakened top-tier super tattooist had to bear the banner of resistance. Come forth, you brutes! Taste the might of your grandpa Li and perish. At a nearby street corner, a dazzling white light flickered among a cluster of first-tier canine beasts. Was a super tattooist clad in white armor. With each powerful punch, he smashed the skulls of the dozen beasts, leaving them lifeless on the ground. This white-armored man was Li Sheng's younger cousin. Named Li Xiang, he bore a top-tier tattoo, the Radiant Spirit Guardian, and was among the few super tattooists with such exceptional markings. Meanwhile, the other ordinary super tattooists activated their battle armor, fighting valiantly to slay the beasts and prevent them from advancing. For behind them were their defenseless kin, unarmed and without awakened tattoos. Approximately 10 minutes later, under the low growl of the fourth-tier Lord-level beast, the purple-winged dragon lion, the beast horde ceased its assault, retreating several meters. Why are they falling back? Li Sheng furrowed his brow at the sudden withdrawal, but he was relieved to have a moment to catch his breath. Despite the onslaught from the army of beasts, none of the over 1,000 super tattooists on his side had suffered casualties. Yet their stamina was nearly depleted. Some, having awakened only ordinary tattoos, had completely exhausted their super tattoo powers and reverted from their battle armor forms, rendering them no different from ordinary civilians. Forced to exit the battlefield and pray that the remaining fighters could withstand the ongoing onslaught. Brother, this is strange. Why have these beasts suddenly stopped attacking? Could it be that they are afraid? Li Xiang, clad in white armor, approached Li Sheng. His radiant spirit armor was splattered with the blood of beasts, and the area around them was littered with nearly 2,000 beast corpses, evidence of their hard-fought resistance. However, upon hearing his words, Li Sheng shook his head repeatedly, his gaze fixed intently on the purple-winged dragon lion in the sky. Afraid? Impossible! These beasts would never be afraid. This creature possesses intelligence. Although I do not know its intentions, it is certainly not fear. The IT may be waiting for other beasts to arrive, planning to exhaust us with a war of attrition. Or perhaps, before he could finish his speculation, a resounding crash echoed from behind them as a building collapsed, followed by a chorus of beast roars. Not good, Li Sheng realized instantly. The creature was stalling for time to launch a surprise attack, targeting their kin. Just as he intended to regroup and provide support, the purple-winged dragon lion emitted a battle cry. The previously halted horde of beasts surged forward once more like a tidal wave. Flanking them from all sides, one could not help but admire the cunning intelligence of this fourth-tier Lord-level beast, which was not only intelligent but also adept at employing tactical maneuvers. Li Sheng and his companions found themselves trapped, beset from all sides, unsure of how to proceed. Behind them, within a villa, the members of the Jin family and the Li family watched in terror as the horde of beasts drew ever closer, crying out in desperation. Help! Someone save us! I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Witnessing this dire situation, 3 remaining super tattooists from the Li family activated their ordinary battle armor, charging into the fray against the beast horde in a bid to buy time for Li Sheng and his group to regroup. Unbeknownst to them, Li Sheng and his companions had fallen into a trap, forced to fight fiercely against the beasts at the front lines. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, a man clad in dragon-shaped armor hesitated as he gazed at the approaching beasts, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. Should I go or should I stay? If I join the fight against the beasts, I will surely die. The dragon-armored man hesitated, still too fearful to advance in a battle. The set of dragon-shaped armor he wore was evidently a top-tier awakened tattoo, imbued with formidable super tattoo power. Yet he was still reluctant to slay the ferocious beasts. Inside this armor was Jian Longwei, the brother of Jian Ting. In the next moment, several avian beasts swooped down from the sky, circumventing the blockade of 3 super tattoo users, charging towards Jian Longwei. The piercing sound of their extreme speed startled him, prompting him to cry out, "Help! Help! Someone save me!" In the blink of an eye, as one of the avian beasts, with its sharp beak bared, lunged to attack Jian Longwei, a terrifying blood knife descended from the heavens, piercing downwards with blinding speed, instantly slaying the beast. The remaining avian creatures met a similar fate, cut down by another razor-sharp blade. As the corpses of the beast plummeted, a ghostly afterimage glided through the air before landing gracefully on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Jian Ting. "Brother, are you all right?" She rushed forward, supporting her weak-legged brother and inquiring anxiously. He waved his hand, gasping for fresh air as if he had survived a calamity. At that moment, Yi Chun, riding on a beastified Qiangqi, appeared in midair. The blood knife that had just struck was his. He then soared through the air, utilizing the dual wings of the Chengchi armor. Descending right in front of Jian Longwei. Oh, Jian brother, he teased, with your top-tier Awaken tattoo. How is it that you dare not slay even a first-tier beast? Are you truly that frightened? Indeed, with his premium dragon armor. These beasts posed no threat to him. Why would he be afraid? Yet upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jian Longwei, who was usually quite boastful, lowered his head, unable to retort. Observing this, Yi Chen chuckled and placed a hand on his shoulder, intending to offer some comfort. Suddenly, as his hand rested on Jian Longwei's shoulder, he felt an unexpectedly smooth texture. What is this? With a puzzled expression, Yi Chen turned around to examine Jian Longwei's back. The sight left him utterly astonished. From the nape of Jian Longwei's neck to his heels, there was naught but smooth skin, devoid of any armor. Even his backside was visible. This meant that his dragon-shaped armor only covered the front, leaving the back completely unprotected. What on earth? Yi Longwei, what is going on? How can your armor be only half complete? Yi Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Such a peculiar situation was a first for him. Jian Longwei sheepishly peeled off his armor, pointing to the half-dragon tattoo on his chest, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, when I was getting it done, it was too painful, so I gave up, resulting in a half-drawn dragon. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was left speechless. In no wonder he was too intimidated to confront the beasts. It turned out he only had half an armor, that a sneak attack from behind could easily spell his doom. At this moment, Jian Longwei seemed to recall something and asked, Yi brother, how many people did you bring? Hurry and support Li Sheng and the others. They're still holding back the beasts ahead. Without needing Yi Chen to explain, Jian Ting immediately interjected, Brother, you need not worry that Yi Chen already instructed the others to circle around and provide support. Upon hearing this, Jian Longwei sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. The Li family is tied to us, and we must not allow any issues to arise. Otherwise, in this chaotic post-disaster world, we would be unable to contend with the Yi family. That IT must be said. His conscience was gravely flawed. Even at this critical moment, he still entertained thoughts of toppling the Yi family, a true ingrate. Meanwhile, in the midst of a desperate battle, Li Sheng, despite his waning strength, continued to wield his blade against the beasts. However, his movements and speed had diminished several levels compared to before. Though he possessed a top-tier Awakened super tattoo, he could not sustain the energy against the tidal wave of beasts. Damn it. He cursed, there are too many beasts. I simply cannot slay them all. After dispatching one beast, he knelt on the ground, his ghostly blade embedded in the earth, panting heavily. His ghost warrior armor was caked with the dried blood of various beasts, clinging to it like red clay. Glancing upward, he beheld a fourth-tier beast, the purple-winged dragon lion, filling him with a sense of helplessness. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere beast. Just then, the rhythmic clang of heavy armor echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw 72 armored death warriors, led by Wang Chao, arriving at Li Sheng's battlefield. Everyone, do not panic. We have come to provide support. Brothers, it is time for us to reap the harvest. Let us slay these beasts. Wang Chao, mounted on a beastified Garuda, donned armor that glimmered with phosphorescent light, exuding an imposing presence. The 72 death warriors marched in unison, their armor gliding through the air like 72 pillars of demonic might. Is that it? I expected Yi Chen to be formidable, yet it turns out the ones who have Awakened tattoos are merely these. Li Xiang, adorned in his Holang armor, after slaying an avian beast, shook his head in dissatisfaction as he regarded the reinforcements. Their hopes had been pinned on Yi Chen. Initially, they had speculated he would bring along 1,000 or 2,000 people, at the very least. There should have been several hundred. Yet, the number did not even reach 100, dimming the hopes of many super tattoo users from the Li family. Li Xiang's unfiltered words were heard by Wang Chao and the accompanying death warriors through the armor's communication system. Oh, Wang Chao's expression shifted, glaring down at Li Xiang. You underestimate us, do you? Open your eyes and take a good look at our armor. Can it possibly be compared to your scrap metal? In the wake of the impending disaster, strength was the ultimate authority, and he would not concern himself with prior identities. Without hesitation, Wang Chao activated his Garuda armor, propelling himself forward with a whoosh. His target was not the beast below, but the fourth-tier beast. The purple-winged dragon lion. "You beast, come and meet your demise," Wang Chao bellowed. His taunting gaze and voice enraged the purple-winged dragon lion. "Roar!" It roared, summoning 5 third-tier beasts, the thunder lions, which screeched and flapped their wings. Charging towards Wang Chao. Yeehaw! One thunder lion struck first, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. Followed closely by the other 4.1, even flapped its wings to conjure a miniature whirlwind, ensnaring Wang Chao within. A group of beasts coordinating their attacks. You must have been a pack before the disaster. Let me see how I will annihilate your entire family. Enveloped in a whirlwind, Wang Chao felt no fear towards the thunder lion's assault. Instead, he grew more exhilarated. He activated his armor, flames swirling around him, and with both fists clenched, he unleashed a punch filled with compressed air at the swirling winds. In an instant, the whirlwind that had ensnared him dissipated into the sky. The next moment, Wang Chao continued to channel his armor, taking a single step to flash right before the foremost thunder lion. Die. He opened his eyes wide and unleashed a furious strike. The collision with the 4 claws of the thunder lion griffin was not a battle of equals. Nor was it a stalemate. It was a sheer display of dominance. Indeed, it was the dynasty that unilaterally crushed the thunder lion griffin. The full force of his Garuda armor erupted, shattering the griffin's claws to pieces before delivering a devastating blow to its heart. The resounding shockwave of battle reverberated through the heavens, instantly capturing the attention of the Leaf family below. Yes, they looked up. They beheld the thunder lion griffin, its beak spraying blood, plummeting to the ground like a fallen aircraft. The dust settled, revealing a deep crater several dozen meters wide, with the lifeless body of the thunder lion griffin lying motionless within. What? He didn't even use a weapon from his armor. He merely threw a punch and killed this beast. This must be a joke. Li Xiang, who had just mocked the dynasty and its members, was rendered almost speechless upon witnessing the instantaneous demise of the thunder lion griffin. That was a formidable third-tier beast that had caused him considerable headaches. The fact that someone could dispatch it with a single blow shattered his previous understanding. Yet the spectacle was far from over. After obliterating one thunder lion griffin, the dynasty did not cease his assault. Instead, he shifted his focus to another griffin. The beastified Garuda, unwilling to be outdone, flared its fiery wings and engaged in fierce combat with one of the thunder lion griffins in the blink of an eye. 4 more lifeless bodies fell to the ground, 1 human and 1 beast, effectively eliminating 4 thunder lion griffins. This astonishing scene deeply imprinted itself on the minds of the Leaf family members, leading them to an unspoken realization. Even among super, there exists a disparity. How about that, kid? This is the true pinnacle of superpower, far beyond your meager abilities. The dynasty looked down upon him, regarding him with an air of superiority, unbothered by the fact that he was the younger cousin of the Li family heir, that he addressed him dismissively as kid. Although Li Xiang possessed a top tier, the dynasty surpassed it, edging close to the domain of forbidden. Furthermore, while the former had but 1 super, the dynasty boasted 4, making his power source 4 times greater. How could they possibly be compared? Meanwhile, the 72 death servants, donning their battle armor, surged into the throng of beasts, effortlessly reaping the lives of the creatures as if they were mere vegetables. The thousands of beasts on the ground could not withstand their assault. In just a few minutes, over 3,000 beasts fell like autumn leaves in a gust of wind. Brothers, put in some effort. We've got a rare opportunity with so many beasts around. Let's not waste it. The more we kill, the faster we go. Zhao Hu, perched atop a 2-story building on his beastified Qilin, shouted to his squad. As the foremost death servant under the dynasty, he bore 3 top tier and led the first of the 27 squads. His prowess was unquestionable. His words were heard by the many stunned members of the Li family. Did I hear that correctly? We're barely managing to defend ourselves, and they're complaining about not having enough beasts to slay. This completely redefines our understanding of the situation. IT underscored one critical truth. No matter how numerous the super, quality ultimately prevails in the skies, witnessing the demise of 5 thunder lion griffins and a multitude of beasts below. The purple-winged dragon lion could no longer contain its fury. Its wings crackled with purple lightning as it bared its fangs and roared, charging towards the dynasty. Roar! Enraged, the purple winged dragon lion unleashed its fourth-tier lord-level beast bloodline, instantly entering a frenzied state. Energy gathered within its maw, and with a mighty exhalation, it expelled a spiraling purple thunderbolt, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, directly aimed at the armored dynasty. What a sight! It immediately escalated the confrontation. Clearly, this lord-level purple winged dragon lion possessed intelligence beyond expectation. It recognized the threat posed by the individual before it and aimed for a decisive blow. Come on! The dynasty did not attempt to evade. Instead, he activated his Garuda armor to confront the oncoming attack. That a colossal explosion erupted in the sky, the terrifying shockwave affecting those below, forcing everyone back several meters. Some beasts caught in the blast were instantly obliterated by the scattered purple lightning. Cough, cough. Indeed, a fourth-tier lord-level beast combat strength was on an entirely different tier compared to a third-tier beast. As the smoke cleared, the dynasty steadied himself, coughing lightly while clutching his armored chest, evidently having sustained some hidden damage. A fourth-tier lord-level beast was comparable to the fourth level of superpower, capable of contending with super at the second stage, who possessed overlapping abilities or awakened special skills. Yet, the dynasty, relying solely on his first-level super realm, managed to withstand the purple winged dragon lion's furious strike, thanks to his 4 awakened top tier. Otherwise, had it been an ordinary individual, that purple lightning would have likely reduced them to mere shards of flesh. Roar! Seizing the moment, the cunning fourth-tier lord-level beast, with its impressive intelligence, pressed the attack. Without granting the dynasty a moment's respite, the purple-winged lion continued its assault, and the remaining beasts below, emboldened by its roar, surged forward in unison. Boss, this situation is a bit tricky. The dynasty was no fool. He recognized that he could not overpower the purple-winged dragon lion. He activated his armor to retreat. He called for assistance from Yi Chun. Yi Chun, seemingly aware of the impending difficulty, had already positioned himself in the sky above the villa, prepared to assist the retreating dynasty, with wings thrumming like thunder. The dynasty swiftly flew beside Yi Chun, swallowing hard as he eyed the pursuing purple-winged dragon lion. He said, "Boss, this beast is the leader. Its combat strength is formidable. I was careless and took a hit." In truth, Yi Chun had recognized the purple-winged dragon lion when the others arrived to support. But he refrained from speaking. On one hand, he wished to temper the dynasty's arrogance, preventing the power from corrupting his essence. On the other hand, he aimed for the dynasty to gain experience in battle against a fourth-tier lord-level beast. Recognizing the desired outcome had been achieved, Yi Chun resolved to intervene and bring the chaos to a conclusion. "I'll take care of this beast. You assist the others in dealing with the beast below. They are all first and second tier. They cannot withstand your assault." Nodding, the dynasty activated his armor and withdrew several dozen meters before redirecting his course towards the battlefield. Roar! The purple-winged dragon lion, enraged at the fleeing prey, howled and flapped its wings, generating 2 thunderous cyclones aimed at Yi Chun, attempting to eliminate the obstacle before it. Devilish monk armor. Yi Chun activated the Inyang devilish monk. Replacing his previous armor with the Cheongqi armor, he then pressed his palms together. A resonating chant of divine Buddhist sounds filled the air, transforming the surrounding sky into a golden hue. Behind him, the ethereal image of an immovable king emerged, one side displaying fierce fangs, while the other bore gentle features. With a thunderous roar, Yi Chun unleashed his voice as the ethereal figure behind him opened its eyes. Resonating with a heart-stirring Buddhist chant, as the sound reverberated through the air, it caused the atmosphere around him to abruptly contract, forming numerous halos that swelled from small to large, colliding with the 2 oncoming thunderous gales. The resulting explosion echoed through the skies as the 2 forces neutralized each other. Yi Chun swiftly activated his battle armor, soaring from the clouds of smoke, wielding 2 battle blades with a fierce intent to behead. His speed was so astonishing that the purple-winged dragon lion could hardly react, forcing it to hastily tilt its head. Although it narrowly escaped a fatal blow, it suffered other consequences, with a resounding clang. The blade struck the dragon's horn, successfully severing it. In the next moment, Yi Chun adeptly maneuvered his armor to catch the fallen horn, preventing it from plummeting to the ground. Haha. The horn of the fourth order lord-level beast. The purple winged dragon lion was a prized possession indeed. In the aftermath of the calamity, such materials would be invaluable for crafting artificial battle armor. Without hesitation, Yi Chun stored the horn, crackling with purple lightning, into the storage space of his armor. This act, witnessed by the wounded purple-winged dragon lion, was an unabashed provocation. With a low growl, the dragon lion's severed horn bled profusely. In the next instant. Enraged, it entered a berserk state once more, baring its sharp fangs at Yi Chun. Its massive maw, large enough to swallow him whole, lunged forward. Humph, dare to come at me. Today, I shall subdue you. Yi Chun activated his battle armor, merging 11 distinct powers within him, infusing them into his malevolent monk armor. The reason these forbidden tattoos were deemed taboo was due to the myriad of bug-like abilities they conferred, even in his current state. Merely at the first level of the super tattoo, Yi Chun could prematurely enter the second stage of his armor, allowing for an unprecedented overlap of all tattoo powers, coupled with the additional strength gained from his 11 bloodline tattoos of various beasts. He was now capable of overwhelming this fourth-order lord-level beast with just his malevolent monk armor. In the next moment, Yi Chun retracted the battle blades formed from his armor and clenched his fists. Preparing to engage. Beast, let us see whether your fangs are sharper or my fists harder. He advanced without flinching. The dragon lion's mouth closed. He positioned himself under its jaw and unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. The force of his blows ground down the sharp fangs on either side of its upper jaw, forcing its mouth open. This terrifying power pushed the dragon lion's jaws back, creating a scene that made Yi Chun appear as if he were Pangu. Splitting the heavens, realizing the precarious situation, the purple-winged dragon lion stifled its agony and flapped its wings, rolling through the air in an attempt to throw off Yi Chun, who had latched on like a thorn. If it failed to do so, it would be unable to gather the energy for its berserk, thunderous attack. Yet, Yi Chun remained steadfast, akin to the pillar of stability, firmly lodged in the dragon's maw. One could even describe him as steady as an ancient dog, utterly unmoved that I knew your weakness from my past life. Unable to unleash your ultimate move, your mouth is trapped. How uncomfortable that must be for you. Fear not, for there is something even more unpleasant on the horizon. With a cold snort, Yi Chun exerted his strength, thrusting upwards, then swiftly withdrew his arms, propelling himself out of the dragon's mouth. With the momentum, the dragon's jaws snapped shut, the collision between its upper and lower jaws shattering several teeth. Before it could react to the pain, Yi Chun executed a somersault, leaping a few steps and landing atop the dragon lion's neck. He rained down a series of punches onto its head, creating a multitude of bloody holes. Roar! The purple-winged dragon lion howled incessantly, the intense pain rendering it unable to flap its wings and forcing it to crash onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Roar! A flurry of combination punches followed, reminiscent of the legendary Wu Song battling the tiger, leaving the onlooking members of the Leaf family in stunned silence. What a monster! Is he even human? I feel like he is more ferocious than the beasts themselves, remarked a member of the Leaf family clad in ordinary battle armor. Truly, comparing themselves to Yi Chun felt like being mere wild monsters waiting to be hunted. What was even more infuriating was the sight of another Leaf family member, pointing at the 72 death warriors slaying beasts around them, exclaiming in disbelief, "Look at these people!" In such a short time, over 10,000 first and second order beasts have been reduced to just a few hundred. Yi Chun may be a freak, but even his subordinates are terrifying. It's utterly humiliating to compare ourselves to them. Meanwhile, the battered purple-winged dragon lion, having endured countless punches, gathered its remaining strength and struggled to rise. Its bloodied, severed horn made it appear far less like the colossal fourth-order lord-level beast it was, resembling instead a tiger nearly defeated by Wu Song. Panting heavily, the purple-winged dragon lion sought to take a brief respite to recover some stamina. However, Yi Chun would not grant it that opportunity. Previously, the dragon lion had seized the chance to pursue the Leaf family. Now, with the opportunity to strike while it was down, he could not let it slip away. "Beast, perish! To die in my hands would be your honor." With a surge of focus, the tattoo on his forehead flared to life, and a Shura blood blade materialized in his grip. the blade, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent, plunged into the dragon lion's skull, ultimately leading to the demise of this fourth-order lord-level beast at Yi Chen's hands. Shortly thereafter, a purple beast core, infused with lightning, emerged from the carcass. A fourth-order beast core was indeed a valuable find. Filled with joy, Yi Chen accepted the core, recognizing its worth in this nascent stage of calamity. With a long sigh of relief, he activated the storage space of his armor, placing the dragon lion's body within. The bodies of these beasts were treasures not to be squandered at the same time. Under Wang Chao's leadership, the 72 Death Warriors successfully annihilated all over 10,000 beasts. 50 or so floating beast cores were undoubtedly the fruits of their labor. Boss, we wiped them all out and collected quite a few beast cores. We hit the jackpot. Wang Chao grinned widely, having gathered all the cores, and approached Yi Chen to report. This support not only honed their ability to slay beasts, but also yielded a considerable bounty of beast cores, a surefire profit. However, some envious members of the Leaf family, after a brief internal struggle, stepped forward to confront Yi Chen and Wang Chao. One of them, looking at Wang Chao, extended a hand and said, "Brother, don't you think it's time to share some of those beast cores? With so many of us from the Leaf family, we've also taken down quite a few beasts. You shouldn't keep it all to yourselves." Upon hearing this, Wang Chao furrowed his brow and turned to glare at the speaker. "How audacious! You dare to ask for what is ours? You should consider your situation carefully. If we come to your aid, would you still be standing here? Would your kin behind you have survived? According to the rules, these spoils rightfully belong to us." Wang Chao responded without the slightest hint of courtesy. "Do you desire the spoils? Not a chance. Unless you can defeat me, I end this calamity-stricken world. Strength equates to authority." Just as Li Xiang was about to retort, he was abruptly restrained by a pair of hands, interrupting his train of thought. Turning to see the owner of those hands, he found it was his elder cousin, Li Sheng. With a fierce glare, Li Sheng pulled Li Xiang behind him, signaling him to refrain from further provoking the situation. Then, with a smile, he addressed Yi Chen, saying, "Brother Yi, my young cousin is brash and lacks understanding of the rules. His previous remarks were out of line. The beast core rightfully belongs to you. We raise no objections, merely hoping you could assist in helping our clan members leave this place." Truly, he was the heir of the Leaf family. He handled matters with discernment, understanding the necessity of humility when under another's roof, and spoke with remarkable eloquence that why Yi Chen found this rather agreeable. It's nothing. Merely a minor incident. He waved his hand dismissively, offering no commitment regarding assistance for Li Sheng's clan. This led Li Sheng to believe he had acquiesced. Subsequently, Li Sheng removed his battle armor and continued. "Brother Yi, I have heard you acquired the abandoned nuclear missile base and transformed it into a refuge. With the calamity upon us and the beasts rampant, the cities have become perilous. Might I inquire if my clan and I could seek shelter in your haven?" To seek refuge, his intentions were transparently calculating. With no familial ties, and having previously sought to undermine the Yi family, he now shamelessly attempted to ingratiate himself, hoping to relocate his entire clan to the sanctuary crafted by Yi Chen. It was the very embodiment of audacity, were it not for his regard for Jianting, and the fact that they had provided some assistance to the Li family. He would have long since wished them to be devoured by the beasts. And to think they expected him to ensure their survival from the beast tide. Such a notion was preposterous. "I'm afraid, Li Sheng, my brothers and I are here to support Jianting. Any assistance to your family was merely incidental. Once this battle concludes, your future is of no concern to me. That I will only escort Jianting and the Jian family to safety," Yi Chen stated, his expression impassive, even referring to Li Sheng by name. Upon hearing this, even the ever-smiling Li Sheng's countenance darkened, his anger reaching a boiling point. In this new world, wrought by calamity, the entire landscape of China had been irrevocably altered. And with Yi Chen's formidable strength, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power. The annulment of his betrothal to Jianting mattered little. What was more pressing was how the Li family would rise amidst this upheaval. The current situation suggested that Yi Chen had their fate firmly in his grasp, leaving them to fend for themselves regarding their living conditions. Then, Yi Chen disregarded the now silent Li family members and issued his next command to Wang Chao. "Leave 3 squads. A total of 12 death servants to escort the Jin family to the refuge. The remainder will be under your leadership. Organize them into units and fan out from here to cleanse the city of beasts. I estimate that no 4th-tier Lord-level beast will appear for the time being. You should be able to handle it with ease. Instructions given, Yi-chun activated his battle armor and soared into the air, heading back towards the villa without a backward glance. The remaining death servants, under Wang Chao's guidance, began to execute Yi-chun's orders to eliminate the beasts within the city. Brother, Yi-chun is truly overstepping. Li Xiang see that he is insufferably arrogant. What makes him so special? If I had carved such powerful tattoos ahead of time, I could have slain him with a single blow. Damn it, it's infuriating. Not only does he deny us access to the refuge, but he even leaves us with nothing. Li Xiang exited his battle form, glaring at Yi-chun's retreating figure, and spat disdainfully onto the ground. His character had always been that of a spoiled young master. The calamity had drastically altered his circumstances, stripping him of the pride he once held. Had this been before the disaster, he would have undoubtedly engaged in a heated argument with Yi-chun to assert his superiority. Enough, enough. Cease your complaints. In this time of calamity, we must maintain our composure and focus on survival, though we haven't yet reached a dead end. Yi-chun's subordinates are currently clearing the city of beasts. Once the time is right, we will take our clan members to settle near his refuge. It will surely be much safer, Li Xiang reassured him. His mind was sharp, recognizing that the area surrounding the refuge was the second safest within the city. With Wang Chao and others beginning to eradicate the beasts, it was likely they planned to construct defensive fortifications outside the city to protect against external threats. Thus, they still had a chance to rally the surviving humans and re-establish their dominance over the majority of the common populace. In truth, Yi-chun indeed intended to do just that. After all, allowing the beasts to slaughter humanity for self-preservation was less advantageous than expanding their living space and fortifying the refuge at the center. Meanwhile, Yi-chun arrived at the entrance of the villa, followed closely by 12 armored death servants. Brother Yi, you're back. Have all the beasts been dealt with? Jian Ting eagerly stepped forward, her concern evident. Yes, all have been resolved. Yi-chun nodded and continued. Now, let us prepare for departure. All members of the Jian family will accompany me to the refuge, that I will lead the way and clear the path for you. Without hesitation, over 1,000 members of the Jian family, having survived the beasts, lined up like automatons, following closely behind Yi-chun. Upon witnessing this, the Li family members instantly became agitated. One middle-aged matron, around 40, stepped forward and shouted, "What nonsense is this? Only the Jian family is being protected. What about us? What will happen to the Li family? What will happen? They would simply be left to their own devices. Were they to expect Yi-chun to carry them along?" Just as a conflict was about to erupt, Li Xiang arrived in time, silencing the matron with a mere glance. At this juncture, we cannot afford to provoke Yi-chun. Otherwise, our fate is sealed. The journey continued smoothly. Under Yi-chun's protection, the Jian family members gradually entered the refuge. Inside, the facilities were complete, the living environment pleasant, and all necessary supplies were available. The exterior was fortified with protective barriers and high walls against the beasts. Shouting, "This place is splendid. Yi-chun truly has foresight in establishing such a refuge in advance. I am increasingly impressed by him," remarked an elderly clan member of the Jian family, his face lined with wrinkles, as he shamelessly praised Yi-chun in front of Jian Ting. This left her utterly speechless that it was he who had advocated for an alliance with the Li family to undermine the Yi family. And it was he who had orchestrated the confinement and betrothal schemes. Now, he had the audacity to behave so shamelessly. That moment, Jian Long, who had only partially carved the dragon tattoo, approached eagerly upon hearing the elder's words. "Elder, I believe it would be best for us to distance ourselves from the Li family. With the calamity upon us, Yi-chun's strength is utterly terrifying that if we align ourselves with him, we need not fear for our survival. And we can reside in the refuge at no cost." He was already contemplating offering his sister to Yi-chun for protection. The rationale was simple. Could the 1,000 ordinary super tattooists of the Li family compare to the annihilation of over 10,000 beasts by just 70 people? Anyone not foolish could make the right choice. "Brother, you're meddling in my affairs again," Jian Ting felt a twinge of frustration. Although she harbored feelings for Yi Chun, she did not believe she should be treated merely as a bargaining chip in a marriage arrangement. There was a complete lack of familial affection felt in this situation that in the following 2 days, the Jian family settled in comfortably, albeit only on the periphery of the refuge, as the central area was designated as the residence of the Yi family. During this time, Wang Chao, accompanied by 72 death servants, meticulously eradicated all the exotic beasts within the magic city. Just as Yi Chun had predicted, the beasts they encountered were no more than Tier 3. Easily handled and dispatched. Consequently, the beast cores stored within Wang Chao's battle armor accumulated to an astonishing total of over 500. This remarkable number attested to the sheer quantity of beasts they had slain. Activating his battle armor, he soared into a towering structure of 100 meters at the heart of the refuge, a space specifically reserved for Yi Chun. Elder brother, all the beast cores are here. Not one less, precisely 530, Wang Chao announced as he entered the top floor, promptly depositing the amassed beast cores onto the alloy floor. With a resounding clang, the cores piled into a small mound, radiating an array of dazzling hues. Gazing at these cores, Yi Chun appeared to recall something, retrieving the core from the slain purple-winged lion and stating, Wang Chao, distribute these beast cores among the brothers. Focus on enhancing your strength for now. I have these 11 forbidden tattoos to sustain me for the time being. Our priority must be to elevate the death servant's capabilities that he found himself barely sufficient in strength. But more importantly, he anticipated a significant opportunity to arise around this time, one that surpassed the potential of these beast cores. Within this opportunity lay an item renowned as one of the top 10 treasures during the cataclysm. Nodding, Wang Chao accepted the Tier 4 exotic beast crystal cores, simultaneously placing the accumulated cores into the storage space of his battle armor. I could see that moment. The projection television on the wall, reporting on the calamities unfolding across various regions, began to flicker. Moments later, a brand new scene materialized in the center of the projection. 7 elderly gentlemen sat gravely around a round table, surrounded by 12 floating video frames, including Yi Chun, showcasing their tattoos clearly visible to the naked eye. Esteemed colleagues, an apologetic voice broke the silence. We have remotely convened this temporary meeting through satellite means after conducting a thorough investigation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ming, the head of the Chinese headquarters. And you may refer to me as Elder Q. In light of the calamity that has befallen us. All cities are under siege by varying sizes of exotic beasts, necessitating the urgent establishment of safe zones. Our surveillance indicates that the collective strength of the 12 of you is currently adequate to ensure the safety of an entire city. Thus, we have summoned you for discussions. Our intention is to invite you to join the headquarters as 12 captains, responsible for the cities you inhabit. The elder named Qin Ming spoke in a calm, yet measured tone. Everything unfolded as Yi Chun had foreseen. With the calamity looming, it was improbable that everyone would remain passive. Military leaders and high-ranking officials in China would undoubtedly devise timely countermeasures. Moreover, given the prophecies from the ancients in this life, it was not surprising that the Chinese hierarchy swiftly sought out these super-tattooed individuals. I have no objections. In the face of this calamity, we must unite that we cannot allow these beasts to ravage our homeland. Only through collaboration and coordinated efforts can we safeguard more civilians, declared a man clad in camouflage, the first to voice his support. His name was Wu Jun, a retired military personnel. Being one of the 12 super tattooed summoned by the Chinese headquarters, his tattoos were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Perhaps exceeding 2 lines as a retired soldier, he wholeheartedly endorsed Elder Qin's proposal for protecting civilians against the beasts. The others, though harboring their own private thoughts, did not express significant resistance to the idea of collectively combating the exotic beasts. However, exceptions existed among them. One individual, known as Chun Feng, a death row inmate, had previously killed 9 ordinary people for the thrill of it. Awaiting his execution, he benefited from having 3 tattoos etched on his chest and back, awakening extraordinary powers during the calamity, which enabled his escape from prison. He subsequently rallied the awakened tattooed individuals from within the prison to slay exotic beasts in his city, establishing a foothold. At this juncture, in the lower left corner of the projection, Chun Feng lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, proclaiming, "Hold on a moment. I have objections. Why should I protect civilians? Where were you when I was about to be executed? Now that you see our strength, you want me to follow your orders to protect these worthless individuals. Let me say this. It's not happening. In the midst of this calamity, in my city, I am the king, and I shall do as I please, and no one can dictate my actions." His words instantly captured the attention of everyone in the meeting. Elder Qin's brow furrowed, his expression darkening at such a critical moment. Someone dared to oppose him, showing blatant disrespect. "Qin Feng, is it?" he remarked. "Young man, you must understand a fundamental truth. There are always greater powers beyond your own. Your awakening of formidable, super-tattooed strength is indeed your opportunity, but do not let it inflate your ego. Our headquarters is not to be underestimated. You truly believe that our city, where the headquarters is located, has suffered the least damage in this calamity?" An elder seated next to Qin Ming rapped his cane against the floor, coldly responding. Despite the uncertainty of his identity, his words subtly revealed two crucial pieces of information. Firstly, under the guidance of the ancients' prophecies, the headquarters had prepared contingency plans in advance, undoubtedly harboring numerous top-tier, super-tattooed individuals. Secondly, the capital city, where the headquarters was situated, had experienced minimal loss during the calamity, indicating a substantial number of super-tattooed individuals. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to minimize losses so swiftly. This was a stark contrast to Yi Chen's previous life, where China took a considerable amount of time to organize a defense against the exotic beasts following the calamity. In this new life, such a significant transformation had occurred, prompting Yi Chen to reflect. "It seems my rebirth has altered the trajectory of the calamity. However, no matter how circumstances change, the fact remains that I possess 11 forbidden super tattoos. And this life is destined for me to stand at the pinnacle." The admonishing words that would have silenced anyone else, compelling them to acquiesce, seemed to have no effect on Qin Feng, who appeared utterly devoid of rational thought. He abruptly slammed his hands on the table during the video call, defiantly shouting, "Old man, who do you think you are? You think you can intimidate me by mentioning the headquarters? Let me tell you, I, Qin Feng, am not easily scared. That if you have the guts, come here and see if I don't turn you into a corpse." With that, Qin Feng activated his battle armor and, before the astonished audience, smashed the screen connecting them to the meeting, severing the signal. The others were momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity to publicly defy the headquarters leader. Meanwhile, in the center of the projection, Elder Qin clenched his fists, realizing that such uncontrollable individuals posed a significant threat. The only solution was to eliminate him. Otherwise, should chaos ensue, the resulting damage would rival that of a beast tide, and neglecting the issue could potentially give rise to a calamity of its own. Yet, he ultimately restrained his anger. After all, they were in the midst of negotiating an alliance with the headquarters, and he could not afford to let the others waver in their resolve. The matter of Qin Feng would have to be addressed later, since he has chosen not to join the headquarters. So be it. We shall seek another adept to assume the role of leader. As for you all, do any of you harbor reservations about joining, or possess alternative thoughts? After a brief silence, Qin Lao spoke calmly. Awaiting the responses of the gathered individuals, Wu Jun, of course, needed no prompting. His eyes gleamed with an agreement that was more resolute than if he had just emerged from a footbath establishment, leading Yi Chen to question whether this fellow might be a mole for the headquarters. For those who remained silent, counting Yi Chen and the departed Qin Feng, only 10 adept were left. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen inquired of Qin Lao, "I wish to ascertain whether, should I become the leader, the city I oversee would be governed by my decree. This includes matters of finance, the construction of defenses, and all related measures." His question echoed the concerns of the other adept, for assuming the mantle of leadership necessitated the protection of the civilian populace, and surely some authority was indispensable. After all, one cannot expect to receive no rewards for achieving a perfect score. The headquarters, they could not simply employ moral platitudes as a substitute. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Once you assume the role of leader, you will have the authority to govern your designated city, as long as your actions do not exceed reasonable bounds. However, in the event of extraordinary circumstances or a beast tide, you will be required to heed the directives of the headquarters. Correspondingly, when treasures that enhance battle armor or ancient relics emerge, the headquarters will notify you in advance. Qin Lao replied with a cheerful demeanor. From the moment Yi Chun posed his question, he knew that securing the allegiance of the assembly was assured, for the conditions he offered were undeniably compelling during this tumultuous time. Indeed, before Yi Chun could voice his approval, the other 10 adept present nodded in agreement that I have no objections. I consent to join the headquarters and assume the role of city leader. Neither do I, since I have been sought out. I shall certainly comply with the headquarters arrangements. And my lifelong dream has been to protect the common folk. The position of leader is meant for me. Me too. The responses cascaded forth with a rapidity that rivaled a motor. It was evident that had Qin Lao not presented such tempting conditions, these individuals would have remained uninterested in joining the headquarters. Naturally, Yi Chun was no fool. After a prolonged period of reflection, he ultimately nodded in agreement to take on the role of leader. Thus, the 12 city leaders of the headquarters were confirmed that in the next moment, Qin Lao in the projection took a seat, and the bald elder on the far left among the 7 stood up slowly. He then spoke directly. Congratulations on joining the headquarters as the 12 leaders, as old Qin mentioned, should opportunities arise. The headquarters will inform you without reservation. According to my prophetic calculations, 3 days hence, a treasure that enhances battle armor will appear at the heart of the Dongling mountain range. You may choose to pursue it. However, ensure that the city's defenses are organized, as this venture may entail danger. You must consider it carefully. Upon hearing the bald elder's words, Yi Chun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The opportunity he spoke of was unmistakably the very place Yi Chun intended to seize. Moreover, he had mentioned prophecies. Without a doubt, this bald elder was none other than the fossil-level figure, Zheng Lao, who had foreseen the onset of the calamity. This old man was no ordinary individual. Even before awakening his adept, he had been able to predict the disaster's arrival, and now he could ascertain the birthplace of opportunities, undoubtedly harboring some profound secret. It seemed the headquarters was not as unremarkable as it appeared. Numerous formidable figures lurked within its ranks. As the meeting concluded, the projection communication was swiftly terminated. Brother, it appears that there are indeed many powerful awakened adept, Wang Chao remarked, having listened to the entire exchange. In my view, the headquarters likely lacks the confidence to secure everyone, resorting instead to appeasement tactics, trading these conditions for the safety of civilians. Additionally, this approach facilitates management and mobilization. Yi Chun, seizing the moment, settled into a chair and instructed Wang Chao, gather the surviving individuals in the city. Have them repair the damaged areas. From this moment forth, we must construct a formidable wall to defend against the aberrant beasts encircling the city's outermost perimeter. This was not only the responsibility of the leader, but also a calculated strategy of his own, for the refuge lay at the heart of the demon city. The place where he and his family resided must be rendered impregnable. At that moment, Yi Lingtian, having attended to some matters within the clan, entered the room with a beaming smile. Noticing the contemplative expressions on their faces, the astute Yi Lingtian immediately inquired about the situation. Wang Chao, eager to showcase Yi Chen's newly appointed leadership, enthusiastically shared the news. Upon learning of this development, a broader smile spread across Yi Lingtian's face, and he took a seat beside Yi Chun. Just as he was about to raise a cup of tea in celebration, Yi Chen's arm draped over his shoulder. Father, I have a favor to ask of you. With a slight smile, he said. What is it, Cher? Speak freely, Yi Lingtian replied, genuinely pleased. The appointment of a designated leader by the headquarters clearly indicated that the status of the Yi family was on the rise, a sight he relished. Accompany me to the Dongling mountain range. Yi Chun left this statement hanging without further explanation, and before Yi Lingtian could respond, he exited the room. 3 days later, at the Dongling mountain range, the area was densely forested, with peaks of varying sizes rising prominently. A mere glance from above revealed a multitude of aberrant beasts engaged in their predatory pursuits. At this moment, over half of the city leaders occupied various small peaks, their gazes fixed intently on the depths of the mountain range, poised to strike. Out of the 12 leaders, More than half had arrived, clearly unwilling to miss the opportunity for the treasure that enhanced battle armor. For adept of their caliber, it was only fitting to engage in such a gamble, seeking greater power. Boss, we have some uninvited guests. A man adorned with a large gold chain and a centipede-shaped scar on his forehead commented from a nearby peak. His expression fierce as he surveyed the gathering. Surrounding him were over 100 fearsome individuals, each marked with tattoos, all unmistakably adept. This so-called boss was none other than Qin Feng, who had previously confronted Qin Lao. At this moment, he leaned against a large rock, his countenance twisted into a predatory grin, akin to a tiger stalking its prey. Chunfeng City was the closest to the Dongling mountain range, so he had keenly sensed the arrival of the other leaders. Lazy, hold your horses. This crowd encroaching on our territory must have ulterior motives. Let's observe their intentions. And while we're at it, let's take out a few of them. I haven't tasted the blood of adept yet, and I shan't let this golden opportunity slip away. Chun Feng licked his lips in anticipation. Just then, a pitch-black helicopter emerged in the distance, disregarding the roars of the aberrant beasts below, and landed on a small peak. More arrivals. Chun Feng's eyes lit up. The more individuals that came, the greater the number of adept he could slay. Who is that? One of the city leaders scoffed that in battle armor, arriving by helicopter. What a grand show. Are they trying to flaunt it before us? And they only brought one person along. How arrogant, the leader pointed out, acutely aware that all present were the rulers of their respective cities, placing immense value on their own lives. Thus, when vying for the treasure, they had each brought at least 20 adept as their entourage. Unlike Yi Chun, who had only brought one companion. The silence was profound. The helicopter came to a halt atop the peak, gradually opening its doors. Descending the steps were Yi Chun and Yi Ling Tian, both clad in splendid suits, their expressions unwavering. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chun loosened his tie and gestured to the helicopter pilot, who nodded and began to pilot the aircraft back. Boss, I recognize him. He's the head of that magical city. If I'm not mistaken, named Yi Chun that I saw him at the headquarters meeting the other day, remarked a close aide of a city leader, promptly identifying Yi Chun. His words were carried by the wind, reaching the ears of others, yet they paid little heed. After all, they were all city leaders, their strengths relatively comparable, and there was no need for undue concern, especially since Yi Chun had only brought his father, Yi Ling Tian, along, thereby minimizing his threat level. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly harmless young man bore 11 forbidden tattoos? Approximately half an hour later, the entire Dongling mountain range began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a booming explosion echoed from deep within the mountains, the fierce gust nearly toppling everyone present. The thunderous sound sent the beasts within the mountains into a frenzy. Chinner. Look, the ultimate treasure has appeared. Right there, Yi Ling Tian exclaimed as he spotted a burst of green light emanating from the depths of the mountain, instantly deducing that it was the manifestation of a treasure. The other city leaders also witnessed this spectacle. Go, snatch the treasure, and leave. Do not linger, commanded one city leader, activating the power of super tattoos and instantly donning his battle armor as he rushed toward the green light. Behind him, over 20 super tattooed subordinates followed suit, propelling themselves forward. Once one took action, another followed suit. Observing others charging ahead, the remaining city leaders swiftly activated their battle armor to compete for the treasure. Chinner, we should go too. We can't let them get first. Otherwise, our trip today will be in vain, Yi Ling Tian urged as he prepared to join the fray. However, Yi Chun abruptly grasped his arm. Gazing at the green light, Yi Chun revealed a knowing smile and said, Father, do you truly believe that green light is a treasure? Just wait and see. They are in for calamity. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying explosion erupted from deep within the mountains. Yet, that was not the end of it. Within the next minute, the green light unleashed dozens of fireballs, cascading down like falling meteors over a vast area. The scattered fireballs devastated extensive tracts of forest and mountains, incinerating numerous beasts in the process. Help! Help! Cried a fleeing, ordinary super-tattooed individual, engulfed by a fireball, his battle armor disintegrating, leaving him reduced to ashes. Soon after, the 6 city leaders who had rushed in earlier, along with their subordinates, hastily emerged in a panic. Damn it! How unfortunate. I thought it was the treasure, but it turns out to be a waking beast. IT seems to be the beast king of this mountain range. Thankfully, I fled quickly. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Zhou Yu knelt on a peak, gasping for breath, his heart still racing from the explosion deep within the mountain, as the fastest city leader to charge forward. He had suffered the greatest losses, with half of his 20 super-tattooed followers lost to the recent barrage of fireballs. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have likely endured several fireball strikes himself. The other leaders, however, managed to escape unscathed, their losses far less than Zhou Yu's. Some leaders emerged without a single casualty among their ranks. Observing this, Yi Chun smirked and mused in the early stages of the disaster. Everyone is at the first level of super tattoos. Surviving the Beast King's collective assault is quite commendable. The Beast King, the one emitting green light, is a Beast King, at Yi Chen's words. Yiling Tian felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on END. Become a Beast King. One must be a 5th-tier royal beast, and 5th-tier beasts possess strength comparable to super-tattooed individuals at the 5th level. Each ruling over their territory and commanding over 100,000 beasts. Thank goodness I listened to you. Otherwise, had I followed, I would have likely faced dire consequences. Yiling Tian silently rejoiced. Just then, the green light in the mountains dissipated, followed by the resounding roars of the beasts. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening sound, a colossal beast radiating green light leaped into the air from deep within the mountains. As the green silhouette emerged, Yiling Tian finally discerned the true form of this 5th-tier royal beast. It was a massive serpent, over 300 meters long. Its head, the size of a heavy-duty truck, bore 2 slender, scaly horns. The 5th-tier royal beast was the biting scale serpent king. Indeed, it is this creature. It seems the rumors from my past life were not unfounded, Yi Chen remarked with a cold smile. After the treasure had been obtained in his previous life, the entire saga of the Dongling mountain range had been widely disseminated. A critical piece of information was that near this treasure resided a 5th-tier royal beast. The biting scale serpent king, whose power had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, poised to break through to the 6th tier and transform into the biting scale dragon king. As he spoke. The biting scale serpent king flicked its tongue, emitting a hissing sound, clearly enraged by the intrusion of the crowd into its territory. Roar! It roared again, unleashing several fireballs from its mouth that indiscriminately hurtled toward Yi Chun and his companions. Father, we must flee. This biting scale serpent king is not something we can handle at the moment, Yi Chun urged, channeling the power of super tattoos from his left shoulder to activate the candle dragon battle armor. Leaping down the peak with Yiling Tian. Simultaneously, the other city leaders activated their battle armor to evade the widespread assault of the biting scale serpent king. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight? With a beast king blocking our way, how can we seize the treasure to enhance our battle armor? A middle-aged man with a center parting grumbled from a deep pit in the ground. His name was Fong Kun, one of the 12 city leaders at headquarters. Beside him stood 2 other city leaders who had allied with him earlier, one clad in black and white battle armor. Kai Ji and the other, Liang Yinban, riding on a beastified Kuanpeng, his face marred with worry. Kuan, I can't shake the feeling that headquarters is setting us up. Otherwise, why would they allow us to obtain such a precious treasure without stealthily taking it for themselves? Kai Ji sighed, analyzing the situation. Had it not been for the agility of his battle armor, he would have likely sustained serious injuries from the previous barrage. I think we should retreat, Liang Yinban suggested. None of our subordinates have suffered losses. There is no need to waste time here. Even if all the leaders banded together, we wouldn't stand a chance against this beast king that it's better to cut our losses. His words were remarkably candid, striking with precision and prompting both Fong Kun and Kai Ji, his allies, to nod in agreement without a trace of hesitation. Subsequently, the trio activated their battle armors, leading their respective subordinates away from the Beast King's territory, fleeing from the opposite side of the Dongling mountain range. Although the 3 managed to escape, 3 resolute leaders remained behind. They activated their battle armors to conceal themselves, biding their time to avoid the scrutiny of the Bailin Snake King, preparing to stealthily infiltrate and seize the coveted treasure. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, accompanied by Yiling Tian, propelled their battle armors to the depths of the mountains. There, they discovered a narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Chinner, there's actually a crack here. It seems to lead directly into the heart of the mountains. Yiling Tian exclaimed with delight. This indicated that they could infiltrate unnoticed. That Yi Chun, however, did not display excessive excitement over his father's elation. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. In his previous life, the acquisition of this treasure had been an extraordinarily peculiar experience. An ordinary super pattern practitioner, under the indiscriminate fireball assault from the Bailin Snake King, had taken refuge in a thicket halfway up the mountain. Subsequently, he inadvertently stepped into a pile of dung and tumbled down, only to discover this fissure that traversed the entire mountain range, enabling him to stealthily infiltrate while the Bailin Snake King emerged to attack others, allowing him to snatch the treasure effortlessly. Father, let us hurry inside. While that Beast King is out, we can seize the treasure and make our escape. If we wait for its return, it's likely to devour it and ascend. Yichun deliberately raised his voice, casting a sidelong glance at the woods behind him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian nodded, activating his black dragon battle armor, and followed closely behind Yichun, who was adorned with the Zhu Long battle armor. Once they entered, the woods behind them rustled with sparse sounds, and a large group emerged, led by the bloodthirsty Chun Feng. His plans for slaughter had been interrupted by the appearance of the Bailin Snake King, yet he had unexpectedly learned of the group's purpose and had been tracking the suspicious movements of Yichun and his father. Arriving at this very fissure, Big Brother, these two are indeed formidable. I never imagined that following them would lead us to a direct route to the treasure. Lazy remarked with a sinister grin. Clearly, the thoughts of this group of hardened criminals were aligned. Kill and plunder. Lazy, take 10 brothers and follow me inside to eliminate them. Then seize that treasure. The rest of you stay here as a last resort to prevent their escape. Chun Feng commanded, activating his battle armor and assigning specific tasks. He had now entered a bloodthirsty state, viewing the entire process as a hunting game. Yes, Big Brother, the fierce ruffians responded in unison. Chun Feng was the first to enter the fissure, while Lazy followed closely behind with 10 selected subordinates. The remaining members concealed themselves in the surroundings, preventing Yi Chun and his companion from escaping. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the mountain range, the remaining 3 city leaders gathered with their respective super pattern subordinates. Aside from Zhou Yu, the other 2 were the sharp-faced, inherently unsavory city leader of Haisher, Hou Fei, and the brawny muscle-bound city leader of Dalu. Xiong Chuan, gentlemen, do you have any thoughts? Should we charge in or retreat? Please share your opinions, Zhou Yu inquired, stroking his chin. Alone, with his current first-level super pattern strength, he could not possibly defeat the Bailin Snake King. To obtain the treasure, he needed to unite with the other 2. The hot-tempered Xiong Chuan abruptly smashed a nearby tree with a punch, exclaiming, "Damn it, what of the Beast King, at the end of the day? It's just a beast. If it dares to obstruct my acquisition of the treasure, I'll deal with it directly." It was evident to anyone that Xiong Chuan was a simpleton with brawn but little brain. In contrast, the weaselly-looking Hou Fei appeared to possess greater intelligence. Indeed, as soon as Xiong Chuan finished speaking, Hou Fei took over the conversation, proposing, "I suggest that the 3 of us leaders take the lead, with our subordinates forming a triangular formation. While we engage it head-on, we should send 1 subordinate each to form a small team to retrieve the treasure. What do you think of this plan?" To be fair, Hou Fei's mind was indeed sharp. Immediately devising a plan for both engagement and infiltration that I concur, the 2 responded in unison. Soon, the 3 leaders, accompanied by their subordinates, dispersed and successfully occupied 3 positions. Attack! With Hou Fei's commanding shout, a red blade of attack surged forth from the woods beside the Bailin Snake King. The full-force range strike crashed against the Bailin Snake King's tough scales, yielding no effect whatsoever and instead enraging it. Roar! The Bailin Snake King bellowed, its 300-meter-long body sweeping toward Hou Fei's position. Its massive tail, coupled with rock-like scales, obliterated the 100-meter thicket where Hou Fei had concealed himself, leaving a barren expanse. Success! We've drawn its attention. Let's change positions. It's their turn to perform, Hou Fei commanded, activating his battle armor and leading his 30-plus super pattern subordinates in evasion. This scene reflected in the eyes of the Bailin Snake King. which, enraged, opened its massive jaws to conjure fireballs, unwilling to allow these pests to challenge its regal authority. With explosive force, fireballs the size of meteors erupted from its mouth, forcing Ho Fei and the others to evade continuously. At that moment, on a mountain peak to the Bailin Snake King's right, a fist infused with raging flames crashed down upon its truck-sized head while it was unprepared. "Look here, you snake. You're no beast king, just a slippery serpent. I'll eventually stew you for soup," Xiong Chuan provoked incessantly. This undoubtedly further incensed the Bailin Snake King, which, as a fifth-tier king-level extraordinary beast, possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human, aside from its inability to speak. Naturally, it turned its head to target the audacious human before it. "Hiss!" The Bailin Snake King hissed, fixating its gaze on Xiong Chuan, who, in his reckless bravado, did not flee to execute their tactical plan, but instead rallied his fellow super pattern practitioners to attack it on the spot. "Brothers, let us get it!" Leading the charge, Xiong Chuan and his 40-plus super pattern practitioners activated their battle armors, unleashing a flurry of attacks that struck the gigantic serpent's head with pinpoint accuracy. Observing this, Ho Fei, who had initially sought refuge, halted in exasperation atop a large rock, shouting in frustration, "Xiong Chuan, are you out of your mind? Run! Engage it in a diversion. Don't confront it directly." It was his first encounter with such a foolish teammate, and he was nearly fuming with rage. It was akin to a situation in a game where one could push the crystal, but their teammates insisted on attacking the dragon instead, leaving one speechless with frustration. To his surprise, Ho Fei's admonition not only failed to awaken Xiong Chuan, but instead inflated his ego further. "No worries. As long as it doesn't unleash fireballs, we can hold our ground evenly. Besides, what can this dead snake do?" Lo and behold, the words of the elder were yet to be fully uttered when the tail of the azure-scaled Serpent King surged forth, striking fiercely against the midsection of the boisterous Xiong Chuan. With a resounding thud, he was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling 100 meters away to the slope of a mountain, utterly incapacitated. "Damn this serpent!" Xiong Chuan managed to mutter a few words of complaint before darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him unconscious, devoid of the arrogance he had just displayed. By all that is holy. With their leader dispatched, Xiong Chuan's subordinates were engulfed in panic, neglecting to assess their leader's injuries as they hastily activated their battle armor and scattered in all directions, wishing fervently for additional legs and wings. In this moment of rage, the azure-scaled Serpent King unleashed its wrath, revealing its fearsome maw devoid of fireballs. Instead, brandishing two venomous fangs, it unleashed a torrent of toxic venom towards the fleeing crowd. This venom, potent enough to dissolve the battle armor of ordinary super pattern users, created an atmosphere of dread. Witnessing this dire scenario, Zhou Yu, accompanied by his remaining 10 subordinates, unhesitatingly advanced to confront the azure-scaled Serpent King, targeting its venomous fangs. "Aim for the fangs, do not miss," Zhou Yu instructed his comrades. With the allied teams still deep within the mountains and yet to return, he could not afford excessive losses among Xiong Chuan's men. Otherwise, he and Ho Fei would be left at a disadvantage, making their task of holding the serpent at bay all the more arduous. With Zhou Yu's unexpected intervention, the azure-scaled Serpent King roared in fury and charged toward them. Thus, they managed to distract the serpent outside. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Yi Chun and Yi Ling Tan navigated through a narrow passage, arriving at the lair of the snakes, though referred to as a snake den. It was in fact a vast natural cavern with a diameter stretching thousands of meters, adorned with numerous stalactites. Chinner, where is that treasured item? This cavern is so immense, yet it appears empty, Yi Ling Tian inquired. Perplexed. Yi Chun, however, cast a subtle glance over his shoulder, aware that he was being followed by Chun Feng and his companions, deliberately luring them in for a grand surprise. "Father, stop searching. I know where it is. Let us go, stay close to me, and I will lead you to it." He patted Yi Ling Tian's shoulder before activating the Zhu Long battle armor to guide the way. Behind them, Chun Feng and his group stealthily followed, intent on using Yi Chun to locate the treasure, then ambushing him to seize it for themselves. Before long, as they traversed the winding cavern, the duo stumbled upon a cliff radiating with vibrant multicolored light. This area appeared to be a small snake nest, roughly 50 meters in size, embedded with various colored stones that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Beneath the center lay a 10-meter-high green serpent egg, quietly resting, its shell adorned with countless scales that refracted the colors of the stones, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. A serpent egg, Yi Ling Tian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Could this be the treasure that enhances battle armor? He began to connect the dots, understanding why green light had previously illuminated the depths of the mountains, and why the city officials had provoked the wrath of the Beast King merely by approaching. The azure-scaled Serpent King was in the midst of laying its eggs, hence its furious reaction to intruders. Quickly, Father, Yi Chan urged. While the Serpent King is preoccupied, let us retrieve the egg and depart this place. He feigned urgency, though his movements were deliberately slow, as if reluctant. Indeed, he was waiting for Chun Feng to strike, as predicted. While Yi Chan conversed and pretended to prepare for the egg's retrieval, Chun Feng sprang from the shadows with a wicked laugh. Ha ha! Yi Chan, thank you for leading me to this treasure. Now, allow me to escort you home. As his words fell, figures emerged from the surroundings. Chun Feng's loyal subordinate, Lei Zi, along with 10 super pattern users, launched their attack. Lei Zi, clad in battle armor, aimed a powerful fist at Yi Chan. Reacting swiftly, Yi Chan activated his Zhu Long battle armor and retaliated with a single punch. The impact sent Lei Zi flying, crashing into the stone wall and creating a large hole. You think you can ambush me with such a minor character? Perhaps you should earn a few more patterns before attempting. Yi Chan scoffed, dismissing the threat. His taunting words caused Chun Feng, who had believed victory was assured, to swiftly alter his demeanor. Humph, I underestimated you. Let's see how you fare against all 12 of us, Chun Feng bellowed. Activating his battle armor to engage, his 3 super patterns, one of which was a top-tier tattoo, the Rakshasa, the Demon King, and the Demon Butcher, manifested. Now clad in the Demon King battle armor, he entered a frenzied state, clashing violently with Yi Chan. The remaining combatants swiftly joined the fray, including the recently dispatched Lei Zi, forming 2 groups to assault Yi Chan and Yi Ling Tian. Impressive, your strength is indeed comparable to my subordinates. Ranking at a moderate level, Yi Chan remarked, effortlessly countering their attacks. The acknowledgement of Chun Feng's formidable power, akin to that of city leader, was indeed commendable. Yet, to Chun Feng, such words felt like an insult, as he, with his immense strength capable of conquering a city, was merely regarded as average. You insolent wretch, Chun Feng seethed, boasting comes at a price. Prepare to meet your end. Realizing his Demon King battle armor could not subdue Yi Chan, he activated the Demon Butcher tattoo, transforming into a brutal and savage warrior. A bloodthirsty axe materialized, aimed directly at Yi Chan. Child's play. Yi Chan scoffed, you think you can kill me? Try reincarnating 18 times before attempting that. With a powerful punch, he blocked the massive axe. His Zhu Long battle armor erupted in a crimson glow, releasing a resonant dragon's roar that echoed throughout the cavern. The beastly form of the Zhu Long manifested, surging forth unexpectedly to attack Chun Feng, sending him sprawling several meters away. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he teleported before one of Chun Feng's super pattern users. The Shura Bloodblade was summoned. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the armor of the fearsome subordinate, ending his life instantly. In mere moments, Yi Chen executed 4 rapid teleports, dispatching the remaining super pattern users who had encircled him, leaving no survivors. The overwhelming display of power rendered the 6 assailants targeting Yi Ling Tian utterly paralyzed with terror. The leader, Lei Zi, was particularly stricken with fear as he retreated to Chun Feng's side, having witnessed the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes shifting toward them. Not fleeing, only a fool would remain. Seeing this, the remaining 5 hastily withdrew from the battle to join Chun Feng, though they were all hardened criminals. Fear of death loomed larger than their pasts, especially after regaining their freedom and super pattern powers. Boss, what do we do? Yi Chen's power is too terrifying. We may not be able to contain him. As Lei Zi's heart wavered with trepidation, his voice quivered, unwilling to meet his demise in this forsaken place. Yet, Chun Feng, with his unyielding spirit, would not easily concede. "Humph. What is there to fear? We are numerous. I shall engage those too while you stealthily procure the snake egg. Beyond this crevice, we have over 100 brethren waiting. Should he dare pursue, I assure you, he shall find no refuge." Unperturbed by the odds, he swiftly devised a countermeasure that, in an instant, the demonic butcher armor enveloping Chun Feng transformed into the formidable Rakshasa armor, propelling him swiftly towards Yi Chun. Having suffered a prior setback, he knew he was no match for Yi Chun. Thus, he opted for a different strategy, employing the speed of the Rakshasa armor to harass him, coordinating with the remaining 5 superior tattooed subordinates to restrain Yi Chun and his companion, thereby granting Lei Zi a favorable window to seize the snake egg. "Yi Chun, do not be so arrogant. The battle has only just commenced. Let us exchange a few more blows." As he charged forward, dual Rakshasa spears appeared in his grasp, and he unleashed a powerful thrust towards Yi Chun's form. With a resounding clang, Yi Chun crossed his arms, his hardened crimson scales from the Zhulong armor absorbing the impact of the spears without yielding an inch, just as he prepared to retaliate. Chun Feng's robust figure vanished like a wraith, his presence entirely concealed. Suddenly, wielding the twin spears, Chun Feng reappeared behind Yi Chun, launching a surprise attack. "Chiner, be cautious," Yiling Tian exclaimed in alarm at that moment. He was entangled with 5 superior tattooed subordinates, unable to extricate himself. In the blink of an eye, as the twin spears were about to pierce Yi Chun's back, a smirk graced his lips. In that fleeting instant, Yi Chun's figure vanished without a trace, akin to the elusive Chun Feng. What? Where did he go? Chun Feng scanned his surroundings, his inner dread magnifying exponentially. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Chun Feng, are you searching for me?" Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chun Feng's spine, and instinctively, he activated his armor to leap several meters away, then looked up. There hovered Yi Chun, adorned in the Neza armor, standing atop the fiery wheels, brandishing the flame-wreathed red Sakura spear. Suspended in midair, a myriad of lotus flowers bloomed behind him, accompanied by the colossal phantom of a 3-headed, 6-armed figure, reminiscent of the legendary Neza. The earlier evasion was a result of his swift switch to the Neza armor, utilizing the external weapon, the fiery wheels. Meanwhile, Lei Zi, Chun Feng's trusted aide, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, arriving before the snake egg. Gazing upon the towering 10-meter-high emerald egg, Lei Zi's lips curled greedily as he envisioned the enhancements it could bestow upon his armor. "Collect!" With a commanding shout, Lei Zi activated his armor storage space, encapsulating the snake egg within. Yet at the very moment the egg disappeared, the bloodline Snake King, ensnared by the triangular tactic outside the mountains, felt the aura of the snake egg dissipate, its bloodline surging in turmoil. Its eyes blazed crimson, and it roared in fury. Unlike before, it was now utterly enraged. Roar! The emerald-scaled snake king expelled fireballs in a chaotic assault around it, then surged back towards the cave. What is happening? Has the snake king gone mad? Have they acquired the treasure and been discovered? Zhou Yu, activating his armor, rushed to Ho Fei's side, panting heavily. The snake king's abnormal reaction must be connected to the infiltrating trio. Most likely, Ho Fei replied with concern. "I suspect the Snake King was prepared. It can sense when the treasure is taken. Otherwise, it would not react so violently." Given this, it seemed unlikely that the trio would survive. Not only had they delayed him for so long, but the coveted treasure would slip away as well. This moment, the trio had only just arrived at the cave's entrance, yet they had not taken a single step forward when they heard the sound of roars behind them. "Run, quickly!" The boss couldn't hold off the Snake King. "We've been discovered. Run!" One astute superior tattooed subordinate, upon hearing the Snake King's roar, immediately fled without a backward glance. At this juncture, survival outweighed the treasure. The other two, exchanging glances, swiftly mirrored his actions. Retreating was the wisest course. Within the cave, the roars from outside swelled into a tempest, nearly toppling everyone off their feet. "This is bad. The Snake King is returning. Lei Zi, hurry and take the snake egg. If we linger any longer, we shall perish here." Chun Feng bellowed at Lei Zi. Following this, he unleashed a dual spear attack towards Yi Chun and, alongside Lei Zi, who had secured the snake egg. They fled through the crevice. Chun'er, what shall we do? They've taken the egg, and the Snake King is returning. Yi Ling Tian felt a sense of despair. Not only had they failed to acquire the treasure, but now the Beast King's wrath was imminent, leaving them in a perilous predicament. However, Yi Chun wore a confident smile and replied, "Father, do you not see? I never truly engaged. I deliberately feigned weakness to lure them into taking the snake egg." Deliberately? Yi Ling Tian furrowed his brow. Why would he allow such a vital treasure to fall into the hands of others? Before he could voice his thoughts, the roars drew closer, and the formidable head of the emerald-scaled Snake King came into view. The moment had arrived. Why Yi Chun switched to the Zhu Long armor. Accompanied by the black dragon-armored Yi Ling Tian, they returned to the spot where the snake egg once lay. Glancing up at the iridescent cliff face, he summoned the power of the superior tattoo, manipulating the energies alongside Yi Ling Tian to alter their armor-s form. In the next moment, the two curled up like pangolins. Yi Chun transformed into a scarlet scale, while Yi Ling Tian became a black scale. They gradually floated upward, merging seamlessly with the colorful cliff, their presence entirely concealed, their auras vanishing completely. Before long, the emerald-scaled Snake King returned to its lair. After a thorough search, it found no trace of intruders, only the lingering essence of the snake egg. Following the trail of the bloodline aura, its vertical pupils narrowed as it discerned the narrow crevice leading to the lair, revealing the unmistakable signs of Chun Feng and his companion's passage. Hiss! The emerald-scaled Snake King opened its maw, channeling an immense surge of energy that coalesced into a colossal fireball. With a resounding whoosh, the fireball pierced the cave's ceiling, creating an aperture over 100 meters in diameter. It then coiled its body and burst forth from the cave, pursuing the mountain's rear. Meanwhile, Chun Feng and his companions, having escaped through the crevice with the snake egg, felt the terrifying explosion reverberate behind them. Oh, not stop. Everyone, retreat with me. The treasure is in our possession, and the Snake King is enraged. We must leave at once. As soon as Chun Feng found a gap, he summoned his ambush subordinates and swiftly fled the Dongling mountain range. Upon hearing this, the group immediately activated their battle armors, exerting every ounce of strength, even at the cost of exhausting their super pattern energy, to hasten their escape. For if they were to be caught by the frenzied Bai Lin Snake King, there would be no refuge for them. Meanwhile, concealed within the colorful cliff, Yi Chun and his father observed the furious Bai Lin Snake King and the ensuing chaos as fireballs shattered the mountaintop. After the Snake King had pursued for a while, Yi Chun activated his Zhu Long battle armor, shedding its scaled form, and leapt from the cliff to the ground. "Father, the Snake King has left. We need not hide any longer. Come down," Yi Chun exclaimed with a grin. Hands on his hips, hearing this, the cautious Yi Ling Tian finally released his scaled armor and landed beside Yi Chun with a thud. Chun'er, this cliff possesses some secrets. It has such remarkable uses that even the Snake King, after searching extensively, could not detect our presence, Yi Ling Tian remarked, gazing at the vibrant cliff with a sense of wonder. He then reached out with his left hand, brushing against a scale-like stone on the cliff. A humming sound resonated as the blue scale stone seemed to resonate with his black dragon battle armor. What is happening? Before he could turn to inquire, Yi Chun flashed a smile and explained. "Father, do you remember what I told you earlier? I intentionally allowed them to take the snake egg. The egg is not a treasure. The true treasure lies within this colorful cliff. I merely used their actions to provoke the Snake King and draw it away." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian suddenly comprehended. Everything had been a scheme orchestrated by Yi Chun. From the moment they entered the gap, Yi Chun had devised a plan, deliberately suggesting that the snake egg was a treasure and allowing it to be taken, while he remained hidden, utilizing the colorful cliff to mask their presence, all the while aiming to seize the ultimate treasure. "I see now. Those few brats could never restrain you," Yi Ling Tian chuckled, relieved. Had it not been for Yi Chun's deliberate restraint, he would have switched his armor and slain Chun Feng on the spot. Now, with Chun Feng and his cohorts having drawn away the Bai Lin Snake King, the two could proceed to claim the treasure in peace. The next moment, clad in his Zhu Long battle armor, Yi Chen touched the colorful cliff and resolutely declared, "Let us, Father, activate our battle armors together and break through this colorful cliff." Nodding in agreement, Yi Ling Tian summoned all his strength, manifesting the beastly black dragon by his side, which conjured a fireball of dark flames in its MW. Yi Chen, in turn, summoned the beastly Zhulong, his armor igniting in flames that coalesced around his fists. The two, along with their respective beasts, launched a simultaneous assault. A tremendous wave of energy struck the colorful cliff, causing the scale-like stones to gradually peel away. As the scene beyond the cliff was fully revealed, they beheld a 20-meter-long emerald vine adorned with a radiant 9-colored lotus, emanating a fragrant aroma. Upon closer inspection, the center of the flower resembled a coiled 5-clawed, 9-colored dragon. Indeed, it is the famed treasure, the third ranked among the 10 celestial materials and earthly treasures, the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. Yi Chen murmured, entranced. This 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, holding its esteemed third position, was not without reason. It could elevate super pattern practitioners to the 9th realm and could continuously absorb the energies of heaven and earth for sustained use. Most importantly, if consumed by serpentine beasts, it would instantly transform them into dragons and allow them to ascend to the 9th tier in a short time. It was known that beasts reaching the 6th tier could be called beast emperors, ruling over their domains, while a 9th tier beast emperor possessed the power to wreak havoc upon the world. In Yi Chen's previous life, no land creature had ever reached the 9th tier. Only in the vast oceans might such a beast exist. Sure, my armor seems to be stirring restlessly. What could be the cause? Yi Ling Tian, garbed in the black dragon armor, felt an intense heat radiating from him, while the beastly black dragon beside him fixated its gaze upon the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, in a state of mild panic. He mistook the stirring as a malfunction of his armor. Sensing this, Yi Chen waved his hand and reassured him. "Father, this is entirely normal. The 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus holds tremendous allure for dragon and serpent kinds. The colorful cliff is merely a crystallization of its emitted aura, which allowed us to conceal our presence, thanks to our dragon-type armors." With these explanations, Yi Ling Tian grasped the situation. It turned out that Yi Chen had meticulously planned for him to accompany him, leaving Wang Chao to guard their home, all part of a comprehensive strategy. Even the persistent use of the Black Dragon armor's super pattern upon entering the gap was an integral aspect of the plan. "Well done, my son. Your cleverness is reminiscent of my own youth, and it fills me with pride," Yi Ling Tian said, affectionately ruffling Yi Chen's hair, a look of satisfaction on his face that was a feeling akin to a team that had never won a match finally scoring a goal to clinch the championship. In the next moment, Yi Chen summoned the Shura Bloodblade and, soaring through the air, struck at the root of the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus with a cross-shaped slash. The precise and skillful strikes severed the vine from the soil without harming its roots. "Chener, what are you doing?" Yi Ling Tian questioned, perplexed as to why he would uproot the lotus rather than simply pluck it. This, Yi Chen replied, while stowing it away in his storage space. "Father, this 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus is not fully bloomed yet, that if we were to harvest it now, it would lose its tier. The Snake King knows this too, which is why it has been waiting to consume it." He refrained from explaining how he knew this, as in his previous life. The one who fortuitously obtained the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus had picked it before it matured, causing it to drop 2 tiers and transform into the 7-colored heavenly yuan lotus, significantly diminishing its efficacy. After securing the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, Yi Chen switched from the Zhulong battle armor to the winged Qiongqi battle armor, then flew out of the cave with Yi Ling Tian. "Let us go, Father. Now that we have secured the treasure, we must hasten back to avoid encountering the Snake King." Yi Chen sighed in relief. With his current strength at the first level of super pattern, bolstered by 11 forbidden tattoos, he could indeed defeat the Bai Lin Snake King, though it would require considerable effort. Weighing the pros and cons, he deemed it wiser to adopt a less strenuous and more straightforward approach, one that involved avoiding provocation altogether. Meanwhile, Lei Zi, fleeing with the snake egg, dodged incoming fireballs while shouting to the running Chun Feng ahead, "Big brother, perhaps we should just discard the snake egg. It's as if it has a tracking device. The Snake King is hot on our heels that I can hardly keep up." Dodging fireballs left him feeling like a whack-a-mole. desperate to avoid being struck and meeting a swift demise. Discard it. After all the trouble we went through to obtain this treasure. You suggest we throw it away? Hand me the egg that I'll distract this beast while you regroup with the others and wait for me back in the city. Chun Feng reduced his speed, transferring the serpent egg into the storage compartment of his battle armor. With a swift motion, he darted off in another direction. Meanwhile, the azure scale serpent king, in pursuit, wasted no time lingering at the point where the two had separated. Directly charging towards the path Chun Feng had taken, IT recognized only the egg, disregarding the human. Gradually, as he fled, Chun Feng noticed that the speed of the azure scale serpent king was diminishing. This observation sparked a realization within him. As the serpent egg distanced itself from its nest, the bloodline aura it emitted weakened, preventing the azure scale serpent king from accurately tracking him. If he could activate the Rakshasa battle armor and evade for a few more hours, by the time the egg's aura completely dissipated, he would seize the opportunity to shake off the azure scale serpent king and return to Daoyuo City. The scene shifted that Wai Yichun and Yiling Tian had successfully arrived in the demon city and were now atop the lighthouse of a refuge. Marveling at the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, the once uprooted vines had now been successfully planted in prepared soil. Brother, is this the treasured item that enhances battle armor? The aroma wafting from it was so enticing that Wang Chao could hardly resist the urge to take a bite. Drawn in by the fragrance, he leaned closer, captivated by the enticing scent that was undoubtedly luring him like a delectable feast. Snap! Yichun swiftly slapped Wang Chao on the forehead, jolting him back to reality. What are you thinking? If you take a bite, this treasure will lose its potency significantly. Go. Summon the brothers. Although the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus has not yet fully matured, its emitted aura can still be harnessed for cultivation. We cannot afford to waste time. The sooner we enhance our super pattern power, the stronger we shall become. Motivated by these words, Wang Chao was instantly invigorated, bursting with enthusiasm. Yes, brother, I will gather the brothers right away. He hurried out, a crescent moon smile adorning his face as he went to rally his companions. The 108 death warriors were tasked with safeguarding the ordinary citizens outside the city walls from the onslaught of beasts. After several days of construction, the walls had begun to take shape. Gathering everyone for cultivation should suffice, as there would likely be no beast attacks in the immediate future. Shortly thereafter, Yichun instructed a regular subordinate to head to the middle level of the lighthouse and summon Jianting. The benefits of enhancing battle armor could not be forgotten, especially for his woman. Approximately half an hour later, at the edge of the soil pit, Yichun, Yiling Tian, Wang Chao, and Jianting each took their positions. Sitting cross-legged at the four corners, the 108 death warriors then arranged themselves orderly around the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, forming a circle. All right, everyone, listen closely. Close your eyes and channel your super pattern power to absorb the energy emanating from the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. Remember, you must endure the pain. Yichun reiterated his instructions several times. Once he was assured that everyone was prepared, he too closed his eyes, activating his tattoos to sense the energy in the air. This was the dragon pattern factor emitted by the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus, containing unimaginable energy. Breath in, breath out. Yichun adjusted his breathing rhythm and utilized his 11 tattoos to absorb the energy factor. The moment the two energies came into contact, the formerly calm tattoos flared into a searing heat, accompanied by an intense burning pain. Simultaneously, the 11 energies within him began to amalgamate and visibly surged upwards. The tumult of his tattoos, combined with the influx of energy, left Yichun drenched in sweat as he sat on the ground. Thankfully, the fragrance emitted by the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus allowed him to maintain focus. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming sensations. Unlike others who activated one tattoo at a time, Yichun, with the extraordinary advantage of 11 forbidden tattoos, was able to absorb energy simultaneously. The pain from this 11-fold efficiency was exponentially magnified, yet the benefits were equally significant. Gradually, the 11 black tattoos on Yichun's body began to transform into a crimson hue, signaling his advancement to the second level of super pattern. 8S1 progressed from the first to the 9th level. The colors of the tattoos would change sequentially, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and finally white at the peak, blending seamlessly with the skin and leaving no trace visible to the unawakened EY.AS time ticked away. Each individual's super pattern breakthroughs yielded various successes. Indeed, the 9-colored heavenly Yuan lotus was remarkable in less than half a day. It had enabled Yi Chun's 11 forbidden tattoos to simultaneously advance to the second level. At this rate, he estimated that with a few more days of cultivation, he would reach the third level of super pattern. Night fell, and after a full day of training, everyone slowly opened their eyes to perceive the changes in their super patterns. All had made breakthroughs, except for Yi Ling Tian, whose 4 tattoos required more energy to advance due to their high rank. Only 3 had reached the second level. The remaining warriors had all achieved the second level of super pattern, with several death warriors who focused on a single tattoo successfully breaking through to the third level, reaching the pinnacle of battle armor's first stage. Jinting, too, did not disappoint, managing to elevate her Ghost Princess and Nirvana Phoenix tattoos to the second level of super pattern. "Brother Yi Chun, I've succeeded," Jinting exclaimed joyfully, bouncing slightly. "This lotus truly is a treasure. I absorbed several beast cores before with no effect, yet just being near this lotus allowed me to ascend to the second level of super pattern." For her, who had just begun to navigate the calamities, everything felt so wondrous. In the coming days, let us settle down and diligently cultivate to enhance our super pattern powers as much as possible. There are formidable individuals out there. We cannot afford to fall behind. Yi Chun gently ruffled her hair, offering his encouragement. The others followed suit, alternating between protecting the civilians outside the city walls and taking turns to elevate their super pattern powers. As night turned to day, Wang Chao hurriedly rushed into the lighthouse's top level, approaching Yi Chun, who was admiring the 9-colored heavenly Yuan lotus. "Brother, something has happened. Something has occurred. There are currently no beast attacks. What could possibly be wrong?" "Wang Chao, you seem unusually anxious. This is not your typical demeanor," Yi Chun replied, slowly turning around and leisurely taking a seat, even calmly sipping a glass of red wine. "Even if the Beast King were to arrive now, he would not be concerned. Brother, a group of super pattern users has suddenly appeared in the northern part of the city. It's unclear whether they are outsiders or locals. They just materialized out of nowhere, evading our brother's surveillance, and have claimed that area as their territory, forbidding us from entering. They even announced themselves as the Tianyan Gang. If it weren't for the fear of involving the civilians, I would have led the brothers to confront them. Brother, what should we do?" Wang Chao explained, his words piquing Yi Chun's interest. "A batch of unknown super pattern users causing trouble. There is no need for conjecture. It is undoubtedly true. Within the confines of the magical metropolis, all supernatural tattooists, upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Yi Chun and his companions during the calamity, have become remarkably compliant in their activities. With Yi Chun now assuming the role of the city's leader, over half of the supernatural tattooists have voluntarily pledged their efforts to combat the impending beast tide. They have even formed a supernatural tattooist association. However, this sudden influx of supernatural tattooists who have occupied the northern district of the city is evidently composed of outsiders, unaware of Yi Chun's might. How intriguing. Haha. Let us summon a few brothers. We shall pay a visit to this Tianyan gang. I am eager to see who dares to wreak havoc on my territory." Yi Chun rose, adjusted his collar, and prepared to deal with this group of interlopers. Soon, 20 members of the deadly servants were summoned by Wang Chao. Once all personnel had gathered, Yi Chun activated the Taotai battle armor, leaping from the pinnacle of the lighthouse, leading the way as they soared out of the shelter towards the northern part of the city. Wang Chao and the others followed closely behind. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the Li family members stationed around the entrance of the shelter, who were constantly monitoring Yi Chun's movements. One ordinary supernatural tattooist from the Li family hurriedly activated his battle armor and darted into a towering skyscraper. One of the 4 prestigious families in a magical metropolis, despite suffering substantial losses from the calamity. They still maintained considerable resources. This skyscraper was one of the few properties owned by the Li family. Young master, this family member burst into Li Sheng's room, panting. Yi Chun has left the shelter, accompanied by more than 20 subordinates. Judging by their direction, it seems they are headed north. North? Upon hearing this report, Li Sheng paused his meditative state, rising to ponder the situation. After a brief moment, he turned to Li Xiang, who was standing nearby, and inquired, "Do you have confidence in this matter? Have you overlooked any details?" Yi Chun is quite meticulous that it was evident that the Tianyin gang in the northern district had a direct connection to them. Rest assured, elder brother, these supernatural tattooists are all desperate rogues I hired from other ruined cities to lure in. Given the tranquility of our city, do you think they would leave? They will undoubtedly be a thorn in Yi Chen's side. Li Xiang patted his chest, grinning confidently. It should be noted that the Tianyin gang is comprised of supernatural tattooists who have survived in the nearby ruined cities. Naturally, their strength is not to be underestimated. Now that they have occupied the civilian district in the north, it is likely that Yi Chan would refrain from unleashing his full power, lest the civilians suffer. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the magical metropolis, within a luxurious villa, 50 individuals adorned with the tattoo of the heavenly, I stood in neat rows before a man, seemingly awaiting his address. This man was none other than Su Jiang, the leader of the Tianyin gang. Not only did he possess the distinctive heavenly eye tattoo, but he also bore 2 additional supreme tattoos. How was today's harvest? The civilians did not resist any further. Did they? He reclined in a relaxed manner, lighting a cigarette from his pocket and savoring a puff, quietly awaiting the responses of his subordinates. The moment arrived when the foremost supernatural tattooist, with prominent buck teeth, rubbed his hands together and grinned. "Big brother, today's harvest was quite satisfactory. After your intimidation yesterday, all the surviving civilians in the northern district obediently turned over their money, amounting to a total of 10 million. The money is all in the account. Please accept it, big brother. 10 million. And this was merely the amount they extorted in a single day. At this rate, in 10 days, it would amount to 100 million. And in a month, 300 million. In this apocalyptic world, possessing power is the key to wealth. Well done. By the way, for those supernatural tattooists in our territory, if they wish to reside here long term, we should try to recruit them. If not, then so be it. Our goal is to amass wealth, and there is no need to engage in conflict with them. However, if anyone deliberately seeks trouble, inform me immediately. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path to riches shall not escape unscathed." Su Zhang's every word and action exuded menace, indicative of a person who would stop at nothing for the sake of money, entirely unconcerned about the consequences. Just as he was addressing his subordinates, on the rooftop of a collapsed 2-story building in the northern district, Yi Chun and his companions had already stealthily infiltrated the area. "How peculiar, big brother. How is it that we haven't encountered a single patrolling member of the Tianyin gang along the way? Could it be that they caught wind of something and fled en masse?" Wang Chao, having shed his Taotai battle armor, could not help but inquire. The northern district appeared eerily calm, with passers-by oblivious to any unusual occurrences. That should not be the case. Dawai Yi-chan waved his hand and replied, "For safety's sake, we should find someone to inquire." He then surveyed the surroundings. Quite fortuitously, he spotted a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt, robbing someone in a nearby alley. Through a glimpse, he could see a portion of a tattoo peeking out from the man's arm. This individual was a supernatural tattooist. He will do. Humph. Under my explicit orders, he dares to rob civilians in broad daylight. Even if he is not a member of the Tianyin gang, he is likely complicit in their activities. As he spoke, Yi Chun activated his battle armor, and in an instant, he and Wang Chao vanished from the rooftop. This moment, the supernatural tattooist remained engrossed in his robbery, entirely unaware that he had drawn Yi Chen's attention. "Hurry up, transfer the money to my account. You see my tattoo. I'm a supernatural tattooist. If you hesitate any longer, I'll make sure to dislocate your arm." Zhang Wei tugged at his shirt sleeve, revealing a fraction of his tattoo design, intimidating the person before him. When dealing with ordinary civilians, merely exposing a tattoo would suffice to achieve immediate compliance. As expected, the terrified civilian trembled as he fumbled for his phone. Stammering, "Supernatural tattooist, I will transfer it right away. Please promise me you will let me go. My family has been in business for 3 generations, and I am the only heir." This response utterly delighted Zhang Wei. To rob the son of a businessman was a stroke of luck indeed. Just as the civilian was inputting his bank account details to transfer the money, a pair of delicate white hands suddenly placed themselves on the phone. Wait a moment, young man. This is the magical metropolis. Supernatural tattooists and ordinary people coexist peacefully. What money are you transferring to him? Upon hearing these words, both Zhang Wei and the civilian turned their gazes toward Yi Chun in unison. The first to react was the civilian, who regarded Yi Chun and the 20 impeccably suited men behind him as mere wealthy heirs trying to show off. He hastily interjected, "Brother, this has nothing to do with you. I will transfer the money, and everything will be fine. Please do not interfere. He is a supernatural tattooist. We cannot defeat him. If we provoke him, it could cost us our lives. It is better to avoid trouble." He feared that Yi Chen's interference might complicate matters, especially since Zhang Wei was indeed a supernatural tattooist. However, at that moment, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in terror, and he trembled uncontrollably, instinctively taking steps back. For he had seen the tattoo on Yi Chen's neck. Undoubtedly, Yi Chun was also a supernatural tattooist. Moreover, Wang Chao and the others standing behind him intentionally revealed a glimpse of their tattoos, sending Zhang Wei into a state of sheer panic. Good heavens! A group of supernatural tattooists. What have I stumbled upon? Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Wei, and he halted his retreat, mustering his courage to say, "Brother, which faction do you belong to? We are all supernatural tattooists here. You should know who governs the Northern District. I advise you not to meddle in this matter concerning an ordinary person, as it could lead to trouble." "Trouble?" Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. "I, Yi Chun, am precisely here to stir up trouble. You are quite right. I enjoy meddling in others' affairs, and am unafraid of complications." As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding clang echoed through the AIR.Y. Yi Chun summoned the power of the super tattoos, enveloping himself in the mighty armor of Cheongqi. Behind him, Wang Chao activated the armor of Tao Tai, standing resolutely alongside more than 20 armored death servants, unwavering in their positions. The scene was instantly breathtaking. "Why you don't come any closer? Even if you outnumber us, you should understand that there are disparities among super tattoos. My tattoo is the dual dragons playing with a pearl. Don T forced me to take action," Zhang Wei stammered, swallowing hard as he attempted to mask his inner terror with bravado. Yi Chun, of course, was well aware of this. If he truly possessed a top-tier tattoo, he would have already revealed his armor. So why the panic? Dual dragons playing with a pearl. Yi Chun scoffed, delivering a resounding slap across Zhang Wei's face. "I'll grant you one more chance to articulate your thoughts. What exactly is your tattoo? Stop hiding it. Do you believe I want to dislocate your shoulder?" Under the weight of the intimidation, Zhang Wei could no longer maintain his facade. His legs gave way, collapsing to the ground as he revealed the tattoo concealed on his arm, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I'm just an ordinary super tattooist. Please spare me. I promise I won't rob civilians again." This tattoo is not the dual dragons playing with a pearl. It's just two shrimp playing with a ball. Upon glimpsing the peculiar tattoo on Zhang Wei's arm, Yi Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. No wonder he had been so secretive about it. It turned out that his Awaken tattoo was the most pathetic of them all. Following this, Yi Chun shed his armor and gestured for the robbed individuals to leave. He then grasped Zhang Wei by the collar and led him deeper into the alley. "Tell me, do you know about the Tianyin gang?" Yi Chun inquired. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. After the preceding encounter, he understood that Yi Chun was not a ruthless killer. Moreover, he was not a fool. He quickly realized that Yi Chun intended to gather information about the Tianyin gang from him. Yes. The Tianyin gang is a group of outsiders who collect protection fees from everyone in the northern part of the city every day, even targeting us weaker super tattooists. Under their pressure, I was forced to resort to robbing civilians. Otherwise, I would be beaten for failing to pay. As Zhang Wei lamented the actions of the Tianyin gang, he explained his reasons for turning to robbery, emphasizing that he had no other choice. Subsequently, Yi Chun pressed him for more details and learned about the gang's numbers and the specific location of their leader's residence. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Let us go, Wang Chao. We shall pay a visit to the leader of the Tianyin gang," Yi Chun declared with authority. At that moment, Zhang Wei, fully alert, experienced a sudden epiphany, akin to Newton being struck by an apple. Wang Chao, You are the commander of the Death Servant Legion. Then you must be Yi Chun, the city leader of our Mo-Du. He should have realized it sooner. With such impressive armor and a terrifying entourage, who else could it be besides an esteemed figure? Awakening to this realization, he immediately resolved to ingratiate himself with Yi Chun. How can I not seize the opportunity to align myself with such a formidable ally? Without hesitation, Zhang Wei dropped to his knees, pleading, Captain Yi, may I accompany you? My tattoo is utterly useless. The Super Tattooist Association won't even accept me. I am no different from a homeless person now. Please take me in. I can still handle some dirty work, he cried, lamenting his plight as an awakened tattooist who found himself in a worse situation than an ordinary person. The onlookers fell silent, while Yi Chun shook his head, choosing to ignore him as he and Wang Chao led the others, activating their super tattoos as they sped toward the headquarters of the Tianyin gang. As they departed, seemingly contemplating something, Yi Chun slowly uttered, Meet me at the Jinjiang Villa in 1 hour. Jinjiang Villa, once a residence for the affluent, had become the best refuge in the northern part of the city after the disaster. However, upon the arrival of the Tianyin gang, the wealthy residents and some ordinary super tattooists who had been hired were all expelled. Before long, leveraging the exceptional speed of the Chongqi armor, Yi Chun swiftly arrived above the central villa. Leader of the Tianyin gang, may I have the honor of meeting you? His voice resonated, amplified by the armor, echoing throughout the villa district. Within the villa, Su Jiang lounged on the sofa, savoring a cigar while dreaming of wealth. Suddenly, Yi Chun's 360-degree surround sound jolted him back to reality. Who dares? Su Jiang exclaimed, discarding his cigar with a snap. Such audacity to come here and provoke me. You truly must be tired of living. In the next moment, with a crash, the living room's glass shattered as Su Jiang activated his armor and soared into the air. Upon seeing Yi Chun, who was similarly clad in armor, he asked coldly, Kid, what brings you here? Dare to stir up trouble in my domain. If you can't provide a satisfactory reason today, don't blame me for taking your life here. Such a tyrannical demeanor was indeed fitting for someone who exploited the common folk. At that moment, Wang Chao and the 20 death servants arrived, also donning their armor. Upon hearing Su Jiang berating Yi Chun, Wang Chao couldn't help but soar forward, declaring, Leader of the Tianyin gang? Pa, you dare to call yourself a Grand Lord? Return the money and get out of Mo-Du if you know what's good for you. Perhaps my brother will show you mercy and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, beware that I may raise your ancestral grave. Wang Chao had never feared anyone when it came to insults, especially when it came to those who dared to speak crudely to Yi Chun. He was determined to retaliate tenfold. Oh, Su Jiang. Upon hearing this, quickly grasped the situation that he sneered. So you've come to crash my party, and you brought so many helpers. Let me tell you, I'm not easily intimidated. None of you will escape today. With that, Su Jiang unleashed the power of his tattoo from his armor, concentrating it into an energy wave that shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks. Boom! A signal for the troops. Let the legions come forth. This was Su Jiang's call to arms, summoning all members of the Tianyin gang in the northern district. Meanwhile, at a shop in the northern district, a snaggletooth man with a tattoo of an eye glared at the shopkeeper, threatening him to prepare the protection fee for the next day. This man was none other than Su Jiang's right-hand man, Chao Chuang. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated from the sky, marking the emergency signal from the Tianyin gang. Not good. Our home has been breached. Brothers, forget about the protection fees for now. Someone is troubling the boss. Return to aid him at once. Chao Chuang quickly assessed the situation, realizing the signal originated from Jinjiang Villa, and he called out to the nearby brothers to return for support. Meanwhile, above the villa, Su Jiang, having successfully launched the assembly signal, believed victory was assured. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Kid, you can't escape. Dare to speak disrespectfully to me? Prepare to meet your end. If I don't make an example of you, you local super tattooists truly think I'm soft-hearted, you are sorely mistaken about the dangers that await. It is evident that Su Jiang has mistakenly identified Yi Chun and his companions as the rebellious Chao Wenjia from the northern part of the city who defied his demands for protection fees. Thus, he uttered such words as soon as he finished speaking. Before his subordinates could arrive, Su Jiang seized a moment when the crowd was distracted and, without a second thought, activated his battle armor, charging towards Yi Chun at breakneck speed. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. In a team battle, targeting the rear is paramount, having ascended to the position of the leader of the Tianyin gang. He is undoubtedly well-versed in military strategy and tactics, launching a fierce assault on Yi Chun without a moment's hesitation, eye in his eyes. As long as he could subdue Yi Chun, the rest would inevitably crumble. A resounding crack echoed like thunder, yet the anticipated scene of Yi Chun being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, he was forcefully pushed back, staggering several meters. How is this possible? Su Jiang thought, bewildered. My tattoo is of the highest caliber, and my super tattoo power has reached the second level. How could I be repelled? What kind of battle armor does he possess? As he gazed at his trembling hands, doubt began to seep into his mind for the first time. Why was there such a vast disparity? Although he had launched a surprise attack without exerting his full strength, Yi Chun had simply stood his ground and withstood a punch. It was noteworthy that upon arriving in the northern city, he had gathered members of the Tianyin gang from the ruins of other cities, slaying exotic beasts to obtain numerous beast cores, which he absorbed entirely, rapidly elevating his super tattoo power to the third level. How could he possibly be outmatched by this individual before him? How could there exist such a monstrous super tattoo battle armor? My friend, I am quite principled in martial ethics that if you cannot even defeat me while I stand here to let you strike, what use are you? You might as well relinquish the position of the Tianyin gang leader to me, to spare yourself the ridicule from your underlings. Yi Chun could not help but mock. Since he had ascended to the second level of super tattoo, his 11 forbidden tattoos had undergone a dramatic transformation, making it a mere trifle to handle the leader of the Tianyin gang. At that moment, the scattered members of the Tianyin gang, having been hastened by the acceleration of their battle armor, managed to regroup. Big brother, we have arrived. How dare you take advantage of our absence to engage in a group assault? I will ensure you cannot escape the Villa district. Chao Chuang led the reinforcements, encircling Yi Chun and the others. At this juncture, he could not help but feel a surge of arrogance, for the balance of power was clearly in his favor, 50 against 20. Anyone would feel inflated under such circumstances. Chao Chuang, wait, don't. Su Jiang was about to caution his loyal subordinate when Chao Chuang, with a hum, activated his battle armor and charged forward. Prepare to die. Chao Chuang conjured a hammer. In addition to the Tianyin tattoo, he possessed another known as the Three Mountains God, whose origin lay in the mythological figure Huang Tianhua from the investiture of the gods. With a pair of 8-edged silver hammers, now enhanced by his battle armor, his attack power had multiplied several times over. As the dual hammers approached, Yi Chun's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression darkening as he coolly replied, "Such arrogance. It is you who shall meet your demise." In that instant, Yi Chun shed his Qiongqi battle armor, revealing the eye-opening statue of Guangong etched on his right arm. With a hum, the blood-red glow of the eyes of the awakened Guangong surged forth, and Yi Chun erupted into a low, powerful roar. Following this, an astonishing force emanated from his tattooed body, materializing into a majestic green Guangong battle armor, exuding an air of authority. Behind him materialized the ethereal visage of the martial saint, brandishing the Qinglong Yenyue Dao, stroking his magnificent beard, embodying an aura that proclaimed, "Whoever approaches shall perish." Then, clad in the Guangong battle armor, Yi Chun faced the incoming dual hammers of Chao Chuang, gripping the blade firmly with both hands and sweeping horizontally, with a resounding impact. Chao Chuang's hammers flew from his grasp, and under the overwhelming force, his battle armor shattered nearly in half, sending him careening like a cannonball, embedding him into the ground and creating a 50-meter deep crater. The shattered remnants of the armor fell away piece by piece, ultimately reverting to their original state, leaving a bloodied and unconscious Chao Chuang lying in the pit. Chao Chuang, you fool! The sight before Su Jiang filled him with rage. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. He could not contend with Yi Chun. An unprecedented sense of fear blossomed within him, marking the first time he felt the threat of death. This super tattoo wielder was far too terrifying. No, if I don't flee now, it will be too late. Su Jiang steeled himself, retreating into the air until he maintained a safe distance from Yi Chun at that moment. The Tianyin tattoo on his forehead began to radiate an intense heat. And a terrifying energy surged forth, manifesting a violet eye in midair. Silencing heavenly eye, Su Jiang shouted, the violet eye opening to unleash a force that annihilated all in its path. The silencing heavenly eye. One of the 8 supreme heavenly tattoos contained the power to eradicate all life, transforming it into lifeless black and white. This was his strongest attack, that a beam of purple energy shot towards Yichun, instantly draining the vitality from the surrounding trees, rendering them mere desiccated trunks. The silencing heavenly eye, not bad. However, my Shura heavenly eye harnesses the power of all 8 supreme heavenly tattoos. You are merely playing with fire. Yichun scoffed. In the next moment, the eye at the center of his forehead erupted with golden light, revealing an eye embedded with the Shura bloodblade. Glaring ominously behind him, but a surge of tangible killing intent shot forth, colliding with the purple energy wave of the silencing heavenly eye, which disintegrated in an instant. No. Su Jiang's face went pale with terror as the residual energy wave showed no signs of slowing down, striking his left arm and reducing it to nothingness. My lord's heavenly eye has been shattered. How is this possible? Moreover, this person possesses a heavenly tattoo even more formidable than my lord's. The gang members gasped in horror, retreating several paces while gasping in disbelief. Their leader's previously infallible heavenly attack had been countered, resulting in the obliteration of an arm. I must flee. Otherwise, I will perish here, as long as the Green Mountains remain. I need not fear the lack of firewood. Su Jiang clutched his severed arm, panting heavily. Then he activated his battle armor, even at the cost of overexerting his super tattoo power, channeling his own potential to enhance his speed. All in a desperate bid to escape. Yichun was simply too fearsome. Observing this, a confident smile crept across Yichun's face as he declared, "You think you can run? Have you consulted the Qinglong Yinhua Dao in my hand? Stay right there." He propelled himself upward, wielding the battle-armored Qinglong Yinhua Dao, and slashed downwards at the fleeing Su Jiang. The dragon coiled upon the blade roared, augmenting the strike with its own power. With a single stroke, the accumulated strength of 5,000 years was unleashed. Who could withstand such might? Accompanied by 3 unyielding roars, Su Jiang's head was severed by Yichun's strike, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The boss is dead. The boss is dead. The members of the Tianyin gang, witnessing the scene, were drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively, they activated their battle armor, ready to flee. Yet, Yichun would not allow them to escape. "Everyone, stay put. Whoever dares to run will meet the same fate as your leader." Wang Chao, quick-witted, led 20 Reapers to encircle the remaining Tianyin gang members, pointing at the headless corpse of Su Jiang below as a threat. At that moment, Chao Chuang, previously rendered unconscious by a single blow from Yichun, staggered to his feet, having witnessed the entire ordeal. "Brother, please show mercy and spare us. Our leader is dead. Will you allow us to leave? We promise never to set foot in Magic City again." Chao Chuang's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. With Su Jiang now deceased, they found themselves devoid of a leader and could only bow and beseech for forgiveness. After all, Yichun's prowess was undeniable. One wrong move could provoke his ire, leading to dire consequences. Witnessing the second-in-command plead for mercy, the members of the Tianyin gang hastily removed their combat armor, kneeling in unison, attempting to secure a chance for survival from Yichun. "Spare us. We were wrong. We will never dare to oppress the common folk again. Please, magnanimous one, grant us a path to redemption. I have the elderly above me and children below. I am truly left with no choice, all under the coercion of our leader." Observing the scene from a superior vantage point, Yichun regarded them with the demeanor of an absolute sovereign and spoke. "Listen closely. I present you with 2 choices. First, return all the money you extorted from the common people. You may continue your activities in the northern part of the city and reside in your villa. But you must maintain order as super tattooed individuals. It is your duty to manage this area and heed my commands at all times. The second choice, however, is to forfeit your heads, and then you may leave the city of Mo. I have no intention of letting this group of Tianyin gang members escape. How could I squander such readily available labor? Moreover, Their unique Tianyin tattoos could prove to be of great utility if I were to recruit them under my command. We choose the first option. The first, Chao Chuang exclaimed eagerly. Even a fool would recognize the wisdom in selecting the first choice, who would seek death unnecessarily. The remaining members of the Tianyin gang nodded fervently. As long as they could survive, they would comply with any demands. Satisfied, Yi Chen nodded and declared, "Since you have agreed, I shall appoint a new leader for you to manage." Just then, Zhang Wei arrived at the villa's periphery, and Yi Chen appointed him as the new leader of the Tianyin gang, responsible for overseeing the northern district. Although his super tattoo prowess was lacking, the intimidation stemming from Yi Chen ensured that the gang members dared not utter a word of dissent, creating an atmosphere of foxes borrowing the tiger's might. Simultaneously, the Li family members, who had been covertly tracking the situation, reported their findings to Li Sheng, who awaited news within a high-rise building. Upon learning of Yi Chen's slaying of Su Jiang, he shattered his wine glass in frustration, exclaiming, "What useless waste! I thought the Tianyin gang was formidable, yet their leader was slain by Yi Chen with a single stroke, and the rest of the spineless lackeys surrendered without a fight. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted so much money secretly transporting them here." Not only did they fail to trouble Yi Chen, but they have now become his subordinates. This was a classic case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. Brother, do not be angry if anyone is to blame. It is Yi Chen for his monstrous strength, capable of dispatching even the leader of the Tianyin gang in a single blow. Clearly, if we wish to undermine him from the shadows, we must seek further opportunities to act against his relatives in the Yi family who lack tattoos. Li Xiang consoled him while pointing out the critical aspect. Given that Yi Chen and his associates could not confront them head-on, they had no choice but to find alternative routes to ensnare other members of the Yi family. Indeed, you are correct, Li Sheng nodded, his gaze turning fierce as he declared, "Let this serve as a lesson. Next time, Yi Chen, you shall not have it so easy." Meanwhile, in a certain forest within the Dongling mountain range, Chun Feng, accompanied by the now inert snake egg, cautiously emerged to assess the situation in recent days. The bloodline-tracking Biling Snake King had not abandoned its quest to return to its lair. Rather, it had gone into a frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. Phew, I have finally shaken it off. Yet all of this was worth it. As the precious snake egg is finally in my possession, Chun Feng remarked to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow. Having evaded the relentless pursuit of the Biling Snake King and navigated through various detours, he was utterly exhausted. However, the reward was well worth the effort. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were clear, Chun Feng activated his battle armor and hurried towards his territory in the Sea City. Before long, propelled by the peak speed of the Luosha battle armor, he successfully returned with the snake egg in tow. "Boss, you're back. How was it? Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Upon seeing Chun Feng's return, Lei Zi approached with an eager expression, bombarding him with questions. Had it not been for entrusting the snake egg to Chun Feng, he likely would have been exhausted and bitten to death by the Biling Snake King on the spot. "I'm fine." Chun Feng waved his hand, stating that Snake King was exceedingly difficult to deal with. If not for my cleverness in evading it for several days, I would have most likely been dragged out by it. In just a few brief sentences, he conveyed the hardships he had endured over the past few days. In the next moment, Chun Feng activated the Luosha battle armor and retrieved the snake egg from the storage space, placing it directly before the assembled individuals. The 10-meter-tall snake egg, coupled with its emerald sheen, instantly captivated their attention, even evoking a sense of awe within their souls. "Boss, how do we use this snake egg? I heard it can enhance the battle armor. Do we need to cook it and eat it?" Lei Zi was the first to inquire. They had all obtained the snake egg on an impromptu basis and were utterly clueless about its proper utilization, prompting them to seek answers from one another. However, little did they know that if they were to learn in the future that the snake egg was not a treasure, they would be left wondering how they would react upon encountering Yi Chen. In response to Lei Zi's inquiry, Chun Feng stroked his chin in contemplation while examining the shape and scales of the snake egg. After a considerable period, his eyes sparkled with confidence as he laughed. "Ha ha, Lei Zi, I know how to use the snake egg." "Huh, boss, how do we use it?" Lei Zi asked, perplexed. In the next instant, Chun Feng grinned widely, activating his Luosha tattoo, which enveloped him in battle armor. with a swift thrust. The dual luosha blades pierced into the snake egg. The hardened scales of the snake egg shattered under the full force of his attack, revealing a small, undeveloped snake within, unmistakably a miniaturized version of the biling snake king. At the moment the egg broke, the vitality of the little snake instantly waned. Gazing at the small serpent, Chun Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, envisioning a rapid enhancement of his own power. With renewed confidence, he addressed Lei Zi. "You all step outside. I need to verify my hypothesis." Although somewhat bewildered, Lei Zi and the others complied with Chun Feng's request, vacating the room one by one. Once they had departed, Chun Feng licked his lips and approached the snake egg, reaching in to pull the small snake out. "Whether or not I can enhance my super tattoo strength lies with you." He shed his battle armor and, employing the most primal method, began to devour the small snake's flesh and blood piece by piece. With each bite he took, Chun Feng's eyes blazed a deeper crimson, and he descended into a frenzied state, akin to a ravenous beast, driven to consume the small serpent entirely. Roar! After swallowing a substantial portion of the snake's flesh, he let out a low growl reminiscent of a wild animal. And the 3 tattoos on his body began to radiate an even more intense heat. In the next moment, 3 terrifying phantoms emerged behind Chun Feng, exuding a murderous intent that felt as if it had originated from the depths of hell. The Demon King Tattoo, the Luosha Tattoo, and the Demon Butcher Tattoo. As Chun Feng continued to devour the small snake's flesh and blood, these 3 tattooed apparitions gradually took on a corporeal form. Jia jia jia. An eerie laughter filled the room, and a wave of terrifying energy erupted from within Chun Feng, manifesting as the essence derived from the consumed flesh and blood of the small snake. It is worth noting that the flesh of extraordinary beasts is typically inedible. For consuming, it can lead to a catastrophic self-detonation of the body. However, bolstered by the presence of these 3 tattoos, Chun Feng, in a fortunate twist of fate, not only avoided bodily destruction, but transformed the consumed flesh into energy for advancing his super tattoo. "Ha! I've broken through. Indeed, I have broken through. Is this the power of enhancing my super tattoo? It feels absolutely exhilarating." Chun Feng's long black hair danced wildly, his visage contorted into a fearsome grimace. Unbeknownst to him, after devouring the small serpent, his super tattoo power surged dramatically to the 4th tier, transforming the 3 tattoos into a brilliant yellow HUT. This moment, his bloodthirsty nature was laid bare for all to see. "Devil King Armor," he bellowed, and the dark armor materialized, its chaotic patterns enveloping his form. Towering behind him stood an 8-armed Demon King. As Chun Feng activated the armor, he finally sensed the power of the 2nd stage and achieved the 4th tier of his super tattoo, awakening its unique abilities. That moment, the skills of the 3 supreme tattoos manifested in Chun Feng's mind as he summoned the Devil King Armor. Demon King Tattoo, Slaughter Slash, in a bloodthirsty combat state. Each kill adds a layer of slaughter, doubling his strength, stacking up to a maximum of 36 layers. Rakshasa Tattoo, Annihilation of Rakshasas, in the stillness of the night, entering a frenzied state. Speed, strength, and stealth increase 5-fold. Demon Butcher, Abyssal Devour. For every ordinary person or super tattoo bearer slain, 1/10 of their essence or super tattoo power is consumed, enhancing his own super tattoo level. Feeling the awakening of the 3 tattoo skills, Chun Feng erupted into maniacal laughter. These 3 abilities were intricately interconnected. For someone like him, who reveled in murder, they were akin to wings of a tiger. Particularly the Abyssal Devour. Through unrestricted killing, he could even amplify his super tattoo power, which ignited a wicked thought within him. But he then suppressed his sinister demeanor, opened the door, and summoned his trusted aide. "Lei Zi, boss, your super tattoo has elevated," Lei Zi exclaimed upon witnessing the yellow tattoos, realizing that Chun Feng had attained the 4th tier of power. His excitement was palpable. With his boss's success, surely he would not be overlooked. Indeed, Chun Feng nodded, placing a hand on Lei Zi's shoulder, and chuckled. "Lei Zi, you have stood by me since your time in prison. Now, I have a task for you, and I wonder if you would be willing to assist?" Engrossed in fantasy, Lazy thought this was a test before Chun Feng helped him elevate his super tattoo power. He patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Boss, what are you saying? Just say the word, and I will not hesitate to traverse mountains or seas of fire. Even if you commanded me to die right now, I would do so without a second thought." His impassioned declaration filled him with pride, and he even envisioned a scenario where Chun Feng would elevate his super tattoo. However, upon hearing Lazy's words, Chun Feng no longer concealed his intentions, revealing a bloodthirsty desire. "Lazy, the favor I ask of you is to die by my hand, becoming part of my power enhancement. Fear not. As my trusted aide, I shall ensure your passing is devoid of pain." Chun Feng regarded Lazy with a chilling smile, akin to a tiger that had gone 3 days without food. Unable to suppress its inner frenzied eye in the next instant, before Lazy could react, 2 stabs from the armor pierced through his body, blood gushing uncontrollably. "Boss, why?" Lazy's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned. Yet, the life ebbing from him could not sustain the completion of his sentence. With a thud, Lazy's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless and eyes wide open in shock. Immediately, in the overlapping state of the armor, Chun Feng unhesitatingly activated the special skill of the Demon Butcher Tattoo, Abyssal Devour, drawing 1/10 of Lazy's super tattoo power, that a strand of bloody energy was extracted from Lazy's tattoo, coalescing into a mass that flowed into Chun Feng's body. "Ha ha! This sensation of killing to enhance my power is utterly intoxicating. I revel in it." He grinned, laughing maniacally. Now, having consumed the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, he fortuitously leveraged the uniqueness of the 3 tattoos, elevating his power 3-fold. He had transformed entirely from his former self. Words such as evil, madness, and bloodlust could no longer encapsulate his current state. Humanity had long since abandoned him, his mind consumed solely with the notion of killing to augment his strength. Next, having tasted this sweet delight, Chun Feng dragged Lazy's lifeless body into the bedroom and summoned another subordinate using the same method. This man was also a notorious criminal, with a round face, bulging ears, and a body adorned with 2 medium-level tattoos. Upon entering, he scratched his head and cautiously inquired, "Boss, is it my turn? Has Lega finished so soon?" He shared Lazy's delusions, immersed in fantasies of elevating his super tattoo, blissfully unaware of his impending doom. "Lazy has completed his elevation. Now it is your turn." Chun Feng suppressed his murderous intent. Luring the subordinate slowly into the room, as they passed a 10-meter-high serpent's egg, the subordinate caught sight of the bloodstains on the floor, the pungent scent sending his nerves on high alert. The blood of exotic beasts was easily identifiable, yet it was evident that it was mingled with human blood. As a convicted murderer, he had taken the lives of more than 8 out of 10 of those who fell to his blade. He could not have misjudged. Noticing his hesitation, Chun Feng approached him directly, saying, "Do not be alarmed. After I elevated my super tattoo power, I was unaware that the serpent had not yet perished. When Lazy elevated, it awoke and ambushed him. This blood belongs to Lazy, who is currently in the room tending to his wounds." His explanations immediately alleviated the subordinate's tension. Subsequently, he set aside his anxiety and walked slowly into the bedroom. As he walked, his sixth sense struck him with an intense warning of impending death. Upon turning, Chun Feng's twin stabs had already pierced his chest, and he did not have the chance to utter a word before he perished on the spot. Naturally, his super tattoo power was absorbed through the Abyssal Devour skill. Humph, useless trash. The energy provided by these 2 tattoos is so minimal. What a waste. Chun Feng could not help but lament the meager offering from this subordinate after absorbing 1/10 of his super tattoo power. However, if others were to learn that he had awakened a tattoo skill capable of killing and absorbing super tattoo power, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. For this special skill was too formidable. It could easily annihilate 1 or 2 cities or potentially eradicate all super tattoo bearers. Should he be allowed to indulge in limitless slaughter, he would not only lose his sanity, becoming a murderous king, but he would also be unable to halt the exponential growth of his power. Afterward, over 100 subordinates met the same fate, lured in and slain, their super tattoo power siphoned through the devouring skill. Moments later, with crimson eyes ablaze, Chun Feng felt the unenhanced super tattoo power and fervently roared, "Power! I crave power! Killing, yes, having slain over 100, I desire to kill more. Only by devouring the essence of more will I continue to elevate." With his subordinates dispatched, he set his sights on his own city. Though ravaged and besieged by exotic beasts, it remained his target. However, the number of ordinary people still amounts to several million, even among the surviving ordinary super pattern users. There are quite a FEW.I in an instant. He directly overlapped 3 sets of battle armor, causing his power to surge several-fold. Then he shot forth like a piercing arrow, shattering the glass window with a swift whoosh. At this moment, Chun Feng's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to cleanse the city of Daluo with blood, thereby enhancing his super pattern power once more. Conversely, in the city of Amo, after everything settled into tranquility, Yi Chun, along with his companions, began a period of closed-door cultivation beside the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yi Chun's 11 forbidden tattoos granted him an 11-fold increase in cultivation speed, allowing his super pattern power to swiftly break through to the 3rd tier point. 3 days later, Wang Chao and the others successfully advanced their super pattern powers to the 3rd tier, and the last remaining tattoo of Yiling Tian also achieved a breakthrough. As the others opened their eyes, they observed Yi Chun still deeply engrossed in his cultivation and chose not to disturb him, leaving the earthen pool cautiously. Only Yi Chun remained, seated beside the 9-colored heavenly yuan lotus. Suddenly, while absorbing energy particles with his eyes closed, Yi Chun felt the intense heat radiating from his tattoos, indicating that he had reached a state of energy saturation. During these 5 days, he had undergone a breakthrough, elevating his super pattern power to the 3rd tier, with the color of his tattoo transforming from red to orange. At this moment, he was on the brink of breaking through to the 4th tier of super pattern power. Breakthrough for me. Yi Chun opened his eyes, channeling the pure energy within his body to impact the yellow tattoo. In the next instant, as waves of energy surged in, his 11 orange forbidden tattoos gradually shifted to yellow. This signified that his super pattern power had successfully ascended to the 4th tier, finally reaching the 2nd stage of battle armor. The overlapping battle armor and special super pattern skills heralded a qualitative change in his power. Yi Chun, feeling the novel energy coursing through him, was filled with emotion. With a mere thought, the unique skills of his 11 forbidden tattoos surfaced in his mind. Shura Heavenly Eye Tattoo passively judges enemies that enter the domain, triggering the Shura judgment for a guaranteed kill. Candle Dragon Tattoo Absolute Domain. Within the domain, eyes open to daylight and close to darkness, freely controlling time and space. Chionchi Tattoo Beast Trap. The bloodline of the ancient King Sun can unconditionally suppress and imprison beast transformation tattoos or confine a 5th-tier royal beast. Chiyu Tattoo Dominion of all beasts summons an army of 100,000 illusory beasts to battle within the domain. Yama Tattoo Death Reversal within one's domain. The vitality lost from death returns to its original state, and injured cells recover and enhance tenfold. Headless Xingtian Tattoo Blood Battle Intensification. The blood of the god of war enhances one's power. Defense and speed tenfold while in combat. 9 Dragons Coffin Tattoo. Inyang Evil Monk Tattoo. Evil spirits entwine the enemies within the domain, dragging their spirits into the abyss hell. Neza Sea Disturbance Tattoo. 3 heads and 6 arms. Manifest 3 heads and 6 arms out of thin air, transforming into a 100-meter giant. Open-eyed Guangong Tattoo. Righteous Severance. Forcibly disarms all enemies' weapons within the domain. Killing God by Chi Tattoo. God-slaying Carnage within the domain. Ensnares the enemy's spirits in a frenzy of slaughter. Such astonishing skills, indeed worthy of the forbidden tattoos. Yi Chun marveled at his findings, grateful for the thorough preparations made before the catastrophe, with his super pattern power reaching the 4th tier. Aside from the capability to overlap battle armor and awaken special skills, the 2 forbidden tattoos that had previously been unusable also underwent changes. The headless Xingtian revealed its skill, indicating that it could indeed be activated under the 2nd stage of battle armor. With a flicker of brilliance, a black armor rapidly enveloped him, its chest resembling eyes and navel as a mouth, presenting the visage of the god of war, Xingtian. Oh, it can be used. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. This Xingtian battle armor, when donned, amplified the energy surging with each movement, at least doubling in strength compared to the other tattoos. It was no wonder he had been unable to activate it upon awakening. Such immense power could only be tenuously operated at the second stage of battle armor. Almost instinctively, Yi Chun attempted to activate the Nine Dragons Coffin tattoo, but regardless of how he channeled it, he still could not utilize IT. IT seemed that perhaps he would need to reach the third stage of battle armor before the Nine Dragons Coffin tattoo could manifest. He then took a deep breath, stood up, closed the door to the earthen pool room, and entered the office outside. Just as he settled into his chair, the projection screen automatically opened, revealing the head of the headquarters, Elder Qin, along with 6 other elders, who suddenly convened a meeting once more. Including Yi Chun, all 11 city leaders were present. Elder Qin, seated at the round table with a grave expression, addressed everyone. Gentlemen, a special situation has arisen. Chun Feng in Daluo City has inexplicably advanced to the 4th tier of super pattern power and awakened a suspected devouring special tattoo skill. As a result, more than 2/3 of the civilians who survived the catastrophe in Daluo City, along with the vast majority of super pattern users, have been slaughtered. From an external perspective, the entire city resembles a deathly realm, akin to a Shura purgatory. The headquarters has decided to dispatch all 11 city leaders to Daluo City to eliminate Chun Feng. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback. During the first meeting, Chun Feng had boldly confronted the headquarters' 7 elders. Who would have imagined that just a few days later, he not only broke through to the 4th tier of super pattern power, but also awakened the most sinister, devouring skill. This development had left them utterly shocked for an entire year. Chun Feng truly lived up to his name, being a madman. Only a lunatic could commit such heinous acts. Even if the city's civilians had faced an assault from beasts, there would still be millions surviving. The fact that he had so ruthlessly slaughtered 2/3 was beyond belief, showcasing the depths of his malevolence. Zhou Yu shook his head, vehemently denouncing Chun Feng's actions. It's hard to say whether he is even human. Beasts might be more merciful than least when beasts attack. Some lives remain. Yet Chun Feng has obliterated everyone. Not only he, but Feng Kuan also stood up at this moment, angrily exclaiming, "This guy is nothing but a scoundrel. When we went to the East Ridge Mountains to seize the treasure that day, I should have adjusted the route to eliminate him. Otherwise, this calamity would not have occurred, allowing such a menace to roam free." His righteous words naturally garnered nods of agreement from many if they had known that Chun Feng had been observing from the shadows that day. Intent on killing them, they likely would not have felt this way. Only Yi Chun harbored some suspicions. Chun Feng's transformation was likely related to the snake egg, or perhaps occurred during the pursuit by the Bailin Snake King, presenting a unique opportunity. After all, he had intentionally allowed the snake egg to be taken away, and in just a few days, Chun Feng had undergone such a significant change. There seemed to be no other possibility. With that in mind, you all should arrange your city's defensive measures and set off immediately to gather in Daluo City. We will also send the 12th team leader for support, that if we successfully eliminate Chun Feng, he will handle the aftermath, Elder Qin calmly directed. Ultimately, this meeting was merely a formality aimed at mobilizing personnel to eliminate Chun Feng. Seeing no dissent, the projection meeting concluded. In the next moment, Yi Chun called Wang Chao and the others in to make some arrangements. The threat posed by Chun Feng was too great. If things went awry, several cities could face annihilation, leaving not a blade of grass standing. "Boss, should we have the brothers accompany you? Chun Feng has killed so many people and ascended through devouring. Who knows what tier he has reached? Sending just 12 people. Could there be unforeseen consequences?" Wang Chao, burdened with concern, inquired. His apprehensions were not without merit, although the 12 city leaders possessed several top-tier super patterns. For someone like Chun Feng, who wielded the ability to devour, a single misstep could allow him to exploit the situation and eliminate them one by one, converting their energies into his own. Thus, the only viable option was to subdue and eliminate him in an instant. Otherwise, unforeseen complications could arise. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding, No, having too many people could prove detrimental. This individual poses a significant threat at present that I am indifferent to going, but I fear he may strike first at you all, making it even harder for me to manage the situation. Now that I have reached the 4th level of super patterns, even with his devouring ability, he cannot contend with me. That it is an opportune moment for me to test my newly awakened skills. His reasoning was sound that in the event of an unexpected turn of events, the other leaders would have no ties to him and could make a hasty retreat. If Wang Chao and the others were to arrive, he could not simply stand by and watch them perish. Without delay, he approached the window of the lighthouse and leaped down, summoning the beastly form of Qiongqi in midair by channeling his intricate tattoo. With a booming roar, the fierce Qiongqi, wings unfurled, swiftly carried Yi Chun toward the Luo city. Meanwhile, the other city leaders, including one dispatched from headquarters, were en route to gather into Luo city at the same time. In the heart of the Luo city, Chan Feng floated ominously above, with a tangible manifestation of the Demon King, Rakshasa, and the Demon Butcher behind him, hungrily drawing in the blood factors from the air. The city lay strewn with corpses, a gruesome sight. A handful were ordinary super pattern users, but the vast majority were civilians, their lifeblood completely drained. The stench of blood was so intense, it was nauseating. And the sky itself had turned a bloody red from the evaporation of blood caused by excessive slaughter. Just a little more, just a fraction more, and I shall break through to the 5th level of super patterns. I must continue to kill. Chun Feng's long black hair whipped wildly as he laughed maniacally. After days of consuming blood, his mind had become utterly lost in a ceaseless cycle of slaughter. He had transformed into a physical embodiment of madness. With nothing but a desire to kill in his eyes at that moment, figures began to converge from all directions. The 11 leaders, excluding Yichun, gradually arrived at the Luo city. The sky has changed color. Good heavens, how many lives has this fiend claimed? Fong Kun stood atop a crumbling building, unable to suppress his thoughts. During the previous headquarters meeting, he had vehemently insisted on the need to eradicate Chen Feng. However, upon witnessing the horrific scene, the overwhelming stench of blood and the brutality of the carnage filled him with dread. Beside him, all 10 leaders had gathered, yet none dared to take a step forward, for Chun Feng's power surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. What shall we do, everyone? Is there a plan with any chance of success? I have only reached the 3rd level of super patterns, while the others are at the 1st level, Zhou Yu inquired, frowning. His 3rd level super pattern had only been achieved through the collection of beast cores gathered by his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, the few leaders among them, unlike Zhou Yu, did not neglect the advancement of their subordinates. Hence their powers remained at the 2nd level. I have 3 super patterns that have broken through to the 3rd level. But with Chan Feng awakening his special skills, I believe we should conduct thorough research. Otherwise, if our coordination falters, we may suffer casualties. At that point, Chun Feng's combat power will only increase, making it even harder for us to defeat him. A man wearing sunglasses and dressed in simple attire spoke up from behind the group. His name was Qin Tianyi, the 12th leader appointed by headquarters and the overseer of the Luo city, as well as the grandson of Elder Qin among the 7 elders. His presence commanded a degree of authority. Nodding, the group gathered together to discuss their strategy. Suddenly, a resounding beastly roar echoed from the distant horizon. As a fearsome Qiongqi with twin wings raced toward them, with Yi Chun seated upon its back. The leader of the demon city, Yi Chun, he has actually broken through to the 4th level of super patterns. This gives us a fighting chance. Wu Jun exclaimed joyously upon noticing the yellowish pattern on Yi Chun's neck. As a retired soldier, he had prepared for the worst, but seeing Yi Chun now rekindled a glimmer of hope. As the beastly Qiongqi landed, Qin Tianyi hurried to Yi Chun's side and said, Yi Chun, you've arrived just in time. Everyone is here, and we need to discuss how to launch our attack while minimizing casualties in our effort to eliminate Chen Feng. Expecting Yi Chun to comply, they were taken aback when he disregarded Qin Tianyi's words entirely. He then stated with unwavering seriousness, Everyone, hold off for now. I have just broken through to the 4th level of super patterns, and I intend to use Chun Feng as a practice target. It is also an opportune moment for me to test my special skills. Practice target? How audacious! Yi Chun, this is not the time for bravado. Chun Feng is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of super patterns, having awakened devouring skills. How could you possibly contend with him alone? Zhou Yu interjected. The notion that Yi Chun could single-handedly slay Chun Feng was utterly implausible, and he held no faith in it whatsoever. Before Zhou Yu could continue his admonishment, Yi Chun propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, taking off into the air atop the beastly Qiangqi. Heading directly for the center of the city, where Chun Feng awaited. Oh dear. Wu Jun sighed, shaking his head. The flicker of hope he had just felt was extinguished once more, eye in his eyes. Yi Chen's actions not only spelled doom for himself, but also jeopardized the lives of everyone else. There was no stopping Chun Feng now. The group fell into silence, while above the city center, Chun Feng had reached a critical point in his blood consumption. He was but a step away from breaking through to the 5th level of super patterns. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a living presence. Quickly approaching him, it was unmistakably Yi Chun, riding on Qiangqi. You have delivered yourself right to me. Yi Chun, since I failed to kill you in the Serpent's Den, you shall now provide me with the final surge of power needed for my breakthrough. Prepare to die. Chun Feng laughed maniacally, summoning his Demon King tattoo and unleashing the skill, Slaughter Slash, aimed directly at Yi Chun in midair with a swift and unrelenting strike. That he had been in a bloodthirsty state, having already slaughtered over 1,000,000 souls, stacking his killing power to 36 layers. The force behind this attack was magnified to 36 times its usual strength, capable of obliterating an entire skyline of skyscrapers into nothingness. Upon witnessing this terrifying blow, Yi Chun remained unfazed, disdainfully scoffing. A mere parlor trick. Watch as I dismantle your attack. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the absolute domain of the Candle Dragon tattoo, expanding a crimson realm with a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. As Chun Feng's Slaughter Slash entered Yi Chen's Candle Dragon domain, time came to a sudden halt, and even space was instantaneously bound. His strike was as if it had been paused, suspended in mid-air the moment it crossed into the domain. Rendered immobile. Impossible. How could my Slaughter Slash be confined? Chun Feng's anguished roar echoed in the AI. It was not just him. Even Qin Tianyi, hailing from headquarters, was rendered speechless in shock. The reason for this astonishment lay in Chun Feng's Demon King tattoo, which was of the highest caliber. The unique skills it awakened would invariably clash with those of equal rank, making a complete, overpowering scenario impossible. Yet, at this moment, it appeared as though a top-tier tattoo was exerting a crushing dominance over a mere ordinary tattoo. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen's Candle Dragon tattoo was a forbidden tattoo, effortlessly capable of dealing with a minor character like Chun Feng. Indeed, you still underestimate me. Chun Feng, at this moment, you no longer pique my interest enough to warrant me holding back. Yi Chun scoffed mockingly. Now that he had entered the 2nd stage of his battle armor and awakened his special skills, his power surged like a dragon diving into the sea, unstoppable by any foe. Roar! You seek death! Chun Feng, incensed, felt the 3 substantial tattoos behind him roar in unison in the next instant. The Demon King, Rakshasa, and Demon Butcher, these 3 demonic entities, plunged into his brow, merging completely with Chun Feng. Instantly, a torrent of demonic flames erupted from his being. The fusion of the 3 super tattoos and the overlapping battle armor adorned him with a blood demon-like armor. Boom! Chun Feng activated his battle armor, charging recklessly towards Yi Chun, intent on shattering his Candle Dragon domain. However, as he entered the domain, time and space suddenly ceased once more, leaving Chun Feng's body suspended as if pierced by a fork. Unable to advance even a single step, not even able to utter a word. Ha 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 ha! Chun Feng, do you see the chasm between us? No matter how you struggle, an ant remains an ant. Embolden your courage. I have decided to employ another tattoo skill to send you off, thus granting you some semblance of dignity. That Yi Chun chuckled derisively, forcing him to use 2 special tattoo skills. Chun Feng had, in a sense, met his demise honorably. With a single step, he traversed the originally 1,000-meter distance, as if it were a mere teleportation in the blink of an eye. He stood before Chun Feng. Unfortunately, at this moment, Chun Feng found himself immobilized within the domain. Otherwise, at such close range, he could have easily struck Yi Chen down. Buzz! A crimson light flared, and the azure heaven eye tattoo on his forehead blazed fiercely, radiating a 3-meter domain. The azure heaven eye tattoo's judgment. Yi Chen wasted no time in unleashing his skill. In the next moment, a blade imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, the azure blood blade, materialized in Yi Chen's hand. However, this time, with the azure blood blade in hand, he resembled a sovereign of the universe, gazing down upon the imprisoned Chun Feng. Die! The single word escaped his lips. The azure blood blade erupted with a blinding brilliance, exuding an aura so potent that even the true king of purgatory would retreat in fear. With a single slash, even the candle dragon domain was instantaneously breached. Chun Feng could only watch in horror as the blade approached, slicing through his neck, leaving him in a daze as the world spun around him. His severed head stared blankly at his own headless corpse collapsing to the ground, with his breath extinguished. The once troublesome Chun Feng was effortlessly slain by Yi Chen. The entire process from start to finish was a complete domination, with even the final blow being a decisive strike, utterly unopposed. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the numerous city officials observing from a distance. What did I just see? Did he just kill Chun Feng in 2 moves? Am I dreaming? The power of Yi Chen was truly terrifying, leaving Wu Jun gaping in disbelief, his expression a stark contrast to moments prior. The feeling of plummeting from hell to heaven was indistinguishable from a dream. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu beside him swallowed hard, nudging Xiong Chuan with his elbow, saying, "Wasn't Yi Chen also present that day in the Dongling Mountains? I recall this fellow fled at the first sign of the Lin Snake King's wrath. How has his strength become so formidable? Has he been feigning all along, deliberately concealing his true power?" It was no wonder he thought this way. Had it not been for Yi Chen's desire to stealthily acquire the 9-colored celestial lotus in the Dongling Mountains, he would have long revealed the terrifying might of his forbidden tattoo. There was no need to wait until now. As everyone marveled, Qin Tianyi seemed to have recalled something, producing a golden telephone from his pocket. He then dialed the soul number on it, meticulously reporting the events that transpired. Meanwhile, Yi Chen seized the opportunity to plunder all the beast cores and wealth from Chun Feng's storage bag. After awakening his devouring skill, Chun Feng's previously gathered beast cores were now rendered useless, stored away in the battle armor space. Little did he know, this would benefit Yi Chen immensely. Casting a quick glance, he discovered that the majority of the beast cores range from 1st to 2nd tier, totaling over 1,000, with more than 50 3rd-tier cores. The wealth consisted primarily of gold, amounting to nearly 2 tons. This windfall acquired through bloodshed certainly lifted Yi Chen's spirits. To eradicate a menace, one cannot expect to do so without reward, right? He chuckled, satisfied with his haul, and switched to the Qiongqi battle armor, departing the scene without a backward glance, knowing that the high-ranking official from headquarters would handle the aftermath. However, given the hellish scene before him, the question of whether it would be handled or not was irrelevant to him. Upon returning to the refuge, Yi Chen made his way directly to the top floor of the lighthouse. Just as he settled into a chair to rest his eyes, the projection screen activated automatically. Unlike before, this time it was Elder Qin from headquarters, arranging a private conversation with him. Clearly, Qin Tianyi had relayed the details of Chun Feng's demise, prompting this unusual meeting. Yi Chen, the events in Daluo City have reached headquarters. Your strength is formidable, which took me by surprise. To break through to the 4th stage of super tattoos in such a short time, and slay Chun Feng with 2 tattoo skills. No city official can match your prowess, not even some of the covertly trained personnel at headquarters. Elder Qin openly praised him. To think that before the eyes of many, headquarters had overlooked Yi Chen, concealing such terrifying combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen maintained a calm demeanor, slowly settling into his chair. Elder Qin, your desire to speak with me privately cannot simply be for praise, can it? If it were merely commendation, you could convene a meeting of city officials to publicly extol my virtues, thus satisfying your vanity. However, the moment I return to the refuge, your private talk follows, indicating there is something else at hand. Yi Chen, not only are you strong, but your mind is sharp. I truly cannot conceal anything from you. Elder Qin said self-deprecatingly. An old man like him, having navigated through decades, felt as though he was being outmaneuvered by Yi Chun. It was better to lay everything bare. Then, Elder Qin ceased his indirect approach and spoke earnestly. Indeed, there's a rather thorny matter at hand. The cataclysm has inflicted catastrophic damage worldwide, prompting the formation of an alliance among nations for swift assistance. 3 days ago, a 6th-tier royal beast appeared in the Ganges of the Yinfan nation, commanding over a dozen 5th-tier beasts, with countless lower-tier beasts in TOWIT has already obliterated 2 cities, and with the Yinfan nation shorthanded. They're unable to cope. The alliance has decided to send support from various nations, and China is included. Originally, headquarters planned to dispatch half of the officials after the Daluo City mission concluded. However, given your displayed strength in Daluo City, I believe sending you alone will suffice, allowing the others to secure the city. Are you sending me to assist the Yinfan nation? Heh, do you truly see me as a mere tool? Yi Chun retorted he had yet to enjoy the rights of a city official, yet responsibilities continued to pile up in his heart. Yi Chun silently contemplated. Upon further reflection, he realized that simply acquiescing would be rather unbecoming. He felt compelled to engage in a bit of extortion. With a sigh, he feigned exasperation and remarked, "Old Qin, my endeavor to eliminate Qin Feng has already drained a considerable amount of my energy. As you know, utilizing awakening skills takes a toll on the body." As he spoke, he let out another sigh, feigning a desire to contribute. However, given that Old Qin had lived for so long, he was undoubtedly a wily old fox. How could he not discern the underlying implications behind Yi Chun's words? For someone like Yi Chun, who bore a forbidden tattoo, employing special skills posed no real detriment. It was merely a matter of demanding compensation. Yi Chun, if you represent the nation of China in providing support, the headquarters will reward you with 3,000 second-tier beast cores, along with 100 pieces of ordinary synthetic battle armor. Old Qin confidently tempted him, even revealing the latest achievements from the headquarters, including the scarce synthetic battle armor. It was evident that he meant business. Upon hearing the term synthetic battle armor, Yi Chun's interest was piqued. Such technology had only been developed much later in his previous life, and required specific tattoos from super tattooists, making the criteria exceedingly stringent. To his surprise, the headquarters had devised it, spearheaded by the esteemed Old Zeng. The depths of the headquarters were far more profound than they appeared. "I want 200 pieces." After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun smiled and held up 2 fingers, his demeanor resolute. He was confident that the 100 pieces were not the entirety of their stock. Otherwise, Old Qin would not have made such an offer. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Chun's demand, Old Qin clutched his forehead and said, "I knew you were clever, but you truly are asking for a lion's share." The request for 200 pieces left him somewhat troubled. It was important to note that the headquarters had amassed significant manpower and made prior preparations before the disaster, which had enabled them to produce over 400 pieces in this limited time. Yi Chun's demand for half was indeed a challenge. However, upon witnessing Yi Chun's impatient expression, Old Qin gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, today I shall make an executive decision on behalf of the headquarters and grant you 200 pieces of synthetic battle armor. In 2 hours, the headquarters will dispatch the items via aircraft. When the time comes, you will board that plane and proceed to Yinfan country for support. Be sure to conserve your strength. The 6th-tier royal class exotic beast possesses a top-tier domain. Do not take it lightly." Thus, the two reached a pleasant agreement, albeit the joy was decidedly one-sided, with Yi Chun reveling in the outcome. Old Qin even hastily concluded the remote conference without further pleasantries, likely contemplating how to justify providing an additional 100 pieces of synthetic battle armor. 2 hours later, a sleek, black combat aircraft measuring over 50 meters in length arrived at the open space outside the shelter. Descending from it was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and bearing the insignia of a major. Upon seeing Yi Chun, he saluted and said, "Director Yi, my name is Zhou Jie, and I have been dispatched by the headquarters to escort the synthetic battle armor and beast cores. Once the handover is complete, I will also accompany you to Yinfan country for support." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the black wristband he wore, and instantly, a 2-meter alloy box and a 10-meter wooden crate were ejected. With a click, the locks opened, revealing the alloy box neatly filled with 200 hand rings, each a different color but identical in design to the one he wore. Clearly, this was the synthetic battle armor. The 10-meter wooden crate, on the other hand, was stacked with 3,000 second-tier exotic beast cores. Director Yi, everything is here. Please take inventory, and if there are no issues, we can prepare to depart, Zhou Jie indicated towards the 2 boxes, suggesting Yi Chun check them. However, Yi Chun did not bother to count. He trusted that the headquarters would not shortchange him in such matters. Instead, he turned to Wang Chao beside him and said, "Store the items away. Give the synthetic battle armor to my father for the clan members to wear. Take out 2,000 beast cores for them to use for charging, and the remaining 1,000 can be allocated to the super tattooist alliance." In just 2 simple sentences, he had arranged everything. The synthetic battle armor was meant for his family, as Wang Chao and the others had no use for it. Moreover, with the 9-colored Tanyuan treasure lotus, they wouldn't even need the beast cores. However, the activation and consumption of the synthetic battle armor did require beast cores for charging. Hence, he allocated 2,000 for his clan. The remainder would go to the Super Tattooist Alliance in Magic City. Although these individuals were ordinary super tattooists volunteering to assist in protecting the city, Yi Chun would not neglect them. With arrangements complete, Yi Chun followed Zhou Jie up the ladder and into the co-pilot seat of the aircraft. While Zhou Jie took the pilot's seat, fulfilling his duty of flying the combat aircraft. With a rumble accompanying the roar of the engines, the aircraft soared swiftly into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. During the flight, Zhou Jie extended an olive branch, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Director Yi, would you be interested in joining our military? With your capabilities, you could easily hold dual positions, and with such dual identities, your influence would only grow. The benefits are substantial." Joining the military, Zhou Jie's proposition prompted Yi Chun to contemplate. To be candid, he had never considered this matter. After all, no matter how advanced, firearms could never completely vanquish high-tier exotic beasts. At best, they could only slow their advance. The only beasts that could be slain were low-tier ordinary ones, and this often came at the cost of significant ammunition and even lives that achieve a casualty-free kill. Only super tattooists could accomplish that. Nevertheless, this did not imply the military was without merit. On the contrary, at higher echelons, the military held an unshakable position in China, which could benefit Yi Chun in leading his family to the zenith of prestige. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun calmly replied, "Give me some time to consider. Right now, providing support is paramount. Once we arrive, leave your contact information with me. After I've made up my mind, I will call you." As they spoke, the two had already crossed into the borders of Yinfan country. Continuing their flight for a while longer, they arrived at a military base situated closest to the Ganges River. Landing safely. With a thunderous thud, the aircraft reached the landing platform, and several base leaders swiftly approached the hatch. "Gentlemen, this is our representative from China for this support mission. His name is Yi Chun." Zhou Jie introduced in fluent Hindi. As the welcoming representative, the others clearly shared the same role as Zhou Jie. Nodding, the lead officer, a bearded man, said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for your support from China and for your presence here. Please follow me into the base. They are currently discussing the offensive plans inside." The interpreter promptly echoed this in Chinese. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jie retrieved a pen and paper from the storage space of the synthetic battle armor, quickly jotting down his phone number. He then handed it to Yi Chun, saying, "Director Yi, this is my number. If you come to a decision, feel free to call me. I won't accompany you any further. I must return to headquarters to report." Without a word, Yi Chun merely nodded slightly, accepting the note and placing it in the armor's storage space. Subsequently, he followed the bearded officer and others into the base, while Zhou Jie piloted the aircraft back. Once inside the base, the luxurious array of equipment prompted Yi Chun to express his approval. Cannons, howitzers, and armor-piercing firearms were all present, creating an arsenal that was almost overwhelming. In contrast, his shelter, situated in a pre-disaster China that had imposed gun control, lacked many heavy weaponry but was still equipped to handle some low-tier exotic beasts. Once this mission concluded, he thought to himself, he would need to procure some arms to bring back. It would not do to have come for nothing. They would be perfectly suited for installation in a shelter and could also be deployed around the periphery of Magic City. As Yi Chun ambled forward, a plethora of ideas began to crystallize in his mind. even formulating a plan to remedy the deficiencies in the magical city's defenses. After traversing a lengthy corridor and ascending in an elevator, Yi-chun arrived seamlessly at the control center of the base, subsequently being ushered into the conference room. Upon pushing open the door, he beheld an array of screens scattered throughout the room, displaying real-time monitoring alongside playback footage. At the center sat 4 men adorned with intricate tattoos, each distinct in appearance and hairstyle, unmistakably representatives from various nations. Notably, their tattoos bore the same unique yellow hue of the Super Tattoo Level 4, akin to Yi-chun's own. Evidently, these individuals possessed considerable strength. It appeared that many among them had encountered fortuitous events, and a fondness for tattoos seemed to be more prevalent than in China. Yi-chun took a seat on an unoccupied chair, contemplating silently. Feeling a tinge of boredom, he began to scrutinize the others present. The quartet of foreign supporters, though not introducing themselves, were easily identified by Yi-chun through subtle traits and details. The man seated farthest to the left was less than 6 feet tall, sporting an unkempt beard and an expression that seemed perpetually displeased, with a prominent tattoo on his arm depicting the figure of Susanoo. It was abundantly clear that he was a super tattoo practitioner from the land of cherry blossoms, likely affiliated with a particular group. His name was Taro Kawanishi. In the center, a tall and imposing middle-aged man with pronounced features and a bushy beard sat, his chest adorned with a tattoo of a skull bear, leading to the conclusion that he was a super tattoo practitioner from the Soviet Union, known by the familiar name Levski. The 2 men on the right presented stark contrasts. The first, with dark skin and a robust physique, while the second boasted fair skin, blonde hair, and long legs, hailing from the United States and the European Union respectively, named James and I.F. Before long, several super tattoo practitioners dispatched from the Indian subcontinent, tasked with leading the operation, entered the conference room. Simultaneously, 5 soldiers distributed high-tech single-ear headphones to Yi-chun and the others for seamless translation across all languages, preventing any communication barriers. Everyone donned the devices. The foremost among them, an Indian super tattoo practitioner named Bali, produced a map from his pocket, detailing the precise location of the nearby Ganges River, along with the distribution of a 6th-level Beast King and several 5th-level Royal Beasts. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look," he began. "This is the intelligence we have gathered thus far. Resolve this crisis. We must first dismantle their strength. We will utilize thermal weapons against the 1st to 4th level beasts, deploying additional super tattoo practitioners to assist. Our primary focus must be on eliminating these dozen 5th level beasts. Once their king is left without its minions, we can confidently mount our assault. If we could drive it back into the sea, we will have achieved our objective." Bali articulated the entire plan with fluidity, aided by the translation tool. The Indian contingent possessed the numbers to handle the lower-tier beasts with conventional weapons and ordinary super tattoo practitioners. Yet the formidable super tattoo practitioners were scarce in the early stages of the disaster, necessitating assistance from other nations. Only by defeating the 5th-level beasts could they hope for victory. And objections here. "I agree," James nodded, expressing his concurrence with the plan. The remaining 3 also indicated their assent, save for Yi-chun, who furrowed his brow and queried, "Is this 6th-level royal beast coming from a sea? If we cannot kill it and it returns, I fear it may seek vengeance with greater ferocity, putting you Indians in a perilous position." The Indian leadership had indeed contemplated his concerns, yet with beasts requiring attention everywhere, they could only proceed as such that it was hardly feasible for a handful of level 4 practitioners to confront a 6th-level royal beast. Noticing Bali's silence, Yi-chun refrained from pressing further. After all, this was not his country, and the extent of the losses ultimately bore no consequence to him. His remark had merely been a casual observation. Bali then cleared his throat and declared, "All right, if there are no further objections, let us adjust our plans that we will set out shortly, pairing off into teams of 2 to eliminate the 5th-level royal beast before driving the royal beast back into the ocean." Before long, the group congregated outside the base. Yi-chun, Bali, James, I.F., Taro Kawanishi, and Levski stood ready on the helipad. Not far off, the Indian military had assembled, tanks and aircraft at the ready, prepared to support the offensive against the lower-tier beasts. The throng numbered over 50,000, with an additional 3,000 ordinary super tattoo practitioners, mostly at the second level, tasked with dealing with the third and fourth level beast. In the next moment, Bali stepped forward. Raising his voice, "Everyone, proceed according to the designated plan and take your combat positions. Let us depart and eliminate the beast to protect our homeland." As the primary leader of this operation, he fervently rallied the troops. Though he was acutely aware that the success of this defensive battle hinged on their ability to swiftly vanquish the fifth-level beasts and coordinate the expulsion of the royal beast. "Let us go." With his command echoing in the air, Yi Chun and the others understood and activated their battle armor, following closely behind him. Their immediate objective was to segment the battlefield, isolating the fifth-level beast to prevent the military from incurring heavy losses in a mere blink of an eye. Soon, the six arrived near the Ganges River. From their vantage point above, they observed that the surrounding high-rise buildings and slums had been nearly obliterated by the onslaught of the beasts. This is truly tragic. Yi Chun mused, feeling a pang of sympathy, but I must say, the destructive power of this sixth-level beast is astounding. Thankfully, we haven't encountered one in our country yet. Taro Kawanishi shook his head, sighing in lament. While he expressed sympathy, his tone inevitably hinted at a sense of schadenfreude, revealing a rather unbecoming disposition. Meanwhile, Yi Chun internally reflected, how dare you mock others when your own country is but a desolate island? Surrounded by ocean on all sides, it is only a matter of time before a royal beast descends upon your shores and wreaks havoc upon your idyllic life. Bali, having overheard this exchange, cast an irritated glance at Kawanishi, but chose not to engage in verbal sparring. Cooperation was paramount, and quarreling over trivial matters would yield no benefits. Suddenly, James pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look over there! The sixth-level royal beast is right in front of us." The group turned to follow his gaze and beheld a colossal creature, over 1,000 meters in length, floating majestically in the center of the Ganges, its azure body, adorned with 8 elongated tentacles. Unmistakably belonged to a sixth-level royal beast. A kraken. Surrounding you were 12 fifth-level royal beasts, forming a circle and relentlessly generating massive waves that crashed against the nearby coast. Clearly, all 12 beasts were aquatic in nature, unable to ascend the land, and only capable of advancing by inundating the city with water. This explained why the high-ranking beasts were advancing at a sluggish pace. The Ganges, after all, did not possess the vastness of the ocean. Facing 12 fifth-level beasts, with just 6 of us, even in pairs, this may prove to be a formidable challenge. IF expressed his trepidation, furrowing his brow. After all, he was merely there to provide support, and there was little incentive to risk his life unnecessarily. Not only him, but even the composed Levski could not suppress his concerns, stating, "Their numbers exceed ours by 3-fold. If we cannot swiftly eliminate them, the remaining fifth-level beasts will undoubtedly impede our progress. Given our current strength, it is unrealistic to expect to dispatch them all within a short span, especially with the royal beast nearby, which will not remain idle in this battle. I sense no chance of victory." The disparity between both sides is rather considerable. Most critically, the 12 royal-level beasts are positioned too closely together, tightly encircling the Beast Emperor. This deviates entirely from their prior expectations at the base. It can be said that their strategy has been thoroughly disrupted. Is it possible that, has the Beast Emperor sensed something, intentionally gathering the fifth-tier beasts in close proximity? Previously, they were scattered, wreaking havoc across cities, and the plan of picking them off one by one is evidently no longer feasible. Bali, witnessing the sudden turn of events, felt a shadow of despair creeping into his heart as he observed the army, trailing behind. Along with over 3,000 super-patterned warriors poised to obstruct them, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it truly be that all their efforts would come to naught, necessitating a retreat? Yet retreat was not an option. Given the current circumstances, they could be said to have no chance of success, merely incurring further casualties. I could see that moment. Yi Chun, floating in mid-air, leisurely inquired, "If I could assist you in eliminating half of the fifth-tier royal beasts, would you be able to manage the remainder?" "What?" At these words, everyone was taken aback. Surely, this is not a jest. Bali hesitated for a moment, tentatively asking if it were any other super-patterned warrior, he would have likely erupted into curses. However, Yi Chun was dispatched from China to provide support. Perhaps he truly possessed some capabilities. Humph, I see him merely boasting. The Chinese are always so arrogant that we, too, have no means to deal with them. I refuse to believe you can single-handedly slay the 5-tier beasts. Moreover, 6 of them, if you succeed, I shall kneel before you and bow 3 times. Chuanqi Zilong scoffed derisively, his grotesque expression accompanied by an unsightly beard, prompting Yi Chun to resist the urge to slap him. He was truly insufferable, especially with his mockery of China. While Uncle could endure, Aunt could not. Immediately, Yi Chun pointed at him and declared, "Very well, you said it. If I kill 6 5th-tier beasts, you shall kneel and bow 3 times. And it must be loud, calling me father with each bow." His fiery temperament would not yield to these dogs from the land of cherry blossoms. "Fine, I accept your challenge. Let us see how you perform your little act of fishing." Chuanqi Zilong agreed, then casually placed his hands in his pockets, eager to witness Yi Chun's impending failure. In the next moment, Yi Chun activated 10 sets of battle armor, merging them into a brand new suit of slaughtering armor. He then shot downwards towards the cluster of 5th-tier royal beasts with supersonic speed, simultaneously unleashing his special tattoo skills. The absolute domain of the Candle Dragon tattoo, the beast confinement of the Cheongqi tattoo, and the 3 heads and 6 arms of the Neza tattoo. The domain immediately activated. The absolute domain of the Candle Dragon tattoo enveloped the colossal form of the Octopus Emperor, rendering it immobile. Following that, the second special skill, Beast Confinement, was activated. An invisible cage ensnared a 5th-tier royal beast, the Oceanic Shark King, in the blink of an eye. The tsunami formation formed by the 12 royal beasts began to disintegrate, unable to continue its operation. With just these 2 tattoo skills, the chaotic situation began to improve dramatically. Great! With a resounding roar, the 3 heads and 6 arm skill was activated. Waves of surging energy emanated from Yi Chun's body, extending outward. In the next instant, his physique abruptly expanded, sprouting 2 heads and 4 arms, with battle armor adorning his form. Yi Chun took a steady breath, feeling the power of his 100-meter frame, silently reflecting, "This skill has dramatically increased my size. Yet my movements seem somewhat sluggish. However, against these 5th-tier royal beasts, I should now have the upper hand." As soon as he finished speaking, in the Ganges below, the trapped Octopus Emperor widened its fish-like eyes, desperately attempting to extend its royal domain to counter Yi Chun's absolute domain. In a moment of daze, the 1,000-meter form of the Octopus Emperor swayed slightly, its 8 massive tentacles trembling as they sought to break free from the domain. Observing this, Yi Chun realized that with his current level of the 4th-tier super pattern warrior, he could not contain this 6th-tier royal beast indefinitely. He had to swiftly eliminate these 5th-tier beasts. Suddenly, a 5th-tier royal beast, the nether white dragon fish, leaped out of the water with a splash, launching a terrifying energy wave towards Yi Chun. With a whoosh, the energy wave struck the overlapping 10 sets of battle armor on Yi Chun's chest. Yet it barely left a rippled eye in the distance in midair. What? This enormous creature withstood a strike from a 5th-tier royal beast without a scratch. Chuanqi Taro's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Particularly, the special skill Yi Chun had just employed that effectively immobilized the Octopus Emperor was what left him most incredulous. It should be noted that the Octopus Emperor, as a 6th-tier beast, possessed its own royal domain. In a confrontation against a 6th-tier super pattern warrior, the domains would typically be evenly matched. Yet witnessing Yi Chun's absolute suppression was a first for him. China is indeed a mysterious land. The tattoo skills he just showcased were clearly of the highest caliber. Even if we combined all our tattoos, we could not compare. Levski gasped in astonishment, clearly astonished as well. Simultaneously, aside from Chuanqi Taro, the others began to harbor a premonition that Yi Chun's earlier claim was far from empty. He truly could slay half of the 5th-tier royal beasts. This also implied that Chuanqi Taro was preparing to kneel and call him father. Returning to the forefront of the battlefield, Yi Chun gazed at his armor, untouched and pristine, and couldn't help but smile, bolstered by the overlapping layers and the enhancement of the 3 heads and 6 arm skill. granting him a terrifying level of defense. The attacks of ordinary fifth-tier royal beasts felt no more than a tickle against him. With his battle blood surging, without hesitation, Yi Chun employed another skill, amplifying his power, speed, and defense tenfold, compensating for the sluggishness of the 3 heads and 6 arms. With a hum, as his thoughts crystallized, 6 astonishingly formidable weapons manifested in his 6 hands. Aside from the Shuro blood knife, the other 5 included the battle-armored ganchi, the Qinglong Yinyuan knife, the ring blade, the red tassel spear, and the Qiyu sword. A bunch of beasts. Shouldn't you hurry up and come to your demise? Yi Chun's 3 heads simultaneously roared, a resonant bellow echoing around him like a 360-degree surround sound, causing ears to tremble. Even the once calm sea stirred, generating waves as if provoked. The 6 fifth-tier royal oceanic beasts, as if sensing something, growled in response, thrashing their tails and launching several energy waves towards him. Unlike their terrestrial counterparts, being in the water, they could only execute long-range attacks against the airborne Yi Chun, that if they wished to engage in close combat, he would have to descend into the sea. Boom! Yi Chun swung his weapons, forcefully blocking and obliterating these energy waves that he then accelerated, akin to a missile, his body radiating golden light as he surged towards the 6 fifth-tier royal beasts at an astonishing speed. Slash! Whoosh! Crack! Accompanied by the sounds of 6 distinct attacks, it signified the abrupt end of the lives of the 6 fifth-tier royal beasts, with the tenfold power and speed from his battle blood surge. The overlapping battle armors, combined with the additional strength from the 3 heads and 6 arms, Yi Chun was uncertain of the exact magnitude of this strike's force. However, it was now evident that a single blow capable of killing fifth-tier beasts was beyond doubt. Nanny, did he just eliminate them? In an instant. Is this a mere game? Are you jesting with me? Chuanchi Teru was no longer composed, and even his native tongue slipped out, which was utterly astonishing that it was initially thought that a prolonged, fierce battle would ensue. Yet it had transformed into a scene of casual slaughter, with 6 hands simultaneously at play. The others, including Bali, found themselves rooted to the spot, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They had become mere bystanders. On the surface of the Ganges, the domain of the Octopus King had opened wide, allowing it to move its tentacles and body, albeit still somewhat stiff. Compared to before, it was now absolutely restricted. Its movements had been slowed down by 50 times, taking several minutes to shift a mere inch. Meanwhile, the other 6 fifth-tier aberrations, save for one that was ensnared, were overtaken by fear and swam back hundreds of meters, distancing themselves from Yi Chun. 6 fifth-tier beast cores. Such treasures! I relish this 100% drop rate. Why Yi Chun dismissed the 3-headed 6-arm state, swiftly collecting the beast cores floating above the 6 aberrations into his battle suit's storage space. His task was complete. There was no need to further showcase his capabilities by slaying the remaining 5th-tier aberrations. He was not foolish enough to do that. Not only did he dispel the 3-headed 6-arm form, but he also lifted the absolute domain and the ensnaring skill. Roar! With the disappearance of the domain, the Octopus King erupted in an enraged roar that a dignified 6th-tier beast king. Not only was it confined by the human before it, but it also witnessed the slaughter of 6 5th-tier aberrations right before its eyes. While it remained unscathed, such actions were intolerable for a creature of its intelligence. Immediately, it brandished its 8 massive tentacles, swinging them toward Yi Chun's diminutive form, intent on obliterating him on the spot. In an instant, Yi Chun activated his battle suit, deftly evading the octopus's strike. Although he had shrunk in size, the Octopus King's disadvantage became apparent. Its immense size rendered its attacks sluggish, allowing Yi Chun to dodge with ease. Soon after, reverting to his normal form, Yi Chun, riding the wind and fire wheel of his battle suit, swiftly returned to the side of the dazed onlookers. How is it, everyone? The 6 5th-tier aberrations have been successfully slain, as I promised. Now, Chuanchi Teru, isn't it time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain? Kneel and call me father. Yi Chun stood with his hands clasped, gazing at Chuanchi Teru with an air of nonchalance, leaving no room for negotiation. He was ready to relish Chuanchi Teru's embarrassment. The latter, feeling the sting of self-inflicted humiliation and witnessing Yi Chun's overwhelming power, found himself in a dilemma, unable to let go of his pride in front of others. To kneel or not to kneel? As the atmosphere grew awkward, Bali stepped in as a mediator, suggesting, "Brother Yichun, why not wait until we have slain the fifth-tier aberrations and thoroughly chased the Beast King away before we settle this matter? A little delay won't hurt that a little delay. No, I'm in dire need of this very moment. Just as the army has arrived, with so many people around, you must kneel and call me father now, that if it were anyone else, I might agree to resolve this quietly, but not you. That I simply cannot stand your Sakura nation. If you dare to backtrack, do not blame me for being unreasonable. That Wai-Chun was relentless and aggressive. He shook his shoulders and advanced step by step toward Chuanchi Teru, seemingly intent on taking action immediately. Wait, Chuanchi took a step back, waving his hands. Truth be told, this retreat was a clear sign of his fear of Yichun. His strength was simply terrifying, capable of slaying fifth-tier aberrations as easily as chopping vegetables. How could he possibly be a match? Moreover, the others would certainly not intervene to protect him against Yichun. Indeed, observing Yichun's words and actions, Bali, who had just played the role of mediator, rubbed his nose and pretended not to see the situation. Not just him. The other four also began to look around, saying nothing, refusing to involve themselves in the conflict between the two. They were not foolish enough to invite unnecessary trouble. Yet upon hearing Chuanchi's call, Yichun did not halt his steps. Instead, a crimson aura emanated from his battle suit. The domain that it was the domain of the battle suit. Indeed, Yichun showed no leniency, preparing to unleash his domain and teach Chuanchi Teru a lesson. With no hesitation, Chuanchi Teru knelt mid-air, frantically exclaiming, "Father, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake." As he spoke, he did not forget to bow his head, striking the ground 3 times in mid-air, causing the air to reverberate. This scene was unabashedly witnessed by the arriving troops and over 3,000 ordinary super-patterned individuals from Yinfan. They were all utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was it that the expert from the Sakura nation who had come to aid us? Why was he kneeling and prostrating? It appeared that the one he was bowing to was from the Chinese nation. An officer at the forefront, leading the soldiers, turned to his aide and said, "I saw a few of them back at the base." Hearing this, the aide was equally perplexed and responded, "Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. This is beyond our consideration. Let us hope nothing unexpected occurs, or all will be for naught." Despite this, it was evident to anyone with discernment that Chuanchi Teru's kneeling was a clear indication of his fear of Yichun. Terrified of his formidable strength, otherwise, why would he endure such public humiliation? At this moment, after bowing 3 times, Chuanchi Teru did not dare to raise his head, cold sweat trickling down as he awaited Yichun's response. He was gambling on Yichun honoring their agreement. "All right, you may rise now." Yichun halted, looking down at him as one would regard a dog. He secretly hoped Chuanchi Teru would muster the courage to retaliate. That way, Yichun would have a justifiable reason to treat him like a wild beast. Unfortunately, Chuanchi Teru ultimately cowered. Upon hearing those words, Chuanchi slowly raised his head, the weight of worry in his heart finally lifting. Before gradually standing up, he instinctively took a few steps back, positioning himself behind the others. "Since the matter is resolved, let us not waste any more time, that we shall continue with the plan to slay the remaining 5th-tier aberrations and drive away the Beast King." Bali stepped forward, pointing at the assembled troops and super-patterned individuals, stating directly, "Time was of the essence, and they could not afford further delays. The remaining 6 we can handle, but the Beast King still requires Yichun to take charge and restrain it." Ifu articulated the crux of the matter. With the Beast King free, should they launch their assault, they would undoubtedly be caught in a pincer attack. They could only rely on Yichun's domain. Seeing this, Bali looked at Yichun and pleaded, "Yichun, could you exert a bit more strength to help us temporarily restrain the Beast King? We will take care of the other 5th-tier aberrations." "Help you? Certainly, but I have 2 conditions. First, the 5th-tier beast cores from the ones killed must belong to me. Second, I want a batch of military equipment from your Yinfan nation of types and models that I choose myself." Yichun declared, raising 2 fingers, unhurriedly stating his terms. Logically speaking, the previous wager had already counted as him assisting in resolving a significant issue for them, fulfilling part of the Chinese nation's support. If they wished for him to exert himself again, they would need to provide some tangible compensation. This, upon hearing Yichun's demands, Bali's brow furrowed, a look of difficulty crossing his face. The military equipment was a minor issue. But the fifth-tier beast cores were indeed valuable. He could forego them, but the others might not feel the same way. Yi-chun, I have no objections. However, the first condition depends on how these individuals feel about it. After all, it concerns 6 fifth-tier beast cores, Bali suggested, turning to consult the others. With a swift change of direction, Bali deftly passed the ball to IF and his companions, extricating himself from the situation. Indeed, he had no objections to this. However, given the gravity of the moment, witnessing Yi Chen's prowess and Chuanqi Turo's kowtowing apology, who among them dared to utter a word of dissent? Do not place this burden upon me. The inquiry posed by team leader Yi pertains solely to you, he insisted. Furthermore, when the exotic beasts perish, the distribution of the beast cores is for you to decide. I have no desire for any of them, as they are of no use to me. IF hastily waved his hands in response, his gestures exuding the familiarity of 2.5 years of practice, that he certainly wished to avoid any entanglement in this matter. Observing his words, the others also stammered, employing various excuses to decline the allocation of the beast cores, allowing Yi Chun to claim them all. Meanwhile, lurking behind the crowd, Chuanqi Taro, still reeling from the earlier incident, nodded fervently in agreement. Yi Chun then shrugged, fixing his gaze on Bali, and inquired, "Do you have any issues remaining?" "They have none." Clearly, Yi Chun was aware of Bali's underlying concerns and no issues. Bali swallowed hard and replied, "Since there are no issues, let us proceed with the task at hand. As per your suggestions, I will engage the Beast King. The rest is up to you. I trust you will not dawdle. Let's make this swift." "As I am pressed for time," Yi Chun reminded them, for he intended to allocate some time to procure weaponry. As his words settled, he launched into action, activating his 10-layered tattooed battle armor, his sights set firmly on the Octopus King. Within the Ganges, 6 fifth-tier royal exotic beasts sensed the aura emanating from Yi Chun, their minds replaying the prior encounter. Trembling, they retreated. In stark contrast, the Octopus King, having witnessed its subordinates being slain, erupted in fury. It had allowed Yi Chun to escape once before. This time, it would not let him go. Its 8 tentacles lashed out like colossal whips aimed directly at Yi Chun, even producing several sonic booms. With a resounding crash, as the lethal tentacles were poised to strike Yi Chun, the candle dragon tattoo erupted with a brilliant red light, its absolute domain skill activated, enveloping the Octopus King's tentacles. This familiar scene replayed itself once more. The Octopus King, seemingly prepared, roared as its hidden royal domain burst forth in an instant, radiating a dazzling golden light. The two domains clashed with a thunderous roar. Yet it was evident that Yi Chen's candle dragon domain was steadily suppressing the Octopus King's royal domain. Well, you're not as foolish as I thought. You've become clever enough to conceal your domain." Yi Chen scoffed, exerting his full strength to push back the Octopus King's domain. With his current prowess at the 4th tier of super tattoos, engaging in a domain contest was indeed pushing him to his limits. Seeing its domain being suppressed, the Octopus King was evidently incensed. Its tentacles flailed in vain against the candle dragon domain. In a fit of rage, it opened its massive, gear-like maw and unleashed several jets of corrosive green ink aimed directly at Yi Chun. With a swish, one of the initial ink jets was easily dodged by Yi Chun, splattering against a dilapidated building. In the blink of an eye, the structure sizzled, corroding at a visible pace until it was reduced to a pile of powder. "Quite the trick you have there. Now, allow me to demonstrate this. Chi-Yu Tattoo, Monarch of Beasts." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he shouted, simultaneously unleashing the special skill of the Chi-Yu Tattoo, with a cacophony of roars and growls. Countless beastly phantoms manifested behind him, filling half the sky. Even the surrounding ruins were teeming with the dense red-eyed figures of beasts. Roar. Faced with a multitude of phantoms, the Octopus King felt provoked. Its colossal form flushing crimson, it decisively activated its royal bloodline power. The entire domain seemed to be supercharged, not only pushing back the suppressive candle dragon domain, but allowing several tentacles to launch additional assaults against the evading Yi Chun. Noticing this, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and shouted to Bali, "What are you all standing around for? Are you merely spectators? Get moving! This 6th-tier royal exotic beast is readying itself. I fear I cannot hold it off for too long. Quickly deal with those 5th-tier beasts and come to my aid. His voice, though not loud, was piercing, especially under the weight of his intense gaze, which caused everyone to shudder. Here we go. Team Leader Yi. Just hold on a little longer. We will handle these 5th-tier beasts. In the next moment, Bali activated his little elephant divine battle armor, a phantom of a human body with an elephant's head and 8 arms appearing behind him as he charged at a 5th-tier exotic beast. Chuanchi Taro closely followed, donning the striking armor of Susa. Meanwhile, Levski, mounted on a beastified skeletal bear, joined forces with James and IF, each channeling their super tattoo powers to engage in battle. The 4 of them clashed with the 6 5th-tier royal exotic beasts, creating chaos upon the surface of the Ganges, their battlefield alarmingly close to Yi Chun and the Octopus King. Simultaneously, the rear battlefield escalated into a frenzy, as numerous 1st to 3rd-tier exotic beasts encountered the troops of the Indian army amidst the ruins of the city. The assaults of their firearms halted the advance of these creatures. The 4th-tier Lord-level beasts were held in check by over 3,000 ordinary super tattoo users from the Indian army, who engaged in will tactics to restrain them, even managing to slay several. Receive my blade. On the surface of the Ganges, Chuanchi Taro, clad in Susanoo armor, faced off against a 5th-tier beast, the king of green-headed sharks. Wielding the heavenly sword of Amatsu and the 8-span mirror, the battle-worn sword clashed with the Shark King's razor-sharp, scythe-like teeth that, in an instant, the Shark King's tail lashed out, targeting Chuanchi Taro's body. "Beast, you're quite clever," Chuanchi Taro remarked, noticing the attack. With a cold snort, he raised the 8-span mirror and declared, "Attack rebound." With a thunderous bang, the Shark King's tail, capable of shattering boulders, struck the mirror, only to have its force repelled, sending it hurtling backward. The teeth that had clamped down on the heavenly sword broke, shattering several under the immense backlash. Splashing into the water, the green-headed Shark King bled profusely, staining the surrounding water a deep crimson. Awakening its savage instincts, its massive form writhed in fury. Once a 5th-tier royal exotic beast enters bloodline frenzy, its attack power multiplies several times over. Gathering its energy, it drew upon the surrounding air pressure, condensing a sphere of compressed air in its maw, and without hesitation, launched it at Chuanchi Taro. "Bring it on. Let me show you my might." Chuanchi Taro once again summoned the armored Hakashaka mirror, deflecting the waves of air back, that he then sheathed the Amatsumi sword and switched to the Yada no Kagami, instantly appearing beside the blue-headed Shark King to deliver a fatal blow, but a crisp sound echoed as the blue-headed Shark King was struck, disoriented and bleeding profusely. Clearly, Chuanchi Taro was not about to let it escape. The 10-grip sword was summoned, its malevolent blade howling like a wailing specter. Upon piercing the head of the blue-headed Shark King, it incessantly drained its remaining life force, leading to its swift demise within mere breaths. Finally, it was vanquished. Chuanchi Taro stood atop the corpse of the blue-headed Shark King, panting heavily. This battle had required the expenditure of 4 pieces of artifact-level armor and weaponry, just to barely slay this 5th-tier king-level beast. It was utterly exhausting. In contrast, the other 3, empowered by their special skills, had also dispatched the remaining 5 5th-tier king-level beasts, with the trio managing to take down 5 in total. Of course, this was largely due to their utilization of special abilities, while Chuanchi Taro had engaged in a direct confrontation. Perhaps it was a means to vent his frustration over being unable to best Yichun. "Let us go and assist Leader Yi that if we can collectively drive back the Beast Emperor, victory shall be ours." Bali's blood surged with excitement as he rallied the others to help. A leading top-tier super totemis from the Indifans. He was more eager than anyone to repel the Beast Emperor, as it would spare his nation from catastrophe. "Not a problem. Just watch me." Levski grinned, having found immense confidence during the earlier battle against the 5th-tier beast. Upon seeing the Beast Emperor momentarily restrained by Yi Chun, he could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to unleash a few moves for satisfaction. In the next instant, his beastified skeleton bear thumped its chest, its form expanding dramatically to 100 meters in height. The special skill of the skeleton bear tattoo, Giant Attack, allowed the beastified skeleton bear to grow colossal, its body impervious to fragmentation within the field, enabling it to continue fighting indefinitely. This implied that, as long as it remained within the area of effect, this 100-meter beastified skeleton bear was an immortal entity capable of depleting the opponent's stamina, a rather impressive bug skill. Following that, under Levski's command, the skeleton bear launched a side ambush, grasping one of the Beast Emperor's tentacles with each paw, shaking its body and pulling. This maneuver left the Beast Emperor engaged in a domain confrontation. Momentarily flustered, the previously balanced domain with Yi-chan was suddenly suppressed once again. Roar! The Beast Emperor retaliated by swinging a massive tentacle, smashing the skeleton bear's form. Yet in the next moment, the skeleton bear within the domain restored itself and roared once more. Seizing the Beast Emperor's tentacle. Count me in. Leave those tentacles to me. I have a way to restrain 3 of them, James assured, activating the Hellhound tattoo on his chest. In an instant, the beastified Hellhound emerged, boasting 3 heads, each bearing a maw filled with sharp fangs, fierce and formidable. Without hesitation, he unleashed the special skill, Flames of the Underworld. Within the domain, the 3 heads emitted 3 unique flames from the netherworld, which could not be extinguished upon impact and would continue to burn, akin to the Amaterasu from Naruto. Roar, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the skill was released, the 3 heads of the Hellhound erupted in fierce howls. The leftmost head spewed forth white cold flames, imbued with a chilling aura. The rightmost head unleashed red-hot flames, intermingled with searing heat, while the central head expelled pale blue flames, exuding an extreme sense of nether coldness. The 3 flames struck the Beast Emperor's immense tentacles, igniting them in relentless flames. The unbearable pain intensified the Beast Emperor's roars, further tipping the domain in Yi-chen's favor. Well done. The Beast Emperor is on the brink of collapse. Let us all exert ourselves. I shall also apply some pressure. Bali exclaimed in a fit of joy, activating the small elephant totem tattoo and deploying its special skill to suppress the Beast Emperor. The remaining Kawanishi Turo and IF also joined the fray, as the 6 of them collectively battered the Octopus Emperor, a 6th-tier beast. Finally, under the barrage of attacks, Yi-chen's domain firmly suppressed the Beast Emperor, gradually driving it to the edge of the Ganges River, where it converged with the sea. Let me deliver the final blow. Yi-chan grinned, unleashing his absolute domain to envelop that of the Beast Emperor, confining it in a stasis once again. In the next moment, Yi-chan transformed into a 100-meter giant using his 3-headed, 6-armed technique, launching into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the Beast Emperor. With a tremendous sound, the battered Beast Emperor was sent flying thousands of meters by Yi-chen's kick, crashing into the sea and creating a great splash. At last, the Beast Emperor was successfully repelled back into the ocean. We did it, Bali exclaimed, watching the vanishing figure of the Beast Emperor with elation. They had managed to eliminate this 6th-tier royal beast, allowing the Indifans to survive a significant crisis, at the very least. The cities near the Ganges River were now freed from peril. Meanwhile, the ordinary super Totemists in the rear had also slain most of the 4th-tier Lord-level beasts. The remaining beasts, upon the disappearance of the Beast Emperor, lost their will to fight and began to retreat. Aquatic beasts could withdraw aided by the encroaching water, but the terrestrial ones had no such avenue, falling prey to concentrated attacks. Thus, it was unlikely that the Beast Emperor would strike again. Even if it were to return, it would not do so in the near future, granting the Indifans a reprieve. Yi-chan dispelled his domain, returning to his normal form, and pointed to the location where the Beast Emperor had fallen. Addressing Bali, the mission is complete. It is time for me to claim what is rightfully mine. With that, Yi-chan took a step forward, activating his battle armor to reach the spot where the 6 5th-tier king-level beasts had perished. Before the eyes of his companions, he unhesitatingly collected the crystallized cores from their corpses. Subsequently, he returned to Bali's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. The remaining matters can be handled by your ordinary super Totemists. Come, accompany me to select some military weaponry. Cannot hide any good stuff as he spoke. Yi-chan tugged at Bali, hastening towards the base by the Ganges River, unable to contain his eagerness. Meanwhile, IF and the others, witnessing Yi-chen's departure, exhaled in relief. His presence had exerted an overwhelming pressure that made them feel somewhat constrained. The harbinger of death had finally left. Everyone, upon returning to the base, please relay a message to Bali for me. Just say the support mission is complete. And I had matters to attend to and left. Any issues can be directed to our national headquarters. James sighed, requesting his companions to convey the message before slipping away. He had no desire to encounter Yichen again, having developed a psychological shadow from the experience. Having said this, he turned without looking back, activating his battle armor and vanishing into the horizon, clearly eager to depart. Kawani Shitaro, seeing James leave, echoed the same sentiments, asking the remaining two to pass along a message that he needed to return to Sakura country. In terms of psychological impact, he had suffered the most during this support mission, having been humiliated by Yi Chun into calling him daddy. They've all left. Brother, aren't you also departing? Must I be the only one left to convey your message? With an expression of exasperation, IF let out a sigh, and then, with a slight twitch of his lips, he turned to Levski and inquired. Truth be told, he too wished to leave, but he was not as swift as Chuanchi Taro and the others. Now, only he and Levski remained, and he felt too embarrassed to seek an excuse to depart. Noticing this, Levski waved his hand and chuckled. Rest assured, I have nothing pressing at the moment. I shall accompany you back to the base to relay a message. It would be discourteous not to pay a visit before returning. As he spoke and smiled, the skull bear tattoo on his body seemed to pulsate, embodying the bold and forthright spirit characteristic of the Soviet Union. The scene shifts to a military base beside the Ganges, where fighter jets were stationed at the takeoff and landing platforms. Yi Chun, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, tugged at Bali, leading him into the depths of the base, reminiscent of a bandit preparing for a heist. Take it slow, take it slow. Don't rush. I promise you, the arms I promised will be delivered in full. No one is here to snatch them away. Bali gasped, struggling to keep pace. The rapid pace of Yi Chen's combat suit had left him utterly exhausted. Nearly on the brink of collapse, upon hearing Bali's words, Yi Chen grinned widely and replied, I know you won't shortchange me. I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Once I've selected and packed everything, I'll be on my way. I need to equip my shelter, and it will take a considerable amount of time. As they bantered, the two brazenly strode into the interior of the base, where the remaining soldiers from the Indian Federation recognized both Yi Chen and Bali, naturally refraining from any obstruction. Upon entering the base, Yi Chen appeared as if he had returned home. Pointing at a nearby weapon, he declared, I want 10 of those heavy plasma cannons, all with large calibers. Don't give me the old models. The newer, the better. Bali nearly choked at the demand. 10 heavy plasma cannons at once. Even with my preparations, your request is overwhelming. These weapons have been under research since before the calamity, and the entire Indian Federation possessed only 50 of them, most of which were primary attack weapons for a single base. Yi Chun, I need to consult with my superiors. That's an excessive amount you're asking for, and I can't make that decision unilaterally. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bali dialed the higher-ups, fearing that if he hesitated, Yi Chun might take matters into his own hands as soon as the call connected. Bali swiftly relayed the circumstances and Yi Chen's request for heavy plasma cannons. To his surprise, the leaders on the other end showed no hesitation, granting Yi Chen's request for arms, regardless of the type. They seemed eager to forge a connection with Yi Chen, acknowledging his formidable power, perhaps hoping for future assistance from him. So, Bali, my friend, what did your superiors say? Did they agree? Yi Chen leaned against a nearby tank, a mischievous grin on his face as he asked. Disagree? Is that even an option? Bali thought to himself, considering how quickly the higher-ups had acquiesced, wondering if they were somehow acquainted with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the higher-ups said you can take whatever you want, Bali replied, though internally he felt a pang of regret. After all, this base was his territory. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of pain at such a loss? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen clapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, That's splendid. I want 100 of those anti-armor tanks, along with those alloy weapons. Everything available in this base, except for the one-time explosives, I want in batches of 100. If I'm going to ask, I might as well go big. I won't leave this military base without emptying it out. He continued, also regarding the corpses of the 4-tier Lord-level beasts you acquired during this battle. I want half of them. You can keep the beast cores. I won't be too greedy. Half of the corpses of the 4-tier Lord-level beasts. Bali nearly fainted. Previously, they had agreed to give him all 12 5-tier beast cores only after Yi Chun had slain half of them. Now, to demand half of the corpses? Though they were allowed to keep the beast cores, the corpses of these Lord-level beasts held significant potential for their experiments involving synthetic combat armor. Yi Chun, since the higher-ups have spoken, even if it pains me, you may take them, Bali responded. Nearly in tears, he then summoned a dozen returning super pattern warriors and over 1,000 soldiers to begin counting and packing the arms and equipment Yi Chun required. With the storage capacity of Yi Chun's 11 combat suits, they would undoubtedly fit. However, he refrained from mentioning this, as it would allow him to acquire even more aircraft and cargo planes. As the soldiers busily transported the arms, Yi Chun assumed the role of a commander, standing on the takeoff platform and shouting, "Come on, everyone! Take your time packing. No need to rush. Ensure everything is accounted for. And not a single item is left behind." Meanwhile, IF and Levski, activating their combat suits, descended beside the visibly distressed Bali. "Bali, my friend, the other two who came to assist had matters to attend to. We are also here to bid farewell. Our tasks are complete, and the cleanup is now in your capable hands," Levski stated, his straightforward nature shining through, observing Yi Chun's cheerful demeanor as he hurriedly directed the transport of arms. They chose not to engage further, as they had intended to keep their distance from this harbinger of chaos. "Well then, thank you both for your efforts in this operation. Safe travels. I have some matters to attend to and won't see you off," Bali replied with a slight bow, genuinely grateful for their assistance, despite it being a request from the International Alliance. Without their help, this crisis would not have been resolved so swiftly. Subsequently, the two exhaled in relief and cast a glance at Yi Chun before activating their combat suits and departing the base with a speed even swifter than their arrival. This experience of support not only left them in awe, but also compelled them to report to their superiors the existence of such a formidable figure as Yi Chun, necessitating vigilance in their future dealings. Approximately 2.5 hours later, over 30 supercargo planes had been fully loaded with the arms and weapons Yi Chun required, sufficient to equip over 10,000 soldiers. Observing this, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, activating his Cheongchi tattoo to swiftly adorn himself in his combat suit, leaping into the air with a whoosh. "Thank you, Bali. If your country ever has more tasks of this magnitude, do not forget to inform me. By the way, it seems you've nearly emptied your base. I noticed you brought in a considerable amount from elsewhere. You'd best hurry and restock, or when I return, you might find yourselves devoid of supplies." His seemingly harmless expression sent shivers down Bali's spine, making him eager to expedite Yi Chun's departure. "But why, Yi Chun? Please spare me the jesting that you've taken everything. Just hurry back," Bali exclaimed, his voice tinged with exasperation. The military base had been nearly stripped bare by Yi Chun, who had even requisitioned a significant amount of weaponry from other locations, aware that he had indeed overstepped. Yi Chun grinned, soaring slowly ahead in his combat suit to clear the way for the dozens of cargo planes. After a considerable time, over the City of Magic, above the shelter, the thunderous roar of the cargo planes led by Yi Chun echoed as they gradually descended towards the gates of the shelter, where Wang Chao and others had long awaited their arrival. "Big brother, you're back? Did you manage to bring back so many local specialties from this support mission? It looks like you went on a bit of a raid." Wang Chao stepped forward, chuckling as he teased, as expected of Yi Chun's personal bodyguard. "Just a glance at all these aircraft, and you can tell they are the spoils of Yi Chun's latest endeavor. You understand them better than the parasites in your belly." "Huh. Wang Chao, you truly know me well. Quickly, instruct the brothers to activate the battle armor and transport everything inside to the shelter. I had intended to keep these cargo planes for myself, but seeing how they can't return after flying here, let them head back the way they came." Why? Yi Chun patted his shoulder and advised it. In the next moment, Wang Chao was the first to don his battle armor, alongside 108 Deadpool warriors, harnessing the power of the super patterns to swiftly unload the military supplies from the planes. Heavy plasma cannons, anti-tank weapons, alloy artillery, titanium machine guns. These weapons, numbering in the hundreds and incredibly heavy, were as light as chicks before the colossal strength of the crowd's super patterns. In no time, they were all unloaded. Wang Chao also remembered Yi Chun's words, instructing the pilots from Fan country to return the oversized cargo planes the way they came. Once back at the top of the lighthouse, Yi Chen reclined on the sofa, crossed his legs, and leisurely hummed a tune. That moment, Yiling Tian slowly pushed open the door and entered. Asking Chener, was the support from Fan country smooth this time? Upon seeing his father, Yi Chen immediately sat up. Dad, went relatively well. With a grin, he continued, by the way, how did the 200 sets of artificial battle armor fare when the clan members wore them? Any abnormalities? How is their power? Abnormalities? None at all. They function just like ordinary super patterns, though they do consume beast cores, and their power correlates with the grade and quantity of the cores. Yiling Tian sat down and elaborated on the implications of the artificial battle armor. Yi Chen nodded, already aware of these drawbacks, which mirrored those from his previous life. This indirectly indicated the advanced manufacturing technology possessed by the headquarters. However, as long as there were enough beast cores, these artificial battle armors could still grant the clan members extraordinary strength. Soon after, Yi Chen seemed to recall something and said, Dad, while I was away, did anything happen with the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus? It is the most crucial treasure. There must be no mistakes. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, when I was meditating, I felt the black dragon tattoo was quite restless, and it seemed the absorption of energy particles had decreased. Yiling Tian recalled with a furrowed brow. What? Reduced absorption of energy particles. That clearly indicates the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus is releasing less. Yi Chen exclaimed, I must take a look. There seemed to be an issue with the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus. It should be releasing more energy particles, not fewer. Yi Chen hurriedly quickened his pace, opening the specially made alloy door and arriving at the soil pit where the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus was planted. At that moment, the lotus's vibrant petals appeared to have slightly retracted, and with each breath, one could clearly sense the diminishing energy particles. Indeed, as Yi Chen confirmed his suspicion, a sense of bewilderment arose within him. He had never encountered such a situation before. In his previous life, the fortunate individual who obtained the 9-colored heavenly lotus experienced a mishap that reduced it to the 7th level, yet there were no subsequent abnormalities. Why was it different this time? As he pondered, the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus in front of him suddenly became agitated, each petal shimmering and swaying. The 5-clawed dragon coiled at the center began to spiral continuously. In the next instant, Yi Chen felt his Zhu Long tattoo radiating heat as the space within the battle armor opened automatically, revealing 3 beast cores floating out. Point 1 was azure, 1 was crimson, and the last was jet black, all 5th-level royal beast cores that Yi Chen had gathered in Fan country. Subsequently, these 3 beast cores, related to dragons and serpents, merged into the center of the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus and were swallowed by the 5-clawed dragon. Then they erupted in 9 different colors of brilliant light, illuminating the room. This, the azure-scaled dragon-fish royal beast core, the crimson-headed sea serpent royal beast core, and the jet-black horned dragon-shark royal beast core. I understand now. The 9-colored heavenly origin lotus is on the verge of full maturity and shedding. Yi Chen's anxiety transformed into excitement as he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had initially thought it would take a long time to cultivate, yet after absorbing the 3 beast cores, the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus reached energy saturation and began its final shedding. In an instant, the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus emitted a dragon's roar, releasing an astonishing power that shot towards the sky from the top of the lighthouse. Suddenly, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning, and a 9-colored cloud appeared above the lighthouse, seemingly heralding the celebration of this treasure's maturation. What is happening? How could such a powerful force emanate from the shelter, even altering the color of the sky? Could there be some unforeseen event? Within a tall building, Li Sheng stood by the window, gazing at the soaring light beam. Lost in deep thought, his heart tightened, although he was unaware of what transpired within the shelter. He was urgently considering the worst-case scenario, believing it might provide him an opportunity for a comeback. He then clapped his hands, summoning 2 family guards and instructing, have the watchers keep a close eye, ensuring to rotate shifts. If anyone notices anything unusual exiting the shelter, report immediately and discreetly follow. Once they left, Li Xiang sauntered in nonchalantly. Brother, Do you think they might have obtained some treasure? Is that why such an odd phenomenon has occurred? The nine-colored radiance shooting into the sky was truly unfathomable, leading him to associate it with treasures. In response, Li Sheng shook his head, sighing, even if there is a treasure, with Yi Chen's strength, do we stand a chance of contending? Unless an unexpected event occurs, like a massive invasion of exotic beasts, we might seize the opportunity to steal. But in this situation, perhaps we won't have that chance. We can only hope for internal issues to arise and cause their collapse from another front. Nodding, Li Xiang fell into contemplation. Previously, their covert introduction of the Tianyin gang to create chaos not only failed to have the desired effect, but had backfired and been countered, severely undermining their confidence. Thus, without absolute certainty, they would refrain from taking action again. Simultaneously, over 1,000 kilometers away from Magic City, in a primordial forest, all the trees had mutated into towering giants due to the disaster. Deep within the woods, a pair of glossy black vertical pupils opened in the darkness, fixated on the nine-colored clouds. Roar! A resounding beastly roar reverberated throughout the forest. In an instant, a pitch-black creature, covered in hard scales and sporting two horns, emerged from the woods, soaring into the air. This was the ruler of the entire forest, a sixth-level royal exotic beast, the Tian Jiao Mo Jiao Huang. Clearly, it had been drawn by the aura of the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus and the overwhelming energy, beginning to summon the exotic beasts of the entire forest to initiate a beast tide for plunder. Meanwhile, within a vast canyon stretching thousands of miles, a colossal serpent, over a kilometer long, with flickering blue eyes and a flicking tongue, slowly emerged. This was the sixth-level royal exotic beast, the Lan Lin Shi Huang. Roar! Awakened by the maturation of the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus, this land beast monarch roared, summoning the surrounding exotic beasts, also attempting to initiate a beast tide for plunder. Yet, the inhabitants of Magic City remained blissfully unaware of this sudden situation, their minds solely focused on the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus. The maturation of such an absolute treasure was their primary concern. Finally, it was ripe for harvest. Gazing at the resplendent Balian, Yi Chan found himself utterly captivated, murmuring to himself, "Why Ling Tian?" too, was entranced by the sight. In the next moment, the radiant brilliance of the nine-colored heavenly origin Balian retracted, completely absorbing 3 fifth-tier beast cores before the celestial light dissipated. The once magnificent vines withered and decayed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a pure and unblemished Balian. Is it permissible to touch this? Yiling Tian inquired softly, careful not to disrupt Yi Chen's thoughts. Indeed, it is not only permissible, but exceedingly so. This entity has unequivocally become a heavenly treasure, ranking as the third most precious artifact. Yi Chan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, as he carefully cradled the nine-colored heavenly origin Balian in his palms. The moment he made contact, a surge of overwhelming energy rushed into his body, marking the moment of its maturity. This was undoubtedly a time when Yi Chan became the greatest beneficiary of the energy released after the Balian absorbed its essence. Utilizing 11 forbidden tattoos, he fervently drew the energy into himself. "Father, please step outside. I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Guard me from outside." Yi Chan stated, sitting cross-legged with the Balian in his embrace, immediately entering a meditative state to facilitate his breakthrough. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yiling Tian did not hesitate to exit the earthen chamber, securely closing the metallic door behind him, activating his battle armor and cautiously standing guard outside. Inside the chamber, Yi Chen concentrated his breath, gathering all the energy particles within him, continuously impacting the tattoos on his skin. The original yellow super tattoos began to transform into a hint of emerald green under the relentless assaults, signifying the 5th tier of the super tattoos. Breakthrough. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and the energy that erupted tore his garments to shreds, leaving him sitting naked in place. Uniquely, the 11 forbidden tattoos on his skin had all turned a vibrant emerald green. The 5th tier of the super tattoos had been achieved. Yi Chen gazed at the green tattoos, feeling a mixture of joy and reflection as he retrieved a new set of clothes from his battle armor storage space. Upon rising, he felt a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him. As he opened the door, he saw Yi Chun unharmed, and Yi Ling Tian, relieved, removed his battle armor. Chinner, you startled me. Was the breakthrough to the 5th tier of the super tattoos particularly challenging? I've never seen you this anxious before. He couldn't help but inquired at why Yi Chun then candidly shared the extraordinary event of a 9-colored heavenly origin Balian maturing and releasing a wave of pure energy. This was a sudden opportunity. Had Yi Chun not been the first to touch it, others might not have absorbed such a significant amount of energy, resulting in a waste. Just then, Wang Chao activated his battle armor, hurriedly descended to the balcony window and rushed in. Elder brother, are you all right? I sensed something unusual inside, and upon further inspection, felt an astonishing force surge, prompting my arrival, Wang Chao explained. Initially, he had been directing 108 Death Warriors to oversee the transportation of weaponry and equipment, but had not anticipated this occurrence. All is well. Yi Chun waved his hand, holding the Balian with a smile. It was this remarkable entity that triggered the event. The Balian has matured, allowing me to break through to the 5th tier of the super tattoos. Henceforth, you shall all be able to cultivate more effectively, as the energy particles released by the matured 9-colored heavenly origin Balian are several times greater than before. Several times? Wang Chao and Yi Ling Tian gasped in astonishment. They were aware that previously, absorbing energy particles over a few days equated to consuming a dozen 4th or 5th tier beast cores. That a direct doubling of that meant their cultivation speed would also double, making them unparalleled in all of China. This truly is a treasure. I believe this entity deserves the top rank among heavenly treasures, rather than merely the 3rd, Yi Ling Tian remarked, examining the Balian without exaggeration. In truth, given its rarity and the benefits it provided for cultivation, the 9-colored heavenly origin Balian indeed warranted the 1st position. However, the ranking is based on its extraordinary nature, which relegated it to 3rd place. Subsequently, Yi Chun retrieved the remaining 9 5th-tier royal beast cores from the storage space of his battle armor and handed them to Wang Chao. Distribute these few beast cores as you see fit, but reserve a few for Jian Ting, who has been preoccupied with family matters and hasn't had much time for cultivation. Furthermore, ensure that the personnel assigned to the weaponry and equipment are well acquainted, fortifying every corner of the refuge to create an impenetrable fortress. After receiving the beast cores, Wang Chao nodded and swiftly exited the room. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a beast shattered the tranquility, sending shockwaves that rattled the very structures of the refuge. What is happening? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, recognizing the sound as the roar of a beast emperor. How could a beast emperor appear? He felt an ominous premonition. He was all too familiar with that sound. However, he could not fathom why a beast emperor would emerge from the land. In a flurry of confusion, he donned his battle armor and leaped from the balcony, racing towards the source of the roar. Soon, he crossed the fortified walls of the magic city and arrived nearly 1,000 kilometers away, where he witnessed the origin of the beastly roar. The sight left him utterly astonished. What on earth? How could there be 2 6th-tier royal beasts? And their target was the magic city. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings, noting the 2 beast emperors leading a tide of beasts from the east and west, his brow furrowing in concern. Each of these beast emperors was comparable to the octopus emperor of Fan Kingdom, and on land, their destructive potential would be significantly greater, accompanied by a roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. A horrifying wave of energy erupted from the mouth of the eastern heavenly horned ink flood dragon emperor, aimed squarely at Yi Chun. Good heavens! The creature's sensing ability was astonishingly acute, detecting him from such a distance. Without hesitation, Yi Chun unleashed his domain, employing the absolute domain to freeze the approaching wave of energy in place. He then swiftly maneuvered, retreating to a safer location. In the following moment, the energy wave within the domain broke free from its constraints. Yet Yi Chun had already vacated his previous position, allowing the energy wave to surge forward and collide with a small mountain, obliterating it in an explosive blast. This cannot stand, Yi Chun resolved firmly. He could not allow these 2 beast emperors to approach the magic city, for they would undoubtedly obliterate everything in their path. Determined, he accelerated his battle armor, seizing the opportunity to return and prepare an interception. Upon returning to the Magic City, numerous armored super tattoo practitioners appeared in the skies above every region. There were those from the voluntarily formed Super Tattoo Alliance, members of the Tianyin Gang, led by Zhang Wei from the northern city, scattered individual super tattoo practitioners, and even members of the Leaf family, all gazing into the distance with furrowed brows. They sensed a profound fear emanating from the beastly roar rooted deep within their souls. It was an insurmountable foe, a beast that would surely bring about catastrophic devastation. Attention, everyone! Activate the highest level of defense. A tide of beasts is approaching, led by two 6th-tier royal beasts from the east and west. Prepare for battle, Yi Chun urged as he soared towards the refuge. The moment he spoke, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Many began to exchange hushed whispers, with some directly discussing whether to abandon the city. Among them, the most vocal were the Li brothers, Li Sheng and Li Xiang. Elder brother, we should flee. I suspect these two beast emperors were provoked by Yi Chun himself. There's no need for us to stand our ground here. While the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Moreover, is this not the perfect opportunity to eliminate Yi Chun? We need not lift a finger. We can simply wait for those two extraordinary beasts to perish alongside him. Li Xiang, ever the proponent of retreat, fervently encouraged the former to embrace this course of action, indifferent to the fate of the ordinary citizens within the city. Survival in this apocalyptic era was paramount. As he rambled on in his analysis, Li Sheng fell into deep contemplation, entirely disregarding Li Xiang's words that, in a moment of clarity akin to Newton's epiphany, he mused, Brother Xiang, do you think these two bee sovereigns might have been drawn here by that towering energy column from the shelter? Perhaps the 9-colored clouds signify the emergence of a treasure. With excitement swelling within him at the thought of a treasure capable of attracting 6th-tier bee sovereigns, he pondered, Brother, you wouldn't be considering staying behind to seize it, would you? That could be rather perilous. As his younger brother, Li Xiang discerned Li Sheng's intentions through his words and expressions. Perilous? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Without risk, how can there be high rewards? Li Sheng's eyes narrowed as he resolutely stated, Brother Xiang, are you inclined to join me in a gamble? When the bee sovereigns attack, Yi Chun and his companions will undoubtedly emerge to obstruct them. At that moment, the shelter will be left vulnerable, providing us the perfect opportunity to infiltrate and steal that extraordinary treasure. Our rise will be merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang momentarily fell silent, biting his finger in contemplation. Should they fail, it could spell their doom. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, high risks yield high rewards. Let us proceed, brother, as you suggest. We will wait for the bee sovereigns to attack, and then find our moment to slip in. With their decision made, the two swiftly organized the family members who had not yet awakened their powers to flee the city of Mo, while the remaining super pattern warriors would provide them protection. Meanwhile, they would act independently to prepare for their infiltration of the shelter. Outside the shelter, Yi Lingtian and Wang Chao stood alongside 108 death attendants and 200 family members clad in artificial battle armor. All arranged in perfect formation as Yi Chun landed. Yi Lingtian quickly approached him, asking, Chun'er, is what you communicated earlier true? 2 bee sovereigns and 2 waves of over 100,000 beasts. It seems we face a formidable challenge. His concerns were far from unfounded. Nodding, Yi Chun replied, I am preparing to notify headquarters to summon the city leaders for assistance. We will establish 3 defensive lines. First, I will take my brothers to withstand the bee sovereign's assault. With my current strength at the 5th tier, I may be able to slay one. The remaining 108 death attendants will form a formation to counter the other bee sovereign. For the second line of defense, Wang Chao, you will lead all the super pattern warriors to hold the high walls that it is time to utilize the weapons we have just positioned. Lastly, Father, you will guard the shelter with the 200 family members in battle armor. This is our final sanctuary. We must ensure that our kin remain inside and do not venture out, as they have not awakened their powers. Understood, brother, I will take charge of the second line. Wang Chao assured, thumping his chest. Chun'er, you can leave it to your father. I will hold the line. Please prioritize your safety. Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. With a sigh, he stepped closer to impart further advice to Yi Chun. Aware of the grave dangers posed by the two six-tier sovereign beasts laying siege as a father, how could he not worry? Rest assured, Father, I know my limits, and I am confident that with my strength, defeating one sovereign beast poses no challenge. Yi-chan waved dismissively, offering reassurance. In an instant, he and his 108 death attendants activated their battle armors and soared into the air, charging out of the city of Mo, their target. The two six-tier sovereign beasts, while the other beasts of lower ranks would be managed by the second and third lines of defense. At that moment, the Tianjiao, Mo, Jiao Sovereign, and the Lanlin Snake Sovereign arrived at the outskirts, with the first of fifth-tier beasts rushing forward. Yi-chan and his 108 death attendants paid no heed to these lower beasts. Their focus solely on the two sovereigns. Brothers, the Tianjiao, Mo, Jiao Sovereign possesses greater strength, so I will engage it. You all handle the Lanlin Snake Sovereign, Yi-chan declared without hesitation, just as they had previously agreed. Taking on a more formidable opponent. Understood. The group responded in unison, for to them, Yi-chan's words were as binding as iron commands. Having grown up in the city of Mo, they would spare no effort to protect their home in the face of a beast sovereign assault. The Tianjiao Mo, Jiao, Sovereign roared as a fireball erupted from its maw, hurtling towards the advancing Yi-chan. Indeed, the terrestrial sovereign beasts possess tremendous advantages. Their senses are astoundingly acute. Yi-chan lamented. Before expanding his domain and employing his unique skill, absolute domain. Once more, he immobilized the fireball in mid-air. Following this, he activated the skill Evil Spirits Entwined, a technique he was using for the first time. Its effect summoned the malevolent spirits of the abysmal hell to drag enemies within the domain into its depths. In an instant, a golden light intertwined with the wickedness of the domain. Enveloping the Tianjiao, Mo, Jiao, Sovereign, the ghostly figures of deities transformed into malevolent entities. They lunged at the Sovereign, relentlessly burrowing into its head. Roar! The Tianjiao, Mo, Jiao Sovereign, sensing these malevolent spirits assaulting it, opened its massive jaws and ferociously bit to fend them off. However, it soon realized that these apparitions were intangible, passing through its serpentine head without resistance. Effective, Yi-chan exclaimed with delight, noting with satisfaction that he had successfully penetrated the mental defenses of the Sovereign. Although it appeared he could not entirely dismantle them. This was a sovereign beast, after all. Under the strain of the royal domain, his mental assault could only take partial effect. Yet it was enough to send the Tianjiao Mo, Jiao Sovereign into a state of rage. Its dazed eyes clearly attesting to its struggle against the invading spirits. Its massive form, exceeding 1,000 meters, swayed chaotically, launching erratic attacks that inadvertently felled numerous lower-tier beasts that had followed in its wake. An opportunity. Yi-chan realized he could not let this chance slip away. With his super pattern power at the 5th tier, he was eager to test whether the effects of his special skill could be enhanced. With the heat of the Chonchi tattoo on his neck radiating, Yi-chan focused his thoughts, channeling his super patterned energy to invoke the skill Beast Trap. This unique skill had allowed him to unconditionally ensnare a 5th tier king beast when he had only just awakened at the 4th tier. He now wondered if he could capture the Sovereign before him. Constrained, he bellowed, summoning a dozen red iron chains that materialized around the Tianjiao Mo Jiao Sovereign, wrapping tightly around its colossal form. In the next moment, a terrifying four-sided cage emerged from the air, crashing down to seal the beast within. Bang! 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 Roar! The mentally disoriented Tianjiao Mo Jiao Sovereign lashed out with its 4 formidable claws, unleashing fireballs in every direction. Yet, without exception, all were contained within the beast trap. Haha! It worked! Indeed, after my upgrade, I can ensnare a sovereign beast. If only I could capture a few more. Yi-chan chuckled, shaking his head at his own greed. What more could I possibly want? With the formidable prowess of the Super Tattoo's 5th level, ensnaring a land beast emperor with a singular, extraordinary skill is nothing short of a celestial feat. It is unlikely that there exists another individual on this planet capable of such an achievement. Should anyone overhear his brazenly ostentatious remarks, they might well be compelled to confront him with a swift reprimand. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the blue-scaled Serpent Emperor despite the existence of its domain, finds itself overwhelmed by the relentless assault of 108 death servants. Ultimately, a solitary serpent cannot withstand the onslaught of many. Each adversary boasts multiple top-tier tattoos, their super tattoo power all residing within the third level. Coupled with their coordinated formations, the blue-scaled serpent emperor is forced into a retreat, gaining not a single advantage. With a furious hiss, the blue-scaled serpent emperor, drawing upon the foundation of its own domain, resolutely unleashes its bloodline's fury, momentarily acquiring terrifying strength. And a thunderous crash, it bursts forth from their formation, coiling around a mountain peak. Raising its serpent head high and summoning all attacking beasts toward itself, one cannot deny the serpent's cunning. Particularly this 6th-tier royal beast, aware of its disadvantage, cleverly commands the beast tide to regroup and resist. In the next moment, the 5th-tier beasts, initially leading the charge toward the demon city, heed the blue-scaled serpent emperor's call and roar as they swiftly return. Their speed is astonishing, unmistakably indicative of a bloodline frenzy in full swing. Excluding the 1st to 3rd tier beasts, the tide consists of a substantial 10 5th-tier royal beasts and over 50 4th-tier lord-level beasts. This does not even account for the beast tide led by the heavenly horned black flood dragon emperor. At this moment, it is besieged by mental assaults and trapped within a 4-sided cage, while its minions surge toward the city. Consequently, this alleviates half the pressure on the second line of defense. As anticipated, at the outer walls of the demon city, the 5th-tier beasts of the heavenly horned black flood dragon emperor's tide have arrived, precisely 13 in number, 3 more than those of the blue-scaled serpent emperor. The 4th-tier lord-level beasts have reached nearly 70, presenting a formidable collective strength. All present listen intently as the super tattoo practitioners prepare to engage, ready to combat these 4th and 5th-tier beasts. The remaining 1st to 3rd-tier adversaries will be handled by various weaponry personnel. Do not skimp on your plasma cannons and alloy shells. Fire everything. We cannot allow these beasts to breach the city, declares Wang Chao, suspended in mid-air, clad in battle armor. This meticulously orchestrated strategy increasingly resembles that of a seasoned and competent commander, fit for great responsibilities that in the next instant, Wang Chao takes the lead. Confronting a fiery blaze Sparrow King, effortlessly sending it flying with a single punch. The overwhelming power of his 3rd-level super tattoo, augmented by 4 top-tier tattoos, enables him to face a 5th-tier royal beast head-on. Simultaneously, his eyes blaze with golden light as he focuses on 3 other flying royal beasts, seizing the opportunity while the Blaze Sparrow King is momentarily incapacitated. Without hesitation, he charges forth to engage. Kill, he bellows, intent on eliminating these beasts that on the ground. Zhang Wei leads the members of the Tianyin gang in a fierce struggle against 8 5th-tier royal beasts, aside from Zhang Wei, who remains at a distance due to insufficient strength. The other 100 members of the Tianyin gang naturally split into 8 teams, intercepting the remaining 5th-tier beasts. Their tattoos, linked to the Tianyin, harmonize to form formations that incessantly drain the beast's stamina, with hopes of bringing them down. Meanwhile, the Super Tattoo Alliance swiftly joins the fray. Over 5,000 ordinary Super Tattoo practitioners, with varying levels of strength, engage the low-tier beasts with relative ease, as these adversaries are primarily 1st to 3rd tier. Come on, beast, is that all you've got? Can't even withstand my beastification tattoos. Wang Chao laughs heartily, drenched in the blood of the beasts. Facing 4 opponents simultaneously, he remains unfazed, summoning all 4 of his tattoos in their beastified forms to overpower the 4 beasts. With himself positioned in the center to absorb damage, he delivers a flurry of punches, causing 2 5th-tier royal beasts to spew blood and teeter on the brink of collapse. The previously downed Blaze Sparrow King, dripping blood and seething with rage, glares at Wang Chao with hatred. Its crimson feathers, stark against the blood, evoke a particularly harrowing sight. In a moment of furious desperation, it raises its head and lets out a piercing cry before launching a reckless, suicidal assault, augmenting its bloodline and sacrificing its limited vitality, intent on avenging itself against Wang Chao. Unfazed, Wang Chao smirks confidently, muttering to himself, "It seems you still underestimate my power, so prepare to meet your end." With a focused gaze, his Tao-Tai tattoo radiates brilliance, materializing a towering phantom behind him. Unlike the beastified forms, this Tao-Tai phantom embodies the true essence of a fierce beast. Roaring with rage, the Tao-Tai phantom merges with Wang Chao, both preparing to unleash a devastating strike. With a mighty punch, his full force collides with the claws of the Blaze Sparrow King, shattering them in mere seconds. The residual force sends the beast crashing to the ground, grievously wounded. Although the blow does not kill it, it undeniably strips it of any combat capability. Humph! Do not rush. You three beasts shall take your turns to perish. Wang Chao scoffs coldly, immediately redirecting his attention to the remaining 3 fifth-tier beasts. These flying 5th-tier beasts, witnessing Wang Chao's earlier display, smartly disperse into a triangular formation, attempting a simultaneous assault. However, Wang Chao remains composed, summoning the 4 beastified phantoms to encircle him as he begins to gather strength, preparing to eliminate another foe. You wish to play games with me? You are far too inexperienced. In the face of absolute power, their attempts at a wheeled battle against him are futile. Simultaneously, on the city walls, various ordinary soldiers and skilled citizens operate an array of weaponry, relentlessly targeting the low-tier beasts attacking the city. Hey, old Mo, do not skimp on the ammunition. This alloy is highly destructive. Just keep firing. Do not aim too precisely. The speed of these beasts is remarkable. We need to blanket them with fire. A trained soldier advises his newly acquainted partner. As he speaks, he maintains a continuous barrage with his alloy machine gun, sweeping left and right, striking down numerous first-tier beasts. While standard bullets inflict minimal damage, the alloy rounds, along with many others utilizing plasma shells, are capable of eliminating these ordinary beasts. This moment, another citizen, having just fired a plasma shell, turns to comment, "Thankfully, the high-tier beasts are being held back. Otherwise, our defenses would have been breached in an instant. Now we can breathe a little easier with the ammunition support. Even those of us who are not super tattoo practitioners can take down beasts. Moreover, the plasma shells are quite potent. My last shot took out over 20 first-tier beasts and several second-tier ones. It's a pity that one third-tier beast was too quick and dodged. Otherwise, it would have met its demise as well." Regarding their second layer of defense, the situation became remarkably easier once the various tiers were separated from the battlefield. Not only did they fail to breach the city, but not a single one even managed to leap onto the protective walls. Simultaneously, at the front line of battle, the blue-scaled serpent emperor coiled upon a mountain peak, surrounded by 10 fifth-tier royal, clearly demonstrating its fear of death as it unhesitatingly nestled in the midst of the beast horde. Around it surged a tide of 1st to 4th tier, poised to employ a tidal wave strategy to withstand the onslaught of 108 death attendants. "Captain, what should we do? This creature is playing tricks, hiding right in the center. We can't reach it. If we attempt to charge in from the outside, it will likely seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack," inquired a death attendant named by Chien, frowning at the squad leader. They had been divided into 27 small teams, with each group of 4 assigned to a fixed point, thus dispersing the attack against the blue-scaled serpent emperor. If they attacked one by one, their advantages would be nullified. "Let me think for a moment. I don't have a plan at the moment." Captain Lu Wenbing mused that he was not alone. The other 26 captains also pondered strategies to break the enemy's defenses. At that moment, Yi Chun, clad in battle armor, descended beside them and declared, "You all go to the second line of defense for support. I will handle this here." "What? Boss, do you intend to face 2 beast emperors alone?" Lu Wenbing expressed his concerns. However, the next moment, upon turning to look, he saw the distant Tianzhou Mo Jiaolong, frantically trapped within an encircled cage, causing him to close his mouth in silence. Who is their boss? He is a man adorned with 11 forbidden tattoos. How could one harbor doubts? "Yes, boss, we shall return for support immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, the 108 death attendants moved decisively, not even glancing back. They unconditionally trusted Yi Chun. Once they departed, Yi Chun surveyed the overwhelming tide of beasts before him, his heart devoid of any turmoil, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth at a bunch of brutes. "You shall serve as my practice dummies. Let me see if my other special skills have evolved with the enhancement of my .at this moment." With Qinjiamo, Zhao Emperor ensnared, he had ample time to deal with the blue-scaled serpent emperor without facing a pincer attack from both beast emperors. Upon witnessing the departure of the 108 death attendants, the blue-scaled serpent emperor suddenly roared in anger. Having just been besieged, it sought to reclaim its dignity and retaliate against Yi Chun. Eager to experience the thrill of a collective assault, with a resolute heart, Yi Chun activated the Qiyu tattoo, unleashing the power of the dominion over beasts. At his command, an upgraded version of his special skill materialized. Instantly, a towering phantom of 100 feet appeared behind him, its distinct visage and commanding presence unmistakably that of Qiyu. Roar. This roar emanated from the phantom of Qiyu. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of crimson-eyed beasts materialized from behind Qiyu's figure, exuding a terrifying aura that could rival that of the moreover. In sheer numbers, they surpassed the tide led by the blue-scaled serpent emperor by a factor of 2. Kill. Yi Chun and the phantom of Qiyu shouted in unison. The previously aimless beasts, now under command, surged forward like a flood unleashed in the blink of an eye. The two sides collided, igniting a chaotic melee. Although they held greater overall strength, their numbers were overwhelming. And being mere phantoms, they felt no pain, nor did they fear death. In contrast, the constrained by their own limitations, faced daunting exhaustion. Even if they relied on the phantom beast to wear them down, it was not an insurmountable task. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms skill, transforming into the colossal Neziform, striding over the battlefield. Brute, still trying to hide. Now, I shall see where you run. Prepare to meet your end. With the enlarged red tassel spear in hand, he thrust toward the coiled, blue-scaled serpent emperor atop the mountain. After enduring the assault from the 108 death attendants, the blue-scaled serpent emperor's combat prowess had significantly diminished. Now was the perfect time to strike while it was vulnerable. With a powerful thrust, the force behind the spear pierced the serpent's vital spot. Roar! The blue-scaled serpent emperor howled in pain. Ha ha! Even as a beast emperor, being struck in a vital area while injured must be quite unbearable, wouldn't it? Yi Chun laughed heartily. This enraged the exhausted blue-scaled serpent emperor, which, in a desperate bid, coiled around Yi Chun's towering form, attempting to strangle him with its immense strength. The serpent's every muscle strained. Even as the flames engulfing Yi Chun burned it, it showed no fear. Additionally, it opened its massive jaws, preparing to bite down on Yi Chun's head. Yet at that very moment, a cold glint ignited in Yi Chun's eyes, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him. Blood battle intensification. Yi Chun activated the special skill of the headless Xingtian tattoo. The serpent's body, previously constricting him, was forcibly pried apart as Yi Chun pushed his arms against the gap. Extending his other 4 arms rapidly, he seized the blue-scaled serpent emperor's upper and lower jaws. Such audacity! You dare to seek death. Today, I shall let you experience the agony of being drawn and quartered. He did not expect the typically timid and cautious blue-scaled serpent emperor to retaliate while injured. However, the outcome was clear. Yi Chun had successfully restrained the blue-scaled serpent emperor, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of Nez's tumultuous sea escapade, treating the serpent as if it were a dragon. Open, channeling all his might into his arms. Bolstered by the blood battle intensification, Yi Chun's 4 arms simultaneously tore apart the serpent's gaping maw, splitting it in half, though it did not perish immediately. Clearly, the vitality of serpents is remarkably resilient, especially that of the 6th-tier royal. It was not so easily extinguished. With a crash, the flame-enshrouded red tassel spear descended, piercing through the blue-scaled serpent emperor's body, pinning it to the ground. Subsequently, Yi Chun descended, all 6 arms working in unison to rip open the serpent's pierced back, extracting a bloody serpent's sinew. As the sinew emerged from its body, the headless blue-scaled serpent emperor roared in agony, its mangled head gushing forth blood, instantly dyeing the ground crimson. What a splendid serpent sinew, perfect for use as a belt. Yi Chun chuckled as he wrapped the sinew around his waist, then shifted his expression. Now it's time to send you on your way. Relinquish your beast core. As soon as he spoke, a blood-red, flame-wreathed long knife materialized in Yi Chun's grasp. Shura blood knife. Judgment. A calm yet authoritative voice resonated. Imbued with dignity and a chilling aura that I in this moment, Yi Chun, adorned with flames and wielding the Shura blood knife, truly embodied the arrival of a demonic deity from the depths of hell. With the utterance of those two words, an astonishing power surged through the blade, transforming it into a swirling azure flame. Within a 3-meter radius, one strike would be fatal. The blood knife sliced through the air, decapitating the blue-scaled serpent emperor completely. Severed from its head, the blue-scaled serpent emperor had perished utterly. However, due to its inherent characteristics, the 100-meter-long serpent could still coil and twist. Subsequently, a blue beast core materialized from its head, exuding an astonishing aura. The core of a 6-tier royal beast was evidently extraordinary, discernible even to the naked eye. Without lingering, Yi Chun swiftly stowed the beast core away and turned his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding among the beast horde. At this moment, the majority of the 1st to 3rd tier beasts had been vanquished by the phantasmal ferocity summoned by the Master of Beasts. Only the 4th tier beasts and 5th tier royal beasts remained, with the former significantly injured while the latter retained some combat strength, albeit with minor wounds. Observing the situation, he did not hesitate to step forward, invoking the skill of the God-slaying by Chi Tattoo, Godslayer. The battlefield was awash with blood and corpses, and utilizing this special skill conferred additional advantages. In the blink of an eye, the domain enveloped all the beasts, whether they were 1st to 3rd tier or the 4th tier lord level and 5th tier royal beasts. Each was meticulously locked onto in the next moment, from the blood and corpses on the ground. Terrifying, desiccated hands began to rise slowly, accompanied by the phantasms of various deceased beasts. They appeared as demons from the depths of hell, with only the desire for slaughter in their eyes. In a flash, they surged towards the beasts, clashing mentally. Roar! The nearly 100,000 remaining beasts on the battlefield were driven into a frenzy by the phantasms within the domain of slaughter, howling wildly in madness. This allowed the ferocious beasts summoned by Yi Chun to seize the opportunity, relentlessly charging forth to rend flesh. With a dual assault on both spirit and body, they swiftly annihilated the 4th tier lord-level beasts, leaving only the 5th tier royal beasts which, despite their resilient hides, continued to endure their bleeding forms. The 1st to 3rd tier beasts were all perished, leaving behind a multitude of beast cores scattered across the ground. Resembling an abundant harvest, the quantity so great it was incalculable. Indeed, it was almost a close call. It seems I must take action personally. Why Yi Chun surveyed the aftermath with a cold snort. He then brandished the Shura blood knife, its cold gleam flashing as the blade enlarged instantaneously and swept it across the battlefield. Standing a height of 100 feet, coupled with the enlarged Shura dual knives, he cleaved through the 5th tier beasts with the precision of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. One by one, the corpses of the 5th tier royal beasts fell, leaving only their lifeless cores. Thus, the battlefield of the blue-scaled Serpent King, along with the horde it commanded, met its inevitable demise here. Gazing at the multitude of beast cores littering the ground, Yi Chun did not pause to collect them, but instead swiftly turned and raced toward the mightier Tianjiao Mo Jiao King. Now, he was the sole remaining trapped royal beast. Time was of the essence. It must be nearing a breaking point for its spirit. Yi Chun mused, fixing his gaze on the dim-eyed Tianjiao Mo Jiao King within the confines of the cage. This Tianjiao Mo Jiao King was not only stronger than the blue-scaled Serpent King in terms of tier, but also bore the formidable defense conferred by its Jiao scales. Thus, disrupting its mental realm would facilitate Yi Chun's execution of his skills to deliver the killing blow. Domain, activate. The Shura Heavenly Eye domain was unleashed, enveloping the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King within the four-cornered prison. In the next moment, as the beast's confinement dissipated and the cage shattered, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to surge forward, simultaneously activating the Zhulong domain, which solidified the space and time around the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King, rendering it suspended in mid-air. Judgment. As he approached within 3 meters, Yi Chun uttered the 2 words that signified death. The Shura blood knife once again imbued with the power of a guaranteed kill. With a resounding slice, the blade descended upon the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King's head, yet did not immediately penetrate its hardened scales. This realization struck Yichun, the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King's reverse scale. A remnant of its dragon transformation was indeed positioned atop its head. Reverse scale? Fortuitously, under control, he had executed the judgment skill. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Why Yichun took a deep breath, relieved it wasn't he discovered in the midst of combat. Nevertheless, the guaranteed kill within the judgment skills domain was no mere boast. With a crisp crack, the most resilient reverse scale among the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King's armor shattered. Following this, the Shura blood knife, retaining its might, fell unimpeded, vertically cleaving the suspended, mentally crumbling Tianjiao Mo Jiao King. As a gentle breeze swept by, Yichun sheathed the blood knife, descending slowly to the ground. Accompanying this was the thundering fall of the Tianjiao Mo Jiao King's bisected corpse, erupting into view alongside a black beast core, drawing the attention of two six-tier royal beasts attracted by the nine-colored heavenly lotus. Thus they too met their demise at Yichun's hands, along with the tens of thousands of beasts summoned by the royal beast. Simultaneously, at the second defensive line, the dynasty, leading the super-tattooed individuals, alongside soldiers and civilians wielding weaponry, kept the beast tide at bay beyond the city walls. At this moment, the dynasty, drenched in beast blood, contended with two fifth-tier royal beasts in midair. Below, two immense, gaping pits lay, within which the corpses of two fifth-tier royal beasts rested, their cores floating above. These are the beasts slain during the dynasty's previous battle, with no time to collect their cores before re-engaging. Phew, he exhaled, feeling a touch fatigued. Barely managing to fell two fifth-tier beasts had proven taxing to it. Seems I must consume more chicken kidneys for a boost in stamina. With a deep inhale, the dynasty, through the encasing armor, fixed his gaze intently upon the two injured fifth-tier beasts before him. But he could not compare to Yichun. During the tattooing process, Yichun had utilized the blood of 11 different animals, enhancing his physical form at the moment of catastrophe, granting him endurance, stamina, and vitality many times that of an ordinary awakened one. Of course, in the evening, his strength could easily endure over 100 bouts without fatigue, rivaling even the swiftest of foes. The dynasty pondered, filled with envy. Boss, we've returned to assist you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind the dynasty, sparking a flicker of joy within his exhausted heart. Turning around, he beheld a well-organized squad of four clad in battle armor rushing towards him. How did you return? What news from the elder brother? Have both royal beasts been dealt with? The dynasty inquired hastily. In comparison, he was far more concerned about Yichun's safety within the first defensive line. In response, the squad leader from the 27 teams, standing at the forefront, raised his voice. Boss, rest assured. The young master specifically sent us back to support you. He has ensnared one royal beast and is currently focused on the other. When we left, we saw several of the young master's domains simultaneously activated, driving the other royal beast into retreat. Although we are unaware of the current situation, the young master is undoubtedly at an advantage. Upon hearing this, the dynasty felt a profound sense of reassurance wash over him. With the situation of the royal beast under control, combined with the return of 108 death servants, they would find it significantly easier to contend with the beast tide. Assist the Super Tattoo Alliance first, eliminate the fifth-tier royal beasts, and then tackle the fourth-tier lord-level ones. Once we dispose of these two categories, we shall achieve complete victory. The dynasty commanded, while hovering in midair to regulate his breathing, preparing to engage once more and slay the two fifth-tier royal beasts before him. Understood. As the crowd echoed in unison, the Deadpools, having just arrived within 100 meters of the dynasty, instinctively turned and dispersed, setting their sights on the fifth-tier exotic beasts. The dynasty had already dispatched two, while two others were kept at bay. Thus, with 8 fifth-tier, king-level exotic beasts remaining, could they truly withstand the onslaught of 108 Deadpools? Moreover, by this point in the battle, the members of the Super Tattoo Alliance had inflicted considerable damage upon the fifth-tier king-level beasts. With a renewed determination, the dynasty vowed to annihilate them. Once the others had departed, the dynasty took a moment to regulate his breathing and regain composure. With a thunderous sound, the dynasty, clad in the Tautai battle armor, surged forth like a cannonball, Charging directly at the injured 5th-tier king-level beast, a powerful punch landed. Leveraging the momentum of his sprint, he directed all his force into his fist, seizing the opportunity while one of the 5th-tier king-level beasts remained unaware. He delivered a crushing blow to its head, undoubtedly causing it to explode. Scalding blood splattered across his face. Indeed, with a full force strike, he had felled one. Now this is my true power. It's exhilarating to kill one with a single punch. Observing the fallen carcass of the beast, a long-lost joy illuminated his face. Only by unleashing his utmost strength could he find happiness. With a resounding thud, the beast's body crashed to the ground, causing the other injured 5th-tier king-level beast to tremble. Witnessing this scene, it was utterly struck with terror. Even a beast fears death. Without hesitation, the ghastly-faced Bat King screeched, rapidly emitting a circular sound wave from its mouth before fleeing. Its blood-dripping wings flapped with a speed rivaling that of an electric motor. In the face of fear and death, it seemingly forgot its pain. Thinking of escaping, how could one have the audacity to besiege a city, yet lack the courage to fight? This was no place to depart at will. Leave behind your beast core. He would not let this 5th-tier beast escape. After all, it was a walking 5th-tier king-level beast core, a prize too tempting to let go. A woo, roar, hiss, cry, 4 distinct beast roars erupted. Garuda, Taotai, and Zhuyin materialized from thin air, forming a quadrilateral formation that sealed off the retreat of the fleeing Bat King. In the next moment, resembling a monkey, Zhuyin, with a white head and red feet, used the void as a vine, swiftly grasping the Bat King's back. Taotai and Toa Wu advanced together, each opening their massive jaws to seize the Bat King's wings. A piercing scream erupted. Immediately afterward, Garuda flapped its wings, its enormous claws instantly piercing through the Bat King's grotesque skull. In its severely weakened state, the 4 beastly tattoos triumphed over the Bat King. What a treasure! Seizing the moment, the dynasty swiftly collected the cores of the 4 slain 5th-tier king-level beasts into the storage space of his battle armor. He then hurried to support the other battles. Meanwhile, within the city, at the entrance of a shelter, Yi Lingtian listened to the distant, hoarse roars of various beasts and the aerial clashes between super tattooists and exotic beasts, furrowing his brow in concern. How was the situation unfolding? Sigh. He hoped Chen'er could truly repel those 2 beast emperors. Otherwise, the entire city would crumble under the onslaught of the beast tide. At this moment, he remained unaware that the 1st and 2nd defensive lines had already declared victory. With the cleanup underway, with the deaths of the 2 beast emperors, the hundreds of thousands of exotic beasts brought by the blue-scaled snake emperor had all perished at Yi Chen's hands. Among the remaining beasts, the 4th and 5th-tier ones had also been nearly eradicated. Complete resolution was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, in a nearby abandoned building, Li Sheng and Li Xiang, along with several super tattooists from their family, hid within, observing Yi Lingtian and his group at the entrance of the shelter. Brother, it's been so long. Why haven't the exotic beasts breached the entrance? Didn't 2 6th-tier emperor-level beasts arrive, along with 2 waves of beast tides? Could it be that they were truly dealt with? Li Xiang pondered, stroking his chin. Dealt with? Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Li Sheng, who had been waiting, began to contemplate. So much time had passed. Perhaps an unexpected situation had indeed unfolded. I can't wait any longer. I have a premonition that something might go awry. Li Xiang. I'll lead the way to attract Yi Lingtian and the others' attention. You take the opportunity to slip in and retrieve that treasure. Li Sheng decisively resolved to divert Yi Lingtian's group. Me? Li Xiang frowned, pointing at himself in disbelief. Seeing this, Li Sheng continued, Your Holing Divine Officer tattoo has a built-in invisibility effect, making you the perfect candidate for stealth. Don't hesitate. If we delay any longer, we might miss our chance to steal. Fine. Li Xiang sighed in resignation, acquiescing that in truth, he hoped Li Sheng would infiltrate, as Yi Lingtian possessed 4 top-tier super tattoos, and he feared Li Sheng might not withstand the pressure. Although he feared for his life, he still wished for Li Sheng, as the heir, to survive for the family's honor. In the next moment, Li Sheng patted his shoulder, and the ghost warrior tattoo radiated heat, swiftly enveloping him in black battle armor. Armed with dual blades adorned with fiery patterns, Li Sheng charged out of the abandoned building, heading straight for Yi Lingtian. Behind him, the 1,000-strong Li family super tattooists bore expressions of unwavering resolve, placing their family's future on this one endeavor. Just imagine, a treasure capable of attracting 2 6-tier emperor-level beasts. Was it not worth the risk? Certainly, especially since their clansmen had already been arranged to flee the demon city, awaiting Li Sheng to secure the treasure and depart from this place. Who? Suddenly, Yi Lingtian sensed the approaching Li Sheng. The 1,000 super tattooists following behind him sent a whiff of conspiracy into the air. Everyone prepare to engage. This group bore ill intentions, radiating murderous intent. They must not be allowed to enter the shelter, he called out loudly. The 200 family disciples beside him were clad in artificial battle armor. Facing this 1,000-strong, awakened super tattooists, a stark disparity lay between them. With a hum, Yi Lingtian summoned the power of super tattoos, overlapping the black and white Wuchang battle armor with the Zhengxin Erjiang battle armor. A brand new 4-colored battle armor enveloped him. Clang, standing firm, he endured Li Sheng's dual blades with a newly combined armor, even sparking not a single ember. The rebounding force sent Li Sheng flying several dozen meters back, where he stumbled back several steps before coming to a halt. What? Li Sheng gasped in shock, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "How can your 3rd-tier super tattoo power overlap battle armor and withstand my full force strike?" A torrent of questions flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. "You have quite a few questions, don't you?" Yi Lingtian snorted coldly, recognizing Li Sheng's identity from both his voice and armor. Li family brat. Your family was once one of the 4 great families of Demon City. Now, while the exotic beasts assault the city, instead of defending your home, you come to engage in treachery. Do you truly harbor such disdain for our Yi family? At this moment, you seek to target us? He miscalculated. Under the impression that Li Sheng was merely a petty thief wreaking havoc, he remained oblivious to their true intent of stealing the precious treasure. In the next moment, the black and white stripes on the 4-colored battle armor flickered, and 2 weapons, one black and one white, materialized in his hands, taking the form of battle gear. The white Wuchang's crying staff, the black Wuchang's soul snare. Li Sheng, should you dare to intrude upon our home, you shall pay the price. Otherwise, it would indeed be an underestimation of our Yi family. Let us witness the disparity in our strengths. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Lingtian swung the ominous black soul snare with his left hand, spinning it a few times before flinging it outward. This was bad. I must flee. Such was the most genuine thought racing through Li Sheng's mind. With a crack, the space shattered, and the eerie soul snare surged forth from the void beside him, as if teleporting, rapidly ensnaring his arms. Immediately, a glint of cold light erupted in Yi Lingtian's eyes. He aimed the chilling white crying staff at the trapped Li Sheng and unleashed a terrifying strike. Unable to escape, Li Sheng was struck squarely. It was akin to how Yi Lingtian had previously stood still, enduring the assault of Li Sheng's ghostly twin blades. However, the outcome was vastly different. Under this blow, Li Sheng's body was sent flying like a severed kite, hurtling hundreds of meters before crashing heavily into an abandoned 4-story building. The edifice collapsed, instantly creating a scene of ruin as the dust settled. Li Sheng lay amidst the wreckage, struggling to prop himself up with a nearby slab. Trembling as he rose, his armor was riddled with cracks, through which fresh crimson blood seeped, painting a truly tragic picture. Damn it, I miscalculated. This is it. I might genuinely meet my end here, I end his contemplation. The most formidable opponent, Yi Lingtian, despite possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier super pattern and backed by 4 top-tier super patterns, had seemed manageable enough he had thought he could at least hold his own for a while, buying time for Li Xiang to steal the treasure. Yet, to his astonishment, the disparity in their strengths was so vast that it could only be described as overwhelming. There was simply no chance to fight back. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, clad in the Hulang Divine Officer's battle armor, had activated the armor's special invisibility feature. Witnessing Li Sheng sustain such grievous injuries from a single blow, his heart sank, and he resolved to swiftly escape with Li Sheng. However, a second thought struck him. They had already revealed their identities. If they failed to acquire the treasure to enhance their strength, they might never rise again and could even find themselves hunted. Brother, I am truly sorry. I am certain you would not want me to be exposed. I must hold on until I can retrieve the treasure. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiang transformed into a gust of wind and dashed into the refuge. His speed was akin to that of a fired Barrett bullet. Upon entering the sanctuary, he was utterly astounded by the sight before him. It was vast and expansive, filled with countless towering buildings, numerous alloy defense systems, and large storage facilities. Goodness gracious! Yichen has prepared an arsenal that is simply too comprehensive. I had no idea the refuge was in such a state. Li Xiang swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of envy. The impeccably equipped refuge stood in stark contrast to the half-ruined city outside, as if one were in heaven and the other in hell. With no time for contemplation, he shook his head, quickly snapping out of his astonishment, and began to survey his surroundings. The refuge was so immense. Where could the treasure possibly be hidden? Frowning as he gazed at the towering structures, Li Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the lighthouse at the center of the sanctuary, the tallest building of them all. Notably, a faint multicolored glow radiated from the pinnacle, reminiscent of the 9-colored clouds he had seen in the sky earlier. I found it! Ha! It was right under my nose. I shall not hold back. Li Xiang grinned widely and urged the hulling divine officer's battle armor, maintaining his invisibility as he sped towards the lighthouse. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the lighthouse. The 9-colored radiance emanating from within compelled him to leap through the balcony. It seemed this was where Yichen had made his abode. After surveying his surroundings, Li Xiang smirked to himself and mused, Yichen, no matter how well you hide your treasures, they're destined to belong to the Li family. He then approached the chamber where the 9-colored heavenly lotus was stored and with a decisive crack opened the alloy door. A gust of wind rushed at him, carrying with it a plethora of energy particles emanating from the precious lotus. Brushing against his face, he felt an instant surge of exhilaration as the tattoos on his body began to stir, continuously absorbing the energy particles from the in the next moment, Li Xiang lifted his gaze and spotted the 9-colored heavenly lotus resting in the center of the earthy pool. Its dazzling hues paired with the coiled 5-clawed dragon, instantly captivating his attention. Oh, such a treasure exists. No wonder Yichen's ascent has been so rapid. It turns out he possesses a treasure that provides energy. Now it seems the Leaf family shall rise. He had already begun to grasp the 9-colored heavenly lotus's potential. For a group, its effects were undoubtedly paramount. Once he secured this treasure, their super patterners will be able to elevate their powers simultaneously. Without hesitation, the invisible Li Xiang stepped forward and seized the 9-colored heavenly lotus. Just as he prepared to stow it away in the armor's storage space, the outer door creaked open, and Jianting, stationed at the lighthouse, silently entered. Her eyes followed a straight line and caught sight of the 9-colored heavenly lotus suspended in midair, with 2 distinct footprints clearly visible on the soil where the lotus had been planted. Who goes there? Jianting shouted toward the earthy pool chamber. What little thief dares to come here and steal? You are courting death? As her words fell, she swiftly donned a ghost princess battle armor and charged towards the floating 9-colored heavenly lotus. Though Li Xiang was in an invisible state, Jianting's target was remarkably clear. Wielding her battle-formed blade, she swung at the lotus below. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Li Xiang discarded the 9-colored heavenly lotus, crossing his arms in a defensive X to block Jianting's strike. The collision sparked a shower of flames, and the invisibility effect of Li Xiang's armor dissipated in the heat of battle. You are Li Xiang? I never expected it to be you. How did you know we possessed the 9-colored heavenly lotus? Jianting demanded sharply, following the arrival of the Blood Moon, when Yichen came to their rescue. Their 2 families had parted ways, and the Li family's presence had become scarce. Now, within the sanctuary's lighthouse, Li Xiang had audaciously infiltrated with a clear objective, the 9-colored heavenly lotus. This information had been tightly sealed within their ranks. In response, Li Xiang scoffed, retreating a few steps while saying, Jianting, you ungrateful wretch. You clearly had an engagement with my brother, yet you ran off with Yichen and now dare to hinder my endeavors. Best you vacate the premises while you can. Ungrateful wretch. Li Xiang, what are you talking about? There was never any engagement with your brother. I had no knowledge of it, nor would I ever agree to such a thing. And as for hindrance, it is you who has come here to steal. Jianting swiftly retorted. Without further ado, she activated the ghost princess tattoos on her body. A terrifying, ghastly figure emerged behind her, gradually materializing into reality. Die. The words escaped the lips of the specter known as the ghost princess. In an instant, an astonishing power emanated from her, abruptly freezing the surrounding temperature. The next moment, the ethereal dual blades, shrouded in a ghostly glow, descended mercilessly upon Li Xiang. This is bad. How could this thing attack autonomously? Sensing a hint of danger, Li Xiang immediately channeled his super tattoo power to evade. Yet the speed of the dual blades was too swift. Even with all his might harnessed through the Huling divine armor, a portion of his body remained exposed, and he was struck directly by the blades. The impact was unlike the earlier strike from Jianting. This blow had increased in magnitude several-fold. The scream reverberated through the room as Li Xiang was smashed into the alloy wall, leaving behind an irregular dent. The dual blades tore through the armor on his back, and the wounds were visibly bleeding, with blood trickling down from the jagged openings like two centipedes. Li Xiang could not help but feel a surge of jealousy towards Jianting, realizing the extent of her strength. Super Tattoo Level 3. You are truly despicable. If it weren't for that treasure, how could you have advanced so rapidly? He loathed her for intervening and disrupting his plans, despised himself for being unable to contend with her, and resented Yi Chun and the others for having such treasures to aid their cultivation. In that moment, Li Xiang coughed and covered his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he began to invoke the blood escape technique. This was a skill that every awakened super tattoo wielder could employ, but it was a technique that one would resort to only in dire circumstances. Once executed, it would inflict severe backlash upon the user. Not only would the tattoos etched upon their body fade, but their strength would also diminish significantly. Should one use it multiple times, the tattoos would vanish entirely, leaving them as mere mortals, an outcome with grave consequences. Blood escape. Li Xiang was beyond caring at this point, desperate to gain a fleeting surge of power to seize the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus. That moment, death seemed less significant to him. What mattered was obtaining the treasure, then utilizing invisibility to escape the refuge, ultimately handing it over to Li Xiang for safekeeping. Planning to steal something? Did you consult me first? Jianting, swift and astute, felt a stirring in her heart and summoned the Nirvana Phoenix tattoo etched on her back. A vivid phoenix emblem materialized behind her. In the blink of an eye, Jianting's ghost princess armor transformed into the Nirvana Phoenix armor. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the location of the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus, manifesting it in its beastly form. In an instant, the Nirvana Phoenix on her back glowed with intense heat, emitting a resounding cry. The Nirvana Phoenix's cry echoed as its fiery wings flared, targeting the approaching Li Xiang with a clawed attack. The Phoenix strike, four razor-sharp talons, engulfed in unquenchable flames, collided with Li Xiang, who was empowered by the blood escape. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth as their attacks met in a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, Jianting propelled herself off the ground, activating the Phoenix wings of her armor, and instantly positioned herself behind Li Xiang. Taking advantage of his weakened state, she did not hold back that a powerful fist aimed directly at his midsection struck with ferocity. The force of the blow sent him flying. Although this attack was slightly less potent than the previous one, it still inflicted significant damage on the already injured Li Xiang, especially since he had just employed the blood escape. Jianting's strike left him in a state of utter exhaustion. Damn it! How dare she launch a sneak attack? 2 against 1, crashing onto the alloy floor. Li Xiang glared at Jianting with intense hatred, his words dripping with animosity. The recent use of blood escape had been his final resort. Now, the nine-colored heavenly origin lotus was firmly guarded by the beastified Nirvana Phoenix and Jianting, leaving him with no possibility of seizing it in his current battered state. His only option now was to flee. This thought echoed in his mind. He had to preserve his life, even if he could not acquire the treasure. With a great effort, Li Xiang steadied himself and invoked the blood shield once more. Yet the brilliance of his top-tier super tattoo had dimmed significantly, having sustained irreparable damage. The repeated use of blood escape had brought him to the brink of losing his tattoos entirely. Blood escape. With a fierce cry, Li Xiang's eyes blazed crimson as he expelled another mouthful of blood. The surge of formidable power erupted from within, enhancing his armor and propelling his speed to its zenith. He activated invisibility once more, dashing towards the refuge's exit. However, Li Xiang's mind began to fog. The toll of using blood escape twice had wreaked havoc on both his spirit and body. He was relying entirely on sheer will to escape. Thinking of fleeing, stop right there. Upon witnessing Li Xiang vanish from sight, Jianting instinctively sought to pursue him, but hesitated as she glanced back at the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus. She immediately halted her pursuit. Should Li Xiang utilize invisibility to launch a surprise attack, the lotus would be at risk of being stolen the moment she stepped away. No, I must remain here. After all, Li Xiang had already exhausted himself through 2 uses of blood escape. It was best to let him go for now, she grumbled in frustration. Were it not for her duty to guard the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus, she would have undoubtedly pursued and eliminated Li Xiang. Though she could not chase him, she could still utilize the communication link from her armor to inform Yi Ling Tian and Yi Chun that Li Xiang had infiltrated to steal the lotus. Meanwhile, outside the refuge, Li Xiang furrowed his brow, contemplating his escape strategy. Injured and under the watchful eye of Yi Ling Tian, he felt as though he was bracing for death, yet he was determined to take a gamble. In an instant, a dragon of resplendent emerald hue, adorned with 5 glowing claws, coiled around him. Subsequently, his ghost warrior armor swiftly transformed into the beastly super tattoo of the glass dragon. The glass dragon tattoo. This was his second top-tier super tattoo, which he had yet to deploy, reserved as a trump card. Faced with the formidable Yi Ling Tian, he had no choice but to unleash it in a desperate bid for survival. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian, having received word of the attempted theft, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Yuli family scoundrels dare to steal the lotus. I knew you had the audacity to mobilize all super tattoo wielders for an ambush. But it turns out you were merely stalling. However, your clan's younger brother has failed and is gravely injured. Neither of you will escape today. Prepare to meet your doom." As his words fell, the sky darkened ominously. With the gathering clouds, flashes of lightning crackled and illuminated the air. The ground was swept by fierce winds. As the saying goes, the dragon comes from the clouds, the tiger from the wind. Without hesitation, Yi Ling Tian summoned 2 beastly tattoos, Black Dragon, Black Tiger. With a roar, the black dragon hovered in the air while the black tiger stood firmly on the ground, both gazing intently ahead. The next moment, the 2 beasts surged forward, aiming to devour the beastified glass dragon that Li Xiang had summoned, intent on ending its existence right then and there. In this 2-against-1 scenario, it was clear that Yi Ling Tian held the advantage. Moreover, his super tattoo prowess surpassed that of Li Xiang, naturally allowing the summoned beasts to overpower him. Facing 2 simultaneously was akin to a father battling his son. The outcome was scarcely in doubt. In the realm of beastly tattoo combat, should we not join forces as well? Allow me to test whether your newly switched armor can withstand my next onslaught. That Yi Ling Tian let out a cold snort. A resounding dragon roar pierced the air as the terrifying might of the black dragon's super pattern converged instantaneously upon his fists. An invisible force coiled around him, manifesting a dragon-shaped emblem upon the armor of his arms. With a thunderous punch, an illusory black dragon unleashed a fearsome shockwave, surging towards him with the intent to obliterate. This is bad. I must block. Aware that escape was futile, Li Xiang hastily spread his arms. Bracing himself for the impact, the force of the dragon punch collided with his arms, sending him tumbling several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the Li dragon armor, being one of the highest-tier tattoos, boasted an astonishingly formidable defense. With the second level of the super pattern, it managed to withstand Yi Ling Tian's 3rd-level black dragon punch. "Ha! I did it! I withstood it!" he exclaimed, though his joy was short-lived. A surge of invisible power roiled within him, causing excruciating pain to radiate throughout his body. Blood spewed from his mouth in several crimson bursts. How infuriating! The injuries from before had intensified. He pounded the ground in frustration. Yi Ling Tian's prior strike had severely wounded him. Although this attack was blocked, the inertia from the force had exacerbated his internal injuries, leading to further bloodshed. "Not bad. Your tattoo's defense is commendable." You managed to withstand my black dragon's super pattern attack, but I wonder if you can endure the blow from my tattoo's overlap. Yiling Tian smirked, treating him like a lab rat for his experimental assault. This realization filled Li Sheng with dread. Another one. Are you truly determined to kill me? Having endured 2 consecutive attacks, he was already a marvel of survival. If he were to face another blow from the overlapped armor, would he have any chance of survival? He had finally glimpsed hope within the Li Dragon tattoo. It could not be extinguished so easily in the next moment. Without looking back, Li Sheng activated the Li Dragon tattoo, conjuring wings to hasten his escape. Moments later, having distanced himself by over 100 meters, Li Sheng glanced back at the motionless Yiling Tian, his mind swirling with confusion. What's going on? Why isn't he attacking? Could it be that he letting me go? He found it almost unbelievable. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Li Sheng, why the rush to leave? This isn't like you. Startled, Li Sheng whipped around to see the figure before him. His pupils widened, and the sense of survival he had felt moments ago plummeted into despair. The newcomer was none other than Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun, clad in the Chongqi armor, hovered high in the sky, looking down upon him from a considerable height, as if regarding a dying him. And why, Yi Chun? You returned so soon? Li Sheng gasped, his voice faltering, as the flicker of hope in his heart was extinguished. Had I not returned promptly, would your clan's younger brother have pilfered the treasure? Yi Chun scoffed, his expression darkening. You possess remarkable audacity, plotting to steal while I dealt with the Beast Emperor. Yet, I commend your courage. Placing your entire family at stake is truly bold. You will accompany them on their journey to the underworld. His visage was shrouded in ominous clouds. Having previously spared them, he was astonished that they dared to attempt to seize the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus amidst the chaos. Without a sound, the crimson candle dragon domain expanded in an instant. The next moment, Li Sheng, suspended in midair, found himself enveloped within the domain, his wings coming to an abrupt halt. Time and space had been frozen. Everything within the domain fell under Yi Chun's control. He had halted the flow of time and space. With a mere thought, Li Sheng realized his body was no longer under his command. His mouth, slightly agape, could not close. He was rendered speechless. Even the saliva that had begun to drip was suspended in mid-air. Panic surged within him. Not only was he facing imminent death, but the whereabouts of his younger brother, Li Xiang, who had attempted to steal the treasure, were also compromised. A wrong gamble meant the annihilation of the Li family. Li Sheng, behold closely. Before your very eyes, I shall eliminate your kin, and then send you on your way. Yi Chun grinned, harboring no intention of an immediate kill. Such an act would be far too mundane. It was far more entertaining to shatter all his hopes before his demise, allowing Li Sheng to perish in utter despair. Why Yi Chun's gaze swept across the battlefield, observing over 1,000 ordinary super pattern practitioners from the Li family relentlessly driving back 200 of the Yi clan members clad in artificial armor. Had it not been for the ample 4th-tier Lord-level beast cores infused into the armor beforehand, they would not have stood a chance in a 1-to-5 confrontation. Tormented by malevolent spirits, incantations of Buddhist scriptures echoed as golden-tinged Buddhas materialized from the domain. Suddenly, a chilling, ghostly laughter emanated from these Buddhas, their once benevolent visages morphing into ghastly, monstrous forms. These malevolent Buddhas, drifting with ethereal bodies, surged toward the 1,000 Li family practitioners embroiled in battle. What is this? Get away from me. There are ghosts. Help. Someone save me. The Li family members, ensnared by the horrifying visions, erupted into chaos, their mental state descending into utter disarray. Their eyes glazed over as they clutched their heads. Rolling on the ground in anguish, clearly suffering greatly. Psychic assaults were often devastatingly effective, swiftly incapacitating them. A bunch of fools. I granted you a chance at life before, yet you return to court death today. Very well. I shall not let you off lightly. Yi Chun regarded them with cold disdain, his expression one of utter contempt. In the next instant, the Shura Bloodblade, a harbinger of slaughter, materialized in his hand. At that moment, the Shura Bloodblade appeared vastly transformed from before. Its hilt bore the engraved likeness of the Ashura deity, and the pommel featured a human skull, summoning countless vengeful spirits as it was wielded. Through countless battles, the resentments, Unfulfilled desires and overwhelming killing intent of the deceased had all coalesced into the blade, significantly amplifying its lethality. Henceforth, the more lives the Shura Bloodblade claimed, the mightier it would become. With a tremor, the blood blade pulsated, a phantom wreathed in crimson lotus hellfire emerged, embodying the essence of slaughter, akin to a malevolent spirit amidst a sea of blood. Roar! A ferocious roar erupted from the specter as Ichin tightened his grip on the Shura Bloodblade, unleashing a terrifying strike. No, my body is severing. Accompanied by anguished wails, over 1,000 family super-pattern practitioners fell victim to Yi Chen's Shura Bloodblade, all cleaved in half on the spot. Leaving not a single survivor, they were struck by the blade. The tormented spirits that had been ravaged were restored, but it was all in vain. They could only glimpse their surroundings one last time before succumbing to death. Their deaths are of no consequence. Why Yi-chan surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his countenance revealing not a flicker of emotion. Instead, he let out a few cold snorts. In this apocalyptic world beset by calamity, being granted even a single opportunity was an immense grace. This time, he would not spare these intruders, especially since their objective was to steal the 9-colored celestial lotus, which warranted no chance of leaving future troubles. Amidst the absolute domain, Li Sheng, having witnessed the demise of his kin, felt an overwhelming surge of grief and fury engulf him. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable even to shed a single tear. Completely immobilized at that moment, Li Xiong burst forth from the refuge, his blood escape just concluding, and he chanced upon this grim scene. In an instant, his severely injured form tumbled to the ground, creating a tremendous noise. With a thud, a crater formed as the invisibility effect dissipated upon his descent, revealing his original shape. Yi Chun. How ruthless you are, slaughtering over 1,000 of my clan. You shall not die a good death. Li Xiong spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his visage contorted with rage. Having failed in his attempt to steal the 9-colored celestial lotus, guilt and regret had already taken root within him. And witnessing his kin perish before his eyes plunged him into utter madness. Ruthless? Yi Chen laughed, sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Li Xiong. Do you possess the audacity to steal, yet lack the courage to face death? Is your family truly of such lowly character? Spare yourself this self-deception. You have crossed my threshold, and today all must perish. As for the other members of your clan, those frail and weak, I shall ensure they are all eradicated. Leaving your lineage to vanish from this world, the resolute determination shone in his gaze, vowing to obliterate the Li family entirely. You aim for utter annihilation. Yi Chun, you devil! Li Xiong gritted his teeth. Continuing to curse, he could scarcely fathom Yi Chen's decisiveness. Even the remaining embers of their clan were not spared from calamity. Are you finished? Yi Chun inquired. If so, I will send you on your way, allowing your brother to witness your clan's downfall, and then I shall eliminate him to keep you company. Rest assured, I have already dispatched others to locate your remaining kin. You will soon be reunited. With a grin, he looked down upon Li Xiong from the air, clad in battle armor and wielding the Shura Bloodblade, embodying a true demon god. Without allowing Li Xiong another word, Yi Chen's expression darkened, and with a thunderous descent of his blade, he executed a clean and precise strike. The sharp edge unleashed a wave of murderous intent, severing Li Xiong's head from his body. With a thud, Li Xiong's head rolled upon the ground, his eyes filled with hatred, refusing to close in death. Subsequently, his body, now devoid of its head, lost its center of gravity and fell backward with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Thus Li Xiong met his end in that very spot. Throughout this entire ordeal, Li Xiong remained frozen in place, witnessing the events unfold. In the next moment, Yi Chun, suspended in midair, did not turn back, nor did he spare Li Xiong another glance, as he elegantly slashed his blade behind him. With a hum, as the blade fell, Li Xiong could only watch helplessly as the strike approached. Ultimately, he too fell victim to the blade, his head severed in midair. Domain, retract, he whispered softly as the crimson candle dragon domain was withdrawn, restoring the space-time to its original state. Following that, Li Sheng's head and body descended in unison, crashing down like his clan brother, both meeting their demise. With the crisis averted, Yi Chun descended slowly, unconcerned about the corpses scattered upon the ground, knowing that help would soon arrive to handle them. Observing the scene, Yiling Tian shed his battle armor and approached, inquiring, "Chinner, how goes the situation? Have the two beast emperors outside retreated?" "Retreat? That would be an understatement. Father, I single-handedly dispatched both beast emperors. Moreover, the two waves of beast tides they brought, totaling over 100,000, have all been eradicated. Not a single one escaped. You may venture outside to see. The ground is littered with the carcasses of the beast. I just finished wrapping things up when I received news from Jianting. The dynasty's forces are currently pursuing the remnants of the Li family and should return shortly. Yi Chun recounted the events with a nonchalant air, succinctly outlining the circumstances. Frankly, the fact that he had slain two beast emperors astonished Yiling Tian momentarily. However, upon reflection, he realized that his son bore 11 forbidden tattoos, rapidly enhancing his strength, making such an achievement quite plausible. "Ah! Truly, you are my son, Yiling Tian. You undoubtedly possess the stature of a formidable warrior." Overjoyed, Yiling Tian clapped Yi Chun on the shoulder, showering him with praise, embodying the pride of father. In his youth, he had indeed hit the mark. I could see that moment. A somewhat familiar voice emerged from behind Yi Chun. "Leader Yi, we have come to your aid. Are you all unharmed? Where is the invading beast emperor? I shall be the first to engage and make him aware that invading Leader Ye's city comes at a cost." Ho Fei approached with a smile on his somewhat unrefined face, speaking with righteous fervor. Previously, when the two beast emperors led the monstrous army to assault the city, Yi Chun had sent a distress signal to headquarters. The headquarters had promptly decided to notify the other 11 leaders to hasten to the magical city for support, with Ho Fei being among the first to arrive outside the city. At that time, he had witnessed the beast emperors commanding the beast tide, and, being of timid nature, he had quickly abandoned the idea of assistance in favor of a distant observation. He had been fortunate enough to witness Yi Chun slaying the beast emperors in their entirety, leading him to rush over afterward, feigning a gallant act of support. "Oh," Yi Chun sighed, turning his head, "is it only you who has arrived? I've already dealt with all the beasts here." Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the speed at which the 11 city leaders had arrived, harboring suspicions that they had deliberately delayed due to fear of the two beast emperors. Noticing Yi Chun's narrowed gaze, Ho Fei seemed to sense the doubt and immediately patted his chest, exclaiming, "Leader Yi, I was the fastest to arrive. Upon hearing of your predicament, I abandoned my own city's troubles and rushed here directly. I did not expect that upon my arrival, you had already resolved the beast invasion. Truly impressive." As he spoke, he did not forget to give Yi Chun a thumbs dash up. I could see that moment. A latecomer streaked through the air, arriving at Yi Chun's side within a few breaths, panting heavily. "Leader Yi, I apologize for my tardiness. Daluo City is simply too far from here, and my super tattoo battle armor is not designed for swift flight, which delayed me considerably. I just saw that the outside is littered with beast corpses. Have they all been dealt with?" The newcomer was none other than Qin Tianyi, the grandson of Elder Qin from headquarters, who had taken over Daluo City's leadership from Chun Feng. "Rest assured, all has been resolved. Just report to headquarters from me, informing them that no further assistance is required here. If there are no other matters, you may return. I still have some affairs to attend to." Yi Chun wore a grim expression and issued an immediate order for departure. To him, these individuals were utterly useless at this moment, only serving to hinder his efforts in collecting beast cores. Outside lay a multitude of beast carcasses, particularly those of 4th-tier lord-level creatures and above, which necessitated his personal retrieval. Such remnants were invaluable for crafting artificial battle armor, and he could not allow these people to take advantage of the situation. They offered no assistance, yet sought to claim the spoils. Upon hearing his words, the two exchanged glances. However, having witnessed Yi Chun's formidable strength, they refrained from further protest, merely exchanging pleasantries before activating their battle armor and departing. Moreover, they did not linger in the slightest, nor did they dare to seize the floating beast cores scattered across the battlefield. Humph! They are all cunning tricksters. When faced with challenges, they shy away, yet sprint towards benefits with alacrity. Following this encounter, Yi Chen's perception of these individuals underwent a complete transformation. In his previous life, despite the intrigues and rivalries, there was still a semblance of unity in such large cities under their protection. Yet, having been reborn, it appeared that the tables had turned. Chen'er, what shall we do about the headquarters deployment from now on? Should we pretend we haven't heard? Or what? Yi Ling Tian inquired. Stepping forward, he discerned Yi Chen's dissatisfaction and understood that he desired change. Perhaps even a departure from the headquarters control. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Chen replied resolutely, deployments? Initially, I had no intention of opposing the headquarters. I aimed to develop my strength discreetly to avoid their collective targeting. But now, I have reached the 5th tier of super pattern, and you all have stabilized your realms. Coupled with the maturation of the 9-colored heavenly origin lotus and the completion of the magical city's defenses. It is time for us to break free from the headquarters control. The magical city will remain under my command. This reflected the truest essence of his innermost thoughts. Simultaneously, Wang Chao returned from outside the city with 108 death servants. Big brother, we are back, he said with a grin. The members of the Li family did not escape far. We caught up with them in just a few seconds after activating our battle armor. All of them were ordinary people without Awaken tattoos. We dispatched them with just a few strikes, leaving not a single survivor. Completing the task filled him with a sense of pride. This was how the deadly adversaries of the Yi family met their end in such a genocidal manner. Nodding, Yi Chen signaled to him, instructing, gather all the beast cores outside, as well as the carcasses of creatures above 4th tier Lord level AS for the rest. Let the civilians and soldiers bury them on site or incinerate them. Having issued these commands, he activated his super pattern battle armor and swiftly made his way towards the lighthouse. Undoubtedly, this was the moment of confrontation upon reaching the balcony on the top floor of the lighthouse. Yi Chen shed his battle armor, entered the room, and promptly initiated a video call with the headquarters leader, Elder Yi Chen. Elder Qin inquired, have you resolved the Beast Emperor crisis? How is the situation? Did anyone sustain injuries? Injuries? Yi Chen scoffed. These individuals are precious beings. They're not so easily harmed. Are they? Rest assured, they're all safe at home. By the way, Elder Qin, I wish to discuss something important with you. I'm resigning from the headquarters and will no longer serve as a leader. The magical city will not be handed over. I will continue to govern it myself. Resigning from your leadership position. Leaving the headquarters? The moment those words left his lips, Elder Qin was taken aback. Staring at Yi Chen through the screen in disbelief. You cannot be joking, can you? If you are facing difficulties or have encountered any issues, feel free to share. The headquarters can assist you. Yi Chen's formidable strength was well known to him. And retaining him within the headquarters would be a tremendous asset. The consequences of losing control over him were unpredictable. Hearing Elder Qin's attempts to retain him, Yi Chen simply waved his hand, saying, Elder Qin, there is no need for speculation. I have no difficulties. I simply wish to reign unchallenged in this magical city, free from any directives from the headquarters. His gaze was resolute. Unlike the arrogance of Chun Feng before, his was an eruption born from restraint. Witnessing this, Elder Qin narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, in that case, Yi Chen, from this moment onward, the headquarters officially removes you from the list of 12 leaders. However, you must understand one thing. There are always greater powers beyond our own, and excessive force can lead to one's downfall. Take care. Is there an underlying message in your words? Are you attempting to threaten me? Yi Chen responded with a cold laugh. You need not concern yourself with that, Elder Qin. Instead, focus on managing your headquarters and the other 11 leaders. Should any of them act with folly and provoke me, they will find no mercy. These two statements carried a significant weight, serving as mutual threats. The headquarters sought to maintain control over him, but that was simply unacceptable. Now that he was ready to confront them, with his immense strength, what was there to fear? Upon uttering these words, Elder Qin's expression darkened further, and he abruptly terminated the video call. Old Qin, what is the matter? Why do you look so troubled? Have you encountered a situation? An elderly man with graying hair and a scarred face entered the room just then, noticing Qin Ming's grim demeanor. He was one of the 7 elders of the headquarters, named Yang Yi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Ming's already dark expression grew even more severe. that Yi Chun has announced his departure from our headquarters and declared himself king of the magical city. Claiming it as his territory, Qin Ming articulated each word with palpable anger. In his view, the rise of Yi Chun was a result of the headquarters' significant investment in his training. Those 200 artificial battle armors were a testament to that. Hearing this, Yang Ye's expression turned grave as he furrowed his brows. This matter is far too serious. We must immediately summon others for a meeting. This Yi Chun is an unpredictable factor. When we supported Yin Fan, he single-handedly slaughtered 6 fifth-tier Beast Kings and trapped the Beast Emperor. Just now, he transmitted information indicating that upon his arrival in the magical city, he annihilated 2 Beast Emperors and all the beasts without leaving a single one alive. This clearly demonstrates how terrifying Yi Chun's strength is. Someone like him cannot be controlled and is akin to a ticking time bomb. You underestimate Yi Chun. He is more like a nuclear bomb. What shall we do now? Should we gather all our forces to besiege Yi Chun? Fear began to creep into Elder Qin's heart. Besiege him? Yang Yi frowned deeply at this suggestion, though he too believed Yi Chun posed a significant danger after leaving the headquarters. He did not think that Yi Chun could be easily killed like Chen Feng. With the strength of the 5th tier of super pattern, even their secret forces could not eliminate 2 Beast Emperors in a direct confrontation. While they deliberated, another elder with a shiny bald head, Elder Zeng, slowly entered the room. He had overheard their previous conversation in its entirety. I believe we should not provoke Yi Chun. Instead, we can only monitor him for the time being. If he does not engage in any outrageous actions, we should refrain from discussing this matter further, Elder Zeng advised in a cautionary tone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Elder Zeng possessed prophetic abilities, and for him to make such a statement indicated that the terror posed by Yi Chun was far beyond their understanding. Old Zeng, Qin Ming exclaimed, are you suggesting that your prophecies cannot discern Yi Chun's future? Elder Zeng shook his head and sighed. I attempted to foresee it, but the outcome was contrary to my expectations. I cannot glimpse into Yi Chun's future, nor can I predict anything related to him. Thus, we should not seek our own misfortune. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals finally grasped the situation and nodded in agreement to the words of Elder Zeng. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary of the Demon City, an array of brilliantly colored beast cores lay before Yi Chun. Boss, all the beast cores are here, reported Wang Chao, his face adorned with a smile as he meticulously detailed the status of the beast cores. There are tens of thousands of cores ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 4, and 22 cores from 5th Tier Royal Beast. In response, Yi Chun grinned widely and retrieved 2 crystalline cores from the storage compartment of his battle armor, stating, we must also factor in these 2, which are 6th Tier Imperial Beast cores. After the inventory of beast cores was completed, the group proceeded to arrange the corpses of all Tier 4 Lord-level beasts and above within the sanctuary, following Yi Chun's directives to collect any useful components. These would prove to be of immense utility for Yi Chun. Boss, what purpose do these serve? Wang Chao inquired with curiosity. What purpose? They hold great significance. Once we've gathered everything, I will demonstrate to you how to manufacture artificial battle armor. Yi Chun replied candidly. As his words echoed, both Wang Chao and the nearby Yi Ling Tian were taken aback. The notion of creating artificial battle armor meant that if ordinary tribespeople donned such armor equipped with sufficient beast cores, they could gain formidable power, even withstanding the might of several super-pattern warriors. While these armors were typically produced by the headquarters, Yi Chun's assertion that he too could forge them implied that, once materials and manpower were sufficiently available, an army clad in battle armor could be summoned. Imagine tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of individuals garbed in artificial battle armor, obeying Yi Chun's command. Even the Sakura nation could be effortlessly obliterated, as the collection of beast corpses neared completion. The clock struck 11:59 p.m., just 1 minute shy of midnight. With the tolling of the hour, the previously calm sky erupted with the sound of thunder, and Yi Chun, who had been observing from the balcony, felt the sudden stirrings of the 11 super patterns on his body, accompanied by a familiar searing pain that surged through his mind. What is happening? He gasped, the pain from the tattoos overwhelming him. As he knelt, drenched in sweat, he glanced upwards to see the pristine full moon transformed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of the day catastrophe had struck. A resounding explosion shattered the stillness of the night. As the heavens ignited with bolts of lightning and thunder, that moment, Yi Chen's tattoos underwent a transformation, a strange and powerful energy flooding into him. This phenomenon was not exclusive to him. Super pattern warriors across the globe experienced the same tumultuous change. It hurts so much. What is happening to my tattoos? Why is it so painful? Could this be a second awakening? Echoed a singular thought in the minds of countless individuals who believed that the reemergence of the blood moon heralded a second awakening. However, that was not the case. Following a brief period of blood moon obscurity, tranquility returned. Yi Chen exhaled deeply from the balcony of the sanctuary. Feeling the changes within himself, thought, that's how it is. This is not a second awakening. Through probing the power coursing through his tattoos, Yi Chen understood the cause and effect of the recent upheaval. Although there was no second awakening nor a boost in strength, his tattoos had indeed evolved, now capable of absorbing the tattoos of others to enhance themselves, in other words, as long as he encountered opponents with superior tattoos in abundance. He could eliminate them and assimilate their tattoos to swiftly elevate his super pattern realm. "Boss, my tattoos have changed," Wang Chao exclaimed loudly as he burst through the door, followed closely by Yiling Tian and a host of other brothers from the Death Guard, who had just recovered from the pain. "You all sense the change as well? This sudden second blood moon is likely to stir a tumultuous storm," Yi Chen said, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the now bright full moon. In his past life, the second blood moon had descended nearly 2.5 years apart, inciting super pattern warriors to turn on one another. It was only through the united efforts of various nations that order was restored. Now, with the blood moon arriving prematurely, it would undoubtedly lead to a rapid decline among the super pattern warriors of each nation. "Boss, who cares? With our current formidable strength, if those super pattern warriors dare to come to Demon City to hunt, I wouldn't hesitate to absorb them as nourishment," Wang Chao declared with resolute determination. To be honest, after the arrival of this blood moon, he felt a compelling urge to kill and seize tattoos. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Perhaps this was the law of the apocalypse, leading individuals to lose themselves in the pursuit of power, gradually beginning to turn on one another until they were ultimately overwhelmed by the beasts. But those are matters for another time. Now, come with me. I will teach you how to forge artificial battle armor. Yi Chen beckoned to the group. He then activated his battle armor and leapt from the balcony to a spacious area below. Following suit, everyone else jumped down as well. "Boss, could it be that we can all forge artificial battle armor? That seems too far-fetched." Wang Chao speculated that Yi Chen had made it clear that he was referring to everyone in general, without singling anyone out, which implied that they all possessed the capability to create artificial battle armor. "Indeed, Wang Chao," Yi Chen affirmed with a nod and a smile. "You all can indeed manufacture artificial battle armor, but this is due to the fact that your tattoos are all of the highest caliber. Only top-tier tattoos can unleash super pattern fire, allowing high-level tattoos to engrave lower-tier ones, thus forming battle armor. However, the armor created at this stage is merely the most basic form. It requires appropriate beast cores to unleash its subsequent power." After this explanation, the group quickly grasped the concept, the initial onset of the catastrophe. Yi Chen had ensured that all of them were inscribed with top-tier super patterns. "Watch closely. I will demonstrate once." He instructed that I will only show you once, after which you will practice on your own to produce as many pieces of battle armor as possible. As his words fell, Yi Chen concentrated, bringing forth the royal tier materials from his storage. Dragon horns from the Tianjiao Mo Jiao, reverse scales, tendons, and a copious amount of dragon blood were laid out before them. Of course, a core was indispensable. However, Yi Chen opted not to use a 6th-tier Imperial Beast core, considering it too extravagant. Instead, he chose a 4th-tier Lord-level core that, in an instant, the 11 forbidden tattoos on Yi Chen's body radiated a dazzling light, accompanied by an intense heat. The next moment, 11 azure flames emerged from the patterns of his tattoos, specifically designed for the purpose of crafting items, in the future. Not only artificial battle armor, but also weapons and even wings for flying battle armor could be manufactured. "Consolidate," he uttered softly, as the materials severed from the beast were cast into the azure flames. Having utilized super pattern fire in his previous life and armed with 11 forbidden tattoos, he was able to simultaneously forge 11 pieces of artificial battle armor without feeling the slightest fatigue. In contrast, an ordinary individual would be drenched in sweat after crafting just one, and two would likely leave them completely exhausted. Yet, with his body enhanced by the blood of 11 beasts, Yi-Chin felt no strain from such an intense task. As the 11 azure flames blazed, they swiftly melted all the materials into pools of liquid. Observe carefully. The next step is crucial. Channel your super pattern power to solidify the liquid into a vehicle shape. Then carve patterns upon it. This pattern, which you may interpret as a tattoo design, will dictate the form of the battle armor. If you're uncertain about what to carve, you may refer to a tattoo book and replicate the illustrations therein. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi-Chan summoned the power of the super tattoo, infusing a globule of liquid from the azure smoke with soul energy, thereby merging it into a rectangular shape. No larger than the size of a palm, that he then fixed his gaze upon it, concentrating intently as he began to etch the pattern upon its surface, visions of tattoos from his past life surfacing vividly in his mind. Fei Yi, the Chongming bird by Fong, the golden-furred howler, the war god Hui Tsubing, and the martial strategist Zhuge Liang. The power of the super tattoo formed a carving tool, producing a rhythmic tapping sound as it engraved the design onto the container. Before long, 11 artificial battle armors were fully formed. Yi-Chan picked one up, cradling it in his palm. Upon the diminutive container was etched a vengeful spirit tattoo. Huff! Yi-Chan exhaled, a weight lifted from his shoulders. It is completed. Observe, for both the tattoo I carved and the materials utilized are of the highest caliber. Thus, upon infusing it with a sufficient quantity of beast cores, this artificial battle armor can unleash the strength of the super tattoo at the 5th level. Its sole apparent drawback is that it cannot activate the special abilities of the 2nd level of the armor, nor can it be layered. Nonetheless, its power is capable of contending with the 5th level of the super tattoo. In just a few sentences, he elucidated the advantages and disadvantages. Subsequently, he entrusted all 11 pieces of the 5th level super tattoo artificial battle armor to Yi Ling Tian, as many of their kin were still powerless. These artificial armors were most suitable for them, not only ensuring their safety, but also directly enhancing the overall strength of the Yi family. Truly a double boon. Boss, you are incredible. You crafted 11 artificial battle armors right off the bat. All at the 5th level super tattoo. Standard M.Y. admiration for you continues to grow. Wang Chao grinned, instantly transforming into a starry-eyed admirer, his reverence soaring even higher. Enough with the flattery. There are still plenty of material from 6th-tier royal beasts. You should give it a try yourselves. Everyone must carry an artificial battle armor, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Should the power of the super tattoo be depleted, these armors can facilitate escape, as they merely consume beast cores and physical stamina. While instructing the others to practice, Yi-Chan emphasized the importance of carrying the artificial battle armors. Only those crafted by oneself would bear the original tattoo imprint, making them most suitable for their respective owners. This was precisely why he urged them to forge their own rather than settling for the ones he had just created. Understood, boss, that we will begin crafting immediately. Once we are proficient, I will also forge 4 pieces of artificial battle armor. By then, we can arm the entire demon city and see if those beasts and the so-called headquarters still dare to invade, Wang Chao declared confidently, thumping his chest. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi-Chan returned to the lighthouse. Placing the 9-colored heavenly lotus, guarded by Jian Ting, back into the earthen pool room. Its placement here would sustain the lighthouse, allowing it to absorb the energy particles emitted for the next few days. He rested in his chamber while Wang Chao and the others diligently forged battle armors. Over the course of several days, each of them crafted hundreds of sets, including numerous 5th-level super tattoo armors for themselves. And their mental fortitude had also significantly increased. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean between China and the United States, an enormous black structure, spanning tens of thousands of hectares and adorned with many incomprehensible symbols, emerged. It was evidently an extraterrestrial artifact, alien to Earth, dating back to ancient times and shrouded in desolation. Upon its appearance, the surrounding waters surged inward, creating a massive whirlpool that caused passing military vessels and passenger ships to hastily turn back. Various beasts in the sea were swept into the vortex, their fates unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this suddenly emerged ancient relic? Should we take the initiative and explore it before other allied nations react? Seizing its treasures? Moreover, there may also be crucial information regarding impending calamities hidden within this ancient site. In the United States, an elderly man with a brown beard surveyed the gathering of a dozen super tattoo practitioners. Speaking slowly, he was Blake, the overseer of super tattoo practitioners in the nation, akin to Old Chin, the head of the U.S. headquarters. Among the group of the nation's most elite super tattoo practitioners, their strength equivalent to the city leaders of China's 11 cities. This included James, who had previously aided the Indian and Tibetan countries. After hearing this, James contemplated for a moment before responding. Commander Blake, I believe it would be prudent not to explore this ancient relic just yet. What if there are traps left over from ancient times or some alien civilizational mechanisms? We could very well suffer total loss, that we cannot take such a risk, and even if we decide to proceed, we shouldn't do so en masse. We must retain some personnel to stay behind as a safeguard. His argument was logical and resonated with the other super tattoo practitioners, who nodded in agreement. After all, those of their caliber lived lives of privilege, especially in the absence of beast invasions. They feared death above all else, and no one dared to take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Blake inhaled deeply and smacked his forehead, lamenting, I have indeed fallen into my old habits, nearly overlooking this crucial detail. How vexing! He felt a pang of regret, realizing he had almost sent everyone into potential peril, were an unexpected situation to arise. He would bear the blame for the United States. This tendency to seize anything unclaimed had long been ingrained in the American psyche. Truly, I've slipped back into old habits. Regaining his composure, he turned to James and inquired, James, do you think we should notify the other nations for a discussion? Without a moment's hesitation, James nodded, responding, yes, we should inform them. The more hands we have, the easier it will be to handle matters. We can let them take the lead while we remain in the background, fishing in troubled waters. Yes, he spoke. James's mind suddenly conjured the image of Yi Chun. After careful consideration, he suggested, Commander Blake, do you recall the first super tattoo practitioner from China that I mentioned last time? I have heard he has recently departed from their headquarters that I believe we could invite him to join us and convene with several other nation super tattoo practitioners. We might also extend an olive branch. If we can win him over, unifying the entire Earth under the banner of the United States may not be an impossible feat upon hearing this. A nearby dark-skinned man named Bob immediately displayed a look of disdain. James, what nonsense is this? Is the Chinese Yi Chun truly that formidable? He merely repelled a 6-tier royal beast, and look how frightened you are. He simply advanced to the 4th level of the super tattoo early and gained a special ability. Now that we have all reached the 4th level, what is there to fear? He stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding arrogance that, in his eyes, his black bloodline was the strongest, and his tattoos were top tier, leaving no room for respect for others. In response, James shot him a look of contempt, snorting, Bob, do not be so overconfident. If you doubt me, you are welcome to test your mettle against him when he arrives. If you can last 3 rounds in his presence, I will gladly bow down to you. He forbade Bob from questioning his honesty. Moreover, in his view, even if Bob had ascended to the rank of Super Tattoo 4 by committing murder and seizing tattoos during this time, he was by no means a match for Yi Chun. The scene had been so astonishing that it was etched into the very soul. All right, enough of the bickering. Inviting him poses no risk. Bob, you can assess his strength then. After all, we do not indiscriminately accept people. Blake interrupted their fiery exchange, opting for a compromise. Upon hearing this, both parties acquiesced. In the next moment, James narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, Bob, you will pay for your arrogance with your life. By then, even Commander Blake won't be able to save you. That individual does not hold back when he strikes, nor does he harbor any reservations. With that said, James departed the conference room, his gaze upon Bob resembling that of one viewing a soon-to-die person. Subsequently, Blake, representing the United States, informed all nations within the alliance to convene on a small island near the ancient ruins. He also dispatched a super tattoo practitioner to extend an invitation to Yi Chun. In Sakura Nation, within the confines of a restroom, Chuanchi Teru glanced at the email from the United States, furrowing his brow as he addressed a nearby rotund man. Kuotinkan, do you think we should intervene in this ancient ruin matter? This portly individual was none other than Kuei Shin, the foremost super tattoo practitioner of Sakura Nation, adorned with 4 top-tier tattoos that nearly covered his entire body, truly embodying the nation's cultural essence of full-back tattoos. What do you think, Chuanchikin? Kuei replied coolly, shifting the responsibility back. Kuei-kun, I believe we should participate. This is an ancient ruin. If we do not get involved, we risk missing out on any potential benefits. Furthermore, the individual from China has reportedly distanced himself from their headquarters and governs a city independently. So it is likely that no one can stop us, Chuanchi Teru analyzed fervently. Especially upon mentioning Yi Chen's departure from headquarters, he felt an immediate surge of confidence. Upon hearing this, Kuei Shin initially remained unfazed by the first 2 statements. But the last remark ignited a fierce anger within him. The incident where Chuanchi Teru had knelt and begged for mercy while aiding the Indian Brahmin nation had spread back with astonishing speed, creating a significant uproar among the super tattoo practitioners. Chuanchi-kun, how can you still speak of this? Is that individual named Yi Chen truly so formidable that it instills such fear in you? Even if you couldn't defeat him, you could have fought to the bitter end. Yet, you chose to kneel, humiliating our Sakura nation. Kuei Tian's face reddened with indignation. Fight to the bitter end. The mere thought of those words caused Chuanchi Teru to self-deprecate internally. He realized he had indeed tarnished the reputation of Sakura Nation. Opting not to refute this, he continued, Kuei Tiankin, then shall we still intervene in this ancient ruin matter? Intervene? Why not? Since you have laid out the stakes. We shall go, and let us send more people to end this discussion. I intend to confront the Chinese nation and reclaim our lost honor. Kuei Shin resolved firmly. Individuals like him, who led relatively comfortable lives, placed immense value on so-called honor and humiliation, even seeking out conflicts to restore their pride. At that very moment, the other 3 nations within the 5-nation alliance, Indian Brahmin, Soviet Russia, and China, alongside some smaller nations, received the communique from the United States. After deliberation, they dispatched respective representatives and powerful super tattoo practitioners to the vacation island adjacent to the ancient ruins for discussions. Meanwhile, in Demon City, within the refuge, Wang Chao brought the super tattoo envoy from the United States, Tom, to the top floor of the lighthouse. Wei Chan was out on patrol at that moment and was not present in the lighthouse. Immediately, Tom began to survey his surroundings, inwardly contemplating. This place is rather peculiar. My tattoos are being infused with an inexplicable energy. Such purity rivals that of murder-induced tattoo absorption. Moreover, this individual exudes a terrifying aura, akin to a human-shaped beast. Furthermore, with so many structures and complete defensive weaponry within this refuge, it is evident that Yi Chun is no ordinary figure. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceptive. After thorough analysis, he gradually came to believe James's words. Yi Chun was likely a truly dangerous individual. At this juncture, Yi Chun, having received a message from Wang Chao, swiftly returned, riding on the wind and fire wheels of his Neza battle armor at an astonishing speed. Although he did not see anyone upon arrival, the atmosphere he emanated alerted Tom, who sensed a hint of feral danger. Upon entering, Yi Chun gazed at the envoy and directly inquired, "Speak plainly. What business does your United States have in seeking me out with such fanfare?" Sensing the presence before him, Tom's heart skipped a beat. The aura radiating from Yi Chun was particularly palpable, especially for a super tattoo practitioner like him. Mr. Yi, an ancient ruin has emerged beneath the sea between our 2 nations. Currently, various nations have convened a meeting on a vacation island near the ruins, and Commander Blake wishes to invite you to join us. How do you feel about this? Tom lowered his posture, bending slightly in politeness while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. An ancient ruin? This immediately piqued Yi Chen's interest. Ruins presented a splendid opportunity. However, in his previous life, the ruins in this location had not appeared at this juncture. Could it be that circumstances had changed and occurred earlier? Without further contemplation, Yi Chen nodded in agreement to the invitation to the meeting. He promptly summoned Wang Chao to accompany him. instructing Yiling Tian to remain at the refuge. And then he followed Tomp, activating his battle armor as they sped towards the meeting island. Simultaneously, various nations dispatched representatives and powerful super tattoo practitioners from all directions to the gathering point, each harboring their own intentions. However, one thing was clear. They all sought to seize as many treasures from the ancient ruins as possible. Throughout their journey, Tom found himself at a loss for words. The terrifying aura emanating from Yi Chun completely stripped him of the high-handed demeanor he had held in the United States. Rendering him exceedingly cautious, he silently prayed for the obstinate Bob 3 times in his heart. Envoy Tomp, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulties? Yi Chun inquired with a smile, his tone polite. Difficulties? The trouble I face is you. Tomp regarded Yi Chun's seemingly harmless smile and felt a shiver run down his spine. Suspecting that the question was deliberately posed. No. Mr. Yi, you are overthinking. I have no troubles at all. I tend to be somewhat reticent. And my facial expressions are few. He awkwardly forced a smile, striving to explain himself. Thus, the two soon arrived at the small island adjacent to the ancient ruins. This island was desolate, devoid of any flora or fauna. Therefore, it had previously been extensively developed by the United States, transforming it into a tourist-level destination. Commander Blake, this is Mr. Yi, Tomp introduced as they reached the location, turning to Yi Chun to continue. Mr. Yi, this is my commander. Named Blake. He is the one who sent for you. My task is complete. Commander Blake will escort you to the meeting place. And I shall take my leave as soon as he finished speaking. Tomp quickened his pace and swiftly departed, internally sighing in relief that, at last, he was distanced from this harbinger of death. The next moment, oblivious to the situation, Blake grinned and said, Mr. Yi, shall we proceed? Please follow me to the conference. Representatives from various nations and tattoo artists had been waiting for quite some time. With a slight nod, Yi Chun, under Blake's leadership, arrived at a towering edifice at the center of the island. Taking the elevator to the top floor. Upon exiting the elevator, it became evident that American tattoo artists were stationed at every exit, showcasing an impressive level of vigilance. Although such measures seemed futile to top-tier tattoo artists like Yi Chun and his companions, they still had to go through the motions to demonstrate the importance of the occasion. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the conference room was charged with tension. "Baka!" shouted Kimita Shin, his voice laced with indignation. You Chinese tattoo artists are utterly lacking in manners. When you make a mistake, you feign ignorance and can't even muster a simple apology. Do you wish to test the might of my Yamada no Orochi tattoo? He pointed an accusatory finger at an elderly man seated across from him, unleashing a torrent of insults. This elderly gentleman was none other than Qin Lao, who was leading the delegation for this meeting. Flanked by 4 others, Fong Kun, Qin Tianyi, Wu Jun, and Zhou Dakamita-san, we must adhere to the principle of evidence. Your subordinates have suffered humiliation. What does that have to do with us? Yichen has already distanced himself from our headquarters. Why do you persist in this matter? Did I not explain this to you just now? The 2 men were locked in a fierce exchange before the discussions had even commenced, igniting a fiery confrontation. The representatives from various nations observed with amusement, reveling in the chaos, as it did not concern them. The more tumultuous, the better. However, one individual stood apart. James, he furrowed his brow, contemplating. Although Yi Chun had severed ties with the headquarters, would the people from Sakura Nation seek to confront him? If that were the case, the situation could spiral out of control. As he pondered this, the large door creaked open, and Blake entered slowly with Yi Chun, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Aside from James, many faces in the room exhibited dramatic shifts in expression. Why Yi Chun? Exclaimed Qin Lao, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he be here? I senti this a meeting between nations? The 4 familiar faces behind him murmured, struggling to articulate their thoughts on the side of Sakura Nation. When Kawani Shitaro caught sight of Yi Chun, the fear he had previously experienced surged back within him. Why Yi Chun? Kamita-kun, this man is Yi Chun, he stammered, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Kamita Shin slammed his hand on the table, rising with fervor. Why Yi Chun, halt? I have finally caught you. You dared to insult the warriors of Sakura Nation. Today, you must apologize before all present. Apologize? Yi Chun found the notion laughable. Director Blake, did you bring me here to set a trap? To lure me into a banquet of treachery? Yi Chen turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Anger simmered beneath his words, yet Blake appeared oblivious, his mind concocting thoughts of feigned neutrality. Mr. Yi, this is not my concern, and I was unaware of any enmity between you two, and this meeting is meant for diplomatic discussions. I truly did not foresee this, Blake responded smoothly. Observing the unfolding conflict, Qin Lao interjected, thinking to himself, you have distanced yourself from the headquarters. Such arrogance will be your downfall today that I will not come to your defense. Not only him, but other tattoo artists from India, Russia, and beyond chose to remain silent spectators at this moment. Witnessing the escalating confrontation, Bob from the American contingent stepped forward assertively. Oh, you are Yi Chen. They boast of your prowess, but I refuse to believe oh, you dare to compete with me. Compete? Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. Compete with me is to wager your very life. Do you have the courage? A life-and-death duel? Are you jesting? You think I am easily intimidated? Bob retorted defiantly. Let us settle this. I fear you not. I cannot abide boastful individuals like you. James may extol your virtues. But we are both tattoo artists of the fourth tier. How formidable could you truly be? Bob scoffed, glancing at James, mocking him silently. Observing Yi Chen's physique, he sensed no aura of a strong contender, hastily concluding that his strength was lacking. Ha! How amusing! Yi Chen was genuinely entertained. In the next moment, a murderous intent seeped through him as he stepped forward, activating his own fifth-tier tattoo ability, the Red Candle Dragon Domain. In a flash, Bob reacted swiftly, unleashing his own domain, a beastly Medusa emerging behind him, its tongue flicking menacingly. The special ability of the Medusa tattoo, Gaze of Petrification, was unleashed, followed by the activation of his petrification domain, clashing violently with Yi Chen's time-stopping domain. Bob, possessing considerable strength at the fourth tier, wielded a top-tier Medusa tattoo, the petrification effect nearly rivaling Yi Chen's .1 domain froze time, while the other petrified space. You possess some skill, but it is still insufficient, Yi Chen taunted, intertwining the Qiongqi domain with his own. Under the combined might of both supreme domains, Bob's petrification domain crumbled effortlessly. What? Bob gasped in horror. In the next instant, the special ability of the Qiongqi tattoo, Caged Beast, ensnared him, unconditionally suppressing his movements. Damn it! I will break free! Bob struggled desperately, attempting to summon another tattoo to shatter the confines of his captivity. However, before he could activate his powers, the Red Candle Dragon Domain swept over him, enveloping him in an absolute domain, rendering the space within a 1-meter radius utterly still. Now, Bob resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, his life resting solely in Yi Chen's hands. What the hell? Bob was annihilated in an instant. The American tattoo artists, save for James, were left aghast, their expressions filled with disbelief. They gasped in astonishment as Bob, their strongest member, was eliminated within mere seconds. And in that moment, they began to trust James's words. Witnessing this scene, Blake grew increasingly anxious. He stepped forward, adopting a calm demeanor. Mr. Yi, can we consider this duel concluded? We concede. There is no need for bloodshed, which would only sour relations. Sour relations. Where was this sentiment when you sought trouble? I'm afraid not. Your subordinate wagered a life-and-death duel with me, and I heard it quite clearly. Since he has lost, he must accept the consequences. Yi Chen was unyielding, recalling the earlier scene vividly. As his words fell, Yi Chen took several steps forward. The hum of the Shuro blood blade materialized in his hand. And without hesitation, he invoked judgment. Within a 3-meter radius, it was a guaranteed kill. In your next life, may you open your eyes wider. Not provoke those you should not. He warned, for failure to heed this advice would lead only to reincarnation. With that, Yi Chen's dual Shura blades descended vertically, slicing through the ensnared Bob with ease. Cleaving him in two, the entire process unfolded fluidly, executed with seamless precision. Drink until his body shattered, and only then did the two formidable domains enveloping him dissipate with a thunderous crash. In his final moments, Bob emitted a last feeble sound. This had Bob perished, and so swiftly at that. This Yi-Chun was truly terrifying. The numerous American super patterners felt their fear multiply. They could hardly fathom that the youthful visage before them concealed such horrifying power. Blake, the head of the American headquarters, dared not even take a breath, let alone confront Yi-Chun to demand answers or express grievances, for Yi-Chun possessed the capability to annihilate them all. Kumite-kun, before he regains his composure, we must flee. This man kills without a second thought. You recall the humiliation I endured that day. Had I not bowed and called him father, I might well be resting beneath a three-zhong high grave now. Kawani Shitaro, his face a mask of terror, silently approached Kumite Shin and tugged at his garment, urging him to escape swiftly. As Kumite Shin finally reacted, he swallowed hard and immediately activated the Amaterasu tattoo upon his body. With the sun shining brightly overhead, he unleashed a special skill. Instantly, a radiant, blazing mini-sun appeared behind him, illuminating the entire room with dazzling brilliance. The searing heat it emitted melted the surrounding iron and wood in the blink of an eye. The super patterners, uniting by nation, retreated together to withstand the sun's scorching rays. Damn it, Kumite! What are you doing? Are you trying to incinerate us? Qin Lao was the first to speak, assuming Kumite was retaliating against him. But in the next moment, the ceiling cracked with a resounding snap, a gaping hole burned through by the sunlight. Kawani Shikun, run! Kumite Shin shouted, grabbing Kawani Shitaro, who was about to don his armor, and they teleported away in an instant. All this time, Levski from the Russian contingent suddenly realized Kumite Shin's intent to escape. Run? Upon witnessing this scene, Yi-Chen's expression remained impassive as he scoffed. You have the audacity to provoke, but lack the courage to face the consequences? You wish to flee. What a farce of samurai spirit. Merely two cherry blossom swine. His words dripped with disdain as he revealed his Guan Gong tattoo, transforming into an armored form wielding the green dragon crescent blade. With a sweeping strike, he unleashed a blade wave infused with lethal intent, targeting the fleeing duo. That strike was magnificent, so striking that it could extinguish their lives. Damn it! Yi-Chun, I shall not rest until we are adversaries. At this moment, Kumite Shin stubbornly held his ground, surprisingly halting his escape to bravely confront the blow with his body. Had he lost his mind? Or did he recognize that escape was futile and resigned himself to his fate? In the conference room, James raised his head towards the large hole, observing Kumite Shin's actions with a silent thought. Not just him. Everyone present shared the same sentiment. Little did they know, as the blade wave was about to strike Kumite Shin, the tattoo of the eight-headed serpent on his body emitted an eerily brilliant glow. The dark, shadowy serpent armor instantly enveloped him, shaking the surrounding space. Then a colossal serpent with 8 heads, flicking its crimson tongue, materialized before him. Substitute, 8 lives, Kumite Shin murmured. In the next instant, the blade cleaved through the beastly 8-headed serpent, continuing onward to sever Kumite Shin's head. Is he truly dead? My heavens, this Yi-Chun is far too terrifying. I had thought the Cherry Blossom Nation would put up some resistance, yet they resigned themselves without a fight. But of course, the disparity in power was insurmountable. What use was their resistance? None whatsoever. Alas, yet another top-tier super patterner has perished. The losses in today's meeting are staggering. The assembled crowd murmured in disbelief. However, upon witnessing Kumite Shin's lifeless form, Yi-Chen's brow furrowed slowly. He sensed something amiss. Indeed, the severed head of Kumite Shin, previously lifeless, was restored as if time had reversed itself. Kawani Shikun, now, run! At this urgent command, the two activated their tattooed armor and fled the island at breakneck speed towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. What? Am I seeing things? Was he not just decapitated? How is he alive again? This is absurd. If I open my mouth any wider, I could fit an egg inside. The others shared similar expressions of confusion at that moment. Yi-Chun, having discerned the underlying truth, chuckled coldly. Interesting. The Awaken special skill allows for the manifestation of 8 lives. However, since I've set my sights on you, let's see how long your remaining 7 lives can endure. As his words fell, Yi-Chun swiftly transitioned in Inez's armor, stepping onto 2 wind fire wheels. pursuing with unparalleled speed. Given that the island lay between China and America, and the cherry blossom nation was a mere speck caught between the two, the meeting place was not far from their territory. With a surge of armor energy, they would reach it in no time. Komitakun, are we truly heading back? Shouldn't we find somewhere to hide? If Yichun catches up, we could be in serious trouble. In midair, Kawanishi Taro spoke earnestly. As he spoke, he activated his super pattern power, deploying the 8-foot mirror to survey their rear. Catch up? Komita Shin replied with a confident smile. Had we not been so outnumbered earlier, I wouldn't have wasted a life fleeing. After all this effort, I actually hope he pursues us. Once we return, with our many super patterners, even a war of attrition would wear him down. Since the second blood moon, we've gained a significant number of super patterners at the 4th level. Their awakened special skills are formidable. Do not despair. I admit he is strong, but in a one-on-one or even one against several, it is impossible for a single individual to contend with our cherry blossom nation. As they spoke, they reached the eastern outskirts of the cherry blossom nation. Look, the leader has returned, a cherry blossom super patterner. Standing at a mere 1.60 meters, exclaimed upon spotting the two. He had only just recognized them. The cherry blossom nation consisted entirely of diminutive individuals, with an average height below 1.60 meters, leading to poor visibility. Quickly, gather everyone and prepare for battle. Inform the commanders across the territories to mobilize personnel and weaponry. This may take some time. Upon landing, Komita Shin immediately ordered, just as they were about to reach the cherry blossom nation. Kawanishi Taro, through the 8-foot mirror, spotted Yichun, who was leisurely chasing them on his windfire wheels. Though unsure why he was not accelerating, merely trailing behind, both felt an unsettling tension. Indeed, not far above them, Yichun, gliding through the air at a leisurely pace, activated the communication in his armor. Wang Chao, how's it going? How long until you and the brothers arrive? No wonder he wasn't closing the distance swiftly. It seemed he was summoning reinforcements and intended to wipe out the cherry blossom nation in the process. Boss, we'll be there in 10 minutes at most. We've already reached the outer sea. Wang Chao replied sharply. All right, I'll slow down. Let us wait for you to. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichun shed his Neza battle armor in favor of the slower Guangong armor. Meanwhile, to the east of Sakura Country, by the beach, a throng of Sakura Country's super tattooists, bare-chested, displayed various floral tattoos on their arms and expansive back designs. They gazed menacingly at the expanse of the sea. Although there were not many who had reached the 4th level of super tattoos, their overall numbers exceeded 100,000, a reflection of Sakura Country's cultural ethos. Across other areas, anti-tank vehicles, long-range artillery, and other heavy weaponry had been strategically positioned by the military personnel of Sakura Country, all primed for battle. Komitakun, why hasn't Yichun arrived yet? What is he up to? Could it be that he is aware of our ambush and has retreated? Kawanishi Taro peered into the distance. His anxious inquiries, tinged with a sense of glee that a retreat would be preferable. Then he would no longer have to live in fear. I have no idea. Komita Shin furrowed his brow, equally perplexed that, if Yichun did not show up, not only would he have wasted a life, but the meticulously laid ambush would also be for naught, as he pondered. A multitude of phantoms appeared in the distance, a dark mass that emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, accompanied by various beastly roars. The people of Sakura Country looked up to see Yichun and his companions, clad in battle armor, arriving, many of whom transformed their tattoos into beast forms. Oh, impressive. You even know how to gather your forces. This saves me time, allowing me to obliterate you all in one fell swoop. Yichun sneered, in his eyes. These individuals from Sakura Country had become mere nutrients for his forbidden tattoos. Slaying these scoundrels and absorbing their tattoos would not only bring him no remorse, but would also serve as a satisfying release of pent-up fury. Obliterate us? Yichun, you may be overly optimistic. In the conference room, I was indeed no match for you. But now all of Sakura Country's super tattooists have gathered here. I refuse to believe you possess such formidable power. Komita Shin declared, disdain etched across his face as he gazed at Yichun in the heavens. Such power? Are all you Sakura Country folks so audacious that you rush headlong into death? A bunch of trash, daring to speak insolently. Let me personally gauge your capabilities. Dynasty, charge forward. diving from the sky. In the next instant, the four supreme beast tattoos on him materialized into tangible forms. Wingo Luluo, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Jia. The four beast tattoos roared with intent, plunging into the crowd of low-level super tattooists from Sakura country. In an instant, they devoured over 100 of these low-level super tattooists upon their demise. The tattoos etched upon their bodies violently shed, swallowed whole by the four beast tattoos at a distance. Dynasty felt the tattoos on his body burning with intensity, an influx of pure energy surging within him. This was the effect of devouring tattoos. So refreshing, he exclaimed, feeling his realm attain saturation. Pushing him through to the fourth level of super tattoos, he concentrated all his strength, which coalesced into one with a thunderous roar. His original third-level realm shattered its threshold, transforming the yellow tattoo patterns into green. Fourth level of super tattoos, a successful breakthrough. Indeed, devouring was the quickest route. This was far swifter than the 9-colored Tianyuan lotus. Dynasty reveled internally in a confined environment. The 9-colored Tianyuan lotus had its advantages, as it allowed for breakthroughs without combat. However, in a scene of slaughter like this, the act of devouring quickened the pace. Each kill elevating his cultivation further, his realm surged. A stream of information flooded Dynasty's mind. He had awakened a special tattoo skill, enabling him to overlap for super tattoo armors. Bastard, do not grow too arrogant. Let me test your abilities. A super tattooist named Yamashita Mahiza from Sakura country urged his battle armor to engage Dynasty. He too was a fourth-level super tattooist. Just you. You truly seek death. Facing the newly empowered Dynasty, he was clearly outmatched. Dynasty scoffed. The overlapping battle armor unleashed its terrifying power. With a single punch, he sent the charging Yamashita Mahiza crashing down, even piercing a large hole through his armor. Though he did not perish immediately, his life was dwindling rapidly. Do not engage them one-on-one. Everyone attack together. Strike at any opening, but remember, do not become isolated and give them an opportunity, Komita Shin bellowed. He then led 10 fourth-level super tattooists fiercely toward Yichun, while Kawani Shitaro directed the remaining fourth-level super tattooists towards Dynasty. The remaining nearly 100,000 super tattooists, without further ado, directly confronted 108 death warriors. Although these super tattooists had not reached the fourth level, their sheer numbers still afforded them a slight advantage. You possess quite the courage, but do you truly believe that summoning 10 allies will suffice to take me down? How Navi? Yichun scoffed, drawing upon the killing god's battle armor. He activated his domain and immediately unleashed the god-slaying massacre. With this expansive domain released, the sky around Yichun turned a blood-red hue as countless mindless blood souls gnashed their fangs. Surging forth from the domain toward Komita Shin and his companions, the anguished wails filled the air, instilling a sense of dread within them, prompting instinctual attacks with their super tattoo powers after several futile attacks. A top-tier super tattooist discerned the nature of the domain and shouted, "What is happening? This is a mental-type domain. Everyone, quickly expand your own domains to resist." Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time, immediately deploying their special skills to unfold their tattoo domains. The two domains clashed, resulting in a stalemate. This person a monster. How many tattoos does he possess? How can a single domain withstand so many? Komita Shin was taken aback, astonished. However, weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and urged his battle armor into the fray. Yichun, prepare to die, true to his reputation as the leader of Sakura country's super tattooists. With his unique skill enhancing the sunlight, the domain on Sakura country's side expanded significantly, pressing against Yichun's domain. Brothers, now is the time. Let us all employ our weapons to eliminate him. A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting the 11, led by Komita Shin, to summon their weaponized battle armors. Swords, axes, staffs, spears, a plethora of weaponry. Ha ha ha! Are you all out of your minds, thinking you can kill me with weapons? Yichun nearly doubled over with laughter. However, Komita Shin and his companions believed he was merely stalling for time. Their weapons were unleashed with resolute force. Seeing their persistence, Yichun laughed heartily and shook his head, declaring, "Indeed, The intellect of you Sakura country folk is inferior even to that of swine. He then continued, raising his voice, Ijua, activate. As he opened his eyes, the ethereal figure of the legendary warrior Guan Yu slowly materialized behind him, and the domain belonging to the martial saint unfurled autonomously. Instantly, the domain shattered, transforming into radiant crimson halos that swiftly advanced, enveloping the 11 weapons that were launched towards him. In a fleeting moment, these weapons broke free from their wielder's control, stripped from the battlefield by the luminous aura of righteousness. This was the reason behind Yi Chen's earlier smile. The special ability of his Guan Yu tattoo could indeed disarm all weapons within its domain. Now, having failed to seize the opportunity, they found themselves worse off. There's a tattoo as well. The revelation of such a unique skill, one that could confiscate weapons, left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Yet the astonishment did not cease there to why Yi Chun, unfazed, executed the beast trap technique, ensnaring Kamita Shin from a distance before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Damn it, someone save me! Kamita Shin's panic was palpable. This uncanny skill could unconditionally suppress a super tattooist. He was well aware of its characteristics, having witnessed Yi Chen employ it during the conference. The onlookers, hearing his plight, hastily summoned their own tattoos to bombard the beast trap domain in a desperate bid to liberate Kamita Shin. However, their efforts proved futile, as their distraction allowed Yi Chen's god-slaying domain to retaliate. This isn't working, leader. Our efforts are in vain, someone bluntly stated, clearly suggesting they abandon Kamita Shin and focus all their might against Yi Chen. Realizing their inability to contend with him after prolonged combat, they contemplated retreating. Kamita Shin, however, held a different perspective. Everyone available, rally together. We must take down Yi Chen first, he commanded, directing his focus towards the throng of super tattooists embroiled in the chaos. Soon, over 10,000 super tattooists of varying ranks surged forward like a relentless tide. A formidable mass that was evident that their adherence to the spirit of Bushido had been instilled in them. Under intense indoctrination, they charged fearlessly into battle. Unperturbed, Yi Chen calmly remarked, Kamita, do you understand? In the face of absolute power, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Open your eyes wide and witness what it means to stand against thousands. As his words resonated, his Chiyu tattoo stirred, unleashing the spectral visages of 10,000 ferocious beasts. The dominion over beasts was poised to crush these low-tier super tattooists. Furthermore, with each fallen super tattooist from the land of cherry blossoms, Yi Chen would absorb their departed tattoos, augmenting his own strength. Combat and advancement, both achieved seamlessly. Leader, I can't take it anymore. This individual is beyond our capabilities. He possesses an overwhelming number of tattoos, and even one of them would render us powerless. I need to escape. As one among them witnessed Yi Chen's display of power, the fragile defenses of their resolve crumbled. Ignoring everything, they fled the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. With this initial act of retreat, the others began to waver, though their hesitations lingered, preventing a decisive escape. After all, the one who had just fled was a solitary super tattooist, unencumbered by attachments, free to act without consequence. Yet, amidst the chaos, some devised a strategy to address their dire situation. Surrender. Leader, shall we concede? Continuing this fight holds no significance. We're no match for him. It is still not too late to concede. Surrender? There is no turning back now. Do you understand? Yi Chen is a merciless killer. We have provoked him, and you think he will let us go. Such naive delusions. Our only option is to fight to the death, Kamita Shin shouted. Tirelessly assaulting the beast trap cage, his voice strained. His keen instinct for survival was acute. The sole path to break this deadlock was to attack together, seizing a slender chance for survival. With his words, the others glanced back at Yi Chen within the domain, suddenly realizing the validity of his assertions. Kamita Shin, you display remarkable resolve. Yet regardless of their struggles, Yi Chen declared, today, all of you shall meet your maker. His words dripped with mockery as he observed their futile attempts to resist. In the next moment, his aura surged, a wave of demonic power flooding into the god-slaying domain, expanding it manifold. Evil spirits entwine. He unhesitatingly activated the special ability of the yin-yang evil monk tattoo. The convergence of these two formidable spiritual domains exponentially amplified their power, shattering the domains of the 9 super tattooists from the land of cherry blossoms in an instant. Get away! What is this? There are demons. Help! Someone save me! Spare me! I beg you, I was wrong. Please let me go. The domain enveloped them as countless malevolent spirits and blood demons infiltrated their minds, initiating primal destruction. Witnessing his subordinates being annihilated, Kemita Shin, trapped in confinement, was rendered speechless. Just as he spoke, the horror of the situation left him aghast. Kemita Shin, rest assured, I shall not kill you just yet. I have a habit of leaving the leader for last. Allowing him to witness the complete annihilation of his subordinates and nation, Wei Yichun advanced, step by step, as the 9 individuals within the domain, ravaged by psychological torment, crumbled like cherry blossoms, their bodies erupting in a cascade of blood. With a series of explosive bursts, the 9 super tattooists from the land of cherry blossoms vanished into the void, their tattoos shedding along with them. With a swift motion, these tattoos were drawn into Yichun, transforming into pure energy. Simultaneously, the 10,000 ferocious beasts summoned by the Dominion over beasts slaughtered thousands of super tattooists. And naturally, their tattoos were absorbed by Yichun one by one. The torrent of energy surged within him, coursing chaotically as if striving to burst forth. Ha ha! Kemita Shin, I truly thank you for delivering such a multitude to aid my breakthrough. Now, witness my ascension to the 6th level of super tattooing. Yichun's laughter echoed. He then focused, channeling his entire being's energy to break through the critical threshold. No, you cannot succeed. I curse you. Curse you to explode and perish. Kemita Shin descended into madness, praying for the almost non-existent chance of salvation. But how could Yichun falter so easily? After a surge of energy, his super tattoo power seemed to flow effortlessly, successfully breaking through to the 6th level of super tattooing, equivalent to the realm of a 6th-tier royal beast. With his body adorned in forbidden tattoos, his combat prowess transcended the limits, reaching a level akin to rebirth. Humph! A horde of ants from the land of cherry blossoms, be suppressed. Yichun activated his battle armor, ascending into the clouds, surveying the chaos below. Following his breakthrough to the 6th level of super tattooing, the domain's range expanded exponentially, capable of encompassing a vast area of thousands of meters in the next instant. His battle armor shifted seamlessly between forms: Guan Yu, Candle Dragon, yin-yang evil monk, 3 forbidden super tattoos, indicating the release of 3 special abilities. What is happening? Why have my weapons lost control? What is going on? Mine too. My long knife won't return. Could it be an issue with my battle armor? Cursed be the timing. Below, a multitude of super tattooists from the Cherry Blossom Nation found themselves utterly at a loss as their weapons were mercilessly stripped away by Iju. And this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the absolute domain of the Candle Dragon erupted, rendering all individuals on the battlefield, save for the dynasty and the 108 death servants, utterly motionless. This included soldiers summoned from various parts of the Cherry Blossom Nation, along with an array of weaponry and equipment. In a deafening finale, malevolent spirits enveloped the scene, unleashing countless demonic entities that invaded their mental realms to reap the aftermath. Boss, have you broken through your realm? The dynasty, riding the beast-formed Garuda, soared into the clouds and approached Yichun. He nodded slightly, but Wei Yichun patted his shoulder, instructing, I have spared each of their lives, for the one who delivers the fatal blow shall absorb their tattoos. Take your brothers and eliminate these Cherry Blossom Nation individuals, one by one, to elevate your own realms. After all, they are all wicked souls. Leave 1,000 or 2,000 of them to escort back for my father and Jian Ting to enhance their realms. These individuals, having been tormented by malevolent spirits, have become fools, posing no threat at all. You can escort them with ease to AS for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Without their super tattooists, we can completely annex it as our territory. You need only manage it accordingly. He had already devised his plans. While eliminating the super tattooists of the Cherry Blossom Nation, he aimed to incorporate the entire territory into China, becoming a part of the nation. Although he had distanced himself from the headquarters, he remained a Chinese national, and regarding the Cherry Blossom Nation as his own territory seemed entirely reasonable. Indeed, it was quite justifiable that he present. He needed to return to the negotiating island to discuss matters concerning the ancient relics. As for the subsequent handling of the Cherry Blossom Nation, he could only temporarily entrust it to the dynasty, allowing him to manage it roughly until his return for further arrangements. Moreover, he had refrained from killing Shin. Even the crazed Chuanchitaro was additionally imprisoned aside. He intended for the dynasty to escort both individuals back to the refuge, so that Yiling Tian could eliminate them and absorb their tattoos. Both held top-tier tattoos, and upon absorption, a breakthrough would be guaranteed. Shin, endowed with the tattoo of the Yamada no Orochi, still possessed 7 lives, presenting an opportunity for Yiling Tian to practice on a live target. Having given his instructions, he lingered no longer, mounting the beast-formed Xiongqi, and rapidly made his way back to the negotiating island. Meanwhile, on the negotiating island, within the conference room, a super tattooist capable of observing scenes from miles away projected a live feed of what he had witnessed before the assembly. The super tattooists from various nations had not departed. They dared not leave, utterly daunted by Yi Chen's decisive brutality. My goodness, he must be a devil. With the strength of but one man, he annihilated an entire nation. The Cherry Blossom Nation is no feeble state. Yet, it was utterly obliterated. One among the European Union's super tattooists swallowed hard, recounting Yi Chen's terror. They could see that moment. Blake wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the elderly Qin beside him, saying, "Representative Qin, it seems your nation has expanded its territory. Congratulations. Blake, please don't jest with an old man like me. You know full well that Yi Chan has distanced himself from our headquarters, yet he still sends shivers down my spine." Elder Qin was at a loss for words. Previously, he had been deliberating with the other 6 elders of the headquarters on whether to deal with Yi Chan. Now, he found himself slapped in the face. Having witnessed firsthand Yi Chen's rapid growth and astonishing power capable of decimating a small island nation, he ought to be grateful he hadn't acted against him. Otherwise, he would have had no chance for regret. Not good. Yi Chan has vanished, the super tattooist who had been projecting exclaimed. His speed is too swift. Even my specialized tattoo for long-range observation cannot capture him. His tattoo was indeed unique, while lacking in significant combat prowess. It was unparalleled in tracking and locking onto targets, never having failed before. Upon hearing this, the assembly shifted their gazes, scanning the projection for Yi Chen's figure. Suddenly, from the gaping hole in the ceiling above, a familiar voice resonated, sending chills down their spines. "What are you all looking at? Are you searching for me?" As the words fell, Yi Chen's figure materialized like a specter, descending into the center of the conference table. His arrival silenced the previously raucous room, plunging it into an icy stillness. "Why, Yi Chan," Blake instinctively blurted out, then quickly covered his mouth, fearing to provoke Yi Chan. In the moment he had disappeared, Yi Chan had switched to the Neza battle armor. Testing the speed of the wind-fire wheels upon reaching the 6th tier of super tattoos, he was quite satisfied with the results. Under optimal activation, it could reach supersonic speeds in less than 30 seconds. He could travel from the Cherry Blossom Nation to the negotiating island. Next, Yi Chan, with a calm demeanor, seated himself in a pristine chair and addressed the assembly. "Why are you all standing there nowadays? Please take your seats. Are we not to discuss the ancient relics? I am eager to hear your thoughts." Thoughts? What thoughts could we possibly have? Blake thought bitterly, regretting his earlier decision to invite Yi Chan and agreeing with Bob to provoke him. The ease of inviting a deity had led to the dilemma of not being able to dismiss him, and Yi Chan had become their greatest obstacle. Well, since Yi Chan has spoken, let us begin our discussion on how to explore the ancient relics. Blake steeled himself, prompting the assembly to feel a tinge of discomfort. Yet constrained by Yi Chen's presence, they feigned calmness and sequentially expressed their views that in my opinion, it would be prudent for each nation to dispatch a certain number of super tattooists to enter together for exploration. The spoils can be divided upon exit. IF was the first to step forward, voicing his thoughts. Someone had to take the plunge. With his suggestion, the courage of the others began to swell. After all, the ancient relics might harbor treasures capable of elevating their realms or remnants of ancient civilizations, all of which held immense value. They all wish to partake. But what if there are dangers inside, leading to casualties? What then? My suggestion is that once inside, each should rely on their own skills to seek treasures. If there are unexpected casualties, then one must bear the consequences. Otherwise, if people die and demand a greater share of the spoils, how can that be justified? The representative from Suwa Air voiced, with Levski and others nodding in agreement, clearly supporting his stance. Indeed, simply claiming a larger share due to casualties would surely incite discontent among others. It is profoundly unfair at this juncture. Hearing the two express their opinions, Blake could not help but interject. If that is the case, I fear conflicts may arise within the relics, should two individuals quarrel over the same artifact. Emotions may escalate, and they could end up turning against each other. I believe it is better to distribute the spoils collectively rather than hoard them privately. Otherwise, in the face of danger, who would remain to explore together? In an instant, the assembly was engulfed in heated debate. As the clamor grew, a slight cough resonated, subtle yet remarkably arresting. Turning towards the sound, they discovered it was Yi Chun who had coughed. He then slammed his hand on the table, rising to declare, "Enough of this bickering. This matter shall be resolved, as I say. Seize the treasures by your own merit. Should any super tattooist from a nation perish inside, due to misfortune, it is solely their own ill fate." Upon hearing this, Blake wished to quietly inquire further, but Yi Chen's gaze shot over with a fierce intensity as he continued, "You need not worry about disputes arising. I will also be entering. I believe that no one dares to inflict harm upon themselves, especially in the presence of danger. It is prudent to be prepared. Authority coexists under the absolute strength and overwhelming presence of Yi Chun." All the attendees in the venue fell silent, not daring to provoke the slightest ire of Yi Chun. Such an act could be fatal. They claim to seek our opinions. Ultimately, they are merely coercing us into compliance with his arrangements. Among the crowd of super-pattern practitioners from the Fan Kingdom, someone audibly muttered, instilling considerable fear into their representative, "You wish for death. If you desire to perish, I shall not hinder you. But do not implicate us in your folly." The representative of the Fan Kingdom glared fiercely at him, speaking candidly. He was quick to react, chastising the one who spoke out of turn. Otherwise, Yi Chen would undoubtedly take ruthless action to teach him a lesson. Since there are no objections, let us each select our representatives. That I shall not bring anyone. I will enter alone. Yi Chen stood aside, instructing each nation to dispatch their respective candidates. Soon, several nations selected individuals from their ranks to delve into the ancient relics in search of treasures. From the Chinese side, Qin Tianyi led a team consisting of Zhou Yu and Fang Kun. The Fan Kingdom dispatched a team led by a bearded man, comprising 7 members in total. The United States was represented by James, accompanied by 5 others. The Soviet Union sent Levski with 4 super-pattern practitioners. The European Union, however, sent only IF, surprising everyone with their minimal representation, as they had all agreed to the first proposal of equal division. Faced with Yi Chen's proposition, it was evident that they found it hard to accept. They would rather forego the opportunity of the ancient relics than jeopardize their lives. Had it not been mandatory for each nation to send a representative, IF would have preferred to flee rather than contend for the relics. Observing this, Yi Chun did not linger, stating, "Count your people and prepare to depart. James, you are familiar with the location of the ancient relics. You shall lead the way." As soon as he finished speaking, James, understanding the situation, stepped forward, donning his battle armor and leaping through the gaping hole in the ceiling. "Mr. Yi, let us proceed. You need only follow my lead." The manner of address had shifted. He dared not seek to curry favor with Yi Chun. This formidable being was beyond their reach, and it was best to avoid provoking him. Nodding, Yi Chun swiftly switched into his battle armor and exited through the large hole in the ceiling. Followed closely by the super-pattern practitioners from each nation, their headquarters leaders offering a few parting words of caution. Especially Qin Lao, whose grandson led the Chinese team, the last to depart, thus warranting additional advice. "Grandson, when inside the relics, exercise caution when encountering treasures. Yi Chun has distanced himself from our headquarters. He may not show mercy, and what must be sacrificed should be sacrificed. Nothing is more important than life. This is his beloved grandson, after all. He must not encounter any mishap. Rest assured, Grandpa, I understand the stakes and will remain unscathed. Besides, Zhou Yu and Fang Kuan are with me, he reassured, patting his chest. Subsequently, dark armor plates slowly manifested on his body, gradually forming a terrifying battle suit. In the next moment, with a whoosh, he activated his armor and, along with Zhou Yu and Fang Kuan, soared out of the conference room to join Yi Chun and the main force. The exploration of the ancient relics had officially commenced. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sea, near the relics, numerous aquatic beasts seemed drawn by some unseen force, gathering and wandering near the ancient site. Behind them, 3 6th-level royal beasts prowled the surroundings, utilizing their extraordinary physiques in an attempt to breach the exceptionally hard ancient relics. Moreover, further afield, a 7th-level royal beast fixed its gaze upon the ancient relics. Its dark, luminescent eyes were longer than a line of 10 large trucks. It was evident that these beasts were its subordinates, summoned to this location to unlock the ancient relics and seize the treasures that had captivated it. Yet they had no means to succeed. Just then, Yi Chun and his companions, clad in battle armor, arrived not far from the relics. So many beasts. 3 6th-level royal beasts. My goodness, Fang Kuan exclaimed. His astonishment was not unfounded. He had never previously encountered a 6th-level royal beast, let alone 3 at once. That moment, James, as if witnessing a terrifying entity, pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look! Those eyes the size of large trucks belong to a 7th-level royal beast. It possesses the power to annihilate a city with a single strike. If even it is drawn to the ancient relics, what extraordinary treasures must lie within?" Indeed, after James's urgent reminder, they finally noticed the massive creature lurking behind the swarm of beasts. Merely judging by the size of its eyes, they could infer that this 6th-level royal beast exceeded 5,000 meters in length. Due to the low visibility and scarce light in the sea, they could only see its 2 eyes. This is a disaster. With the presence of a 7th-level royal beast, we may not even be able to approach the ancient relics. Moreover, engaging in combat underwater would undoubtedly favor these aquatic beasts. We should retreat. Qin Tianyi frowned, analyzing the situation. The best course of action was to withdraw. However, at that moment, Yi Chun waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "Retreat? We have come this far. Why fear these beasts? If you are afraid, then stay back and let me give it a try. Perhaps I can intimidate them without a fight, to deter a 7th-level royal beast without engaging in combat." Such a notion seemed utterly fanciful. Had anyone else uttered those words, they might have been met with hostility. Yet, when Yi Chun spoke, they were momentarily taken aback. The figure before them was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he could indeed intimidate the Beast King. Among the crowd, Qin Tianyi held unwavering faith in him, having witnessed Yi Chun slaughter 2 6th-level royal beasts, indicating that he possessed other means to confront this situation. Moments later, Yi Chun shed the overlapping layers of armor, revealing only the crimson Zhulong battle armor. A terrifying domain spread forth in the next instant. A Zhulong phantom stretching several thousand meters manifested behind them. Gradually, the phantom solidified into a semi-real Zhulong. Upon reaching the 6th level of super patterning, Yi Chun was able to fully materialize the beastified Zhulong. Although it was merely a half-formed true Zhulong, the absolute aura of a divine beast it emanated was undeniably real. Come, beasts, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Zhulong divine beast. In a fleeting moment, the 5,000-meter-long Zhulong opened its singular, tremendous, invincible aura emanated from the Zhulong, sending chills down the spines of all the beasts surrounding the ancient relics. In an instant, these beasts could not help but retreat. Roar, roar! At that moment, the 3 6th-level Lord Beasts roared at the Zhulong's apparition. Even with the 7th-level Royal Beast present, these 3 6th-level beasts, though displaying hints of trepidation, still struggled to express their hostility. Interesting, merely a phantom is insufficient to intimidate these formidable creatures. Then let us see how this fares. Yi Chun let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, merging his being with the silhouette of the candle dragon behind him. In that instant of unification, Yi Chun felt a power that could command the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he was the candle dragon. Although this beastly manifestation of the candle dragon had not yet attained the true status of a divine beast, with Yi-Chen's fusion, it was capable of unleashing certain formidable abilities. For instance, the candle dragon's opening of its eyes signified day, while its closing indicated night. Roar. This roar resonated as one from both the candle dragon and Yi-Chen, with a resounding crash. The single-eyed candle dragon, coiling its serpentine body that spanned 5,000 meters in the sea, performed a rotation before promptly closing its eyes. The hum of the closed eyes heralded the onset of night. The previously dim waters became engulfed in complete darkness, instilling a profound sense of abyssal dread, akin to being stripped of sight altogether. A suffocating sensation surged forth. The candle dragon's closure of its eyes not only obliterated all light within the vast expanse of the ocean, but also deprived all beings, both human and beast, of their senses, plunging them into a genuine state of night. With roars and hisses, the creatures of the sea, now bereft of sensory perception, could not discern the oppressive aura emanating from the seventh-tier royal beasts or the commands conveyed through the language of beasts. Before long, the horde of beasts began to flail chaotically in the nocturnal sea, with some unleashing energy waves to attack their companions, while others resorted to brutish ferocity, opening their gaping maws to gnash at anything within reach. In an instant, the supernatural tattooed practitioners from various nations caught the pungent scent of blood staining the waters, a testament to the beast's sacrificial frenzy. They remained unaffected by the loss of perception and light, for they were situated near Yi-Chen's fused candle dragon form, uniquely exempted from the darkness. This, Ifu swallowed hard, the first to speak. Was this truly not a jest? A miracle had once again manifested. This extraordinary maneuver left the onlookers awestruck and speechless, as they were rendered immobile, grappling with overwhelming shock. Each of Yi-Chen's actions plunged them deeper into a state of introspection, stirring within them a profound sense of helplessness. My suspicions were indeed correct. Though I had harbored doubts previously, witnessing his prowess firsthand made acceptance a challenge. The divine powers exhibited by Yi-Chen would likely remain beyond our grasp until we ascended several realms higher. Yet he wielded them with such ease, as though he were a seasoned veteran. Qin Tian shook his head in wonder, his gaze filled with admiration for Yi-Chen, but more so with an aspiration for power. Yearning for all of his divine capabilities, sooner or later, I shall reach this pinnacle. Yi-Chen, I will follow in your footsteps. He gazed at the towering silhouette of the candle dragon, silently vowing within himself. As the grandson of the head of the Chinese headquarters, he had access to all resources, yet he felt dwarfed by the scion of a family from the demon city. How tragic, at that moment. After witnessing the chaotic slaughter among the beasts, Yi-Chen's consciousness resonated with the candle dragon's form, and he opened that fearsome vertical pupil. The previously enveloping darkness was abruptly restored to perception and light. In an instant, the seventh-tier royal beast stirred with unease, for he could now continue to exert his oppressive aura and rally the entire horde of beasts. However, before he could revel in this newfound power, the seventh-tier royal beast appeared to have uncovered something alarming. Letting out a terrified roar, as he surveyed the surroundings, the dissipating night was replaced by an intense brilliance of daylight, illuminating the entire expanse of the ocean. Under the stimulus of the blinding light, all beasts experienced excruciating pain, particularly in their eyes, which were rendered incapable of opening against the searing brightness. What is happening? The intensity of the light even affected me. It hurts so much. My eyes are in agony, James exclaimed as he caught sight of the brilliance, his eyes feeling as if they were on fire, and he cried out in distress. Not just him. The supernatural tattooed practitioners from various nations wore similar expressions, for the daylight did not solely impact the beasts but affected all indiscriminately. Listen to me, I shall bestow upon you the ability to resist the blinding light. But it will only last for half an hour. Once you return to your normal state, I will immediately withdraw from the candle dragon's body. We have but this half hour to breach the ancient ruins. Otherwise, my candle dragon's daylight will dissipate, and we shall have no choice but to retreat, Yi-Chen declared with clarity. Yes, as soon as his words fell, several invisible energies shot forth from the candle dragon's vertical pupil. striking the practitioners in the next moment. Their eyes transformed to mirror the candle dragoness, adopting vertical pupils that gazed unwaveringly at their surroundings, no longer susceptible to the blinding light. Following this, Yi Chun emerged from the candle dragon's form. Let us proceed. We have only half an hour. The beasts, now blinded by the light, will find it increasingly difficult to move. We must act swiftly. With this command, all the practitioners activated their battle armors, racing alongside Yi Chun toward the entrance of the ancient ruins. This entrance was distinctly comprised of two grand doors, towering and seemingly fused together with impeccable precision. Allow me to break it open. Levski stepped forth from the crowd, channeling the power of his skeletal bear tattoo into his fists, striking with immense force. With a resounding punch, the doors remained utterly unmoved, only causing the surrounding seawater to ripple slightly from the impact. What a formidable door! Qin Tian frowned, sighed. It seems that brute strength alone will not suffice to open this relic. Not open. We only have half an hour. Wouldn't tea that render our efforts futile? I Fu inquired, perplexed. At this juncture, Yi Chun stepped forward, speaking calmly. There is nothing that cannot be opened. If it cannot be opened, it merely indicates that your strength is insufficient. Step aside and allow me to try. He dismissed the crowd, preparing to unleash his most powerful strike to force open the entrance to the ancient ruins. Should this strike fail, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. In the next moment, Yi Chun tightly shut his eyes, silently reciting all his tattoos, layering all of his battle armor upon himself one by one. Phantoms materialized behind him. The candle dragon, Cheongqi, Chiyu, Neza, the vigilant Guangong. The headless Xing Tian, the Eye of Heaven, the god of war by Qi, and the yin-yang evil monk. Except for the 9 dragons coffin tattoo, which remained dormant, all 10 forbidden tattoos were fully activated. Judgment, Yi Chun bellowed. The overlapping domains instantaneously unfurled, enveloping the entrance of the ancient ruins. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable strike. Within a 3-meter radius, a lethal blow was guaranteed, and the entrance to the ancient ruins would be no exception. A resounding clang echoed as the Shuro blood blade struck the entrance of the ancient ruins, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The tremendous explosion sent a torrent of seawater crashing back, creating powerful waves that repelled the supernatural tattooed practitioners of various nations. Though they stood far from the entrance, they were still caught in the backlash in that moment. A dense cloud of dust billowed forth. A consequence of the shattered entrance, the surrounding seawater, however, washed away this dust, revealing the door had opened. Look, the door is ajar. Qin Tian exclaimed, elated, the first to notice the fragmented entrance and alert the others. At this point, they observed a peculiar phenomenon. After the ancient ruins entrance had been opened, the seawater did not surge violently inward, but instead settled into a calm state. Undoubtedly, the ancient ruins possessed some mechanism that could isolate the external seawater. Let us not squander any more time. Hurry inside. I am about to the candle dragon, Yi Chun said with irritation. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately fell silent, each leading their respective teams swiftly into the ruins. Once everyone had entered, he released the beast transformation of the candle dragon. That moment, the daylight effect of the candle dragon vanished, and everything in the ocean returned to its normal state. The exotic beasts could move again. Roar. The 7th-tier royal-level exotic beast seemed to sense something amiss and roared incessantly at the ancient ruins. In the next moment, 3 6th-tier royal-level exotic beasts began attacking the ruins frantically. While a multitude of aquatic exotic beasts charged at the entrance of the ruins, strangely enough, although Yi Chun had just shattered the door, it reformed itself after they all entered, returning to its original state. The entire ancient ruins transformed once again into a formidable fortress. Meanwhile, inside the ancient ruins, the super pattern practitioners from various nations, who had expected to find endless darkness, were astonished to discover that the light remained. It was akin to daytime on land. The surroundings were constructed from unknown materials, with a hardness comparable to 10 times that of alloy, and the overall appearance exuded a hint of punk aesthetic. Is this truly an ancient ruin? Why does it feel as though it was constructed by extraterrestrials? James remarked, touching a section of the inner wall and swallowing hard in awe. If only the United States possessed such technology, they would have likely unified the Earth by now. Fortunately, Yi Chun was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely received a couple of slaps. Although he had distanced himself from headquarters, he remained a member of China and would not allow the United States to run rampant, even in fantasy. Now that we have entered, we will disperse by nation to search for treasures. Any discoveries can be claimed privately. However, should anyone resort to infighting, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Yi Chun warned, reminding everyone as he spoke. With his words, the super pattern practitioners from other nations could only nod in agreement, but one person stepped forward. Mr. Yi, what about me? What should I do? The speaker was IF, who had been chosen as a representative after the European Union's super pattern practitioners abandoned the ancient ruins. He was quite anxious about searching for treasures alone, fearing that if he encountered danger or traps, he would be left to await his demise. Yi Chun pondered. Stroking his chin, he certainly would not include IF, as he would only become a burden. However, allowing him to join another team might lead to disputes over any treasures found. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Chun turned to Qin Tianyi and said, "Let IF join your team. You have fewer members. Take him along to explore the ruins." "All right." Qin Tianyi sighed helplessly. Bringing along a foreign super pattern practitioner did not sit well with him, but in front of Yi Chun, he could not express his discomfort. Soon, everyone organized their teams and dispersed to seek treasures within the ancient ruins. Yi Chun was the first to depart. With the speed of his Neza battle armor, he seized the initiative, rapidly exploring the vast ancient ruins. After a short while, he found himself in a bizarre location, where a door stood rigidly against the wall of mechanical interior. Peering inside, he found that he could not see a thing. Moreover, on either side of the door stood two towering mechanical battle armors, each over 10 meters tall, still pristine after eons. The materials remained unknown, and the central core of the mechanical battle armors was missing. Otherwise, they could have still engaged in combat. What a treasure! Although he was unsure about the core energy, he decided to collect it for further study. Adhering to the principle of not letting treasures go to waste, Yi Chun stored the two mechanical battle armors in his storage space. If he could find the core energy to activate them, his refuge would gain two formidable guardians. Even if he could not find it, the materials could be dismantled for other uses. Certainly a win-win situation. Next, he focused on the door before him, switching to the Yin Wang battle armor and stepping inside. With the Yin Wang battle armor on, even if he faced a lethal attack, he could immediately employ death reversal to pull himself back from the brink. However, upon entering, he was met with complete tranquility. No attacks came his way. The interior scene was starkly different from the outside, with the space enclosed and filled with over 100 mechanical battle armors of various colors, resembling a training ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the center of each mechanical battle armor housed a flashing core energy, absent from the two outside. This place, is it a training facility for ancient super pattern practitioners? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, stepping further inside. Suddenly, a mechanized voice resonated. "Detection complete. Trial participant has entered combat range. Please select the tier of battle armor for the trial." Trial participant. Yi Chun instinctively looked down to see a red line beneath his feet. Realizing he had entered the training area, intrigued, he decided to try it out, saying, "I choose the lowest tier of battle armor to test its capabilities." As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, among the hundreds of battle armors, a crimson mechanical battle armor seemed to receive a command. Its dull mechanical eyes lit up, and with a clang, it leaped to a position 20 meters away from Yi Chun. The combat chamber measured over 1,000 meters in both width and length, with a height exceeding 100 meters, perfectly suited for a battle between him and the mechanical armor. "All right, let me see what unique combat features you possess," Yi Chun declared, stomping his foot to gather power. Relying solely on the Yin Wang battle armor, he charged forward, launching a powerful double-fisted attack. Bang! The battle armor did not evade. It allowed Yi Chun's fist to strike it. Strangely, his attacks seemed to vanish upon contact, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, producing no sound at all. Yi Chun contemplated the impossibility of knocking it back with a single punch. Something's off. This mechanical armor was unlike those outside. Yi Chun quickly retreated, frowning in realization that it was likely due to the materials used in the armor, which absorbed his punching force. After testing with a punch, he had discerned the material properties of the armor, marking a point of understanding. Next, Yichun summoned the Shura Bloodblade, eager to see if it could withstand a weapon attack. Ha! He shouted, switching to the Neza battle armor to increase his speed. Charging at the armor once more, the Shura Bloodblade descended. A miraculous scene unfolded. When it met the shoulder of the mechanical armor, its material melted to create a gap that snugly fit the blade's edge. It then solidified abruptly, trapping the blade firmly in place, rendering it immovable no matter how hard Yichun tried to shake it free. Such a technique? What material is this? It can effortlessly shift between solid and liquid states. Yichun was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. This extraordinary material for battle armor was a sight he had never encountered before, and its distinctive characteristics left him in awe. The glimmer of desire in his eyes intensified. The core energy of this item was something he was determined to acquire. If possible, he would carry away all these 100 battle armors. He resolved firmly, even if he could not take the battle armors with him. He would exert every effort to obtain 2 core energies, allowing the 2 battle armors in his storage space to spring back to life. In the next moment, Yichun held nothing back. His mind solely fixated on one conviction: to annihilate the crimson mechanical battle armor before him. The armor erupted with a deafening roar. The King of Hell armor he wore began to transform, resembling a fusion of 10 armors layered upon one another. The Shura Bloodblade screeched. Judgment, Yichun silently intoned. As the armors overlapped, he unleashed his domain, executing the Shura Bloodblade's special skill. With a resounding crash, the speed of the descending blade was such that the crimson mechanical armor could not even react, cleaving it in 2 with a clean strike, long, as he surpassed the speed of its liquid to solid transformation. No matter how formidable the material, it could not withstand Yichun's lethal blow. With a thunderous crash, the severed segments of the 10-meter-tall mechanical body fell to the ground with a clang. The core energy, rolling like a sphere, tumbled a few times before coming to rest at Yichun's feet. This is precisely what I desire. Filled with joy, Yichun hurriedly picked up the core energy at his feet, examining it closely as he turned it over in his hands. This core energy, though merely the size of a palm, visibly contained an immense and enigmatic power. Wait a moment, this core energy is different from the others. In an instant, Yichun sensed something amiss. That a quick glance revealed that the core energy he held was significantly dimmer compared to those embedded in the chests of other battle armors. It appeared to possess insufficient energy. It seemed that the capabilities of the core energies varied among different levels of battle armors. Furthermore, after such a lengthy passage of time, they no longer held the vast energies of the ancient era. Yichun grasped this revelation. After some contemplation, he decided to stow the energy orb away. Fixing his gaze on the other battle armors, he intended to take them all. Over the next half hour, Yichun challenged 9 battle armors of varying colors and power levels. Without exception, he dispatched all but the last one with a single blow, expending 2 special skills only on the final foe. He collected every core energy orb. Tester, congratulations! You have successfully completed the challenge against all battle armors. Please collect your deserved rewards. The mechanical voice echoed, signifying Yichun's completion of the trial room challenge. In an instant, a dazzling, multicolored mechanical box materialized before him. Clearly, this was the reward for his successful trial. Let me see what treasures lie within. Instinctively, Yichun opened the mechanical box. Inside, he discovered 2 items. One was a core energy orb, gleaming with a luster that suggested it was of the highest quality, brimming with abundant energy, as if freshly manufactured. The other was a black token inscribed with the character MO. Puzzled, Yichun tucked the token away. Just then, a bright light enveloped him, and he was instantly transported to the entrance of the initial door. The trial door had transformed into a solid form, rendering re-entry impossible. It seemed that one could only enter once, or could not return after completing the challenge. In the next moment, Yichun switched his armor and resumed his exploration. He understood that places akin to this trial chamber must be plentiful within the ancient ruins. Indeed, the saying that opportunity lies in abundance held true. Meanwhile, super pattern users from various nations were each discovering their own fortunes. Among them, Qin Tianyi and his companions entered a mysterious space, which also contained a trial, albeit different from each end's. Captain Sheen, there are 4 separate, transparent chambers, perfectly suited for the 4 of us. IF pointed ahead and stated. These 4 rooms corresponded exactly to Zhou Yu, Fang Kun, Qin Tianyi, and IF. Moreover, visible battle armor stood at the end of each chamber, with a green crystal suspended above each one. Clearly, this was yet another trial room. The green crystals appeared to contain boundless energy, and the 4 could sense that these crystals would greatly enhance their armors. Let us each engage in battle. This opportunity is perfectly suited for the 4 of us, so there is no need for conflict, Qin Tianyi suggested with a smile. The others felt indifferent, as they were all Chinese and belonged to the headquarters. However, IF, being an external newcomer, had been troubled by the distribution of treasures and feared offending Yichun. The current situation was precisely what he wished to see. With their words barely spoken, the 4 activated their armors and entered their respective chambers to fight. Initially, they were as perplexed by the peculiar materials of the battle armors as Yichun had been, but they soon devised countermeasures. Before long, the 4 successfully passed the trial and obtained the green crystals. Simultaneously, as they were transported out of the mysterious space, each held a token inscribed with the character, differing from Yichun's black token, as theirs was white. In the next moment, IF sat down cross-legged, placing the green crystal before him and continuously absorbing its energy. Brother Qin, this fellow is quite cunning that he comes out without a word, immediately starting to absorb energy, guessing that we wouldn't dare to confront him. Right? Zhou Yu remarked with a scowl. Had it not been for Yichun's warning against mutual slaughter, he would have disregarded IF entirely. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, they would have difficulty explaining themselves to Yichun later. Let us just hold our tongues. We can leave once he finishes absorbing, Qin Tianyi suggested. If you wish to absorb from the green crystal as well, you may do so now. I shall guard you. Qin Tianyi had resigned himself to the situation. Since he had agreed to let IF join their team, they had forfeited much of their opportunity to seek treasures. Their primary objective had shifted to protecting IF, a strategy that would keep the super pattern users from other nations at bay. Captain, then I'll trouble you to guard for me that I'd like to see how much this green crystal can elevate my super pattern realm. Fang Kun chuckled as he scratched his head. In comparison, he viewed the situation quite positively. Finding treasures within the ancient ruins already exceeded his expectations. If he could further enhance his cultivation, it would be even better. Very well, you may sit nearby and absorb, Qin Tianyi replied. Qin Tian nodded slightly, gesturing towards the vacant area near Ifu, and remarked, one can observe, and 2 can observe as well. It would be better to seize this opportunity to enhance the abilities of our team members. Upon hearing this, Fang Kun unhesitatingly seated himself on the ground, confidently absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichun gradually approached, discovering a peculiar mechanical chamber. The surroundings were desolate, and the interior was clearly visible. Within the chamber, spanning hundreds of meters, floated several green crystals, emitting a dazzling array of colors that be I Jing sure. The name naturally surfaced in his mind, as if the green crystals were imparting it to him. They radiated an overwhelming vitality. This was undoubtedly a treasure from ancient times, containing remarkably pure energy. Even from a distance of over 100 meters, he could sense its extraordinary fluctuations. Moreover, there were at least a dozen of them. This was a tremendous windfall for him, perfectly suited to elevate the strength of the dynasty and its members. Such treasures I shall not share with others. A smile crept across Yichun's lips as he activated his battle armor and charged directly into the mechanical chamber. However, upon entry, the green crystals began to scatter as if they were being manipulated by an unseen force, or had evolved a form of sentience. The speed at which they fled was comparable to that of ordinary battle armor. They can escape? This only indicated that they were indeed valuable items. Instead of feeling disheartened, Yichun felt exhilarated and promptly switched to his Neza battle armor, employing the speed-enhancing wind-fire wheels to pursue the green crystals within the chamber. Yet, to his dismay, he found it challenging to catch up with the Beijing Sure, as they led him on a wild chase. What is happening? Logically, the Neza battle armor should have been able to catch up to these green crystals. Why was it that he felt as if he were being toyed with? In his moment of confusion, he noticed the gravity within this mechanical chamber seemed peculiar. For these crystals, it was undoubtedly a boon. Yet it inadvertently hindered the performance of Yi Qin's battle armor. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to investigate the chamber's structure. There must be some device at play that was impeding his progress. Subsequently, he switched between his various suits of armor while continuing to pursue the green crystals, all the while attuning himself to the changes in airflow and fluctuations in gravity. Indeed, after several attempts, he pinpointed the source of the problem. Oh, that's it. No wonder I couldn't catch up. It turns out this contraption was to blame. Just wait until I dismantle you. The reason Yi Qin could not catch the green crystals was due to a bizarre device within the mechanical chamber that enabled the crystals to move swiftly while also detecting his agility and the capabilities of his armor, allowing them to evade his pursuit. However, upon sighting this mischievous device, Yi Qin summoned the Qiongqi battle armor and, with lightning speed, positioned himself before the device that he then brandished his Shura blood blade horizontally, utterly shattering the ancient mechanism into fragments. With the device destroyed, Yi Qin immediately felt his mental focus on the dozen or so green crystals intensify, allowing him to secure them with ease. As expected, it was indeed this device that caused the disruption. The artifacts left behind by ancient beings were not easily obtained. Fortunately, encountering me, Yi Qin, means that all these treasures are mine. None shall escape my grasp. With lofty ambitions, he was determined that not a single one of these green crystals would fall into another's hands. They were all destined for his collection, but he once again activated his Qiongqi battle armor and soared towards the floating green crystals within the mechanical chamber. With the obstruction of the device removed, Yi Qin moved with remarkable speed, swiftly collecting each of the green crystals into the storage space of his armor. Although he had no immediate use for these items, they were perfect for enhancing the cultivation of the dynasty's members. After gathering all the green crystals within the chamber, Yi Qin promptly exited. Time waits for no one within this ancient secret realm. Only by moving swiftly can one acquire more treasures. Meanwhile, Feng Kuan and Ifu had successfully absorbed all the energy from their respective green crystals, each having advanced a level. Clearly, the assertion that by Jingshi could enhance one's strength was entirely valid. And without any side effects, since you have both finished absorbing, let us depart swiftly. We have squandered enough time. Treasures may already be claimed by other teams. Qin Tian did not directly express his dissatisfaction, but rather hinted at it indirectly. However, Ifu pretended not to hear, letting it go in one ear and out the other, showing no regard for Qin Tian's words. After all, they could not abandon him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Yi Qin. After walking for a short distance, they reached a crossroads. Unsure of which mechanical path to take, a familiar figure suddenly glided towards them. The vibrating wings of the battle armor and the tiger-headed helm unmistakably belonged to Yi Qin. Clad in the Qiongqi battle armor, ditto. What a coincidence. I happen upon your team. How many places have you explored along the way? Have you obtained any treasures? Yi Qin sheathed his Shura bloodblade and approached Qin Tian, inquiring he had scoured numerous treasures, and now, at this intersection, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Tian and his companions. The harvest was not substantial. He had only obtained a few green stones, yet they were treasures capable of enhancing cultivation. Feng Kuan and Ifu had each absorbed one, advancing their realms. Qin Tian responded truthfully, displaying the green stones in his palm for Yi Qin to examine closely. Yi Qin merely cast a cursory glance and instantly recognized the green stones in Qin Tian's hand as the very Bai Jingshi he had acquired from the previous mechanical chamber. It seemed that such opportunities were not confined to a singular location within the secret realm, but were scattered throughout, awaiting discovery. That moment, Yi Qin's battle armor space suddenly trembled, and an astonishing surge of warmth seemed to awaken within. With a clear ringing sound, a token that had been resting in the armor space floated out on its own. What is happening? Why did this token emerge by itself? Could it be that something had drawn it forth? Or perhaps a certain opportunity had been unlocked? Yi Qin furrowed his brow, gazing at the token and murmuring to himself. In the next instant, the token began to sway and swiftly darted toward one of the paths at the crossroads, seemingly heading towards its destined opportunity. Witnessing this, Yi Qin wasted no time, activating his Qiongqi battle armor and unfurling the armored wings. hastily following the token. Qin Tian and the others, not daring to lag behind, realized this was an unknown opportunity, potentially leading to significant fortune. Thus, they quickly trailed behind as long as they followed in his wake. Even a mere sip of soup would benefit them greatly. Before long, all those within the relic who had obtained this token were guided to a singular location. It was a vast mechanical arena, where mechanical warriors stood in neat rows, and at the center, a vial of ruby-like essence was prominently displayed, clearly a precious artifact. The aura emanating from this vial of essence possessed a tremendous vitality. It appeared to be yet another treasure capable of enhancing one's transcendent realm. Yi Chun stroked his chin, his gaze fixated on the vial of spiritual liquid, silently contemplating. Before he could activate his battle armor and advance, a mechanical life form imbued with intelligence suddenly manifested before the gathered crowd. An intelligent being? At the moment they beheld this mechanical entity, astonishment flickered in the eyes of all present. Indeed, the ancient relic harbored secrets beyond imagination, even possessing a sentient life form. This wise being took the form of a small, elderly man. His hair and beard is snowy white, exuding an aura of kindness. Esteemed trial participants, I'm the presiding host of this ultimate trial. Anyone in possession of a token may partake in this challenge. The requirements are straightforward. You must engage in combat with the mechanical warriors and emerge victorious. Each triumph will grant you a treasure, and these rewards can accumulate, escalating until you secure the ultimate prize. However, should you falter along the way, all accumulated treasures will be forfeited. You may choose to withdraw after a victory, so gauge your capabilities wisely. As his words concluded, Yi Chun seized the token in his hand and presented it to the old man. Each token could only be utilized by one individual, and many among the others were lacking. Only a select few had succeeded in obtaining one, including Qin Tianyi and a handful of fortunate members for various teams. The number did not exceed 5. What a pity, someone remarked, clenching their fists, their heart brimming with discontent. They had previously encountered this token, but were so preoccupied with the prospect of treasure that they had overlooked its significance. The realization of missing such an opportunity was more painful than death itself. Now, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Chun and his companions reaped the rewards. Nevertheless, they silently cursed these few, unable to voice their sentiments, yet unwilling for them to claim any treasures, particularly Yi Chun. His formidable prowess was beyond doubt, and should he gain further enhancement, the fate of all superpower wielders on Earth would rest in his hands. Well done. You four have acquired the tokens. Let the challenges commence. Shortly, I will transport you into a special arena where your adversaries await. The wise old man nodded slightly, gesturing with a subtle wave of his hand, causing Yi Chun and the other three to be enveloped in darkness. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Chun found himself in a familiar setting. The mechanical chamber before him mirrored the venue where he had previously battled the mechanical warriors. So identical that it was uncanny. In the next instant, a towering figure, over 10 meters tall, emerged with a resounding clang before him, the crimson mechanical warrior. Yi Chun scrutinized this machine, its entire form of vibrant red, akin to the one he had faced before. However, this one radiated a brilliant sheen, its energy reservoir brimming with vitality, as if it had never seen battle, with a whoosh that sliced through the air. The Crimson Warrior lunged forward, propelled by several thrusters on its back, closing the distance to Yi Chun in an instant, its fist raised to strike. Having previously engaged with such machines, Yi Chun was well acquainted with their characteristics, particularly their ability to transition between solid and liquid states. Even though this was merely the most basic model of the Crimson Warrior, its striking power was formidable. One could not underestimate such a foe. The most rudimentary often proved the most deceptive. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yi Chun activated his Qiongqi battle armor, its wings vibrating as he deftly evaded the warrior's attack. In the next moment, the tattoo on his forehead glowed, summoning the Shura blood blade into his grasp. Judgment. Without hesitation, Yi Chun unleashed his ultimate technique the instant the Shura blood blade materialized. With a swift, decisive stroke, he cleaved downward, under the influence of his forbidden tattoo's power. The Crimson Warrior's attempt to morph into a liquid state for damage mitigation was thwarted, and the blade sliced cleanly through, obliterating its core energy device, the very key to its mobility. Even if Wang Teng could disregard liquefaction and cleave the machine in two, without neutralizing the core energy, it would simply reconstitute itself. As Yichen landed, the Crimson Warrior erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Thus, the first trial was successfully completed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a dozen more Crimson Warriors, their numbers continuously multiplying. It appeared that this initial challenge was far from simple. Moreover, he had intended to destroy the Crimson Warrior while extracting its core energy, only to realize that the machine seemed to have received a death command, its sole purpose to annihilate him, allowing no alternative course of action. The increasing numbers indicated that the final trial of this relic was no trivial matter, and the initial wave of Crimson Warriors already posed a significant challenge. As the colors of the mechanical foes escalated, the difficulty would surely intensify. That why Yi-chan surveyed the array of Crimson Warriors before him, muttering softly to himself. In the next moment, the Shura blood blade in his hand gleamed, and he unleashed the forbidden technique of judgment, effortlessly dispatching the Crimson Warriors one by one. Yi-chan exhaled, murmuring, "Their hardness has increased, indicating that this trial will not be easily surmountable. I shall need to exert considerable effort." These mechanical warriors were evidently stronger than those he had faced previously, in both strength and material. Despite their shared crimson hue, within this tier, they were of superior quality. That moment, the spectral figure of the elderly man reappeared above the wreckage of the Crimson Warriors. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully cleared the first trial, and at the swiftest pace among all participants. The reward for overcoming this initial challenge is 30 azure crystal stones. Should you wish to withdraw, you may exit safely at once. However, if you choose to continue, the rewards will keep accumulating. Be warned, though, should you fail at any point, all rewards will vanish, and you will leave empty-handed. You wish to proceed or withdraw. The allure of 30 azure crystals would undoubtedly be a considerable fortune for the other trial participants, compelling them to retreat immediately, as they were acutely aware of their limitations. Continuing would likely yield nothing. Yet for Yi-chan, it posed no dilemma whatsoever. "I choose to continue. Arrange the next trial for me at once. Unless I conquer all, I shall not cease." Yi-chan's expression remained calm as he fixed his steely gaze upon the spectral figure, speaking with a measured tone. This decision was a testament to his unwavering confidence in his abilities. "Brave trial participant, your courage is commendable. I wish you the best of luck in the forthcoming trials, and may you succeed in overcoming them all," the spectral figure acknowledged, sensing the formidable strength emanating from Yi-chan, refraining from jesting and instead harboring anticipation. After all, as the guardian of this ancient relic, he had awaited a challenger capable of vanquishing all trials for countless ages, and Yi-chan was undoubtedly the most promising candidate thus far. As his words faded, dozens of orange mechanical warriors materialized from thin air, obscuring Yi-chan's line of sight. These orange warriors, a tier above their crimson counterparts, possessed even more robust energy cores and were several times stronger in combat capability. The second trial entails these orange mechanical warriors, indeed exuding greater intensity than the crimson ones. Let us test their strength. Yi-chan squinted as he scrutinized the orange mech warriors before him, the Shura blood blade in his hand humming ominously. In the next moment, he swung the Shura blade horizontally, targeting the foremost orange mech warrior, delivering a swift, precise strike. With a resonant thud, the blade, imbued with a palpable aura of slaughter, cleaved through the mech's formidable exterior but inflicted no harm upon its interior. The incision was scarcely deep, and moments later, due to the unique properties of its material, the wound on the orange mech began to heal rapidly, almost as good as new. Indeed, they proved to be formidable adversaries. Had this strike landed on a crimson mech, it would have likely been utterly obliterated. Yet, the orange mech remained unscathed. It appeared that as the trials progressed, the mechs of varying colors possessed increasingly formidable powers. Yi-chan furrowed his brow, observing the orange mechs, and altered his strategy. He resolved to conserve some stamina and directly harness the power of the forbidden tattoos inscribed upon his body. In the next instant, several tattoos flickered to life, with the tattoo of Chiyu illuminating first, followed by the activation of the dominance of Beast's effect, with a chorus of roars echoing throughout the trial arena. A dense horde of beasts materialized. These ferocious creatures, with their crimson eyes ablaze, charged fiercely towards the orange mech warriors. They were summoned by Yi Chun, their target unmistakably clear, the orange mechs. Although the attacks posed little threat to the orange mechs, who could heal autonomously, Yi Chun was searching for an opportunity. The relentless onslaught of beastly phantoms would undoubtedly inflict more severe wounds upon the orange mechs, providing Yi Chun with the chance he sought. With the Shura Bloodblade in hand, he aimed to shatter the cores of these orange mechs with minimal exertion, achieving maximum victory. Amidst the clangor of metallic clashes, several orange mechs bore numerous claw and bite marks, particularly exposing the core energy source within them. What an opportunity, Yi Chun mused, relying on the power of the super tattoos. He was able to suppress the orange mechs, albeit at the cost of some time. Nevertheless, the energy conserved was invaluable, that a slight smile crept onto Yi Chun's lips as he spoke to himself. By proceeding in this manner, he could clear the trials in the shortest time possible, utilizing the most efficient methods while maintaining pace with the rhythm of the challenges as expected, with the continuous release of forbidden techniques from his Shura Bloodblade. The cores of the dozen or so orange mechs before him were swiftly obliterated. A gentle breeze swept over the arena. A new batch of mech warriors emerged from where the orange mechs had once stood, their hue unmistakably yellow. The ascending ranks of these mechs indicated that the rewards Yi Chun would receive were also compounding. Clearly, if he wished to progress further, he had to eliminate each wave of mechs while conserving his own stamina. To avoid being overwhelmed in the later stages, the order was straightforward: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. The mech levels were defined by this spectrum. In no time, Yi Chun, with the assistance of the super tattoos, eradicated all the yellow mechs and subsequently dispatched a series of subsequent mechs one by one. He exhaled deeply, gazing down at the last of the purple mech bodies, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. He had finally vanquished this array of 7 distinct colored mechs, while he had not expended much mental or physical exertion. The utilization of the super tattoos had been significant at that moment. The elder of the intelligent life form, who had appeared after Yi Chun triumphed in the first trial, materialized before him once more, wearing a mischievous grin, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure and regarded Yi Chun as an extraordinary gem. Congratulations, challenger. You have not only successfully navigated these 7 trials, but have done so at the fastest pace since the inception of this secret realm. You are entitled to all the rewards from the trials, and the legacy of this secret realm will also be bestowed upon you. However, in return, you must undertake a task in the future. Rewards, legacy, a mandatory task. These 3 pieces of information instantly flooded Yi Chun's mind. The first 2 were rightfully his, so why was there a task involved? Was the purpose of this secret realm to select powerful individuals through various rewards to complete corresponding tasks? Had he unwittingly become a laborer? Moreover, judging by the elder's tone and demeanor, it seemed that no one else had successfully passed the trials. He was the sole victor. Thus, the danger associated with this task might be considerable. Yi Chun's mind raced as he pondered. The orange mechs were indeed formidable, and none of the other challengers possessed the multitude of forbidden super tattoos that he did, which explained their inability to overcome the 7 trials. Ancient ruins, tasks left behind by the super tattoo practitioners of bygone eras, were bound to carry significant risks. After all, among so many challengers, he was the only one to meet the criteria in reality. As he surmised, all the super tattoo practitioners from various nations who had obtained tokens had failed to complete the 7 trials, being eliminated in the 2nd or 3rd rounds. Even those who had managed to clear the first trial were exceedingly rare. While Yi Chun contemplated this, the intelligent life form elder seemed to sense his apprehension and hurriedly approached him to clarify. Challenger, do not overthink it. The existence of this ancient ruin is rooted in specific reasons. My master was the creator of this secret realm, initially intending to leave it for his kin. However, under the pursuit of enemies, my master perished, and even the clan that controlled this ancient ruin was annihilated. I, too, fell into the depths of the sea, gravely wounded, only recently awakening. This so-called task is a decision I made unilaterally in search of a gifted individual to inherit the legacy of the entire secret realm and avenge my master. Of course, if you do not wish to accept this task, I will still grant you your rewards and the legacy. The choice is yours at this point. The entire situation was crystal clear. The intelligent life form elder, sensing the gravity of the decision, drifted away to allow Yi Chan the freedom to choose, aiding the master of the secret realm in seeking vengeance. Yi Chan furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "If I were to follow my instincts, this task is merely the elder's whim, and there is no need to involve myself with such a terrifying entity. However, if I refuse, there is no telling whether this intelligent life form will uphold its promise and grant me the entirety of the legacy." After much deliberation, he sighed, having arrived at a decision. After all, this intelligent life form could not leave, and given the passage of time, it was possible that the terrifying entity had long since perished. Agreeing to the task would entail no significant loss. Even if he were to encounter it, he could always delay the confrontation if his strength proved insufficient. I am willing to accept this task, should I possess the strength in the future. If I encounter the enemies of the master of this secret realm, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution, provided that these foes still exist, and I am strong enough that Yi Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking deliberately, ensuring his words conveyed a sense of measured intention, only committing to actions he deemed achievable. The intelligent life form elder, understanding the implications of Yi Chen's words, nodded in satisfaction rather than pressuring him for vengeance. Acknowledging the limits of one's ambition is a virtue. Such individuals foster hope for retribution, and Yi Chen's sincerity stood in stark contrast to others who would forsake their conscience for the sake of legacy. Excellent. The intelligent being, an elderly figure, nodded and remarked, "Since you have accepted this task, all legacies within this secret realm, including the entirety of the cultivation resources, shall belong to you. Furthermore, this ancient relic is, in fact, a self-navigating spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. When you have acquired sufficient strength to depart from the blue-white planet, it will prove invaluable. Lastly, I will also provide you with the information regarding the enemies of the Master. As long as you are within a certain proximity, you will automatically detect them. I hope you will possess the strength to act upon this in the future." As he spoke, he implanted a piece of information into Yi Chen's mind. This was a covert method, triggered only when one approached the enemy. It would remain entirely dormant otherwise. As for the legacies and all cultivation resources within the secret realm, they were entrusted to Yi Chen by the intelligent being. According to him, the enemy's strength had already surpassed the ranks present on the blue-white planet, and only in the vastness of the cosmos would there be hope of encountering them. Fortunately, this ancient relic functioned as a mobile spacecraft. And once he acquired sufficient strength to navigate the universe, he could utilize this vessel to explore the boundless world beyond. "Excellent," Yi Chun replied softly, accepting everything without hesitation. After completing these tasks, the intelligent being gradually dissipated. He was merely a remnant of an intelligent life form, and upon finding a successor like Yi Chun, his mission was deemed complete. Thus, at the moment of transfer, the intelligent being vanished entirely. Once the intelligent being disappeared, Yi Chun began to investigate the legacies hidden within the ancient relic. He discovered numerous rare materials for enhancement scattered throughout, comparable to the precious crystal stones he had previously acquired. Moreover, he now possessed control over the entire ancient secret realm and could pilot the spacecraft-like entity at will. However, a pressing concern remained. Outside the ancient relic lurked numerous aquatic aberrations, including 3 6th-tier Lord-level beasts and even a beast emperor. With such formidable creatures present, it would not be a simple task for Yi Chun to safely navigate the relic's spacecraft away. At this moment, he pondered it would be wise to utilize these resources to break through to the 7th level of the super pattern. Otherwise, confronting that 7th-tier beast emperor outside the ancient relic would be exceedingly perilous. After a moment of contemplation, this notion emerged in his mind as his only viable option. Only by advancing to the 7th level of the super pattern could he harness the 3rd-tier power of the super pattern. allowing the forbidden super pattern beast to manifest fully. With the strength of this divine beast, annihilating the 7th-tier beast emperor will be a trivial matter. In the next instant, Yi Chun immersed himself in cultivation, directly refining the myriad rare materials within the secret realm. Although these materials originated from ancient times, they were remarkably well preserved, particularly the medicinal properties they contained, which had not diminished in the slightest. It seemed to be the work of the intelligent being. Regrettably, he had now dissipated into nothingness, leaving Yi Chun to enjoy the treasures he had left behind. As he was on the verge of breaking through. Outside the trial chamber, a cacophony erupted, led by several foreign super pattern practitioners. One American super pattern practitioner remarked, "It seems that Yi Chun is trapped within the trial. Why don't we hasten our departure from this ancient relic? We are all under his control. This is an opportune moment to escape. What do you think? Is anyone willing to join me in leaving?" They had been teleported out for quite some time, and now, having not seen a trace of Yi Chun, thoughts of fleeing began to take root. Furthermore, considering this ancient relic, if they truly managed to confine Yi Chun, the balance of power among their nations would be precariously restored. However, James frowned and cautioned his teammate. "You must think this through. If you provoke Yi Chun and he emerges from the trial, you alone will bear the consequences. Do not drag us into this. Remember Bob's fate. If you possess the capability to return to the surface, I have no objections, but those aberrations outside the ancient secret realm could overwhelm you for days without end." Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous team member fell silent, realizing that with so many aberrations outside, including a terrifying 7th-tier beast emperor, his individual strength was insufficient, that he wouldn't even be able to handle a 5th-tier aberration. The moment he exited the ancient relic, only death awaited him. Observing the situation, Qin Ming immediately stepped forward. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are currently within the ancient secret realm, surrounded by a multitude of aberrations. The only way to exit is to wait for Yi Chun to emerge. He brought us in, so he can certainly lead us out. Therefore, I advise against any rash thoughts. If Yi Chun holds you accountable later, do not say I did not warn you." Qin Tian explained the stakes to the group, casting a meaningful glance at the aforementioned super pattern practitioner. This was evidently a reminder not to entertain thoughts of escape while Yi Chun was engaged in the trial. Once he emerged, there would be no room for evasion. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the crowd settled down, choosing to remain silent. Not for any other reason, but because even if they wished to leave, they could not. None among them possessed the ability to defeat a 7th-tier beast emperor, let alone escape. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from the location where they had been teleported from the trial chamber. In the next moment, several terrifying phantoms emerged, startling everyone into a state of fright. Zhulong, Yinwang, Qiyu, Guangong, Neza Bai Qi, Shuriyin, Qiongqi, Xingtian, Yinyang, Evil Monk. Even a scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin was vividly portrayed. Each phantom appeared as if the true forms had descended, causing the onlookers to swallow hard. They were not fools. They recognized that these super pattern phantoms were the 10 forbidden super patterns belonging to Yi Chun, many of which they had witnessed before. Simultaneously, within the trial chamber, Yi Chun's garments burst open, revealing the 10 forbidden tattoos across his body. Behind him, the true forms of these super patterns loomed menacingly. Breakthrough! With Yi Chun's eyes snapping open, a commanding shout echoed as his energy reached a critical point. Immediately, the 10 manifested phantoms of the forbidden super patterns roared behind him, seemingly imbued with newfound life. The very waters outside the ancient secret realm began to boil, each phantom representing a forbidden entity, some even of divine beast caliber. Awoo! A collective roar resounded as Yi Chun fully ascended to the 7th level of the super pattern, placing him at the pinnacle of the world. Among the 5 great nations, there was no other super pattern practitioner who had achieved the 7th level besides Yi Chun. Subsequently, he emerged from the trial chamber and stood before the gathered crowd. He had overheard everything they had said. His gaze swept across the assembly, landing particularly on the American super pattern practitioner. At least you possess some sense, refraining from an immediate escape. Otherwise, you would be a mere corpse by now. I am no saint. Should you choose unwisely, I will not hesitate to act. Why Yi Chun let out a cold snort. issuing a warning that in truth, he was subtly sounding the alarm for others, observing that the individual had the sense to remain silent. Yi Chun coldly remarked to the crowd, "You have all, to varying degrees, acquired some resources. Now, I shall lead you out. Shortly, I will confront that 7th-tier B sovereign, along with 3 6th-tier Lord-level aberrations. You need only stay behind me. Once I have dealt with these beasts, we shall return to the shore. However, during this time, should anyone prove foolish enough to leave on their own or engage in any underhanded antics, I will be the first to eliminate them." As his words fell, the crowd nodded in unison, for they dared not defy Yi Chun. They understood that he was ruthless, a man of his word who would not hesitate to kill in the next moment. Under Yi Chun's guidance, they exited through the passage they had originally entered into the ancient secret realm. A rustling sound seemed to trigger a reaction, and the 7th-tier royal beast outside the ruins roared, sending waves of sound crashing through the sea. This was its command. Indeed, it was not long before, under the leadership of the 3 6th-tier king-level aberrations, a dense army of sea creatures surrounded the entire ancient ruins. Among them were numerous 5th-tier beasts, all obeying the orders of the 7th-tier B sovereign, intent on ambushing Yi Chun and his companions. Look at the sheer number of beasts that seems they have all been summoned by that 7th-tier B sovereign. A fierce battle is surely unavoidable. IF swallowed hard, his heart pounding with trepidation. Although Yi Chun had just asserted that he would handle these aberrations, the sight of such a densely packed horde was enough to stoke his fear, especially in the vast emptiness of the ocean, where that feeling of density was amplified. Humph, wasn't someone boasting just a moment ago? I am eager to see how he intends to deal with this swarm of beasts. Not to mention the 3 king-level sea aberrations lurking behind, murmured the American super patterner, unable to contain himself, as he whispered to James, who had expressed confidence in Yi Chun. Yet, the latter paid him no heed. Silently gazing ahead, feeling the murderous intent radiating from Yi Chun, a force more terrifying than before, that moment, an arrogant and disdainful voice echoed from the rear of the beast horde. "Humans, I offer you an opportunity. Surrender the treasures you possess, and I shall grant you safe passage back to the land, ensuring our paths do not cross again. Otherwise, with a single command, you shall all perish without a trace." The voice was clear and resonant, laced with a hint of terrifying pressure. It was unmistakably the 7th-tier B sovereign at the back of the horde. The 7th-tier B sovereign, the monarch among aberrations, possessed the ability to speak human language, and its intellect was on par with that of humans. The reason it spoke was out of fear that Yi Chun and his companions would act in desperation, destroying the treasures they had acquired in the ancient ruins before meeting their end, leaving it with nothing. "Leave behind our treasures?" Yi Chun scoffed in response. "B sovereign, I believe that is a proposition I should be putting forth to you. If you have the sense to surrender your royal beast form, I may consider granting you a full corpse, allowing your body to serve a purpose on land." Upon hearing this, the 7th-tier B sovereign was instantly enraged. In its eyes, Yi Chun was merely a human, audacious enough to speak thus to the monarch of sea aberrations, utterly oblivious to its own mortality. "Despicable," the beast sovereign hissed. "You are clearly refusing my offer. If you desire death, I shall oblige, for I can acquire your treasures regardless." The 7th-tier beast sovereign spoke coldly, and as soon as the words left its mouth, several 5th-tier king-level aberrations launched their attack. Their target unmistakably Yi Chun, who had spoken first. Indeed, the beast sovereign's intention was to eliminate Yi Chun first, for he was the most formidable among the group. Once he was dispatched, the others would surely capitulate. One cannot deny that the 7th-tier B sovereign possessed remarkable intelligence. With a swift rush, several 5th-tier king-level aberrations barreled forward, their gaping maws poised to strike, closing in on Yi Chun in the blink of an eye. In the ocean, their advantage was maximized. "B sovereign, it seems you are still unable to grasp the situation. I now hold the reins," Yi Chun remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he rubbed his hands together. "As it happens, I have just broken through to the 7th level of super pattern. Let us see how you fare against me." In the next instant, the armor of Qiongqi adorning Yi Chun shimmered, and the forbidden super pattern of Qiongqi radiated with brilliance. He had activated the 3rd level of super pattern, summoning his true form. Soon, A colossal aberration, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, manifested before them. This beast, resembling a fusion of a bull and a tiger, clad in spines like a porcupine and sporting wings, roared with a voice akin to that of a dog. Indeed, it was the formidable Qiangqi, the genuine ferocious beast, far surpassing the ephemeral illusions seen previously. Roar! Qiangqi bellowed, pouncing with two massive claws that pierced through the heads of two fifth-tier king-level aberrations. In a heartbeat, it opened its cavernous maw, mercilessly severing the necks of the remaining fifth-tier king-level beasts. What? A seventh-tier royal beast, and one that Yichun had summoned himself, through super pattern. Among the crowd, Levski gaped, disbelief etched across his face. The aura emanating from Qiangqi indeed bore the unmistakable scent of a royal-level beast. And it was seventh tier, perfectly aligned with Yichun's own seventh level of super dash pattern. To summon a royal-level beast out of thin air. Such prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. While differences existed among aberrations, one could not overlook that Yichun's ferocious beast, Qiangqi, displayed fighting power that eclipsed even the seventh-tier royal beast. This was a force to be reckoned with. With such abilities, it was evident that Yichun could summon more than just this one royal-level beast. When he had previously entered the ancient ruins, he had also summoned an ephemeral form. Just the mere act of opening and closing his eyes had sent the seventh-tier royal beast into a panic. If that ephemeral form were to be summoned, it could very well rival an eighth-tier beast sovereign. IF instinctively covered his mouth and took a few steps back. Among the representatives of their nation, he alone understood that should he provoke Yichun, he might not even comprehend the meaning of death. Not only him, but many of the super patterners standing behind shared the same sentiment as IF. At that moment, Yichun cast a sudden glance back at the American super patterner and said, "I heard your whispered words just now that I warned you that should you continue to act foolishly, I would show no mercy. As it stands. Your time has come. As soon as the words left his mouth, the creature known as Qiangqi turned its head, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames upon the man before it. This was the true fire of Qiangqi, sticky and inextinguishable, ensuring certain death. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the American super pattern practitioner was utterly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind in the ocean. Meanwhile, James, the team leader, observed the scene with an expression of indifference, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The man had sought his own demise, persistently provoking Yichun, and even if he wished to intervene now, he was powerless to do so. Moreover, Yichun was no benevolent figure. This American super patterner had repeatedly dared to challenge him, and given Yichun's profound disdain for a nation that thrived on chaos, he showed no mercy in retaliation. This serves as a warning. Should anyone else engage in such insidious gossip behind my back, I will not hesitate to eliminate more of you, Yichun declared, surveying the crowd with a disdainful snort. In truth, only this one troublemaker stood out among the otherwise compliant group. His method of executing one as a cautionary tale was remarkably effective, silencing those who might have been tempted to cause further unrest. All too aware of the grim fate that awaited them. Once the matter was settled, Yichun cast his gaze forward, where an immense horde of otherworldly beasts loomed, including 3 sixth-tier creatures and a 7th-tier royal beast. While Qiangqi's strength could indeed vanquish these foes, the time required would be considerable. After much contemplation, he made his decision. Zhulong, it was time for you to stretch your limbs. Yichun closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to communicate with the forbidden tattoo on his body. In the next moment, the Zhulong tattoo blazed with intense heat, emanating a terrifying power as it began to materialize behind Yichun. Zhulong emerged into the world, a serpent-bodied creature with a human face, trailing a massive form of several thousand meters. This was the true embodiment of Zhulong. It appeared unfamiliar and dormant. The mere presence of this being exuded a sense of pressure far surpassing that of Qiangqi. This was no jest. It was a genuine divine beast, presiding over the realms of day and night. One of the most formidable entities among divine creatures. Humans, wait a moment. I shall spare your return to the land and relinquish any treasures you possess. Shall we cease hostilities here? The 7th-tier beast king stammered in fear. his words betraying his genuine panic. That it was clear that he recognized the deadly threat posed by Zhu Long, and as a seventh-tier royal beast, his intelligence was high enough to sense the looming specter of death, prompting him to submit. Yet, despite his pleas for mercy, Yi Chun had no intention of letting him off the hook. Tilting his head, Yi Chun mockingly retorted, "I offered you a chance earlier, but you squandered it. Now you wish to beg for mercy. I'm afraid it's too late. Just like the man I dispatched moments ago, you failed to seize your opportunity. Who can you blame for that? Zhu Long, do not hold back. Clean them up with utmost speed." Yi Chun's command echoed. The previously closed eyes of Zhu Long snapped open, revealing a terrifying vertical pupil. With a resounding hum, the surrounding waters began to churn violently. The moment Zhu Long opened its eyes, the sea boiled, and a blinding white light transformed the depths into a scene akin to daylight. The opening of Zhu Long's eyes signified the emergence of day, and the energy waves emanating from them swept across the area, resulting in the instant demise of every otherworldly beast in sight, including the 3 6th-tier creatures and the 7th-tier royal beast lurking at the rear. They had no chance to evade. They simply perished upon encountering Zhu Long. What a terrifying divine beast. This was merely a 7th-tier entity, and yet, under equal circumstances, it could annihilate a beast king with a mere glance. Who could possibly contend with it in the future? I had once dared to think I could keep pace with it. What a ludicrous notion that now seemed. Behind him, Qin Tian gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, his shock beyond the capacity of words to convey. In stark contrast, Yi Chun appeared remarkably composed, urging Qiongqi's battle armor to swiftly clear the battlefield. So many beast carcasses were a treasure trove. Moreover, with 3 6th-tier creatures and 1 7th-tier royal beast among them, the potential for crafting weapons from their remains was immense. Fortune had smiled upon him. It was high time to return with spoils for his comrades. As Yi Chun spoke to himself, he carefully placed the bodies within the ancient ruins. Now, as the master of these ruins, he could navigate them unimpeded, returning to the land of China without concern. The onlookers could only watch in awe, for all the corpses and essence crystals belonged solely to Yi Chun, and they dared not claim any for themselves. What a pity, Qin Tan murmured to himself, contemplating the misjudgment of his elders that had led to Yi Chun's estrangement from their headquarters. Otherwise, China would have undoubtedly been the strongest among the 5 great nations, perhaps even the most powerful in the world. Despite his independence, Yi Chun remained one of them, and the super patterners from other nations dared not encroach upon their territory. The only chance for redemption lay in forging an alliance, hoping to mend the errors of the past. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Tian could only reflect as Yi Chun methodically gathered every carcass, including the precious remains of the high-tier beasts. Very well, everyone. The otherworldly beasts in this sea have been thoroughly eradicated, and the lingering essence will deter other beasts from encroaching upon this territory. We shall part ways here. You may safely return to the land, free from further danger, Yi Chun announced with a smile as he turned to face the crowd. The demise of the 7th-tier beast king would instill fear in any other royal creatures from different seas, preventing them from attempting to seize the remains. With his words, the super patterners from various nations breathed a collective sigh of relief. Hastily expressing their gratitude to Yi Chun before departing at the speed of light, they were eager to distance themselves from this place, for Yi Chun's presence loomed over them like a plague. Given another chance, they would avoid entering the ancient ruins with him. No matter the treasures within, he was simply too fearsome. As Ifu activated his battle armor to leave, he could not resist glancing back at Yi Chun. Memories of the earlier conference flashing in his mind. In comparison, Yi Chun's power was sufficient to rival that of an entire nation, even globally. The divine beast summoned by just one of his forbidden tattoos could annihilate a 7th-tier beast king, while they struggled even against 6th-tier creatures. Thus, it became evident that their greatest threat was not the otherworldly beasts, but rather Yi Chun, a fellow super patterner. Meanwhile, James from the United States hastily retreated to the land. Due to the proximity of the ancient secret realm to their nation's maritime territory, the time for disembarkation was considerably expedited. Meanwhile, he successfully rendezvoused with Blake. How did it go? James inquired. Were there any treasures within the ancient ruins? Or perhaps some other gains? Blake approached briskly, seeking answers, yet the latter merely shook his head. They had only acquired a few rare materials conducive to cultivation, a common experience among most. Except for that Yichun, who had claimed the entirety of the ancient ruins. And among our group, someone had unwittingly crossed paths with his misfortune and was promptly slain. James spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the other super pattern practitioners accompanying them felt a chill. Recalling the brutal scene involving Yi Chun, one individual gulped nervously and added, "You should have seen it. That guy had reached the 7th level of super pattern. He summoned 2 divine beasts, effortlessly dispatching a 7th-tier beast emperor, along with 3 6th-tier aberrations and a multitude of other creatures. Such a person is beyond our capacity to provoke. We can only seek to befriend him, lest we follow in the footsteps of the Cherry Blossom Nation." Each of them was filled with trepidation, thoroughly intimidated by Yi Chen's ruthless methods. Indeed, Blake nodded in agreement, stating, "During the summit of the 5 great nations, I witnessed his prowess, and it is fortunate that you all returned alive from this expedition. We must impose restrictions on our domestic super pattern practitioners, ensuring they do not provoke Yi Chun and his band of fiends." That he was well aware that Yi Chun had established a sanctuary housing 108 formidable death servants, each of whom surpassed their collective strength. Furthermore, the super patterns adorning them had been meticulously selected by Yi Chun, rendering them incomparable to the likes of his contemporaries. On another note, after thoroughly collecting all the spoils, Yi Chun returned to China. Filled with satisfaction, he then arrived back at the sanctuary located within the City of Magic. As the ancient ruin's worship hovered above the metropolis, a palpable tension gripped the super pattern practitioners within the sanctuary, as they donned their battle armor in readiness. "What is happening?" Dynasty furrowed his brow, standing atop rows of defensive structures, watching the sky with a stern expression, despite their arsenal of plasma weapons and the protective super pattern armor they donned. The sheer size of this massive vessel left them feeling diminutive. Meanwhile, Yiling Tian combined all his battle armor, preparing to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the occupants of the ship, as his instincts suggested this craft was not of earthly origin. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from within the vessel, accompanied by a figure they recognized well. "Dad, Dynasty, it's me. I've returned." Yi Chen activated his Xiongqi battle armor and soared down before the two. Upon recognizing him, they exhaled in relief, promptly rescinding all preparations for attack. "You little rascal, you're finally back. I thought we were under extraterrestrial siege. By the way, where did you acquire such a colossal ship? It nearly matches 1/3 of the Magic City in size, obscuring half the sky, and it appears not to be of earthly manufacture." Yi Ling Tian approached, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder while offering effusive praise. "My son is becoming increasingly accomplished. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring can dig holes. Witnessing my son's formidable prowess fills me with pride. Indeed, I am the foremost individual in China. I need not say more. No one on this planet can rival me," Yi Chen boasted, thumping his chest with unabashed confidence. Although his recognition had not been universally declared within the borders of China and indeed across the globe, none could match his strength. However, the existence of a central command had temporarily obscured Yi Chun's fame within China, while beyond its borders, his reputation resonated like thunder. The mere fact that he had annihilated the Cherry Blossom Nation and incorporated it into his territory was sufficient to instill fear in all, especially following this expedition to the secret realm where he had vanquished a 7th-tier beast emperor. His status had become unassailable, but Yi Chun was not one to be remiss. He distributed various resources acquired from the ship's ruins to Wang Chao for allocation. Having reached the 7th level of super pattern, he could summon various taboo tattoos and divine beasts in their true forms. And one could threaten his existence now. "Dad, you and the others should focus on cultivating during this time. I have a feeling that matters are not as straightforward as they seem. We may have to contend with mysterious powers beyond our universe," Yi Chun stated solemnly. Since acquiring the legacy within the ruins, Wang Tong had realized that super pattern practitioners had existed since ancient times, enjoying prolonged lifespans while venturing into outer space. It was conceivable that one day they might return to Earth and whether their powers could withstand such beings remained uncertain. With the beast cores you provided and the invaluable resources within the sanctuary, our rate of advancement is quite remarkable, Yi Lingtian acknowledged, subtly affirming their progress. Currently, Wang Chao, along with himself and the 108 death servants, had elevated their realms to the 5th level of super pattern. Just imagine, Yi Qin's subordinates alone could sweep across an entire nation or the super pattern practitioners of the blue-white star. What a terrifying prospect. Although Yi Qian resided in a singular city within China, his influence extended far and wide. Given this situation, Dad, you, and the others should remain on blue-white star. I intend to take Wang Chao aboard this ancient ruined ship and venture out. I've already reached the 7th level of super pattern, and opportunities for further advancement are scarce here. I must seek them elsewhere, though Yi Qian pondered for a moment before reaching his decision at present. The resources he required for cultivation were virtually non-existent on blue-white star, making external exploration the most prudent course of action. Just then, Jing Ting approached Wang Tong, saying, "The 9-colored heavenly origin lotus has matured, and the energy it emits is quite considerable. I believe we should consolidate all the beast cores and various rare materials to ensure you can break through to the 8th level of super pattern. Only then can I feel more at ease when you venture beyond blue-white star, considering none can predict the vastness of the universe and whether stronger super pattern practitioners may exist." Her concerns were well-founded. Enhancing one's strength was indeed paramount. However, the resources Yi Qian required to ascend to the 8th level of super pattern were exceedingly substantial. If he were to pursue this breakthrough, he would need to extract concessions from various nations, compelling them to surrender their most precious materials for cultivation, thus facilitating his rapid advancement. "You are correct," Yi Qian nodded, turning to Dynasty. "Shortly, you will accompany me to the headquarters, as I intend to confront them directly for what we need. As for the American nation, we shall issue demands under the name of our sanctuary. Should they refuse, I shall personally retrieve what is necessary or eliminate several of their strongest super pattern practitioners to absorb their powers for my own enhancement." Such a course of action is not out of the question. His demeanor was exceedingly resolute. When it comes to the inhabitants of these nations, particularly that of the United States, one must never show leniency. It is crucial to remember that the United States is a nation known for its predatory nature. It is imperative to extort a greater share of the treasures of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Yi Qian's mind stirred, and the Qiongqi battle armor adorned his form. Subsequently, accompanied by Wang Chao, he made his way to the headquarters of the Chinese nation at that moment. Within the headquarters, 7 esteemed elders convened in the conference room, listening to Qin Tiany's report, their expressions gradually turning more rigid and increasingly grim. "Tiany, are you speaking the truth? Has Yi Qian truly broken through to the 7th level of the super pattern realm? Moreover, has he acquired that entire relic spaceship, along with the ancient super pattern legacy contained within it?" Qin Ming inquired, his face darkening with disbelief. As his grandfather, he should unconditionally trust his grandson's words. Yet at this moment, even his unwavering faith in Qin Tiany wavered upon hearing the news about Yi Qian, to the extent that he hoped he had misheard. "Grandfather, it is indeed as I say." Qin Tiany nodded, continuing, "Moreover, Yi Qian's super pattern has undergone a transformation, allowing him to summon the true form of the super pattern. Merely by summoning the true form of the Zhu Long divine beast, he was able to shred a 7th-tier beast emperor into pieces, along with 3 6th-tier aberrations. This revelation was akin to adding fuel to the fire. The elders, who previously felt helpless against Yi Qian, were now utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. "Qin Ming, we cannot allow this young man to continue growing unchecked. His speed has surpassed our control. It is not only our nation that cannot contain him, but the other nations will likely find themselves equally powerless. I propose we convene a meeting of the 5 great nations, mobilizing all super pattern experts to eliminate him. Otherwise, our headquarters will become utterly irrelevant." Elder Zeng frowned, his thoughts racing. The headquarters was meant to coordinate all super patterners within China, yet Yi Qian had become beyond their control, growing ever more powerful. If this continued, no one on the blue-white star would possess the means to sanction Yi Qian, a situation that their headquarters could not allow to transpire. Hold a meeting of the 5 great nations? "Elder Zeng, I fear it may already be too late. This young man has already become a force to be reckoned with. Regardless of his full capabilities, the mere act of summoning a Zhu Long true form to annihilate a 7th-tier beast emperor is beyond what anyone could achieve. Even if we were to gather all the leaders of our cities in China, I doubt we could even breach the defenses of a beast emperor. Qin Ming rose, leaning against the table as he promptly dismissed the proposal that he disagreed vehemently. If they mishandled the situation and angered Yichun, then the higher-ups would undoubtedly face ruthless extermination. Indeed, if this young man had not advanced so swiftly, allowing our city leaders to gradually elevate their realms, perhaps there would have been a chance. But as it stands, we cannot afford to make a misstep, lest he turn his gaze upon us for annihilation, at which point no one would stand a chance of stopping him but a venerable elder, leaning on a cane, spoke with a grave expression. A.S., one of the 7 decision-makers of the headquarters. His words carried significant weight, and he accurately assessed the situation. Yichun was simply beyond their capacity to confront. Their only recourse was to pacify him. Even if we cannot win him over, we must tread carefully. As long as his disposition remains untainted, his independence within China poses no significant threat. After all, he possesses the strength to deter any aggression from other nations. Even if they were to act under pressure, I believe he would intervene, which could be advantageous for us. Another voice chimed in, belonging to an elderly woman with silver hair and half her face adorned with the pattern of the Yellow Emperor. She was Xianyuan Shan, a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, and naturally, her super pattern was one of the forbidden types. The Yellow Emperor tattoo. Possessing even one had pushed her body to its limits. Had it not been for her bloodline as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, she likely would have perished long ago. Upon hearing her words, the others nodded in agreement. Even Elder Zeng was reluctantly compelled to concur after considering her statement. After all, they lacked the power to obliterate Yichun and could only leverage his might to fortify their positions. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound resonated as the window adjacent to the conference room swung open, and 2 armored figures leaped inside. Yichun and his attendant Wang, Chao. Yichun. Qin Tianyi exclaimed, somewhat astonished. What brings you to the headquarters? Is there something you need? You could have contacted me directly. There was no need for such formality. He assumed Wang Chao had come regarding some trivial matter, but was taken aback by his direct appearance. However, the next instant, Wang Chao waved his hand and stated straightforwardly, I have come with a request. Hand over all the various treasures you have hoarded at the headquarters. Anything that can elevate one's realm or is infused with substantial life energy will suffice. As he spoke, he extended his hand, clearly demanding Yichun. What is the meaning of this? Elder Zeng exclaimed, abruptly rising from his seat. Questioning, how could our headquarters treasures be given to you? Are you implying you intend to seize them directly? Let me remind you, do not overstep your bounds. Do not assume that your strength renders you untouchable. Even an ant can bring down an elephant. His meaning was unmistakable. As long as there were enough ants, even an elephant could be overwhelmed, and he intended to leverage sheer numbers to confront Wang Chao. This had been his initial plan, contingent upon convening a meeting of the 5 great nations and rallying global super patterners to collectively subdue Yichun. An ant can bring down an elephant. Ha ha, for me, no number of ants would prove effective. I am no ordinary elephant. Yichun smirked, his lips curling disdainfully. His gaze swept over the furious Elder Zeng, whom he regarded as nothing more than a trivial jest. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, adorned in his Garuda battle armor, emitted a faint, low hum, having already reached the 5th level of the super pattern realm. Coupled with his 4 supreme super patterns, he could effortlessly dispatch 6th-tier aberrations. In this way, the 7 elders within the headquarters found themselves ensnared in an increasingly perilous situation.